Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 3693 to Chapter 3778. It was great news for Wu Yunfeng that Xianxia agreed to it. If he could successfully refine the Qi Blood Heavenly Halberd, his strength would definitely increase to another level. Even if he couldn't compete with an Emperor Realm expert, it would be impossible for an Emperor Realm expert to kill him. A top-grade primal origin treasure was the strongest divine weapon that the craftsman god had ever forged in his life. If he could forge it, it would be the same as paying respect to senior craftsman god. To Wu Yunfeng, the craftsman god was his life's idol. He was also the target that he wanted to surpass in his life. However, until now, wanting to surpass him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, Wu Yunfeng could only rely on Xianxia. This was his only chance. Wu Yunfeng was very clear that if he and Xianxia couldn't refine the Qi Blood Heavenly Halberd, he would never have another chance in his life. Life was bitter and short. It seemed very long, but if there was a fierce battle, it was possible to lose one's life. The length of one's life was unknown. Let's not waste any more time. Let's start tomorrow. What do you think, Brother Jiang? Wu Yunfeng seemed to be quite anxious as he looked at Xianxia with a face full of expectation. All right. There's still half a month left. I hope it won't affect the Alchemy Grand Competition. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a smile. He didn't really care about it. As long as it didn't affect the Marshal Dan Hall's Alchemy Grand Competition, he had nothing to worry about. This time's Alchemy Grand Competition won't be easy. Brother Jiang, you have to be careful. This time, those who want to be the best among the Alchemy Grand Competition are all real big shots. This time, the Marshal Dan Hall's selection of the strongest Alchemy Grand Competition isn't a joke. Your life might be in danger because the reward this time is too tempting. A promise from an Emperor Realm expert is something that can happen. Wu Yunfeng said in a deep voice. This time, the Marshal Dan Hall's Alchemy Grand Competition had made Xianxia even more careful. Aren't you going to participate? As the Twin City Lord, your strength and status might not be lower than the other Twin City Lord, right? Xianxia said in surprise. The Marshal Dan Hall is also divided into factions, the Martial Refinement faction and the Alchemy faction. Those alchemy experts have always been arrogant and disdainful of us from the Weapon Refinement faction. Moreover, the selection of the strongest alchemist this time is also their matter. I am too lazy to participate in it, it has nothing to do with me, as long as they don't provoke me. Wu Yunfeng smiled and shook his head. Then what's the point of selecting the strongest alchemist in the Marshal Dan Hall this time? I don't think it's just for fun, right? Hee hee. Xianxia said with a chuckle. Xianxia did not believe that it was purely to highlight the status of the Martial Pill Hall and select the strongest alchemist. You're right, it is said that the Marshal Dan Hall is going to make a big move this time and they need a strong alchemist. However, I don't know the details, it's a matter between the Hall Master of the Marshal Dan Hall and Dan Xiaosheng. After all, there's not much I can help with. Wu Yunfeng shrugged his shoulders, he was very open-minded and did not hide anything from Xianxia. After all, he was asking for help from Xianxia. Thank you, Divine General Wu. Xianxia nodded his head and said. Xianxia was grateful that Wu Yunfeng was able to tell him the truth. It seemed that the competition for the strongest alchemist this time would not be easy. The Marshal Dan Hall should be looking for a strong assistant, and they might have encountered a problem that even they couldn't solve, so they needed the strongest alchemist. Tomorrow, I will wait for Brother Jiang at the Martial God Mansion. Alright, see you tomorrow. Xianxia nodded his head and looked at Wu Yunfeng's back as he left. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, it even made him feel that the competition for the strongest alchemist this time was not as simple as he had imagined. However, Xianxia did not have much time to think about it. This was the biggest event in the Central Region Divine Land. If he could make a name for himself here and shock the world, then Xiaoyu would definitely see him. Xianxia's reputation was already very great after the battle with the Mountain and Sea sect, but it was destined that he would not be able to achieve such a grand feat today. It would be even more memorable. The Marshal Dan Hall's competition for the strongest alchemist would definitely make Xianxia's name known throughout the entire Divine Realm. The premise was that he had to come out on top. After resting for a night, Wu Yunfeng also made some adjustments for him. Wu Yunfeng did not directly invite Jiangchen into the mansion for a chat, which also showed that he had enough trust in Jiangchen. Otherwise, it would inevitably make people feel like they were bound. Wu Yunfeng was indeed very thoughtful about this. When the sun rose, Jiangchen arrived at the martial god mansion. Wu Yunfeng had already been waiting in front of the mansion for a long time. Jiangchen could not help but nod his head slightly. This Wu Yunfeng was indeed very thoughtful. It was not by chance that he could achieve what he had today. As the dignified lord of the two cities, his status was high, his strength was peerless, and he was in the emptiness emperor realm. He actually took the initiative to come out of the mansion to welcome Jiangchen, giving Jiangchen sufficient respect. Not far away, even the guards were looking at Jiangchen in shock. They were all guessing who Jiangchen was, to be able to make their martial divine general come out of the mansion to welcome him. Even the other city lord, Dan Qiuxing, did not put on such airs. Or rather, it was completely impossible for him to make their mansion lord come out of the mansion to welcome him. This was a great form of respect and limitless reverence. In the eyes of the guards, Jiangchen's status was raised by a lot. After all, they did not know Jiangchen's true strength and status. However, from the attitude of the mansion lord, it was enough to tell how terrifying this person was. Wu Yunfeng had given Jiangchen enough face, which made Jiangchen very clear that he would definitely do his best to help. Wu Yunfeng brought Jiangchen to an underground palace on a hill in his mansion. It was a relatively sturdy underground palace, with a circumference of 20 miles. Everything had been hollowed out, just like an underground castle. For an expert like Wu Yunfeng, it was a piece of cake. The martial divine mansion was 100 miles wide, and it was covered with formations. It was not inferior to the protective formation of the Xianxia clan. "Brother Jiang, please," Wu Yunfeng said. In the end, the two of them stood on a vast underground square. At the center of the square, there was an earth fire pool with rising flames. The blazing earth fire was incomparably scorching. The fire pool was 100 feet wide, and the surroundings were dazzling. There were all kinds of divine weapons, sword platforms, saber platforms, and more than 10 primordial origin weapons. There were hundreds of primordial divine weapons, and thousands of heavenly divine weapons. Jiangchen nodded his head slightly. He also acknowledged Wu Yunfeng's strength in his heart. Wu Yunfeng's strength was indeed extraordinary. With so many divine weapons and treasures, this huge place for refining weapons was indeed impressive. Jiangchen looked at Wu Yunfeng with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Wu Yunfeng nodded his head, giving Jiangchen some confirmation. "Your guess is correct. Inside that treasure box is the Qi blood heaven halberd that I was halfway through refining. However, it still ended in failure. The Qi blood heaven halberd already has a divine weapon spirit, but its shape is difficult to mold, its intent is difficult to speak, and its quality is difficult to remove. Hence, it is unable to reach its peak and can only be considered an embryonic weapon." Wu Yunfeng sighed, revealing a troubled expression. With his current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to make any further progress. "As long as you're willing to lend me a hand with your divine fire and forge together with me, it shouldn't be a problem," Wu Yunfeng said in a low voice. "I wonder what kind of fire Brother Jiang is using to refine weapons? My flame is the spirit of earth fire. It's extracted from the storm lava in the earth's core and is comparable to the 5 elements divine fire." Wu Yunfeng spoke with a face filled with pride. His earth fire spirit was indeed no different from the 5 elemental divine flames. In fact, it wasn't any weaker. The greatest similarity between Grandmaster Weaponsmith and Grandmaster Alchemist was that they both required an extremely powerful flame to control the fire. Otherwise, everything would be futile. Without a powerful flame, it was impossible for them to refine true divine weapons and divine pills. "I only have one true dragon flame. Will that work?" Jiangchen moved his palm, causing the true dragon flames to leap out from his palm. At that moment, Wu Yunfeng's gaze gradually locked onto Jiangchen. His eyes radiated with a blazing radiance, and there was even some excitement within them. "That's right. This is one of the 5 elemental true fires, the true dragon fire. Brother Jiang, you're really lucky, ha ha ha. I'm afraid I can't bring out this spirit of earth fire." Wu Yunfeng laughed dryly. He felt like he was just an ignorant man playing with words in front of a scholar. The earth fire spirit isn't bad either. It's on the same level as my true dragon flame. Xianxia smiled. Wu Yunfang nodded. How could he not know how terrifying the five-elemental divine fire was? To be able to obtain one was already a great fortune. His earth fire spirit was still a little lacking. Let's begin. I hope the two of us can cooperate happily. Here, Brother Jiang, these are the 3 meteor-falling meteorites that I promised you. Regardless of the outcome, I'll give them to you first. Wu Yunfang directly placed the 3 millstone-sized meteor-fall meteorites in front of him. Xianxia was also very surprised. This Wu Yunfang was very honest. These 3 meteor-fall meteorites were quite a lot. Originally, Xianxia thought that he would be satisfied if the 3 meteor-fall meteorites were the same size as one of the meteor-fall meteorites. From the looks of it, he had earned a lot. Right now, it was quite difficult to obtain a piece of material that could be used to refine a primordial treasure. Even Xianxia might not be able to obtain it in a short period of time. Many things could only be found by chance. Now, these 3 millstone-sized meteor-fall meteorites were enough for him to forge 108 divine swords the next time. This gave Xianxia quite a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Divine General Wu. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. He was very grateful in his heart. Wu Yunfang smiled. He also wanted to befriend Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia's strength and means were not inferior to him. Although he was only in the late Divine Emperor realm, he was able to fight against 3 half-step Emperor realm experts. This was also why Wu Yunfang felt that Xianxia was worthy of respect. Moreover, today's matter was because he needed Xianxia's help. Regardless of success or failure, Wu Yunfang would still be grateful. You're welcome. Then let's start, Brother Jiang. Wu Yunfang was ready to fight at any time. Xianxia looked around and said with a serious face, if this blood chi Fontian halberd is successfully refined, are you sure that your underground palace can withstand it? Wu Yunfang's breath stagnated and he shook his head. As long as I can refine the blood chi Fontian halberd, it's worth it even if I lose half of my life. After refining the blood chi Fontian halberd, I'm afraid that you will become the target of everyone. Even in the Saint Martial City, there will be people that you are not afraid of, right? Xianxia's words made Wu Yunfang feel even more complicated. Indeed, even those old fellows of Marshal Dan Palace wouldn't just stand by and watch. After all, that was a supreme-grade primal origin treasure. Even an Emperor Realm expert's eyes would light up when they see it. Ever since the craftsman god passed away, there was no one in this world that could refine a supreme-grade primal origin treasure. Then what should we do? Wu Yunfang's face was filled with bitterness. Wait for a moment. Let me see if I can set up a formation. Xianxia said with a serious face. Before Wu Yunfang could say anything, Xianxia started to set up a formation. Currently, Xianxia had almost mastered the no-beginning formation. He could easily set up 108,000 formations. It shouldn't be difficult for him to set up a defensive formation. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xianxia set up an 8-directional spirit subduing formation. The aura within the entire underground palace was completely restrained. Even Wu Yunfang felt a little suffocated. This was because the entire underground palace had completely isolated the aura from the outside world. Even he, an emptiness emperor, could not sense it at all. Brother Jiang, you're really amazing. Even our Saint Martial City's #1 formation master, Jin Pingchuan, couldn't compete with you in this formation. Wu Yunfang gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. His admiration for Xianxia rose to another level. Refining weapons, refining pills, and setting up a formation? All of them at his fingertips? You're really AF * king all-rounder. This guy is really scary. Wu Yunfang could even feel the dangerous aura from Xianxia's body. Luckily, he did not make an enemy out of him. God knows how many tricks this guy has yet to show. At this moment, Xianxia and Wu Yunfang looked at each other. Finally, the preparations were complete. It was imperative to open the treasure box and refine the Chi Fontian halberd again. The 9-foot-long halberd had an exaggerated shape, but it was majestic and domineering. However, it was obviously an incomplete divine weapon. It was more appropriate to call it a weapon embryo. Let's begin. Wu Yunfang activated his earth fire spirit, and Xianxia followed his steps. Without delay, he took out the true dragon fire and started to refine the Qi Feng Tian halberd. Just as Wu Yunfang had said, the impurities in the Qi Feng Tian halberd had not been completely removed. He had already exhausted all his efforts, but he still could not perfect it. From this, it could be seen that the meteor-falling meteorite was quite stubborn. Xianxia gave it his all. The two of them worked together to refine the Qi Feng Tian halberd, officially beginning the final path of forging. After 10 days, under the joint efforts of Xianxia and Wu Yunfang, they finally removed all the impurities from the Qi Feng Tian halberd. The Qi Feng Tian halberd emitted a dazzling radiance. However, it was still not enough because the Qi Feng Tian halberd had turned into a rebellious tool spirit. Its terrifying aura was at the half-step emperor realm, as if it was trying to break free. Tool spirit, it's a tool spirit. Wu Yunfang was very excited. Both of their efforts were not in vain. At this moment, he could already feel the existence of the tool spirit. However, there was no doubt that the tool spirit was terrifying. If he couldn't control the tool spirit, the incomplete Qi Feng Tian halberd would fly away by itself. Still want to leave? Humph, no way. Wu Yunfang shouted angrily. He exchanged a glance with Xianxia and they worked together to suppress the tool spirit. At this moment, both of their faces turned solemn. Whether it was Xianxia or Wu Yunfang, they had never forged such a terrifying Qi Feng Tian halberd before. At this moment, both of them held their breath and concentrated. They didn't dare to make any mistakes in case something unexpected happened. Wu Yunfang also displayed his emptiness emperor realm ability. After suppressing the tool spirit, he continued to forge the Qi Feng Tian halberd. Both of them had a tacit understanding with each other. After all, they were both top-notch blacksmiths. They didn't need to say anything. The Qi Feng Tian halberd was getting more and more terrifying. Waves of sharp aura penetrated the entire underground palace. Xianxia's array came into effect at this moment. No matter how domineering the Qi Feng Tian halberd was, it couldn't change the array. Above the void, bolts of heavenly lightning flashed. Wu Yunfang's face was solemn. His aura fluctuated as he looked at Xianxia. I'll help you resist the heavenly lightning so that you can forge the Qi. Xianxia said in a deep voice. As he raised his hand, the heavenly lightning entered his body. It was incomparably pleasant, but that was only for Xianxia. If it was Wu Yunfang, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. After all, Xianxia had already gotten used to the heavenly lightning body. It wasn't easy for Wu Yunfang to accept the heavenly lightning body pouring down one after another. Even if he succeeded in refining this supreme-grade primal origin treasure, he would certainly suffer serious injuries and wouldn't be able to concentrate on refining the divine halberd. In this way, Xianxia had basically helped the martial cloud faction greatly. In the end, the martial cloud faction used their soul strength to seal the blood dragon polearm. At that moment, the final incomparable heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he welcomed it with a punch. As the heavenly lightning approached him, even he felt a trace of numbness, but it was only a trace. In the end, Xianxia held the blood dragon polearm in his hand. The power of the heavenly lightning refined it layer by layer, causing the blood dragon polearm to flicker with endless lightning. After a while, a 9-foot blood dragon polearm appeared in his hand. Xianxia just held it and he could not bear to put it down. This blood dragon polearm was not inferior to his sky dragon sword. It was indeed an unparalleled divine weapon. It was an extreme primordial origin treasure. It had an unstoppable aura that caused one's heart to tremble. The blood Qi Feng Tian halberd's artifact spirit was also extremely domineering and violent. It was even like a crazy brown bear that wanted to break free of its cage and slaughter everything in its path. What a peerless divine weapon! Xianxia's face was solemn and the joy in his eyes was beyond words. Needless to say, this supreme-grade primordial essence treasure had been successfully refined. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were covered in sweat. In the past 10 days, they had almost exhausted most of their essence qi, all condensed on this unparalleled divine weapon. The blood dragon polearm was finally completed. Catch the polearm! Jiangchen threw the blood dragon polearm to Wu Yunfeng. Wu Yunfeng's eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. As he raised his hand, he grasped the blood dragon polearm tightly. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body, which made Jiangchen feel a sense of crisis. The blood dragon polearm and Wu Yunfeng complemented each other. For Wu Yunfeng, it was tailor-made for him. This divine weapon was more terrifying than any of his previous divine weapons. As he waved his hand, the sharp aura of the blood dragon polearm tore through the void like infinite divine power. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. The blood dragon polearm, I finally completed it. Wu Yunfeng cried tears of joy. He clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the ground. The majestic aura and the martial divine general who had conquered the world were simply a match made in heaven. Looking at Wu Yunfeng's excited expression, Jiangchen sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that the two city lords of St. Martial City, who were above tens of thousands of people, a powerful supreme, would silently cry tears of joy because of a divine weapon. To Wu Yunfeng, this wasn't just a divine artifact, it was also a tribute to senior craftsman God, as well as an explanation to himself. A primal origin artifact had been refined by him in the end. Such joy caused Wu Yunfeng to be unable to control his emotions. The strength of a divine weapon, the bravery of a divine general. Congratulations, Brother Wu. Jiangchen said with a smile. At this moment, Wu Yunfeng finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Jiangchen with gratitude, clenched his fists and nodded at Jiangchen. Brother Jiang, you are indeed a great talent. We, the Martial Cloud Alliance, will remember your kindness today. Wu Yunfeng's words were extremely solemn. Jiangchen was able to pass the divine weapon to him in such a calm manner and even blocked the heavenly lightning strike for him. Jiangchen's contribution in forging the Blood-Chi Square heavenly halberd was all due to Jiangchen. The Martial Cloud Alliance would always remember this friendship. The rise of this divine weapon had greatly boosted the strength of the Martial Cloud Alliance. More importantly, he would no longer have any regrets in his life. Since I was entrusted by someone, I have to be loyal. Moreover, Brother Wu has already given me the meteor-falling meteorite. This is what I should do. Jiangchen nodded with a smile. He was not an insatiably greedy person. Although the Blood-Chi Fong Tian halberd was a very terrifying divine weapon to him, a gentleman would not snatch what others loved. Moreover, Jiangchen had gained a lot from the forging of the divine weapon. Wu Yunfeng's Tao of weapon forging was steady and not to be underestimated. It was not weaker than Jiangchen's. However, Jiangchen had inherited the inheritance of the craftsman god. There were many things that he did not need to concentrate on cultivating, while Wu Yunfeng relied on his own efforts to complete the transformation. Currently, Jiangchen only felt that his strength was not perfect enough. Otherwise, once he reached the half-step martial emperor realm, he would definitely try to forge a primal origin treasure again. Hopefully, he would not have to wait too long for this moment. Wu Yunfeng, who was holding the Blood-Chi Fong Tian halberd, was even more majestic. Compared to before, he was 100 times stronger. The high-spirited Wu Yunfeng made people feel the majesty of a martial god. The Grand Alchemist gathering is right around the corner. Brother Jiang, how confident are you? Wu Yunfeng and Jiangchen walked out of the underground palace together. They were in a good mood and excited. Let's see how it goes. I don't even know who my opponent is, how can I be confident? Jiangchen shook his head and said. There are only two people you need to pay attention to in the alchemy conference this time. Although I don't know much about your alchemy technique, I think your alchemy technique shouldn't be weaker than your artifact refining technique, right? Haha. Wu Yunfeng said with a smile. One of them is the chief alchemist of the mountain and sea sect, Morong Fian. Her brother is Shangguan Hongyan. I think you're familiar with him. Although I don't know much about the feud between you two, I know that there's a grudge between the two of you. Morong Fian is also a peak divine emperor. Even though she's a woman, her alchemy skills are terrifying. In the entire central continent, only Dan Xiaoxing is better than her. Even the elders of the Martial Pill Hall might not be better than her. Then there's Dan Xiaoxing's son, Dan Xiaoma. He's quite strong, he's also at the peak of the late Divine Emperor layer. His alchemy skills have been passed down by Dan Xiaoxing. Moreover, it said that he's already defeated 2 elders of the Martial Pill Palace. It seems that he's going to surpass them. You should pay attention to these 2 people. As for the others, even if there's a dark horse, he's not necessarily stronger than them. Wu Yunfeng looked at Jiang Chen and told him everything he knew, hoping that it could help Jiang Chen. Morong Fian. Looks like Shangguan Hongyan will come this time. Let's get rid of him and avenge our master. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp. Last time in the mountain and sea sect, Jiang Chen was furious that Morong Fian managed to escape. This time, he would not let Morong Fian escape. Forgive my bluntness. Brother Jiang, the enmity between you and Shangguan Hongyan should be because of the craftsman god's inheritance, right? Jiang Chen nodded. He had nothing to hide from Martial Cloud Fong. Martial Cloud Fong's strength was outstanding and posed no threat to him. Moreover, the 2 of them had forged the Xueqi Sky Halberd together, so their friendship was quite deep. There's no need to mention the past. However, back then, the death of my master, the craftsman god, was inextricably linked to him. He was my master's only disciple, yet he betrayed my master. There was no other reason other than the so-called inheritance. However, my master had long seen through his rebellious nature, so he didn't leave the inheritance to him. As a result, the grudge between him and that bastard grew deeper and deeper. In the end, my master's fall was also inextricably linked to him. I let him escape in the mountain and sea sect. This time, I'll do whatever it takes to kill him. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Wu Yunfeng's expression was also extremely ugly. He respected the craftsman god immensely. Although the craftsman god had only given him a few pointers, Wu Yunfeng had always engraved that kindness in his heart. To him, this Shangguan Hongyan was a bastard who murdered her master. Everyone had the right to kill her. Despicable bastard. So this sanctimonious bastard has always been the craftsman god's traitor. To think that I even asked him for pointers, thinking that he was the craftsman god's disciple. Who would have thought that the truth was actually like this? Wu Yunfeng slammed his fist on the stone table, instantly shattering it into pieces. One could imagine the fury in his heart. Even he couldn't wait to kill that despicable traitor. This time, he should come. After knowing that I've appeared in the central continent, he definitely won't give up this opportunity. The craftsman god's inheritance has always been a hurdle in his heart that he can't cross. If he can't obtain the craftsman god's inheritance, he'll never be able to forge a true top-grade primal origin treasure. Jiang Chen said in a Linglin tone. Whenever Shangguan Hongyan was mentioned, his heart would burn with anger. He hoped that this time, he would obediently appear. 7 days later, the alchemy square of the St. Martial city was already packed with people. More than 10,000 people had gathered in the square. It was a sea of people. Even heavenly gods couldn't squeeze in. There were hundreds of alchemy platforms in the square. That was the place that everyone yearned for. Only those who stood on those alchemy platforms were the main characters of today's competition. In the sky, a yellow-robed old man stood there, looking coldly at the thousands of people. There was no lack of powerful alchemy masters among them. Today, our Martial Pill Hall is looking for the strongest alchemist in the central continent. Everyone has come from afar. This old man, Dan Xiaoxing, is extremely grateful. I believe that everyone understands that today, we will not talk about strength, we will only talk about alchemy skills. Whoever can become the strongest alchemist, our Martial Pill Hall's Emperor Realm experts will agree to one request of everyone. Of course, only the strongest alchemist will be able to obtain this privilege. This time, we will choose 4 alchemy masters. Of course, there will only be one true strongest alchemist. However, the other 3 will also be able to obtain rewards from our Martial Pill Hall. At the same time, I would like to thank all of you for your support and trust in our Martial Pill Hall. Dan Xiaoxing said with a smile. He looked calm as he looked coldly at the crowd. In the entire St. Martial city, only the 2 city lords and the elders of the Martial Pill Hall could fly in the sky. Choosing 4 alchemy masters? Hee, a true alchemist only wants to become the strongest one. That's right. Who doesn't want to become the strongest? However, it's not bad to become one of the 4 great alchemists. That's just your opinion. Do you think that they are the same as you? Are they that useless? Ha ha ha. A true alchemist only has one goal. Countless people were looking forward to it. At this moment, they could finally witness the strength of the strongest alchemist master in the world. For most of the people, this was a great experience because they were going to witness the birth of a legend. No matter who it was, once they obtained the final victory, the news would spread throughout the central region Divine Land. Although the St. Martial city was not the greatest core of the central region, its existence was not something that the Buddha's pagoda could ignore. Xianxia looked at the scene silently. His eyes were cold. He only wanted to become the strongest. In this battle, he wanted to step on the shoulders of all the experts. Now, are all the alchemy masters ready? I hope that you will not disappoint me. Remember, if you can't even concoct a peak immortal grade elixir, it will be very embarrassing. He. Dan Xiaoxing said jokingly. However, at that moment, the faces of countless alchemy masters turned extremely ugly. Do I have to refine a peak immortal grade pill before I can step onto the stage? Does that mean that if I can't refine a peak immortal grade pill, I will become trash? Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. There were many alchemists who were eager to give it a try, but all of them stopped here. That was because if they couldn't refine a pill after stepping onto the stage, it would be truly embarrassing. If that happened, they would definitely become a joke to countless people. It was estimated that they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold in the central region Divine Land in the future. At that moment, many people hesitated. Those who were not confident in themselves sighed, shook their heads, and chose to give up. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. With their strength, they might not be able to participate in this competition. Powerful warriors always had great confidence. Xianxia looked at the people around him. There were still many people who took a step forward and were about to enter the alchemy platform. Every single one of the people that stood out from the crowd was someone that possessed peerless strength and confidence, and every single one of them was calm, composed, and arrogant. Xianxia's expression was cold as he slowly walked forward. There were many arrogant people around him as he walked towards the stage. There were a total of 500 stages. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, more than 300 people were standing on the stage. Each of them was energetic and full of vigor. However, there could only be one alchemy grandmaster. Your first test is to refine a peak immortal grade pill. You only have one chance. If you fail, you will be eliminated. I hope you can keep up the good work. Dan Xiaoxing's face was calm. His warm laughter echoed around the alchemy plaza. Peak immortal grade pill. Those who could refine such a pill were mostly alchemy grandmasters. Each of them were arrogant and disdainful. Isn't that the West Pole Divine Land's alchemy grandmaster, Zhuge Yunfeng? Yeah, I saw him too. That's the Northern Cold Divine Land's alchemy grandmaster, Hao Jian. Oh no, even the Mountain and Sea Sect's alchemy grandmaster, Chen Xiaohua is here. Look, isn't that Silver Mountain Qiao's chief alchemy grandmaster, Morong Fian? She and her brother, Shangwan Hongyan, are the Silver Mountain's twin geese. What a gathering of heroes. Ha ha ha. There will definitely be a good show to watch this time. More and more people were being recognized by the crowd. After all, most of the people present were true top-notch experts, and their reputations were rising. Although they weren't known by the entire world, they were still recognized by the crowd. Jiangchen, that person is Jiangchen. I recognize him. He is the Jiangchen who stirred up a frenzy in the Mountain and Sea Sect back then. At that time, the Mountain and Sea Sect suffered heavy casualties and suffered heavy losses. If not for the Mountain and Sea Sect's deep foundation, I'm afraid that Jiangchen would have turned the sky upside down. Is it really that terrifying? That's right, I also heard that Jiangchen tore apart the Mountain and Sea Sect, and many people suffered at his hands. That Morong Fian's brother, Shangwan Hongyan, was one of them. The people from the 8 Extreme School and the people from the Dragon Clan were all repelled by Jiangchen. That battle was a complete mess, and in the end, Jiangchen was still able to proudly leave. Ha ha ha, that's truly terrifying. It's time for a big white. Many people were discussing animatedly. Jiangchen's name was undoubtedly the most shocking, because no one would have thought that this fellow with such shocking strength would actually be so strong even in pill refining. However, he would have to wait until he succeeded in refining it. Jiang Chen's fame was undoubtedly greater than anyone else present. This was because in these 20 years, Jiang Chen had offended too many experts and sects, and had even become the target of everyone's hatred. However, wasn't he still alive and well? Amongst the crowd, the people from the 8 Extreme School and the Mountain and Sea sect, Yan Zhao Wuji, Yin Hu, and the others all had gloomy expressions. Hearing the discussions, wasn't this equivalent to slapping their faces? However, in the sacred martial city, even they did not dare to act rashly. They did not have the ability to behave atrociously in the territory of the martial Dan Hall. However, as long as Jiang Chen left the sacred martial city, they would definitely kill him by hook or by crook. Enjoying the limelight of the crowd, Jiang Chen did not feel the slightest bit of joy, because his ambition was not here. As long as he could become the strongest alchemy grandmaster, it would be enough. That way, his goal would be achieved. Let's begin. I hope that all of you can bring out your best side. As soon as Dan Xiaoxing's voice resounded, over 300 alchemists started to refine their pills. The entire alchemy plaza had already become solemn. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention as they silently watched this soul-stirring scene. Hundreds of alchemy experts were competing on the same stage. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Furthermore, this scene would definitely be extremely shocking. To the current Jiang Chen, refining a pinnacle immortal-grade elixir was already a piece of cake. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had already finished refining it. At the same time, bolts of heavenly lightning flickered in the sky. Layers of thunderclouds rolled over as hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning poured down. The scene was as shocking as it could be. Hundreds of alchemy grandmasters, this is too shocking. To be able to witness this scene, this trip is not in vain. Ha ha ha. Yeah, this is simply making my blood boil. So many alchemy grandmasters, TSK, this is simply unimaginable. That scene was indeed shocking. Hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning poured down, causing the entire alchemy plaza to be engulfed in heavenly lightning. Furthermore, everyone's elixir was different. It was simply a myriad of different styles. Everyone was fighting for supremacy, with 100 schools of thought contending and displaying their strengths. Rumble, deafening thunderous roars filled the sky. At this moment, the elixirs were refined by the heavenly lightning and were completely refined. However, this scene caused some people to rejoice. After all, not everyone could refine a pinnacle immortal-grade elixir in one go. It was simply too difficult to guarantee that there would be no mistakes. Many alchemy grandmasters who were confident in their success couldn't help but make mistakes. Furthermore, there were some people who were nervous, had some flaws, or simply did not have the ability to refine a pinnacle immortal-grade elixir. In the end, only 83 people managed to refine in one go. In other words, these 83 people were the true alchemy grandmasters. As the heavenly lightning poured down, the thunderous roars gradually died down. The entire plaza was filled with cheers. To them, this was simply too important. At this moment, their names were destined to become the topic of discussion in the entire Central Region Divine Land. Now, I announce that the 87 alchemy grandmasters will proceed to the next round. As for those alchemy grandmasters who failed to advance, I, Dan Sheng, am deeply sorry. However, competitions are always like this, there must be an order of speed, there must be a winner. Dan Xiaoxing said faintly, his expression became solemn. Looking at those dejected people, he did not have the slightest trace of pity. After all, success always belongs to those who are prepared. Not to mention, there must be quite a number of powerful alchemy grandmasters among the remaining people. The next round will be the second round. Whoever can refine a low-grade divine-grade pill will be called a true alchemy grandmaster. Dan Xiaoxing's words instantly caused everyone to be shocked. Divine-grade pill. That was a pill that countless people yearned for. Those who could refine a divine-grade pill were destined to not be easy to deal with. They were destined to be peerless geniuses in the alchemy world. Isn't this a little too difficult? Refine a divine-grade pill? Among the people here, how many people can refine it? That's right. Hayes, looks like the title of alchemy grandmaster is not that easy to obtain. If you want to be called a grandmaster, you must have the strength of a grandmaster. Isn't this more exciting? It's not strange to be able to refine a peak immortal grade pill. After all, the divine world is huge, there are as many experts as there are clouds. Even if it's a rare alchemy grandmaster, there are still many. Only those who can refine a divine grade pill can be called a true grandmaster. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at this scene. Even those alchemy grandmasters who passed had a solemn expression on their faces. A divine grade pill, to them, was extremely difficult to refine. They might be able to refine a peak immortal grade pill, but they might not be able to refine a divine grade pill in their entire lives. A divine grade pill was the limit that some people couldn't cross in their entire lives. Only those who could refine a divine grade pill could be called a true alchemy grandmaster. Xianxia's expression was calm as he silently watched this scene. He had already expected this to happen. In the competition for the strongest alchemy grandmaster, if one didn't have the ability, how could one casually come out on top? Wasn't that a fool's dream? Our Marshal Dan Hall will provide the recipe for the divine grade medicinal pill. As for the rules, you all only have one chance. Because the medicinal ingredients required to refine the divine grade medicinal pill are quite rare. This time, all of them will be provided by the Marshal Dan Hall. This will be the biggest highlight of your lives. I believe that many of you are already prepared. Dan Xiaoxing said in a low voice. At this moment, his eyes were even sharper than before as they swept across the excited faces of the alchemists, including his proud son, Dan Xiaomo. He had also passed the first stage beautifully, but the second stage was when he would truly surpass himself. This low-grade divine grade pill is called the Divine Dragon Elephant Pellet. It requires dragon bone and elephant marrow as the main ingredient, and is refined with 108 kinds of precious herbs. The Divine Dragon Elephant Pellet can recover the strength of a Divine Emperor Realm expert in an instant, and even possess the strength of a dragon and elephant. Its terror is self-evident, and this is also the reason why it can become a low-grade divine grade pill. The recipe and the medicinal ingredients are all here. With a wave of Dan Xiaoxing's hand, 83 sets of medicinal materials and pill formulas for refining a divine grade medicinal pill were distributed into the hands of every single person. Divine Dragon Elephant Pellet. Jiangchen frowned his brows. It's not an exaggeration to call it a divine grade medicinal pill. To be able to recover the strength of a Divine Emperor Realm expert in a short period of time, it's simply terrifying. The divine grade medicinal pill is indeed worthy of its name. Even Jiangchen was extremely shocked. Only the Marshal Dan Palace was able to take out so many herbs at once. Moreover, they were all herbs needed to concoct divine grade pills and divine grade pill recipes. Under the heavens, only the Marshal Dan Palace could be so wealthy. This divine grade medicinal pill is not simple. Someone's face turned grim after receiving the recipe. This divine grade medicinal pill had completely exceeded their imagination. Although it was only a step away from a peak immortal grade medicinal pill, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I think I'll surrender this time, someone said with a bitter smile. His hands were trembling as he held the recipe in his hand, not knowing how to proceed. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Failure is the mother of success. If we don't give it a try, we might never know where our limits are. You're right. Let's go all out. Anyway, the recipe is provided by the Marshal Dan Hall. Damn it, I don't believe that I'm not fated to refine a divine grade medicinal pill in my life. Jiangchen looked at the people who had made up their minds. He felt that they were here to take advantage of the rich. However, the rules were there. They had the right to refine the divine grade medicinal pill this time. The Marshal Dan Hall was rich and overbearing, so they wouldn't be too calculative with them. It's just a divine grade medicinal pill, I can definitely refine it. A red-haired young man said with a sneer. He coldly looked at those people who were feeling uneasy. You can't even refine a divine grade medicinal pill, yet you dare to call yourself a grandmaster? What a bunch of trash. What did you say? Brat, believe it or not, I'll slap you. Someone couldn't suppress the anger in his body and pointed at the red-haired young man. Wasn't he looking down on them? Calling them trash, who could stand it? Who wasn't an alchemy grandmaster of their own region? Who wasn't respected by others? However, in the sacred martial city, their strength was obviously not enough. Aren't you trash if you can't refine a divine-grade medicinal pill? Why are you clamoring here when you haven't done anything? Why don't you go home and plant sweet potatoes? Humph. The arrogance of the red-haired young man had aroused the anger of many people. However, what he said was the truth. If you couldn't refine a divine-grade medicinal pill, you wouldn't be qualified to challenge someone who was stronger than you. Forget it. Do you know who that person is? He's the son of Dan Xiao, the #1 genius in alchemy in the Martial Dan Hall. I heard that he has already surpassed his master. Let's not provoke him. Bear with it for a while, and take a step back. Blade advised. After knowing the identity of the red-haired young man, they could only choose to give in. After all, if one's alchemy skills were not as good as the red-haired young man's, and if one's strength was not good enough, would one still dare to fight against the Martial Dan Hall? Therefore, those who were insulted by the red-haired young man could only swallow their grievances. Their faces were pale and ugly. Xianxia shook his head and chuckled. He turned around and prepared to refine a divine-grade medicinal pill. What are you laughing at? I'm talking about you. The red-haired young man, Dan Xiaoma, pointed at Xianxia and said with a cold expression. Am I laughing? Xianxia shrugged and said. Aren't you laughing at me? What right do you have to laugh at me? Didn't you say they're trash? Dan Xiaoma sneered. I'm laughing at you for being a fool. Who was Dan Xiaoma? He was Dan Xiaoxing's son, the young master of St. Martial City. Most importantly, he was not a crippled second generation, but a powerful expert, an alchemy grandmaster, a genius young man who could inherit Dan Xiaoxing's alchemy skills. For many people, being born into a prestigious family was already considered to be born with a golden spoon in one's mouth. However, it just so happened that other people were more talented than you, more hardworking than you, and more powerful than you. This was a little unreasonable. And Dan Xiaoma was precisely this kind of person. Facing Xianxia's mockery, Dan Xiaoma's expression was extremely cold. He pointed at Xianxia with an arrogant and despotic expression. In St. Martial City, no one dared to challenge him. You called me a wooden club? Who do you think you are? Dan Xiaoma was stunned, and his anger soared to the heavens. He glared at Xianxia, the killing intent in his eyes overflowing. Yes, I'm talking about you. There's no need to look. In the alchemy place, one speaks with one's ability. As the son of the St. Martial City's 2 city lords, you don't have the slightest taboo and speak so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid of discrediting your father? Xianxia's words stunned Dan Xiaoma, and the coldness at the corner of his mouth deepened. However, at this moment, Dan Xiaoma seemed to have a desire to kill Xianxia. Kid, you're ruthless. If you have the ability, then let's fight. Whoever loses will kneel and kowtow to me. How about it? Dan Xiaoma haggled over every detail, and pointed directly at Xianxia, not giving in at all. Aren't you looking for a father for your father? Why don't you ask your father's opinion first? Xianxia shrugged. Dan Xiaoma's expression became more and more unsightly. This guy had a sharp tongue, and he was really quite hateful. He embarrassed him again and again. It's him? It's actually Xianxia. Is this guy really an all-rounder? He set off a storm in the mountain and sea sect. I didn't expect him to appear here at this moment. It's really unbelievable. That's right, I really didn't expect Xianxia to be an alchemy expert. Isn't it said that he has the inheritance of the craftsman god? Could it be that this fellow was also an expert in dual cultivation? Refining grandmaster or alchemy grandmaster? It's hard to say. However, with his appearance, I'm afraid that the St. Martial City won't be quiet either. In other words, if he was somewhere else, the city would have already descended into chaos. As expected, the talented are truly bold. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person dare to challenge Dan Xiaoma? He. Quite a few people recognized Xianxia, and the news quickly spread. Instantly, Xianxia's name began to spread in the public square, and more people came to know of him. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. In recent years, Xianxia's name had been rumored to be even more famous than St. Martial City's young master Dan Xiaoma. For a moment, everyone was paying attention to this pinnacle showdown. Regardless of their alchemy techniques, merely their reputations had already aroused the imagination of countless people. This was a true pinnacle showdown, where both sides were evenly matched. "You're Jiangchen?" Dan Xiaoma looked at Jiangchen with interest, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even wider. It seemed like this fellow had indeed come prepared. Otherwise, how could he have dared to challenge him? "So what if I am? Could it be that we're not here to concoct alchemy, but to bicker?" Jiangchen snorted disdainfully. Dan Xiaoma was restricted by Jiangchen in every aspect, and his expression was extremely unsightly. At this moment, if he was suppressed by Jiangchen, how despicable would he be as the city lord's young master be? "Just tell me, do you dare to gamble or not? Whoever loses has to kneel down and call him grandfather." Dan Xiaoma was extremely aggressive. At that moment, Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders and looked at Dan Qiusheng. Dan Qiusheng's expression was also extremely unsightly, and his eyes were sinister. He hated this disappointing fellow to the core. Now was the time to concoct alchemy, to find a true grandmaster alchemist for the Marshal Dan Palace, but Jiangchen actually had to kneel down and call him grandfather. It was fine if he won, but if he lost, would he have to kneel down and call him father? Dan Qiusheng was furious. His son was good in every aspect. He was extremely talented, but his brain was slow, and he liked to bicker with others. His strength was not bad, but he didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. He was just used to being arrogant and despotic. "If I want to gamble, I'm afraid City Lord Dan might not be willing, right?" Hee hee. Jiangchen's words had given Dan Qiusheng enough face. Dan Qiusheng looked at Dan Xiaoma and shouted in a deep voice, "Enough. Enough, this isn't a place for you to settle your personal grudges. Do what you have to do first. I announce that the alchemy begins. The refinement of the divine-grade alchemy pill will depend on your own luck." Dan Xiaoma still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Dan Qiusheng's fierce glare. Dan Xiaoma, who had been repeatedly humiliated by Jiangchen, was also reprimanded by his own father. All the anger in his heart was now directed towards Jiangchen. "Let's wait and see." "Humph," Dan Xiaoma gritted his teeth and said. However, at this moment, he was staring at Jiangchen. He didn't put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. There's no point in trying to win with words. When you see the gap between you and me, you should understand that we are not the same kind of people. Dan Xiaoma said confidently. Everyone was a little disappointed. They thought that they would be able to see a world war between Jiangchen and Dan Xiaoma. However, Dan Qiusheng's words dispelled everyone's thoughts. At this time, business was more important. Even if Dan Qiusheng was the city lord of the Twin Cities and the ruler of this alchemy event, he couldn't be biased towards Dan Xiaoma. If this spread out, wouldn't he be ridiculed by countless people? Ridiculing his Marshal Dan Hall for being arrogant and despotic. He didn't want to be the scapegoat. The Marshal Dan Hall had always been the orthodox and righteous sect. Dan Qiusheng naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Although he also knew that Jiangchen wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. He had caused such a huge commotion in the Mountain Sea sect, but now it seemed that he was quite honest. He hoped that Jiangchen wouldn't cause any trouble. However, the Marshal Dan Hall wasn't something that the Mountain Sea sect could compare to. "I hope you won't cry until you can't tell north from north." Jiangchen smiled faintly. At this time everyone was ready. They could not afford to lose the divine-grade pill. Not everyone had absolute confidence in concocting the pill. Many of them started to study the pill recipe, but only a few of them started to concoct the pill. Many people were silently staring at the pill formulas and medicinal pellets in front of them, their hearts pounding. A divine-grade medicinal pellet wasn't an ordinary medicinal pellet. Some people would spend their entire lives trying to concoct a divine-grade medicinal pellet, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just like Wu Yunfeng, in order to concoct a supreme-grade primal origin treasure, he spent his entire life working hard. Divine-grade medicinal pill, just thinking about it makes me excited. I've never seen a divine-grade medicinal pill in my life. That's not it. Moreover, it's being refined on the spot. It's simply too exciting. Ha ha ha. This trip to the sacred martial city is really worth it. More and more people opened their eyes wide, silently paying attention to the progress of the alchemy festival. At this moment, it could be considered to have entered the true white-hot stage. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to lead it out for a walk. Do you think that Xianxia can really concoct a divine-grade medicinal pill? Liao Tianxing frowned, he was extremely nervous. If Xianxia could really concoct a divine-grade medicinal pill, then he would definitely be valued by countless sections. It was already a certainty that he would receive countless olive branches. Once he was valued by the Marshal Dan Hall, it would be extremely difficult for them to deal with Xianxia. Who can say for sure? He. Yan Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. He was also worried that this alchemy festival would directly determine Xianxia's reputation and prestige. Previously, he had caused a great disaster in the mountain and sea sect and provoked countless forces. If Xianxia could display his strength at this time, then it would definitely make countless forces believe in him. The Marshal Dan Hall might also protect Xianxia, which would be a great obstacle for them. If they wanted to deal with Xianxia again, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xianxia's participation in the alchemy festival this time was also to accumulate popularity for himself. More and more people knew of his existence, and his name would also spread throughout the entire central region Divine Land. Once Xianxia's reputation was too great, if he really gathered a force, he would definitely not be underestimated. Moreover, the identity of the craftsman god's successor had already caused many people to be afraid of Xianxia. Many people wanted to obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god from Xianxia, but it was also destined that countless people would be willing to sell their lives for Xianxia. After all, who wouldn't want to please such a craftsman master? If Xianxia was able to concoct a divine-grade pill, it would prove that he was unparalleled in the world. His skills in both refining and concocting pills had reached the pinnacle. How could people not be afraid of such a person? At that time, once Xianxia became famous, then it would involve too many interests to deal with him. The Marshal Dan Hall would definitely not let Xianxia grow and become a great threat. The Buddhist pagoda would definitely be the same. Therefore, Xianxia had to choose one of the two. The Marshal Dan Hall was very likely to be Xianxia's safe haven. In the eyes of Yan Zhao Wuji and the others, the purpose of him participating in this alchemy festival was already clear. If he wanted to live well in the central region Divine Land, then he could only find his own safe haven, and the Marshal Dan Hall was the only choice. This person is really too terrifying. Once the divine-grade medicinal pill is concocted, even if Xianxia can't become the ultimate alchemy grandmaster, he is destined to be the only super genius in the divine world who is both alchemy and refining, who said in a low voice. Even he was quite afraid of treasures like the divine-grade medicinal pill and the supreme-grade primal origin treasure. It was undeniable that Xianxia could already affect the hearts of some old foxes in the sections. Moreover, his strength was so terrifying. If they wanted to kill Xianxia, their chances were getting smaller and smaller. He had become an existence that people loved and hated. Those who loved him couldn't use him, and those who hated him didn't dare to touch his whiskers. However, the enmity of the mountain and sea sect had already become a humiliation for them. Not only the mountain and sea sect, but every sect that was forced to retreat by Xianxia would feel fear and danger. Although the 8 extreme sects Yan Zhao Wuji looked calm on the surface, he already hated Xianxia to the bone. Apart from the Marshal Dan Hall, Xianxia had offended too many people. His purpose in coming to the sacred martial city this time was to seek protection. Now, he could only wait for the final result. He hoped that if he couldn't concoct the divine-grade medicinal pill, then he would still be hated by those people. At this moment, the real focus was still on the many alchemists. Xianxia, Morongfian, and Dan Xiaomo, these three were the most dazzling stars. Many people treated them as the targets of their attention. After half a day, the sun was blazing and the void was blazing. Other than Xianxia, everyone had already started concocting. However, the majority of the 80 people were frowning. They didn't know what to do next. Even though they had the divine-grade medicinal pill, they might not be able to concoct the divine-grade medicinal pill. Although there was only a slight difference between a peak immortal-grade medicinal pill and a divine-grade medicinal pill, the difference was like heaven and earth. After a day, half of the people had already been eliminated. Some gave up, and some failed. Many of the medicinal ingredients had already been wasted, and there was no way to continue. They only had one chance, and they all cherished it. However, it didn't matter if they were strong or weak. Some people were forced to do something beyond their abilities. Not everyone could concoct a divine-grade medicinal pill. Otherwise, why would a divine-grade alchemist be so popular? Even in the Marshall Dan Hall, there wouldn't be more than 5 divine-grade alchemists. One could imagine how rare a divine-grade alchemist was. Some people might have good luck and succeeded in concocting a divine-grade medicinal pill. However, if the success rate was less than 30%, then they couldn't be considered as a divine-grade alchemist at all. Otherwise, it would be a terrifying thing to waste so many medicinal ingredients. If a sect had a divine-grade alchemist, it would be possible for the sect to collapse. 3 days later, there were less than 20 people left. Every single one of them was carefully observing the refinement of the medicinal herbs in their hands. The choice of a divine rank pellet could only be made in a single day. There was no room for carelessness. Therefore, everyone's mental energy was extremely concentrated, afraid that there would be the slightest mistake. If that were to happen, all of their previous efforts would be in vain. That's the blazing sun flame? It's said that the blazing sun flame is a very terrifying flame. It's only slightly weaker than the heavenly flame. It's taken from the place with the hottest sunlight in the divine world. The so-called spirit of flame is really terrifying. Who is that black-cloaked man? At this moment, a scarlet sun-raging flame caused countless people to chase after it. All the alchemists had solemn looks on their faces as they were filled with envy. The moment the scarlet sun-raging flame appeared, the entire space became incomparably hot. That's the netherworld divine flame. I've seen it once in an ancient book. It's definitely a real super flame. It's not inferior to the blazing sun flame. But how many people in this world can have the great fortune to obtain the most terrifying strange flame in the world? The strongest is the 5 elemental divine flames. But, the 5 elemental divine flames are extremely hard to find in this world. Someone sighed. At this moment, every alchemist was displaying all of their abilities, using all of their methods to concoct divine-grade pellets, because this was their chance to soar into the sky in a single leap. If they could obtain the final victory, their names would definitely resound in every corner of the Central Province divine land. Furthermore, if they were valued by the Marshall Dan Palace, their future achievements would be limitless. Even if they couldn't reach the status of the St. Marshall City's Dan Xing, they would definitely have a high status in the Marshall Dan Palace. In the Central Province, wouldn't they be able to call the wind and summon the rain? A bunch of country bumpkins. Look at my flames. Dan Xiaomo sneered, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. Of the remaining 20 or so people, only 5 didn't have powerful flames to support their concoction, while the remaining 7 or 8 had super flames that were second only to the heavenly flame. When it came to concocting pills, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. Dan Xiaomo suddenly raised his hand, and a flame formed in the center of his palm. It was as cold as frost, and within the flame was a rainbow glow. In an instant, the entire square began to boil with excitement. Is this the vermilion bird divine flame? No one knew who said this, but everyone's expression changed. The vermilion bird divine flame, wasn't that one of the 5 elements divine flames? Isn't that too terrifying? The 5 elemental divine fire had a unique advantage in refining pills. No one could understand how terrifying the 5 elemental divine fire was, and the vermilion bird divine fire was one of them. When the divine fire appeared, countless people exclaimed and sighed. But after a while, someone else said, Vermilion bird divine flame? Wasn't that the flame unique to City Lord Dan Xiaoxingdan? So it's actually a son inheriting his father's legacy. No wonder Dan Xiaomo is so powerful. It's because he possesses his father's flames. I've also heard of it. It's said that City Lord Dan Xiao had once joined forces with countless experts to kill a divine bird of the Vermilion Bird clan in order to obtain the divine fire of the Vermilion Bird. It could be said that it was quite a difficult process. That's right, who asked me to be born so well? Hee hee. Don't be so sour, you're just a bunch of guys who can't eat grapes. So what if it was Dan Xiaoxingdan City Lord's flame? Didn't she have a father? If it were you, would you not use such a great resource? Dan Xiaoma was extremely displeased when he heard those mocking words. In the end, wasn't it all because he was Dan Xiao's son? Dan Xiaoma's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't want to live under his father's shadow. He wanted to forge his own path in the world. He wanted to become the Dan Xiaoma that everyone respected, and not the Dan Xiaoxing's son, Dan Xiaoma. In the face of so many doubts, Dan Xiaoma gritted his teeth. I will definitely use my actions to slap all of you in the face. That is also a 5 elements divine fire. No one knew who shouted, but a grey-robed man also silently took out his own flame, the true dragon flame. Mother ****. There's truly nothing too bizarre in this world. To think that 2 of the 5 elemental divine flames would appear at the same time. This is way too scary. Looks like today is really a gathering of heroes, ha ha ha. It's destined to be a feast that opens a new chapter for us. The grey-robed man didn't reveal himself, but at this moment, he had a solemn expression on his face as he began to refine a divine-grade elixir. Xianxia watched this scene silently. The 2 5 elemental divine flames had indeed surprised him, but Xianxia also knew that the 5 elemental divine flames weren't the only supreme flames in this world. As long as the Vermilion Bird tribe was proud, they would possess the Vermilion Bird divine flame. It was just a matter of strength. It was obvious that the Vermilion Bird flame in Dan Xiaoma's hands was only a spirit of the Vermilion Bird divine flame. It was completely inferior to the true dragon flame in the grey-robed man's hands. Although the true dragon flame was also very rare, it was still one of the 5 elemental divine flames. However, Xianxia had never thought that he was the chosen one. All good things had to be unique to him. Everyone had their own opportunities, and everyone had their own choices. The sun didn't revolve around him alone. While Xianxia was deep in thought, one of the 5 elemental divine flames appeared in Murong Fian's hands. It was the Qilin sacred flame. 3 5 elemental divine flames appeared one after another. The entire plaza became incomparably lively and terrifying. The temperature had risen by a lot. If it weren't for the fact that they were all extremely strong, they would have been turned into barbecued meat instead of refining pills. Looks like I'll have to show off my skills as well. Xianxia smiled. If he didn't have a 5 elemental divine flame, he wouldn't even be able to stand here. A Vermilion Bird divine flame also appeared in Xianxia's hands. Phew, another Vermilion Bird divine flame. However, Xianxia's Vermilion Bird divine flame was much more terrifying than Dan Xiaoma's Vermilion Bird divine flame. It was like a 3 to 5-year-old child facing a towering giant. They weren't even on the same level. At this moment, even Dan Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed. He stared at the Vermilion Bird divine flame in Xianxia's hands. If he could devour the Vermilion Bird divine flame in Xianxia's hands, then perhaps his Vermilion Bird divine flame would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. This Xianxia really isn't simple. Dan Xiaoxing said indifferently. The corners of his lips curled up in anticipation. Where did you get your Vermilion Bird divine flame? Dan Xiaoma glared at Xianxia fiercely. I didn't inherit it from my old man. Xianxia said loudly. Instantly, the plaza was in an uproar. Even Dan Xiaoxing's expression turned ugly. Dan Xiaoma gritted his teeth in anger. However, Xianxia's counterattack was too powerful. His Vermilion Bird divine flame was completely inferior to Xianxia's. Don't be so arrogant. My Vermilion Bird divine flame isn't something you can compare to. Dan Xiaoma forcefully retorted. Everyone could see that Xianxia's Vermilion Bird divine flame was superior. However, he refused to believe it and refused to lower his head. That's right, you can't compare. I'm the grandfather, you're the grandson. Xianxia said with a smile. Brat, my divine grade pill is about to succeed. You haven't even started yet. If you don't have the ability, then don't think too highly of yourself. Ha ha ha. Let's talk after you refine your divine grade pill. Dan Xiaoma turned around. With the black flame cauldron in his hand, an incomparably round pill appeared in his palm. A divine grade pill. Dan Xiaoma's face was filled with arrogance. After all, he was the first person to refine a divine grade pill. Your grandson has already refined a pill. Grandfather, you better not disappoint me. Humph! Dan Xiaoma sneered and said disdainfully. Dan Xiaoxing almost fell from the sky. He cursed Dan Xiaoma in his heart. You bastard. Can't you just not provoke this thorn? Xianxia's name was well known. Even the Marshal Dan Hall had heard of the battle at the Mountain and Sea sect. Jiang Chen's appearance was also within Dan Xiaoxing's expectations. It was not that Dan Xiaoxing was afraid of Jiang Chen, but it was not necessary for him to go against a troublemaker like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was able to turn the Mountain and Sea sect upside down. Whether it was the old ancestor-level figures or the Mountain and Sea giant beast Fei, they all came out in full force. This was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Dan Xiaoxing did not want him to become a variable in the Marshal Dan Hall's alchemy grand event at this critical moment. Fortunately, at this moment, everyone's gazes had already landed on the divine-grade pill that Dan Xiaoma was refining. One had to admit that Dan Xiaoma did not disappoint Dan Xiaoxing. In terms of alchemy talent, he was quite formidable. There was no doubt about this. Divine-grade pill. It really is a divine-grade pill. Many of them were so excited that they could no longer control themselves. They did not expect to witness the birth of a divine-grade medicinal pill at this moment. For countless Divine Emperor realm experts, a divine-grade medicinal pill was hard to come by, let alone those hierarch realm experts who had long regarded Dan Xiaomo as a god. Those who could refine a divine-grade medicinal pill were destined to be extraordinary. Dan Xiaoxing has a successor. Looks like the Marshal Dan Hall's strength is not to be underestimated. That's right. Although Dan Xiaoma is Dan Xiaoxing's son, if he was useless, it would be impossible for him to stand out at this time. To forge iron, one must be strong. This Dan Xiaoma really has some skills. Looks like he deserves to be called an alchemy grandmaster. No matter what, it didn't matter if he was a black or white cat, as long as he caught a mouse, he was a good cat. It was clear that the moment Dan Xiaomo refined a divine-grade pill, he had gained the recognition and acceptance of even more people. He was no longer living under his father's shadow, and he himself was also someone that people had to respectfully call Dan Xiaomo a grandmaster. Dan Xiaomo was extremely excited. After all, he had achieved this through his own hard work. Previously, his success rate was only less than 60%. Today, he had succeeded in one fell swoop. To Dan Xiaoma, this was something worth celebrating. Even Dan Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with gratification when he looked at his son. The new waves of the Yangtze River would push on the old, and each wave would be stronger than the one before. This was what made him the happiest. As a father, there was nothing more exciting than his son's brilliance. Jiang Chen glanced disapprovingly at Dan Xiaoma. At the same time, he also began to work, summoning the vermilion bird divine flame. During this period of time, Jiang Chen didn't just sit around idly. Instead, he slowly began to study the properties and effects of the various medicinal ingredients. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Without absolute confidence, Jiang Chen would not easily refine pills, especially this kind of divine-grade pills. He must refine the best pills, make the best use of the medicinal ingredients, and make the pills worth it. This was what an alchemist should pursue the most. Although Jiang Chen had just started, his movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. It looked like a magnificent performance, because Jiang Chen had already thoroughly understood the properties of all the medicinal ingredients. At this time, everything seemed so natural and unhurried. Divine-grade pills in Jiang Chen's hands didn't have the slightest bit of difficulty. In fact, in the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had already started to condense the pills. This kind of speed was truly stupefying. If this was an immortal-grade pill, others might be able to accept it, but Jiang Chen was refining a divine-grade pill. Isn't this too fast? Others refined for 3 days, but he did it for 3 incense sticks of time. It's hard to say. This Jiang Chen is really unimaginable. It's not without reason that he was able to create such a huge disaster and rise to fame. Look, Morong Fian has also completed her refinement. Morong Fian attracted the attention of many people, as well as the grey-robed man. They had all successfully refined divine-grade pills. Gradually, more and more divine-grade pills appeared, causing people to feel tired of looking at them. A total of 11 people had successfully refined divine-grade pills. As for the remaining people, except for Jiang Chen, all had either failed or had no strength to refine divine-grade pills. A long sigh was heard, causing many people to shrink back. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he trying to delay for time? Who can say for sure? Hee hee. Xianxia had become the last one. Everyone had already finished concocting their pills, but he was still in the middle of it. However, there wasn't a clear time limit for concocting the pills. Therefore, Dan Xiaoxing didn't say much, and just waited for Xianxia like everyone else. Yan Zhao Wuji, Liao Tianxing, and the others looked at each other. They all felt that Xianxia must be up to something. Was he trying to deceive everyone? Or was he out of tricks? No one could say for sure. Because of his serious look, it seemed like it was the case. No one dared to say anything. Xianxia's final process was also relatively easy. However, divine-grade pills required too many herbs and divine energy. Especially when Xianxia refined a divine-grade pill, it was completely different from others. Because he was refining a pill with 100% effectiveness, ensuring that not a single trace of energy was lost in the pill, achieving perfection. This was the supreme realm of alchemy that Xianxia was pursuing. Not a pill with 100% effectiveness, but Xianxia was full of perseverance. Boom! A deep sound was heard. The heavenly lightning above Xianxia's head continued to fall. The others were giving it their all, but Xianxia was taking a stroll in the park. He stood there, looking straight ahead. There was only the divine-grade pill in his eyes. Following the descent of 9 terrifying heavenly lightning, the spectators were dumbfounded. If they were in Xianxia's position, even a mid-divine emperor realm expert would be blasted to smithereens. As the heavenly lightning faded, the perfectly round pill shone with a dazzling radiance. At that moment, just from its color and luster, the divine-grade pill in Xianxia's hand, the dragon elephant divine pill, was already unparalleled in the world. What a terrifying halo of energy. Even I have never refined such a pill before. Dan Xiaoxing's heart was incomparably shocked. He took a deep breath and his expression was solemn. An expert could be seen the moment he made his move. Xianxia's method was incomparably fast, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Alchemy had become an art in his hands, making countless people admire and revere him. Xianxia's pill might not have much of a difference to ordinary people. However, Dan Xiaoma, Murong Fian, and the others had a solemn expression on their faces. Xianxia's pill was obviously more profound than theirs. The medicinal effect was also more abundant and stable. This is a real divine-grade pill, Dan Xiaoxing said in a deep voice. Even though he was dissatisfied with Xianxia as his son had a grudge against him, it did not stop him from praising Xianxia. This pill would definitely make everyone's heart palpitate, including Dan Xiaoxing. This is a 90% pill? Dan Xiaoxing looked at Xianxia and said hopefully. Xianxia shook his head. What a pity. An 80% pill is not bad. It's already rare to refine an 80% pill. It's already not easy for an ordinary person to refine a 50% pill. I've only succeeded in refining an 80% pill. The Dragon Elephant Divine Pill is not that easy to refine. Dan Xiaoxing said confidently. You've misunderstood City Lord Dan. Even though this is not a 90% pill, it's not an 80% pill either. It's a 100% pill. Dan Xiaoxing was also embarrassed. His face turned red. He had given a fair comment and acted cool, but in the end, he was slapped in the face mercilessly. What the hell was going on? Although Dan Xiaoxing was cursing in his heart, he was speechless. It was true that his 80% ranked elixir was much worse than his. He had thought that they were both 80% ranked elixirs, but he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen's elixir was at the pinnacle of divine ranked elixirs. 10% pill, this phrase appeared in everyone's mind. The higher the grade of the pill, the more natural the medicinal effect would be. Xianxia's 10% pill was the most perfect pill, flawless and without any impurities. Every pill has its poison. To be able to refine a pill to the level of a 10% pill, it meant that the poison had been neutralized, and the pill had completely transformed. The Divine Dragon Elephant pill in Xianxia's hand should be called a king of pills. 10% pill? Oh my, this is the first time I've heard of it. Xianxia, be a human. Incredible, incredible. Did you guys see that? Even City Lord Dan's face changed. Ha ha ha. Xianxia is scarier than anyone else. An alchemist like him, countless people would be willing to risk their lives for him. Especially Xianxia, who cultivates both martial and alchemy. Not only is he an alchemist, but he's also the inheritor of the god of crafts. The heavens are too kind to him. Facing those exclamations, Xianxia was calm and unmoved. At this moment, he was still as elegant as before. More and more people no longer treated Xianxia as if it was none of his business. Instead, everyone wanted to be friends with Xianxia. A peak alchemist and alchemist expert like him, there was no one else in this world like him. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Wu Yunfeng, who was watching Xianxia from afar, was also shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so abnormal. He was even scarier than he had imagined. Dan Xiaoma, Morong Fian, they were all defeated by him, weren't they? The pill is not bad. You've also advanced. Dan Xiaoxing's act had failed, so he didn't say anything further. He restrained his expression and continued preparing for the third round of the competition. I believe that everyone here should have some understanding of the third round of the competition. Only those who can successfully refine mid-divine grade pills are worthy of being called a divine grade alchemist. Even the title of Grandmaster is insufficient to describe their strength. Dan Xiaoxing seemed to have completely forgotten the awkwardness from before. After all, as the host of the Alchemy Festival, he had to maintain a good attitude. This last threshold is the true godly grade alchemists' competition. As for who can have the last laugh, it will depend on your luck. Even Xianxia frowned when he heard Dan Xiaoxing's words. Although he had never refined a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill before, he had some confidence in it. After all, he could easily refine a low-level divine grade medicinal pill, and this was going to be quite a challenge. However, even the Marshal Dan Hall would definitely treasure a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill, right? It was already rare for a low-level divine grade medicinal pill's recipe to be made public for more people to observe and refine. Who would share a divine grade medicinal pill's recipe with everyone? Looks like the Marshal Dan Hall is going to leave the true divine grade alchemist here. Xianxia's heart slightly moved. Otherwise, would they really be indifferent to such an important recipe? Xianxia didn't believe that the Marshal Dan Hall would be so selfless. Speaking of which, if one could successfully refine a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill, it meant that one was qualified to be a divine grade alchemist and a part of the Marshal Dan Hall. However, if one couldn't refine it, wouldn't it be useless even if they gave you the recipe? The Marshal Dan Hall is really rich. Yeah, they even dared to publicize the recipe of a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill for others to refine. Who could be compared to such boldness? I'm not surprised that the Marshal Dan Hall could achieve what they have today. This is the boldness of a great sect. Many people gave the Marshal Dan Hall a thumbs up, but only a few of them could understand what they were thinking. Xianxia let out a sigh. It seemed like the competition for the divine grade alchemist was not as simple as he had imagined. However, it might be a good idea to stay in the Marshal Dan Hall and lie low for the time being. Most importantly, he could borrow the influence of the Marshal Dan Hall to help him look for Yanxinyu. Now, there are only 12 of you left. This is the recipe of a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill, spiritual enlightenment elixir. It has the magical effect of strengthening the soul and foundation. Don't think that this is just an ordinary spiritual connecting pill. This pill can greatly increase your chances of breaking through to the half-martial monarch realm. This pill is also extremely difficult to refine. In my Marshal Dan Hall, including me, there are only 5 people who can successfully refine it. If any of you can successfully refine it, you will be a true divine grade alchemist. In the Central Region Divine Land, you will be in existence as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. After Dan Xiaoxing finished speaking, no one could refute him. They could only hold their breaths and watch silently. The terror of a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill was not something that ordinary people could understand. Furthermore, when they heard that it could greatly increase the chances of breaking through to the half-martial monarch realm, everyone's breathing became rapid. Xianxia squinted his eyes as he looked at the recipe and the medicinal ingredients that Dan Xiaoxing had sent over. His heart sank. This spiritual enlightenment elixir is a pretty good medicinal pill. Xianxia murmured. If he successfully refined it and swallowed it, his chances of breaking through to the half-martial monarch realm would greatly increase. Among the 12 people, other than Jiang Chen, Morong Fian, Dan Xiaoma, and the others, everyone else frowned. To successfully concoct a mid-divine grade pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Each and every one of them scratched their heads, their faces filled with sighs. Let's begin. This time, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly, Jiang Chen. Dan Xiaoma looked at Jiang Chen Leng and said. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Jiang Chen shook his head. Even your father has to admit that my pill is 100% effectiveness pill. To think that you are still so stubborn. You're really adorable. You can do whatever you want. I hope that you can successfully refine it. Otherwise, it will be too boring for me. Morong Fian stared fixedly at Jiang Chen. She had also regarded him as her number one enemy. Don't worry, I'm not targeting him. I just want to say that everyone here is trash. I don't think there's anyone who can surpass me in terms of divine-grade alchemists. Jiang Chen said calmly. His words caused a commotion in all directions. Jiang Chen's arrogance was unprecedented, treating all the alchemists here as trash. Xiaoyu, it won't be long before I become the strongest in this world. I will let you see that your man is already standing at the peak of this world, waiting for you. Can you see it? Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing with confidence. He was only one step away from becoming the king of alchemists. Jiang Chen's aura was unparalleled. What an arrogant guy. Let's see if you can refine a mid-divine grade pill. How dare you call us trash? Yeah, this guy is really going too far. He's really pissing me off. Several alchemists were burning with anger. But at this moment, Dan Xiaoxing's voice was heard again. He said coldly, the winner takes all. The winner takes all. This is the law of the past and the present. Whoever has the last laugh will be the true godly alchemist. Everyone calmed down and no longer said anything. Even though Jiang Chen was very arrogant, the most important thing for them was to refine their pills. I hope you're not as bad as what others say. Arrogance is not the reason why you can be so arrogant. Today, you will understand who is the real divine-grade alchemist. Morong Fian said in a deep voice. She looked Jiang Chen in the eyes. She wanted to avenge her brother. As long as she defeated Jiang Chen, his reputation would definitely plummet. If he couldn't become the number one divine-grade alchemist, he wouldn't be able to become famous in the Central Region Divine Land. At that time, her reputation would be in stark contrast to his. At that time, her influence would make him dumbfounded. It would be easy for her to deal with Jiang Chen. As you wish. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Without any distractions, he began to wholeheartedly study the spirit awakening pill in his hand. To Jiang Chen, concocting a mid-divine grade pill wasn't an impossible task, but he had to be more careful. Just like the dragon elephant divine pill, he must concoct a 100% effectiveness pill, making full use of all the ingredients. Because this pill was going to be consumed by him, he would not let go of even the slightest mistake, The 12 people had different thoughts in their minds. They silently studied the pill in their hands with solemn expressions. They didn't dare to act rashly. They only had one chance. A mid-divine grade pill was quite complicated. Even if they were given 5 or 10 chances, it would already be a great fortune for them to be able to refine it. Some of them didn't even have the slightest confidence that they would be able to refine it. Jiang Chen focused on studying the spiritual enlightenment elixir in his hands. This pill was indeed terrifying. It definitely had great benefits. To be able to be called a divine-grade pill, it must be extraordinary. A day passed, and there were 7 or 8 people who had made their moves. Dan Xiaoma and Morong Fian were among them. The two of them were filled with confidence, as though they were very familiar with this mid-divine grade pill. In fact, Dan Xiaoma wasn't unfamiliar with it. After all, this pill was taken out by his father. How could he not know anything about it? No one would believe this if they told others. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. His eyes were sharp. He only started to refine the pill after he had seen through more than 100 medicinal ingredients. However, at this moment, all 12 people had already started. Jiang Chen was the slowest, but he was also the most diligent. On the third day, 7 people had already been eliminated. Only 5 people were still refining. Morongfian and Dan Xiaoma took the lead, their speed extremely fast. The mid-divine grade pill was already starting to take shape. Everyone was on high alert. The sweat on Morongfian and Dan Xiaoma's faces was increasing. It was clear to see how much pressure they were under right now. The 5 elemental divine fires appeared one after another. The 2 of them became the focus of the crowd. It's getting more and more exciting. A mid-divine grade pill. When will I be able to get one? Stop daydreaming. It's not like you don't know how difficult it is to refine a divine grade pill. Not everyone has a chance, and it's not like they can succeed on the first try. That's true. A divine grade pill is really too difficult to refine. But once it's done, it's like a fish in the ocean leaping into the sky. A divine grade alchemist? That's even rarer than an ancient divine beast. Facing Jiang Chen and the others who were quietly refining pills, the onlookers weren't the least bit relaxed. All of them were extremely nervous. I did it. My pill is done. Ha ha ha. I refined a mid-divine grade pill. Ha ha ha. Following Dan Xiaoma's roar, everyone turned to look at him. Their eyes were filled with excitement and shock, and their faces were filled with admiration. Huff, 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 but at this moment, the 5 elemental divine fires appeared in Jiang Chen's hands, forming the power of the 5 elements. In an instant, the entire sky was lit up, and everyone felt a scorching heat. The 5 elemental divine fires were all present. In that instant, Jiang Chen once again became the focus of the crowd. Although Dan Xiaoma had refined a mid-divine grade pill, compared to the 5 elemental divine fires in Jiang Chen's hands, even his father, Dan Xiaoxing, had his eyes on Jiang Chen. Dan Xiaoma hadn't expected that his limelight would still be stolen by Jiang Chen in the end. He clenched his fists tightly, and his face was ashen. Why? Why is it him again? Even so, Dan Xiaoma was still rather shocked. Obtaining one of the 5 elemental divine fires was already a great fortune. Yet, Jiang Chen actually had 5 different types of heavenly flames. Gathering all the 5 elemental divine fires, this was simply unimaginable. 5 elemental divine fires. Isn't that a little too scary? Have you seen the 5 elemental divine fires before? Nope. Did he only get such a chance encounter after saving the immortal world in his previous life? That's way too scary. 5 elemental divine fires. I even feel my heart palpitating. Will that 5 elemental divine fires burn me alive? True Dragon Fire, Qilin Divine Fire, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, Extreme Sun Divine Fire, True Thunderbolt Fire. Gathering all the 5 elemental divine fires was something that Dan Xiaoxing had never seen or heard of before. In fact, he was filled with a covetous heart. Jiang Chen was truly not an ordinary person. That lad has truly hidden his strength too deeply. Wu Yunfeng said bitterly. The 5 elemental divine fires in Jiang Chen's hands had once again refreshed his understanding of Jiang Chen. So this was his true trump card. Once the 5 elemental divine fires appeared, who wouldn't be convinced? With the protection of the 5 elemental divine fires, Jiang Chen was able to gather the mid-divine grade pills with ease, just like a fish in water. Condense. Jiang Chen let out a furious roar as the 5 elemental divine fires activated the myriad chi cauldron. In an instant, the color of the heavens and earth changed. Endless heavenly lightning gathered from the heavens and shrouded the void. Everyone was watching silently. Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire place. Even Dan Xiaoma, who had successfully concocted the mid-divine grade pills, was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen's sharpness. Dan Xiaoma's head hung low and he couldn't wait to strangle Jiang Chen to death. This fella is simply a super invincible monster, Morongfian raised her eyebrows. With the 5 elemental divine fires gathering, concocting the mid-divine grade pills would naturally be a piece of cake. What a fella blessed by the heavens. Jiang Chen condensed the pill in his hand, the 5 elemental divine fires intertwined with each other. The mid-divine grade pill was about to be successfully concocted. To Jiang Chen, this was a historic moment. This was his first time concocting a pill, and he had to be perfect. Only by concocting a pill with 100% effectiveness could he be considered to have succeeded. Under the attention of the crowd, Xianxia soared into the sky. With the pill in his hand, he passed through the lightning. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Xianxia courting death? However, they were gravely mistaken. Because Xianxia wanted to use the 5 bolts of lightning to refine the mid-divine grade pill, seeking perfection and perfection, the 5 bolts of lightning in Xianxia's body continued to refine the pill. The pill in his hand became brighter and brighter, its aura fluctuating, causing Xianxia to feel a terrifying divine aura. This mid-divine grade pill seemed to have gained a trace of intelligence. Because Xianxia felt that this mid-divine grade pill was trying to escape, it was impossible for it to escape, not even in this lifetime. Xianxia clenched his hand tightly on the pill, causing him to feel an earth-shattering pressure coming from his hand. This mid-divine grade pill seemed to have gained a trace of intelligence. This was something that no one had expected. This mid-divine grade pill? It's transforming into a spirit? Impossible, right? Didn't they say that only saint-grade pills could transform into a spirit? Saint-grade pill? How many times have you seen a mid-divine grade pill? If it wasn't for this grand gathering, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to see a mid-divine grade pill for the rest of our lives. That's true, but isn't this mid-divine grade pill transforming into a spirit a little too terrifying? Everyone raised their heads in anticipation, silently staring at Xianxia. This was because he held the 5 elements divine flame in his hand, continuously manipulating the divine grade medicinal pills in his hand, causing countless people to be shocked. Dan Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed as he felt a great shock in his heart. Even he had never refined such a terrifying divine rank elixir before. In order to complete the spiritual transformation, one would need a high-grade divine rank elixir, and it would need to be a perfect 100% effectiveness elixir. However, the elixir in Xianxia's hand was merely a mid-grade divine rank elixir. However, he had refined a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill into such a monstrous existence, and had already transformed into a spirit. Dan Xiaoxing had only seen a spirit transformation elixir once, and it was passed down by the old ancestor. It was a sacred item of the Martial Dan Palace. However, he didn't expect Xianxia to have such a great method. This was simply unimaginable. This guy was really worthy of being an alchemy grandmaster. Dan Xiaomo and Morong Fian were also unconvinced, but the elixir in Xianxia's hand had already explained everything. Even Dan Xiaoxing was watching this scene with rapt attention. In order to refine an elixir, the cauldron, the flame, the herbs, and most importantly, the alchemist's standard, not a single one could be missing. The fact that Xianxia was able to refine such an elixir caused countless people to go crazy. A spirit transformation elixir was a terrifying existence. Some people wouldn't even have the chance to see it in their entire lives. Today, when Xianxia refined it, everyone became nervous. This might be the most glorious moment of their lives. Did he really refine a spirit transformation elixir? Morong Fian murmured. Although she was unwilling, even Dan Xiaoxing's expression was incomparably solemn. She knew that this time, Xianxia might really surpass everyone. Looking at the divine grade elixir in her hand that was gradually taking shape, Morong Fian knew that she was still one step behind. But now, she was hoping that Xianxia would fail at the last moment, then she would still have a chance. However, the elixir had already taken shape. How could Xianxia let it go so easily? Xianxia was also extremely excited in his heart. After all, this was the first time he refined a spirit transformation elixir. Before this, even he didn't expect this kind of result. Amidst his excitement, Xianxia laid out the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, completely trapping the spirit transformation elixir within it, leaving no place for it to hide. Xianxia's eyes shone like torches. His gaze was cold as he started to refine the spirit transformation elixir. Whether it's a spirit transformation elixir or a monster, if you're a dragon, coil up, if you're a tiger, lie down. Xianxia coldly snorted. 5 bolts of heavenly lightning descended upon the world at the same time. That scene was extremely terrifying. Under the 5 lightning decree, the spirit transformation elixir in the 5 elemental trigram fire formation finally calmed down, no longer struggling. At the same time, Xianxia flipped his hand and held the elixir in his hand. A terrifying aura poured out from the elixir. Countless people in the surroundings could feel how terrifying the spirit transformation elixir was. Another 100% effectiveness elixir? Dan Xiaoxing's voice was incomparably solemn. As one of the two city lords of the Saint Martial City, he was also shocked. He had to admit that his attainments in alchemy were already far inferior to Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen was truly too terrifying. Jiang Chen lightly smiled, he was confident and calm. The corner of his mouth was also curled up into a faint smile. A spirit transformation elixir, a 100% effectiveness elixir. When the spirit enlightenment elixir appeared, compared to the divine rank elixir that Dan Xiaoxing and Murong Fian had refined, its quality wasn't just a little bit better. This was because the spirit enlightenment elixir that they had refined couldn't even be considered as a 40% effectiveness elixir. It could only be said that they had just succeeded in refining it. Waves of astonishment resounded in the void. Tens of thousands of people had their heads raised to look at Jiang Chen. To be able to refine a spirit transformation elixir, the title of a divine rank alchemist was truly worthy of him. This bastard. He's actually so amazing. Dan Xiaoxing said while clenching his teeth. He knew that it was impossible for him to contend against Jiang Chen. This time, he thought that this would be the battle where he would rise to the top. He thought that he would be able to get rid of the title of Dan Xiaoxing's son. However, from the looks of it now, he was just a foil to Jiang Chen's success. The grey-robed man was also extremely disappointed. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. There was no doubt that Jiang Chen's elixir was better than all of them. Other than Jiang Chen, only 3 people had successfully refined the elixir. They were Dan Xiaoxing, Murong Fian, and the grey-robed man. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You're truly worthy of the title of divine rank alchemist, Dan Xiaoxing said sincerely. Jiang Chen's prestige had been fully displayed. In the Saint Martial City, it wouldn't take long before Jiang Chen's name would spread out. In the Middle Prefecture, Jiang Chen was destined to become a hot commodity. At the very least, in the divine land of the Middle Prefecture, there had never been an alchemist who could refine a spirit transformation elixir. Others might not know Dan Xiaoxing's level, but as the most powerful alchemist in the Saint Martial City, as well as the leader of the alchemy world in the Middle Prefecture, he might not necessarily be stronger than Jiang Chen. I hereby announce that Jiang Chen is the final victor. He's able to obtain the honor of being bestowed by an Emperor realm expert. Little you, do you see this? I'm already standing at the peak of the Central Prefecture. When will you be able to see me again? Jiang Chen kept shouting in his heart. At this moment, he had completed his greatest effort in sublimation and transformation. He wanted to let the whole world know that he wanted to become the person who stood at the peak of the gods. Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! Countless shouts reverberated in the square. Tens of thousands of people were looking at Jiang Chen with reverence. At this moment, he was enjoying the greatest glory in the world. Wu Yunfeng was also happy for Jiang Chen. His existence was to break records. His existence was an unsurpassable life. Jiang Chen's name was like thunder piercing the ears. His heroic deeds would surely be spread far and wide in the Middle Region Divine Land. Dan Xiaoma, Murong Fian, and the grey-robed man all sighed. The 3 of them had also refined divine-grade elixirs. However, compared to Jiang Chen, they were not worth mentioning. This guy can actually refine spiritualization elixirs. It's simply unimaginable. Silver Fox found it hard to believe. However, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's current status was not something they could imagine. Countless people would extend an olive branch to him. Even the Marshal Dan Hall would definitely not give up on a fat piece of meat like Jiang Chen. He was a supreme king in refining weapons and elixirs. He was the number 1 in the divine world. Who would give up on such a terrifying existence? It could be said that the current Jiang Chen had become a mascot in the eyes of these major sects and powers. Everyone wanted to build a relationship with him. Of course, the easiest one was none other than the Martial Dam Palace. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. This was the most worrying thing. Yan Zhao Wuji and Liao Tianqing frowned. It was already very difficult to deal with Jiang Chen now. What should we do? Are you still going to wait here for me? Silver Fox looked at Liao Tianqing and sighed in his heart. Let's wait and see. I don't believe that Jiang Chen will stay in the Saint Martial City for the rest of his life. Liao Tianqing sneered. That's right. Let's wait and see. He won't be able to escape once there's an opportunity. However, if he joins the Marshal Dan Hall, I'm afraid things won't be so easy to solve. Yan Zhao Wuji was also staring at Jiangchen at all times. Although he was the center of attention now, their determination to kill Jiangchen did not waver in the slightest. A divine tier alchemist can be said to be invincible. Haha, even these old bones of mine cannot help but praise you. A kind and amiable laughter rang out in the air. Everyone stared at the sky as a silhouette manifested above their heads, exuding a majestic aura that was filled with an unparalleled pressure. Such a strong aura. Jiangchen's pupils constricted, he was extremely shocked and his heart was in turmoil. This was the power of a true expert. Just an illusory figure was enough to make them feel pressured. Other than emperors, no one else could do this. Greetings, Emperor Tianqi. Dan Xiaoxing cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Emperor Tianqi. Tens of thousands of people bowed their heads, showing how powerful Emperor Tianqi was. Being worshipped by tens of thousands of people, the invisible overbearing aura was suffocating. A true Emperor realm expert caused countless people to panic. 99% of them had never seen an Emperor realm expert before. To them, an Emperor realm expert was the strongest existence in the world. They were existences that only existed in myths and legends, supreme venerables during the immemorial war. But seeing one today, they were all extremely excited. An Emperor expert didn't exist in the world. This was something that everyone knew throughout the years. However, they never thought that they could see it with their own eyes. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. However, who would dare to act rashly in front of an Emperor expert? Greetings, Emperor Tianqi. Emperor Tianqi is overpraising me. Jiangchen cupped his hands and said, slightly nodding his head. Not bad. You're not arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat. You're indeed a heroic figure. Today, in the grand gathering of the Martial Pellet Hall, you're able to stand out from the crowd. My Martial Pellet Hall will definitely reward you handsomely. You're truly worthy of your reputation as a divine alchemist. Emperor Tianqi praised. Countless people felt gratified for Jiangchen. To be praised by Emperor Tianqi, one could imagine that Jiangchen's future would be limitless. To be able to make a Emperor Tianqi appear for you, this glory was something that they could never hope to achieve in their entire lives. Thank you, Emperor Tianqi. Jiangchen is just a nobody, I don't dare to proclaim myself as a hero. Jiangchen shook his head. The four of you can enter the St. Martial mountain range. There will be someone to guide you to receive your rewards. After speaking, Emperor Tianqi turned around and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing into the void. Jiangchen let out a long sigh of relief. This Imperial Emperor Tianqi had indeed given him a lot of pressure. It was truly unimaginable. However, the Martial Pellet Hall had an Emperor realm expert like Xianxia in the Slaughter Pagoda. For the Martial Pellet Hall to have an Emperor realm expert, it wasn't something unbelievable. The Slaughter Pagoda and the 8-divisional pagoda were destined to have more than 8 Emperor realm experts. For the Martial Pellet Hall to be comparable to the Slaughter Pagoda, their terrifying strength was unimaginable. Jiangchen's heart was solemn. The Martial Pellet Hall wasn't something that the Mountain and Sea sect could compare to. No wonder the Martial Pellet Hall had been standing at the peak of the Middle State for so many years. No one dared to provoke them. Farewell, Emperor Tianqi. Dan Xiaoxing said sternly. As he turned around, he looked at Jiangchen and the others with a serious expression. The four of you, go to the sacred Martial Mountain Range. When you get there, there will naturally be someone to receive you. Even Emperor Tianqi spoke for you, it can be considered your fortune. When Dan Xiaoxing's voice fell, Jiangchen and the others became solemn. Their hearts were perturbed. It seemed that Emperor Tianqi's status wasn't low. Dan Xiaoxing didn't seem to have any right to speak. In front of him, the Emperor Tianqi was a supreme existence. Dan Xiaoxing's son, Dan Xiaoma, was also among them. Jiangchen didn't think too much about it. It seemed that the spiritual elixir that he had refined this time had affected everyone's hearts. Even in the Martial Pellet Hall, there were people who were ready to make a move. Even Dan Xiaoxing had no choice but to bow down to Jiangchen. He knew that he couldn't refine spiritual elixir with 100% effectiveness. A mid-divine-grade elixir with spiritual elixir was the most terrifying. Experts were destined to receive more respect and resources. Now that Xianxia was a divine-grade alchemist, the Martial Pellet Hall definitely wouldn't let a fat goose like Xianxia leave just like that. It seems like these four people's future is limitless. In the end, they still need to be strong enough. Otherwise, won't they be bullied by others? Those who are capable will be in high demand wherever they go. Xianxia's name has spread throughout the Middle Province. This time, I'm afraid no one can surpass him. Haha. Liao Tianxing and Yan Zhao Wuji were mixed in the crowd. Their faces turned green when they heard those unpleasant words. It was obvious that Xianxia had come to the Martial Dan Hall to seek protection. How were they going to fight against Xianxia? Emperor Tianqi had already come out. Did they really want to fall out with the Martial Dan Hall, be it the Mountain and Sea sect or the Ba Ji sect? They did not have the ability to do so. After all, they were just little kids in front of the Martial Dan Hall. Xianxia and the others gradually disappeared into the distance. Yan Zhao Wuji's heart was burning with anger. They had never expected that Xianxia would be able to stand out from the crowd of alchemists. They thought that Xianxia was just hiding in the Saint Martial city, but they had never expected that Xianxia would display such terrifying strength. Who could remain calm now, looking at Xianxia's departing figure? Their hopes of dealing with Xianxia became dimmer and dimmer. Dan Xiaoxing wasn't disappointed. After all, he wasn't a match for Xianxia. It was reasonable for his son to fail. However, as one of the four great alchemy grandmasters and serving the Martial Dan Palace, Dan Xiaoxing would certainly be valued. Sacred Martial Mountain Range. Thousands of miles of ice and snow were falling. However, there were still countless green trees and red flowers in the surroundings. After Xianxia and the others entered the Martial Saint Mountain Range, there was someone waiting for them at the entrance. The person's strength was only at the hierarch realm. However, his arrogance made Xianxia feel a tinge of arrogance. After all, he was a great sect's welcoming envoy. His arrogance made others sigh. Wind and snow fluttered in the vast expanse of land. Step by step, the group walked from the foot of the mountain to the top. On the top of the mountain, there was a palace that looked like it was made of ice and jade. It was thousands of feet high and stood among the clouds. This is the sacred palace. The four of you wait here. I'll go inform them. The guide said indifferently. He turned around and walked towards the holy palace that was covered in ice and snow. It was towering and incomparably majestic. Aren't you from the Martial Dan Hall? Have you been here before? The gray-robed man looked at Dan Xiaoma, who shook his head. Even my father, Dan Xiaoxing, doesn't come to the sacred hall often. Only when the Martial Dan Hall encounters a major event will the important people come for a meeting. I have never been there. Those who could enter the sacred hall were all influential figures. The sacred hall and the sacred martial city are separated. Although the sacred martial city is jointly controlled by my father and the Martial Cloud sect, the people from the Martial Dan Hall rarely interfere with it. Similarly, the Martial Dan Hall also controls the sacred martial city, but they basically don't interfere with each other. From the looks of it, you, the son of the Twin City Lords, don't get any special treatment. Morong Fian said. Do you think the Martial Dan Hall is a place where any Tom, Dick, and Harry can come? Only those who are incapable would say that. Dan Xiaoma looked at Morong Fian coldly and said disdainfully. After Morong Fian was humiliated, she didn't say anything else. After all, she was in someone else's territory. However, she was the chief alchemist of Silver Mountain Zhou. She didn't expect to be invited to the Martial Pill Hall's sacred hall in this competition for the strongest alchemist. Summon the four grandmasters. The voice of the guide appeared in the ears of Xianxia and the others. Then, the four of them stepped into the sacred hall. Xianxia seemed to be thinking about something. The Martial Dan Hall didn't seem to be as good as the rumors said. The hierarchy was strict. Even Dan Xiaoxing wouldn't be able to step into the sacred hall easily. When Xianxia stepped into the sacred hall, he was shocked. The person sitting on the main seat of the sacred hall was Emperor Tianqi, who had revealed his true body on the public square. 8 people stood around Emperor Tianqi, and all of them were in the half-martial emperor realm. At that moment, Xianxia's eyes became solemn. Were half-martial emperor experts so common in the martial Dan hall? In the Mountain and Sea sect and the Baji sect, half-martial emperor experts were at the level of old ancestor and supreme elder. However, they weren't rare in the martial Dan hall. Of course, these people were very weak in front of Emperor Xianxia. After all, the prestige of an emperor expert was unparalleled. 6 half-step martial monarchs sat before imperial monarch Xianxia's throne. They looked at the scene in front of them without any emotions on their faces. He, we meet again. Welcome to the martial Dan hall. Emperor Xianxia said with a smile. His voice was very soft, but it filled everyone's ears. It was extremely clear and shocked them. I wonder what the Emperor Xianxia wants. The martial Dan hall gathers the heroes of the world. There are countless people who refine weapons and pills. There must be a purpose for this grand gathering. Xianxia asked. Not bad. You're very smart. No wonder you're the strongest divine-grade alchemist. It's not easy to refine a spirit transformation pill. Emperor Xianxia nodded and said. He was very pleased. The other 6 people also raised their eyelids and looked at Xianxia in surprise. Refining a spirit transformation pill? Not only them, but even Emperor Xianxia had a need for it. The power of a spirit transformation pill wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Please enlighten me, Emperor Xianxia. Xianxia said. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that the martial Dan hall came prepared. The grand gathering wasn't just for reputation, but to find the strongest alchemist. Emperor Xianxia nodded slightly and said, My martial Dan hall has a favor to ask from all of you. I hope that all of you will help me. Only talented alchemists like you can take up the task of my martial Dan hall. I hope that all of you won't decline. As long as you complete the task, my martial Dan hall will definitely reward you handsomely. Xianxia and the others were enlightened by Imperial Emperor Qianqi's words. They were looking for the strongest alchemist under the heavens because they wanted to serve their martial Dan palace. Xianxia knew that this was a matter of taking what they needed. You do it for fame, others do it for benefits. However, he understood that with an Emperor realm expert in front of them, they wouldn't have any chance to decline. Moreover, Emperor Qianqi had already said it like this. What reason do you have to decline? Isn't that going against Emperor Qianqi? Although the martial Dan hall might not kill you directly, the consequences of going against an Emperor realm expert would be unimaginable. The Mountain and Sea sect, 8 Extreme sect, and even Silverhill Qiao were eyeing him covetously. No one knew when the Divine Pagoda would make a move. Coincidentally, it was the safest place for him to be in the martial pellet hall. Furthermore, he could also make a name for himself. Let's talk about the rewards first. 3 mid-divine grade pellet formulas and 1 high divine grade pellet formula. How about it? Isn't the reward generous? He. Imperial Lord Qianqi chuckled as he spoke. He was like a kind old man next door, but no one dared to underestimate his strength. To Xianxia, these rewards were extremely powerful. These 4 pellet formulas were something that he might not be able to obtain even if he searched for 10,000 years. Furthermore, every single pellet formula could not be measured by value. A divine-grade pellet formula could only be exchanged with something of equal value. High divine-grade pellet formula. Morong Fian and the grey-robed man took a deep breath. Evidently, this was the reason that they couldn't change. For the sake of obtaining a high divine-grade pellet formula, it was worth it no matter how much effort they had to put in, because it was their lifelong pursuit. It was the same for Xianxia. However, Xianxia was very rational. He didn't know what Imperial Emperor Tianqi was trying to do. Therefore, he had always been suspicious. After all, it was better to be cautious. However, Xianxia was also an alchemist. A high divine-grade pellet was an existence that was closest to a saint-grade pellet. Could anyone below the Emperor realm really refine it? Although they didn't know why, it was a profit for them if they could obtain a high divine-grade pellet formula. Lord Imperial Emperor, please tell me what you need. As long as I, Wang Dagong, can do it, I will definitely do it. The grey-robed man said with a smile. Facing Imperial Emperor Tianqi, there was a trace of flattery on his face. Restoration pellet, a saint-grade pellet. Imperial Emperor Tianqi said faintly. In an instant, the faces of Xianxia and the others changed. Their expressions were as solemn as they could be. There was even a trace of doubt in their hearts. If it wasn't said by Imperial Emperor Tianqi, no one would believe it. Saint-grade pellet? Does it really exist? Since the end of the Primordial War, have there really been any saint-grade pills? Lord Emperor, are you speaking the truth? A saint-grade restoration pill. Wang Dagong took a deep breath and did not dare to show the slightest neglect on his face. Jiangchen looked at Imperial Emperor Tianqi. The latter's expression had also turned solemn. The person who refined the saint-grade elixir was a venerable emperor-level super-expert. However, too much time has passed and this saint-grade elixir has lost its original spirituality, so I came up with a bold idea to restore the saint-grade elixir. After studying it with Dan Xiaoxing, we discovered that it is not impossible, but the premise is that we must gather 9 alchemists, at least a divine rank alchemist capable of refining a mid-level divine-grade medicinal pill. Only then can we complete the restoration of a saint-grade medicinal pill. This must be a very important task. Emperor Tianqi's words caused everyone's expression to turn solemn. Jiangchen and the others had never seen or heard of this before. A saint-grade medicinal pill was already riddled with holes. Could it really be restored? However, it seemed like Emperor Tianqi was very confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in this alchemy grand conference, especially towards Jiangchen. I believe that with the few of you here, there's no doubt that the saint-grade medicinal pill will be restored. Emperor Tianqi said confidently, looking at Jiangchen because he was the only one among them who could refine a spiritual transformation pill. Sure enough, it's not as simple as I thought. Jiangchen sighed in his heart. Wasn't this forcing a duck onto a perch? Although he wasn't very confident, he still needed to see the saint-grade medicinal pill before he could make a conclusion. The restoration of a saint-grade medicinal pill doesn't seem to be easy. Morong Fian said with a solemn expression. If it was easy, Lord Emperor wouldn't have looked for us, right? Don't worry, Lord Emperor. I, Wang Dagong, will definitely do my best. Wang Dagong's expression caused Morong Fian to slightly frown her brows. However, no one dared to say anything in front of Emperor Tianqi. Next, I'll lead you to repair the saint-grade elixir. Dan Xiaoxing and the 4 alchemy elders of our Martial Dan Hall, with the combined strength of the 4 of you, 9 people should be more than enough to repair the saint-grade elixir. Emperor Tianqi faintly smiled with a calm expression. It was as if he saw hope when he saw Jiangchen. The refinement of a spiritual transformation pill wasn't easy, not even Dan Xiaoxing had the ability to do so. Therefore, Emperor Tianqi was confident in Jiangchen and the others. I hope that we won't let the emperor down. Jiangchen said in a low voice. At this moment, they no longer had any other choice. A wise man submits to circumstances. Do your best and my martial pellet hall will definitely not mistreat you. Dan Xiaoma sneered as if he was the host. Even at this moment, he still did not place Jiangchen in his eyes. Because this was his martial pellet hall. Whether it was Dan Xiaoxing or his title as an alchemy master, they weren't any weaker than Jiangchen. Furthermore, he was also a crucial part in restoring the saint-grade medicinal pill. Dan Xiaoma naturally felt extremely glorious and prideful. Go, I'll be watching you guys from the outside. Emperor Tianqi lightly smiled as Jiangchen and the rest left the sacred palace under the guidance of the envoy. At this moment, Dan Xiaoxing stood proudly on a mountain peak far away. The 4 great alchemy elders stood behind him. Their eyes were filled with pride. Repairing a saint-grade elixir was their glory, and it was also an acknowledgement of their strength. City Lord Dan, I'll leave these people to you. The envoy nodded his head towards Dan Xiaoxing and left. I believe that the emperor has already told you guys everything. This restoration of the saint-grade medicinal pill isn't any inferior to a real battle. If it succeeds, then it might be the only saint-grade medicinal pill left in the divine world. Dan Xiaoxing solemnly said. In addition, in order to encourage you to work harder and focus on repairing saint-grade medicinal pellets, the Emperor Monarch specially instructed me to give you 3 mid-grade divine-grade medicinal pellets and 1 high-grade divine-grade medicinal pellets pill formula first, so as to dispel the doubts in your hearts. Take it. Everyone had a joyful expression on their faces. With the divine tier elixir formula in their hands, even if they had to risk their lives for the Marshall Dan Hall, they would still be full of energy. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Everyone knew this logic. Not to mention that the Marshall Dan Hall wanted Xianxia and the rest to work hard. This method would undoubtedly lower their enthusiasm. 3 mid-divine tier elixir formula and 1 high divine tier elixir formula. Even Xianxia couldn't resist the temptation. After all, there weren't many things that were worth fighting for, unless it was a true treasure. At this moment, both Wang Dagong and Morong Fian were overjoyed. After all, these 4 elixir recipes were something that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. As long as they helped the Marshall Dan Hall restore the Saint Grade elixir, they would be able to obtain the elixir recipes of the Divine Grade elixir regardless of success or failure. This was truly an exciting thing. Dan Xiaoma was still able to maintain his composure. However, he was still unable to conceal his joy. Even he had never seen a high-grade Divine Grade elixir's recipe before. Even his father, who was the pillar of the Marshall Dan Hall's sacred Marshall City, was no exception. Lord Monarch is too courteous. Ha ha ha. City Lord Dan, you must thank Lord Monarch on my behalf. Wang Dagong laughed. Dan Xiaoxing nodded his head. Xianxia followed Dan Xiaoxing quietly. The group of 9 headed towards the snowy peaks in the distance. Up ahead is the Wu Ai Mountain. Below the Wu Ai Mountain is the Wu Ai Valley. That's where the Saint Tier elixir formula is located. Follow me, I will guide you guys in restoring the Saint Tier elixir formula. Dan Xiaoxing said faintly. Everyone was waiting in silence. Although the Saint Tier elixir formula was flawed, it was still a Saint Tier elixir formula. Xianxia was also nervous. He wanted to see how terrifying the Saint Tier elixir formula was. He wondered if he could refine a Saint Tier elixir formula in his lifetime. Not long after, Xianxia and the rest arrived at the foot of Wuqi Mountain. The valley was empty and covered in pure white snow. Icy peaks towered around it, and an expanse of light hung down from above. From a distance, it looked like a boundless deep valley, just like the surface of a mirror. This is an incomparably terrifying formation. The heavens and earth are spinning. Once you enter it, it will be like entering the 10 hells. Don't even think about coming out. Xianxia said sternly. Dan Xiaoxing and the 4 alchemy grandmasters behind him looked at Xianxia in astonishment. They never thought that Xianxia would be able to see through this valley with just a glance. Morong Fian and the rest were still looking at this scene dumbfoundedly. They did not notice anything. Xianxia's words caused them to be at a loss. Your eyesight is pretty sharp. This is indeed a formation, the 5-directional amplification formation. It was laid down by an almighty expert of my Marshall Dan Palace countless years ago. Even if we're not prepared, we won't be able to enter it. Not even a sovereign emperor would dare to barge into it. They might be injured by the formation in the 5-directional amplification formation. You guys must follow us closely and be on your own. Dan Xiaoxing said sternly. The 5-directional amplification formation was not ordinary. Xianxia squinted his eyes as he continued to observe the formation. There seemed to be something strange about this formation. If the formation was forcefully broken, there might be a crack in the void. At that time, even Emperor Realm experts would not be able to bear the consequences. Everyone, follow me. Dan Xiaoxing took the lead with the jade token in his hand. His footsteps were strange as he entered the canyon. Every step he took seemed messy, but there was actually a secret hidden within. Only Xianxia could see it clearly. This was the true essence of the formation. Step by step, Xianxia was enlightened. The 5-directional sifting amplification formation was in his sight, and he completely understood the essence of the formation. In less than the time it took for an incense to burn, the group of 9 had passed through the valley and arrived at Mount Wuai. Wang Dagong and the others couldn't help smacking their lips when they saw the 2 half-step Emperor Realm experts guarding the entrance. Even the guards of Mount Wuluang were at the half-step Emperor Realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Saint Grade pill was. Not to mention the tight security, even a fly wouldn't be able to step inside. City Lord Dan. The 2 guards nodded their heads. Dan Xiaoxing took out Monarch Tianqi's jade token and said sternly. We're here to repair the Saint-grade pellet under the orders of Monarch Xianxia. Open the gate. The two guards clasped their palms together and formed seals with their palms. Only then did they manage to open the massive gate. The layers of defense showed how domineering the Saint-grade pellet was. They're really too cautious. Xianxia smiled in his heart. However, he did not think too much about it. The Saint-grade pellet was the only one in the world. Therefore, it was not shameful for it to be guarded. As a member of the Martial Pellet Palace, the Saint-grade pellet was a taboo. Dan Xiaoxing led Xianxia and the rest into Mount Wuai. Within the Caves of Hell, there was 1,000-meter wide open terrain. There was a high platform in front of them. On the platform, there were layers of pillars. At the center of the pillars, there was a beacon that was shrouded in saint flame. Everyone held their breaths as they silently looked at the beacon before them. Dan Xiaoxing once again took out the jade token he obtained from Monarch Xianxia and inserted it into the high platform. Instantly, the beacon was extinguished and the high platform slowly moved from the center to reveal a stone platform that was as cold as snow. On the stone platform, a jade box appeared. Instantly, an extremely terrifying and overbearing aura spread out. It was like a captivating fragrance that assaulted one's nostrils. A terrifying aura spread out, causing one to be unable to resist it. One would even want to take a deep breath of the fragrance. It was like an addictive poppy flower. One simply couldn't control themselves. What a fragrant pellet. Yeah. I've never smelled such a fragrance before. I've been refining pellets for my entire life. Am I finally going to see the Saint-grade pellet that I've been yearning for? Ha ha ha. I'm so excited that I can't control myself anymore. Not only Xianxia and the others, even the 4 Martial Dan Palace's alchemy grandmasters were shocked and excited. They couldn't wait to see what the Saint-grade pill was like. Dan Xiaoxing also held his breath. He was the only one who had seen the pellet, and he was also the one in charge of the restoration of the Saint-grade pellet. Although Dan Xiaoxing was also excited, he had to suppress the shock in his heart. The restoration of the Saint-grade pellet was imminent. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Dan Xiaoxing was very clear that he almost went astray. If it wasn't for Imperial Emperor Xianxia who pulled him out, he would have been lost in the pill fragrance. Dan Xiaoxing's words were like a blow to the head, causing everyone to suck in a cold breath. A Saint-grade pill was able to enchant one's mind. Xianxia's mind was racing. He could feel the boundless qi from this Saint-grade pill, but the fragrance was really strange. It didn't feel like something an ordinary pill would have. But it made sense, it was a Saint-grade pill after all, it couldn't be judged by common sense. Everyone was in awe. After all, this was a Saint-grade pill that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. Who wouldn't be excited when they were about to see it? As experts of the Divine Emperor realm, there were not many things that could stir up their calm hearts. However, this Saint-grade pill made them feel like they were children. They began to look forward to it with their hearts burning with eagerness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade box in front of Dan Xiaoxing. Dan Xiaoxing slowly walked towards it, lifted the jade box with both hands and opened it. Instantly, a purple pill appeared in front of everyone. It was radiant and purple qi was coming from the east. However, the pill's essence was intermittent, it didn't seem to be full. Moreover, this pill was oval, it was extraordinary. Everyone knew that there was nothing wrong with the Saint-grade elixir. However, could it be that the Saint-grade elixir was incomplete? Is this the pill that we're trying to restore? Morong Fian asked in a low voice, as if she was afraid to disturb this Saint-grade pill. A Saint-grade pill was the strongest existence in the world, it had even surpassed the realm of spirit transformation. A Saint-grade pill was equivalent to a peerless saint, therefore, it was said that those who could refine Saint-grade pills were the greatest fortune of the world, and those who could create spirit transformation were the true masters. The Saint-grade pill's pill essence gradually disappeared, becoming plain and ordinary, even like a purple cobblestone, completely different from before. Although the pill essence of this Saint-grade elixir is still present, the energy within it has already been exhausted. Our Martial Pellet Hall has prepared countless treasures just to restore this Saint-grade elixir. Furthermore, we've gathered 9 supreme alchemy grandmasters for this to be possible. After all, a Saint-tier pill was simply too powerful. No one knew who had refined it or what kind of pill it was. However, Imperial Lord Xianxia was very clear that this was a saint-tier pill. It was just that the energy within it had dissipated and the pill essence was no longer there. It could be said to be a useless pill. However, even if we can't refine a saint-grade pill, we should still have some confidence in repairing it. Dan Xiaoxing said with a stern expression. So, it's up to you now. Once the restoration of the saint-grade pill is completed, Imperial Lord Xianxia will definitely not treat you badly. Dan Xiaoxing held the saint-grade elixir in his hand as he looked at the others. Everyone had an extremely solemn expression on their faces. A saint-grade elixir was an unprecedented existence to all of them. If they could repair a saint-grade elixir, it would definitely be an unparalleled fortune for them. Just like Wu Yunfeng, he couldn't refine a supreme-grade primal origin treasure by himself. However, with the support of Jiang Chen, the two of them worked together and succeeded. It was the same for the saint-grade pill. As long as they worked together and channeled their divine energy into it, they would definitely be able to restore the saint-grade pill. This was also an extremely great feat. This is the Demon 7-colored flower, Grand Mountain Fire Lotus, and 10,000-year Snow Ginseng. These treasures contain endless energy. This is the Devil 7-colored flower, the Grand Mountain Fire Lotus, and the 10,000-year Snow Ginseng. These heavenly treasures contain boundless energy. Each of you will refine one of them, a total of 9. Only when all the heavenly treasures are fused together will you be able to infuse them into the saint-grade pill. When that time comes, you absolutely cannot slack off. Everyone, success or failure will be decided here. Whoever succeeds in refining the saint-grade pill will be rewarded with our hard work, and the day of our names going down in history will not be far away. Although we might not be able to refine saint-grade pills in this lifetime, we are duty-bound to repair saint-grade pills. Dan Xiaoxing said solemnly. His eyes were fixed on the saint-grade pill that had lost all of its energy. Only by activating the remaining energy within the saint-grade pill and infusing it with the energy of countless heavenly treasures will it be able to gradually recover its vitality. Although the saint-grade pill is just a pill, it has already transformed into a spirit and is definitely a real living being. Our efforts will definitely not be in vain. The alchemist grandmaster beside Dan Xiaoxing said excitedly. His eyes were blazing with indescribable passion. This would definitely be the most glorious moment of his life. Is everyone ready? Dan Xiaoxing said solemnly. He didn't dare to be careless. Emperor Tianqi was still waiting outside. They were the hope of the entire Martial Dan Hall. Therefore, they had to succeed in restoring the saint-grade pill. If they failed, their status would plummet. This was something Dan Xiaoxing couldn't allow. Therefore, he had to do his best to restore the saint-grade pill. Dan Xiaoxing didn't want that to happen. In other words, if he succeeded, his status in the entire Martial Dan Hall would definitely rise. This was also a battle that concerned his fate. We're ready. Dan Xiaomo took the lead and shouted. Dan Xiaoxing nodded his head and distributed the treasures to Jiang Chen and the others. Everyone's face was solemn, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. If that happened, they would definitely become the greatest sinner of their lives. Jiang Chen was solemnly waiting. He held a dozen of terrifying treasures in his hand and was ready to start smelting them. The 9 alchemist grandmasters started fighting together at this moment. They would definitely treat the restoration of the saint-grade pill as the most important step in their lives. At this moment, 9 beams of fiery light shot up into the sky at the same time. Countless heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures were smelted into the cauldron, causing an incomparably dense energy aura to spread out in all directions. Everyone's gazes were fixated on the cauldron, with no distractions in their hearts. They only needed to complete the final task, and after that, they would have to depend on the fortune of the saint-grade pill. In the depths of Wu Ai Mountain, in a palace that was covered with ice and snow, a white jade coffin was placed in the middle of the palace. In the crystal coffin, a blue-clothed lady was lying down. She was as translucent as a crystal, with long black hair and bright eyes. However, those eyes seemed to be eternally unchanging, as if they would never open again. In front of the crystal coffin, a stalwart man stood there quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was calm and emotionless. He was none other than Imperial Lord Xianxia. After so many years, I can finally try. As long as the Saint Tier pill can heal you, you should be able to recover as well. Even if you can't recover to your peak, you're definitely not someone an ordinary person can compare to. Billions of years have passed, but people have changed. I wonder how long it will be before you can regain your former glory. Imperial Lord Xianxia murmured as he stared at the person in the crystal coffin. His eyes were filled with respect and adoration, as well as an indescribable stubbornness. Back then, she was so high up on the mountain, so peerless, while he was just a young boy. Back then, she broke the heavens with a single hand and fought against 800 imperial lords. She was valiant and unparalleled. Back then, she was cold and unparalleled. She was known as the youngest god and looked down on the heavens. As for him, he was only a deity. Hundreds of millions of years had passed. Back then, she had saved him from the ruins. He would never forget what she had said to him. With your sister here, I won't let you suffer. He engraved those words in his heart forever. In this world, there was actually such a thing that made people sigh with emotion. After hundreds of millions of years, he had survived. From that little boy in the ruins back then, he had become an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Amidst the rubble, she had single-handedly propped up an isolated city. What she had saved were tens of thousands of lives, and her unwavering heart as a powerful expert. She wanted to become stronger, to become the most powerful person in the world. Sister, when can I become as strong as you? I want to beat the bad guys away. I want to protect them and you. A young child said such naive words. Imperial Lord Xianxia knew that this was the happiest and also the most despairing moment of his life. That day will come. As long as you become stronger, you will be able to protect yourself and the people you want to protect. His sister's gentle smile was something he would never forget. However, in the next second, the entire sky darkened. Sister had also welcomed the strongest opponent in her life. At that moment, he was so weak and scared that he was like a coward. He hid in the ruins and watched as sister was heavily injured. Then, he turned around and fled. Once upon a time, he had also dreamed of roaming the world. However, he knew how tragic that battle was. Only by standing behind her, under the protection of her body, did he manage to preserve his own life. He managed to protect his last shred of dignity. His memories were also preserved. Time would heal everything. Time would change everything. However, even now, he still couldn't forget how insignificant he was back then. Even the current him would only be a cannon fodder in that battle. The ninth-grade sovereign Venerable Heavenly King conferred could create a deity with a single thought. In the ancient world, where sovereign emperors were everywhere and only sovereign venerable sovereigns had a shred of dignity, he was just an ant at the bottom of the hierarchy. In fact, he couldn't even be considered an ant. He didn't expect that after 1,000,000,000,000 years, he would actually meet her again. That sister who once gave him a new life. In his heart, she was everything. She was the motivation for him to continue living. In the past life, she risked her life to protect him. In this life, he would never allow her to suffer any more torment. However, the prerequisite was that he had to use her to conquer the world. As long as the saint-grade medicinal pill could be healed, Imperial Lord Xianxia wouldn't even need to consume it himself. He would let her consume it and regain her past combat strength. After several hundred years, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. He worked hard and after 1,000,000,000,000 years, he finally reached the immortal Emperor realm. This was his ambition today. The Nine Heavens mystical maiden, a god of war. If he could control her, he would be the only one in the entire world. His heart was filled with greed towards this sister who saved him back then. He wouldn't allow anyone to snatch her away from him. She could only be his, however, at this moment, he couldn't wait any longer. Don't disappoint me. This is my only chance. Imperial Lord Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He gazed into the depths of Wuai Mountain. Whether or not the saint-grade medicinal pill could be healed and help him soar into the sky, it all depended on this moment. At this moment, Xianxia and the others were doing their best to refine all the natural treasures. 9 beams of red light pierced through the sky, pouring all of their energy into the saint-grade pill. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Activate. Dan Xiaoxing took the lead, leading the way as they began to repair the Saint-grade medicinal pills. This was something he had come up with after countless experiments. As long as they had enough energy and god power, it wasn't impossible to repair Saint-grade medicinal pills. In fact, it was entirely possible to concoct them. The only thing was that they didn't have the ability to do so yet. Do your best. It won't be long before we can completely repair the Saint-grade medicinal pill. Dan Xiaoxing's eyes flickered. This was his lifelong pursuit. Once he succeeded, he would soar to the sky. Regardless of status or identity, he was not satisfied with being the master of Twin City. He wanted to be the true overlord of the Martial Dan Palace. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. The purple Saint-grade medicinal pill seemed to be devouring the terrifying energy. These heavenly treasures were enough to refine hundreds of divine-grade medicinal pills. However, the energy in the Saint-grade medicinal pill was like a hungry man, desperately sucking, trying to save himself. Jiang Chen felt a trace of fear. This was a feeling he had never felt before. This terrifying devouring qi was much faster than the speed of their refinement. The dreadfulness of a Saint-grade pill was fully displayed here. This Saint-grade medicinal pill won't devour us too, right? Jiang Chen had a lingering fear. He squinted his eyes. In the myriad qi cauldron, the heavenly treasure's energy was being devoured at a crazy speed. Is it finally going to be repaired? I can already feel the heartbeat of the Saint-grade medicinal pill. It's like a living creature. Yes, this is crazy. Ha ha ha, although I can't refine Saint-grade medicinal pill, I can repair Saint-grade medicinal pill. It's still something that ordinary people can only dream of. I have contributed greatly to the restoration of the Saint-grade medicinal pill. This time, the Martial Dan Hall will not treat me badly. He he he. Everyone was incomparably crazy and excited. The radiance of the Saint-grade pill was getting stronger and stronger, more and more dazzling, like an unparalleled ball of energy. As the most terrifying elixir in the world, the Saint-grade elixir was something that even the experts of the ancient times were afraid of. Elixirs had a spirit, and the moment it turned into a spirit, it was destined to be an extraordinary elixir. Moreover, the Saint-grade elixir was above the divine-grade elixir. Ever since the primordial war, there weren't many Emperor Realm experts in the world, and those who could refine the Saint-grade elixir were almost extinct. No one knew if there were still people in the world who could refine the Saint-grade elixir, but at least in the past countless years, Emperor Realm experts were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Therefore, the Saint-grade elixir was even rarer than Emperor Realm experts. It was like a relic from the ancient times, and it had already become history in the long river of time. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the terror of the Saint-grade elixir was self-evident. The more they fused with the Saint-grade elixir, the more they trembled. Perhaps it was because the Saint-grade elixir was too terrifying, to the point that it made them feel uneasy. Jiang Chen knew that this wasn't his illusion. The seemingly small and exquisite elixir was like a giant beast, constantly devouring the herbs they refined and using them to strengthen itself. It made Jiang Chen feel that he could be devoured by the Saint-grade elixir at any time. At this moment, as the elixir gradually took shape, the devouring power seemed to be even more sensitive and terrifying. Let's work harder, just a little more. Dan Xiaoxing shouted in a deep voice. He couldn't wait to use all his strength to restore the Saint-grade elixir. Under the crazy infusion of the 9 people, the Saint-grade elixir finally displayed an unprecedented terrifying aura. It was like an awakened demon, 100 times crazier than before. Is it going to succeed? Is it going to be the time to witness a miracle? This is too exciting. Everyone was quite excited because they were the only witnesses to the completion of the restoration of the Saint-grade pill. Although they were not the ones who refined it, it was because of them that it was reborn. Just at this moment, the Saint-grade pill suddenly turned into a purple cloud. Under the cover of the cloud, it turned into an incomparably gigantic fatty. He was at least 10 feet tall, and he looked extremely ferocious. With a pair of beady eyes, he stared at the people around him coldly, as if he was filled with caution. I never thought that I would be able to see the light of day again. It's been far too long. This feeling of being filled with energy is simply too great. The purple-skinned fatty stretched his waist and yawned. With a lazy face, he said. His voice was mixed with a trace of femininity and demonic charm. His eyes also gradually changed color. I really have to thank you guys properly. The Saint Grade pill said lazily. Its hand was like a bamboo pole, extremely slender, completely incongruous with its muscular body. Ha ha ha, the completion of the Saint Grade pill is our life's fortune. To be able to restore the Saint Grade pill is truly a joyous event in our lives. Yeah, this Saint Grade pill is truly different from the rest. It's even a little cute. Ha ha ha. That's right. This time, Imperial Emperor Xianxia will definitely not treat us badly. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Whether it was the Saint Grade pill or the Imperial Emperor Xianxia that they were about to face, both would allow them to reach the pinnacle of their lives. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted. He did not let down his guard at all. The feeling from before was getting stronger and stronger. The gaze of the fatty was getting weirder and weirder, sending chills down one's spine. That smile of his didn't look silly and cute at all. It was more like a plot that had been planned for a long time, giving off an indescribable feeling. From today onwards, I, Dan Xiaoxing, will definitely become the leader of the martial pellet hall. I will definitely surpass my father. I will definitely become the strongest alchemist in the world. No one will be able to stop me. I will definitely refine the only Saint Grade pill in the world. Everyone was very broad-minded. Looking at the silly appearance of the Saint Grade medicinal pill, everyone laughed happily. Repairing the Saint Grade medicinal pill was not a difficult task for the world's most powerful alchemists like them. Yes, from today onwards, I will be you and you will be me. He he he. The fatty said with a chuckle. At this moment, Jiang Chen's pupil shrunk, because he clearly saw and was prepared for it. The fatty's bamboo-like arm instantly pierced through the hearts of the two alchemy elders of Martial Dan Palace. Even their souls couldn't escape. Until the moment of their death, they had never thought that the smiling fatty and the so-called Saint Grade pill would kill them and even devour them. In the eyes of Dan Xiaoxing and the others, this cute Saint Grade pill was actually more fragrant to them. No, how is this possible? Dan Xiaoxing and the other three alchemists of the Martial Pellet Hall had a sudden change of expression. They subconsciously took a step back. However, the two old friends of the Saint Grade pill had already been pulled down by the slender arm of the Saint Grade pill. He then stuffed them into his mouth and started chewing. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, it felt like he was chewing on brittle bones. Everyone shuddered in fear. Jiang Chen looked at the scene with lingering fear. If he wasn't prepared, there would have been 3 people eating the candied haws. Everyone's breathing was rapid and their faces were covered in cold sweat. This scene was simply too strange. Who would have thought that the Saint Grade pill that was smiling just a moment ago, which looked like a chubby doll, would explode in an instant, causing one's hair to stand on end? It's really delicious. Your bodies, flesh, and even your bones have an incomparable medicinal fragrance. The smell on your bodies is my favorite. The guy that refined me is my first meal. It's a pity that you guys are far from being as delicious as him. But it's still okay. In the future, I'll be you guys and you'll be me. The feeling of merging is pretty good. He he he. The Saint Grade pill chuckled. It only took a second for it to transform from that adorable fatty into the terrifying demon it was now. Crazy. This guy is crazy. Wang Dagong's face turned pale as he subconsciously retreated. The terror of the Saint Grade pill had completely exceeded their expectations. It killed 2 half-step Emperor Realm experts with just a wave of his hand. How strong was it exactly? What should we do? Run. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I need your sacrifices. I need your blood and flesh. That's what I desire the most. The Saint Grade elixir reached out his hand and slowly grabbed Dan Xiaoma and the others. His eyes flashed with sharpness once again. Father! Save me, father! Dan Xiaoma kept retreating, his face pale. He threw punch after punch, trying to escape the Saint Grade elixir's attack. However, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the hands of the Saint Grade elixir. No, son. Don't. Dan Xiaoxing's eyes were bloodshot. He screamed at the top of his lungs as he rushed towards Dan Xiaoma with all his might, wanting to repel the Saint Grade medicinal pill. But it was useless. Dan Xiaoxing's slender arms were as tough as rocks. Dan Xiaoxing gripped the divine saber in his hands and fought with all his might, yet he was completely unable to move the saint-grade medicinal pill. He could only watch helplessly as his son's chest was pierced through and his body was squeezed into a ball. The crackling sounds of the ancient song pierced through every single nerve in Dan Xiaoxing's body, causing him to almost go insane. Dan Xiaoxing didn't expect that the saint-grade elixir he worked so hard to restore would be such a terrifying demon. Why? Why is this happening? Why didn't Emperor Xianxia tell him about this? It's impossible that he didn't know. Emperor Xianxia, where are you now? Son, Dan Xiaoxing's heart-wrenching roar was deafening. However, he could not avoid the fate of Dan Xiaomo being eaten. Dan Xiaoxing's hair stood up in anger. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The most painful thing in the world was to see one's child die. At that moment, Dan Xiaoxing gave it his all. His strength as an emptiness emperor was also displayed to its peak. He began to attack the saint-grade pellet crazily. The empty emperor realm was extraordinary. It was stronger than the 4 great alchemists of the martial Dan Hall and Jiang Chen and the others. It was only a step away from the emperor realm. The saber in Dan Xiaoxing's hand flickered. He was at the end of his rope. Even his son was dead. One could imagine how angry he was. Stubborn resistance. The saint-grade pill glanced at Dan Xiaoxing and said disdainfully. He had already devoured Dan Xiaomo cleanly, leaving nothing behind. Wang Dagong, Morong Fian and the others were all pale and trembling. What are you waiting for? You won't be able to escape. You'll only die a tragic death. Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Wang Dagong and Morong Fian, who were about to leave. Only a ghost would wait for death here. I don't want to be buried with you. Wang Dagong was the first to rush out, but before he could finish his sentence, the long arm of the saint-grade pill once again pierced through his body, forcefully pulling out his liver and intestines from his abdomen. That smear of blood made Jiang Chen's face darken. Wang Dagong lowered his head and stared blankly at his empty chest. His face turned pale as he was directly thrown into his mouth and swallowed. Although Morong Fian and the 2 great elders of the martial Dan Hall wanted to escape, their hands were trembling in fear. They could only fight with their lives on the line because this was their last chance. Jiang Chen had already raised his sword. He knew that he couldn't run away. The saint-grade elixir hadn't reached the emperor realm yet, so it wasn't fully restored yet. He could only control it at this moment. Otherwise, only death awaits them. Once it devoured Jiang Chen and the others, its strength would be even more terrifying. Dan Xiaoxing roared in anger. His heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. It was impossible for Imperial Emperor Xianxia to not know about this. Even he was deceived. He had already guessed that Imperial Emperor Xianxia didn't treat them as humans. As long as the saint-grade elixir was fully restored, their lives would no longer matter. With the addition of Jiang Chen and the others, the saint-grade elixir was no longer unstoppable. The heavenly dragon sword rose up and the sword 22 was invincible. He and Dan Xiaoxing charged head-on and completely blocked the saint-grade elixir's attack. Everyone used 120% of their strength because they knew that only by truly repelling the saint-grade elixir, they would have a chance to be reborn. Jiang Chen went all out and every step he took was filled with killing intent. Facing this terrifying fatty, he didn't dare to be careless. The domineering sword 22 and the sword intent of the limitless sword were displayed incisively. However, the saint-grade elixir was too powerful. Even Dan Xiaoxing, who was in the Void Emperor realm, was defeated. Morong Fian and the other 2 people from the Martial Dan Palace were easily killed. Jiang Chen and Dan Xiaoxing couldn't save them in time. In other words, Jiang Chen didn't have the intention to save them. As long as he survived, it would be fine. In the blink of an eye, the people around them were all dead. Jiang Chen and Dan Xiaoxing fought with their lives. Facing the ferocious saint-grade elixir, they could only give it their all. Taking a step back was no longer a boundless sea and sky, but a bottomless abyss. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Jiang Chen's solemn expression and Dan Xiaoxing's craziness formed a sharp contrast at this moment. After the death of the other 7, they had become extremely cautious. Dan Xiaoxing only knew how to charge forward. Although he had brought a lot of danger to the fatty, he couldn't really threaten the fatty. It could be said that Dan Xiaoxing had the strength to fight wholeheartedly, but he couldn't fight wholeheartedly because of Dan Xiaomo's death. How could he still be as rational as Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's expression changed. Dan Xiaoxing could be said to be full of flaws. Jiang Chen also sighed. Dan Xiaoxing's hands and feet were tied when he fought with the Saint Grade elixir. He was completely at a disadvantage. He could only display 50 to 60% of his Void Emperor realm ability. The scariness of the Saint Grade elixir was far beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. It was very clever. In the final battle with Jiang Chen, it completely suppressed Jiang Chen and didn't give Jiang Chen any chance to breathe. The best delicacy should naturally be left for the last, the fatty said with a smile. Fatty said with a smile. He was very sensitive to qi. How could he not sense Jiang Chen's myriad qi? Jiang Chen's heart sank. This guy had been planning for a long time and left him for the last. It was really a cunning guy. Even the alchemist who refined it was eaten by it. One could imagine just how terrifying it was in the past, and how terrifying it was. Jiang Chen's worry was not without reason. Dan Xiaoxing was attacking crazily, but the Saint Grade medicinal pill seized the opportunity. Dan Xiaoxing had completely lost his initial advantage and became extremely passive. Because of his son's death, he was still brooding over the Saint Grade medicinal pill. Even Emperor Tianqi's words had been thrown out of his mind because Emperor Tianqi was a big scam. Give me back my son. Dan Xiaoxing's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind and was unable to maintain his peak state. He only had 50% to 60% of his battle strength. Wasn't it a joke to fight against the Saint Grade medicinal pill? Jiang Chen had already expected this result. The sword 22 was just cutting through thistles and thorns. However, this fatty was also quite agile. His slender but incomparably hard arms clashed with the heavenly dragon sword several times. Jiang Chen was forced back by the Saint Grade medicinal pill's terrifying might. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. At this moment, even if the Saint Grade medicinal pill did not have the might of an Emperor realm expert, it was almost at the empty Emperor realm. However, it was much stronger than Dan Xiaoxing. Ungrateful fellow. The Saint Grade medicinal pill said in a low voice. Both of his hands turned into two steel rods and continuously pierced through Dan Xiaoxing's body, tearing him into pieces. Dan Xiaoxing was covered in blood and he was extremely angry. However, he did not stop at all. He had no regrets fighting against the Saint Grade medicinal pill until the last moment. In order to avenge his son, he had already lost himself. In the end, even Jiang Chen felt that it was a pity. Dan Xiaoxing and Jiang Chen were obviously able to control the Saint Grade medicinal pill together. However, Dan Xiaoxing was too violent and too eager for quick success. This made Jiang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. In the blink of an eye, Dan Xiaoxing was swallowed whole by the Saint Grade medicinal pill. Even his soul was not spared. That horrifying scene caused Jiang Chen's heart to be incomparably solemn. His face was grim, and he didn't dare to be careless. That sound even caused the medicinal pill to burp, patting its big belly in satisfaction. And at this moment, the big fatty's body shook as he transformed into an extremely beautiful woman. She was wearing a thin muslin dress, and her fingers were gently sucking. Her eyes were like ripples, and there was a soul-stirring charm in them. She bit her red lips lightly, and her jade-like legs were slender as she slowly walked over. You can call me Hong Xiao. My favorite thing in my life is to eat you self-righteous humans. And you are my best dinner. Hong Xiao continued to move closer to Jiang Chen. Step by step, she was like a fairy dancing alone. Her body was like a swan as she approached Jiang Chen. She was like a wisp of breeze, and the air was filled with fragrance. Jiang Chen subconsciously took a few steps back. Even though Hong Xiao's eyes were like ripples that could captivate one's soul, he was not so easily hypnotized. Even the Saint Grade medicinal pill could not be compared to his soul. Moreover, Jiang Chen had seen a lot of beautiful women, and it was not something that she could imagine. Hong Xiao used her beauty to seduce Jiang Chen. Her hands were like lightning, and her figure was extremely fast. The moment she approached Jiang Chen, her palm turned into a blade and slashed downwards. Ghosts and monsters, demons and ghosts, you want to disturb my mind? Dream on. Xianxia stabilized his state of mind. He raised his heavenly dragon sword, the limitless sword, and slayed the demons. Xianxia activated the ancient soaring dragon technique, and his strength increased again, reaching the realm of half-step emperor realm. At that moment, both of them were constantly intertwining in the void. Xianxia's strength collided with Hongxiu's several times. Both of them were evenly matched. Xianxia used all his means and did not dare to be careless. Failure meant death, so he did not leave much time and opportunity for himself. The horror of the Saint-grade medicinal pill was completely beyond his imagination. As time passed, Xianxia could feel that Hongxiu's strength was constantly increasing. After devouring 8 people, it was reasonable for her strength to increase. However, it made things difficult for Xianxia. Hongxiu was getting more and more courageous. He could only give it his all. This was his last chance. 22 swords. Facing Hongxiu, Xianxia did not have the slightest feeling of being protective of the fairer sex. If he continued to be protective of the fairer sex, he would die here. However, his 22 swords did not really threaten Hongxiu's existence. The Saint-grade medicinal pill was traceless. Wherever the sword pointed, it seemed to pose no threat to her at all. You are still too inexperienced to kill me. Even that guy in the empty emperor realm is just a defeated opponent of mine. Ha ha ha, I advise you to quickly surrender. This will save us some time, won't it? I'll definitely eat you up gently, very gently. Ha ha ha. Hongxiu giggled. Her figure was graceful and charming. However, in front of Xianxia, even if she was a peerless beauty, she was just a skeleton. Her honey trap was used on the wrong person. The limitless sword could not penetrate Hongxiu's body. Xianxia could only withdraw his sword. His eyes were solemn. His palm whistled and a storm gathered. His hand seal changed and became extremely terrifying. The power of Dao accumulation was constantly flowing in the palm of Xianxia. You actually have the power of Dao accumulation? You have comprehended your own great way? Hongxiu was surprised. Her pretty face turned from green to white. She seemed to be in complete disbelief. Even among the Emperor Realm experts, there are only a few who have comprehended the Great Way. How is this possible? Hongxiu was surprised by Xianxia's strength. However, the monstrous palm seal that was condensed in his hand was indeed the power of Dao accumulation. Hengtian seal. Xianxia was not distracted. He did not have the slightest hesitation. Since she did not believe it, then he would let her see how terrifying and powerful his power of Dao accumulation was. The storm flowed and the Hengtian seal that was condensed from the power of Dao accumulation struck out. Hongxiu did not dare to be negligent. She exerted all her strength and attacked with all her might. However, she was still forced to retreat. Before she could recover from her shock, Xianxia's second Hengtian seal had already arrived. Hongxiu did not dare to have the slightest hesitation. She quickly retreated to avoid the sharp edge. She did not intend to fight to the death with Xianxia. What a perverted fellow. Before Hongxiu's voice died away, Xianxia's Hengtian seal had already crushed down. The terrifying power of Dao accumulation sealed the surrounding void, making it impossible for Hongxiu to escape. This seal even directly sent Hongxiu flying. The domineering feeling made Xianxia's heart sink. This seal was quite terrifying for Hongxiu because no matter how strong she was, she could not comprehend Dao accumulation. Therefore, she was extremely sensitive to the horror of Dao accumulation. Now, the person who should be begging for mercy should be you. Xianxia said faintly. He moved his palm and the sound of thunder rolled down. 5 heavenly thunders completely sealed Hongxiu in it. He, you're really a capable little guy. I like you. Your myriad chi body is mine. Hongxiu said with a smile. However, the sinister smile in it made people suspect that this guy was not as simple as they thought. Heaven-devouring kiss. Hongxiu shouted. She opened her cherry mouth, but there was an unparalleled suction force, just like an 18th-grade hurricane. Even if Xianxia was holding his saber and sword, he could not stop it. It directly swallowed Xianxia into its stomach. Bastard! Xianxia cursed and quickly escaped into the Zulong Tower. At that moment, Xianxia was spared. Inside Hong Shou's stomach, he could feel that the outside of the ancestral dragon pagoda was about to be completely melted. If the ancestral dragon pagoda wasn't one of the 10 great ancient divine tools, it might really be melted by Hong Xiu. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He survived the disaster. However, staying in the Zulong Tower was definitely not a solution. He must break out of Hong Shou's body. However, no matter how Xianxia urged the Zulong Tower, it seemed to be tightly controlled. The Zulong Tower was like a deep quagmire and could not move. Mother ****. Bitch, don't let me out, otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Xianxia did not expect that he would be swallowed into the stomach of the Saint Great Elixir. Everything around him was full of endless energy. This Saint Great Elixir was formed by the convergence of these countless energies. Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together. Now that he wanted to jump out of the Saint Great medicinal pill's stomach that was like a quagmire, Xianxia had fallen into a passive position and was completely helpless. Little guy, you will be melted by me slowly. He, the body of all myriad chi, just thinking about it makes me excited. If it weren't for the refinement of all myriad chi, I wouldn't have been born. As long as I devour you completely, I will be able to reach the venerable emperor realm. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Hong Xiu smiled happily, stretched her waist lazily, and said to herself, perhaps, you may not have this opportunity. A cold voice sounded in Hong Xiu's ears. Hong Xiu's expression changed and she stared at the stalwart man standing not far away. A sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. It's you. Hong Xiu said in a low voice, frowning. I felt your presence. You're the one who restored me, right? Not bad, you still know how to repay kindness. What a good young man. Saint Tier pills are indeed extraordinary. These 9 alchemists of mine are all top experts in the Central Region Divine Land. Their pill refining skills are unparalleled. Looks like the flourishing pill fragrance has been completely absorbed by you. You should only be a step away from a complete recovery. Emperor Tianqi said with a faint smile. Everything was already under his control. From the very beginning, Dan Qiuxing had already become his puppet. Dan Qiuxing had reached where he was today step by step. Dan Qiuxing's death for the sake of restoring the Saint Great Elixir was a worthy death. Back then, when Imperial Emperor Tianqi obtained the Saint Great medicinal pill, it was in an ancient ruin. At that time, the Saint Great medicinal pill had already lost its charm. Finding the Saint Great medicinal pill in the ruins made Imperial Emperor Tianqi very excited. However, if he wanted to restore the Saint Great medicinal pill, he would need to gather the life's blood, sweat, and tears of several alchemy grandmasters. Although Dan Qiuxing was an important minister of the Martial Dan Hall, and although those alchemy grandmasters were elders of the Martial Dan Hall, in the eyes of Imperial Emperor Tianqi, they weren't important people and could be sacrificed. When he obtained the Saint Great medicinal pill that could save his sister and perhaps allow her to stand up again, he truly became crazy. He had Dan Qiuxing set up this so-called alchemy grand meet just to bait him. Everything was just a plot to restore the Saint Great medicinal pill and save the sister in his heart, that's all. You're just an emperor, yet you have such ambition. My power is not something you can control. Hong Xiu said in a deep voice as she looked at Emperor Tianqi. I might not be able to withstand your power, but someone else can. Emperor Tianqi said with a smile, which made Hong Xiu's body tremble. To be able to withstand the power of the Saint Great Elixir, one must be stronger than an emperor. What scheme do you have? Hong Xiu instantly realized an extremely terrifying thing. Emperor Tianqi must have other plans if he wanted to obtain her. His conspiracy might even involve a stronger expert above the venerable emperor realm. Dan Qiuxing succeeded. Emperor Tianqi can finally get rid of the worries in his heart. Yeah, let's go to Mount Wu Wai. Emperor Tianqi is doing this for the sake of the Martial Dan Palace. Once the Saint Great Elixir is restored, it might be terrifying beyond our imagination. That's right. I'm afraid I'll never be able to achieve the Saint Great Elixir in my life. Dan Qiuxing and the 4 alchemy grandmasters of the Martial Dan Palace have suffered. 9 alchemy grandmasters have been burnt to ashes. It's such a pity. What's there to feel pity about? For the sake of expanding the territory of the Martial Dan Palace, it's reasonable for them to die. they will be remembered by the Marshal Dan Palace forever. The three old men soared through the air, stepping on their flying swords. At that moment, at the foot of the snowy mountain, there was a woman with her back against the mountain. Her expression suddenly changed, and her heart trembled. Her beautiful eyes flickered with disbelief and shock. How could this be?" the woman murmured. Her eyes were filled with shock and pain. Her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. One of her hands was holding the scroll, while the other hand was covering her chest. She couldn't hide the sadness in her heart. Qing Luo was uneasy. At that moment, her heart was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. When they parted, she didn't expect that young Master Qin Jiang would encounter such a disaster. Now that she thought about it, the pain in her heart was all because of young Master Qin Jiang. Was that the last time we met? Qing Luo didn't want to believe it. But she knew that young Master Qin Jiang had become the best divine grade alchemist. She cheered for young Master Qin Jiang, but she couldn't hide the sadness in her heart. All of this was because the Marshal Dan Hall had more important things to do, and young Master Qin Jiang was one of them. As the most powerful alchemy grandmaster, he was able to stand at the peak of his life in this grand event. Did he see the girl he was looking forward to? At this moment, did all his hard work go down the drain? He had completely become a masterpiece. How did this happen? Qing Luo was not willing to accept this. He did not want to believe this scene. He was supposed to be a proud son of heaven who stood at the top of the 9 heavens, but he was framed by the people of the Marshal Dan Hall and died here. This was a great irony. The so-called alchemy grand meeting was just a conspiracy that had been planned for a long time. A saint-grade pill. It was a saint-grade pill. Qing Luo knew that this was all because of the saint-grade pill. Even though she had obtained the painting, she wasn't willing to watch young Master Qin Jiang die here. Was his love destined to die at this moment as well? For the sake of the saint-grade pill, I should go and take a look. Qing Luo said in a low voice. She really wanted to go to Mount Wuai to see what was going on. She wanted to know if everything was fake and that young Master Qin Jiang wasn't dead. It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world. I can forget you, but I can't watch you leave me. Qing Luo was determined. She kept the painting and chased after young Master Qin Jiang. At the foot of Mount Wuai, Qing Luo's expression was solemn and her breathing was rapid. She knew that she would most likely die this time. For the sake of her clan, she had to protect herself. For the sake of her unforgettable friendship, Qing Luo made up her mind to come here. In Mount Wuai, Xianxia was extremely solemn. Her strength had yet to recover and the saint-grade pill had yet to be fully restored. It was impossible for her to deal with Imperial Emperor Tianqi. Although Imperial Emperor Tianqi wasn't a peerless expert in her eyes, he was 100 times stronger than her. Xianxia knew that it would be extremely difficult for her to escape from Imperial Emperor Tianqi's grasp. Surrender obediently. Don't force me to take action. Otherwise, you'll suffer even more. It's already a great fortune for you to be able to recover to this stage. Imperial Lord Tianqi said with a solemn expression. He seemed to be gradually losing his patience with the saint-tier pill. That will depend on your ability. I, Xianxia, will never allow myself to be trampled upon. Although it is a pill, I have already turned into a spirit. No one can stop me. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said. She had just recovered more than half of her strength. She wasn't willing to let Imperial Lord Tianqi take her life, so even if she knew she would die, she must fight to the end. Courting death. Emperor Tianqi's face remained as cold as ever. In front of an emperor, they definitely weren't qualified to resist at all. Monarch Tianqi struck out with a palm that covered the sun and sky, sending Xianxia flying. Xianxia struck out with both of her palms and forcefully defended against the palm. However, she was also in an extremely pathetic state. In the end, she slammed against the stone wall and fell down. A mouthful of turbid air came out. Xianxia was already severely injured. It's already not easy for you to receive a palm strike from me. If not for the sage-grade elixir, you would already be dead. Monarch Tianqi shook his head. He seemed to be disdainful of Xianxia's stubborn resistance. Jiangchen was in the stomach of the sage-grade elixir. He could sense Monarch Tianqi's existence because one's soul energy couldn't be changed. One's aura couldn't be concealed either. When his soul energy enveloped the area, even if he couldn't see it with his naked eyes, he knew that it was definitely Monarch Xianxia. This fella, it's really all his schemes. Xianxia was incomparably furious. Now that things had come to this, he was luckier than anyone else. However, he was also more depressed than anyone else. Being trapped in the stomach of the Sage Great Elixir, it wasn't easy for Xianxia to break through the void and escape. Moreover, he had already tried his best but he still couldn't break through the Sage Great Elixir. Don't tell me I'm going to be eaten like a pill? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. What if the Sage Great Elixir was taken away by Monarch Xianxia? What would he do then? Xianxia had already understood that all of this was Monarch Xianxia's scheme. He wanted to stand at the pinnacle of the Central Plains' divine land. Although his wish had come true, he was still trapped here. To Xianxia, this was a mixed feeling. However, he didn't know if Little Yu saw the scene. For her, Xianxia was willing to change the entire world. But unfortunately, he was still trapped in the scheme. Being in the middle of the whirlpool, Xianxia was more helpless than anyone else. To be able to survive was his fortune and destiny. At this moment, Xianxia only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The restoration of the Sage Great Elixir was something that even Monarch Xianxia didn't want to talk about. It could be seen how terrifying the Sage Great Elixir was. Monarch Xianxia went through so much trouble just to obtain the Sage Great Elixir. Just like what Han Xiu had said, Monarch Xianxia seemed to be unable to consume the Sage Great Elixir. Then, he must have a bigger scheme. Accept your fate. A Sage Great Elixir is just an elixir in the end. It's impossible to become a human. Monarch Xianxia flipped his palm again. The terrifying aura made the Sage Great Elixir unable to hide and was completely caught in his hand. After Han Xiu revealed herself, she had completely turned into the shape of an elixir. Caught in Monarch Xianxia's hand, she couldn't escape at all. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. You bastard, I don't believe that there's still an Emperor Realm expert in this world. Han Xiu roared with all her might. She wasn't willing to become an elixir and be swallowed by others. Since she had already transformed into a spirit, it was impossible for her to willingly become an elixir. She must recultivate the Emperor Realm and become an existence comparable to human experts. Everyone had their own pursuits. As a spiritualization elixir, Han Xiu was the same. Therefore, she swallowed the Emperor Realm expert who refined her. Therefore, she continued to cultivate, wanting to surpass human experts. However, in the end, her energy was exhausted in the ancient war and she fell into hibernation. Fortunately, her energy didn't dissipate and the last trace of her aura still existed. That was why Monarch Xianxia gathered so many alchemy grandmasters and had the opportunity to restore her. However, Han Xiu wasn't grateful to Monarch Xianxia at all. Because if it wasn't for his great scheme, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to restore her. Therefore, they were just taking what they needed. This is your destiny, your glory. Monarch Xianxia coldly spoke. He clutched the Saint-Grade pill tightly as he turned and walked towards the depths of Ethereal Mountain. After passing through the boundless mist barrier, Monarch Xianxia once again arrived before the crystal coffin. His eyes flashed with excitement. Elder sister, it won't be long before I allow you to be reborn and see the light of day again. Emperor Xianxia gently stroked the crystalline coffin, his eyes blazing with incomparable heat. This was the woman he had dreamed of, and she was his unparalleled glory. He had already placed the Heavensward soul-seizing formation on her, and he would be able to bring her back to life, and he would be able to firmly control her. Don't blame my elder sister. This is the only thing I can do. If not, you are too strong and I can't guarantee that you will treat me the same way you treated me in the past. I want you to become stronger, I want you to become my woman. I want this world to belong to us forever. Monarch Xianxia murmured. His face was filled with anticipation and excitement. This day was about to arrive. He had waited for far, far too long. Finally, his dream was about to come true. He didn't dare to believe that everything was going according to his plan. Everything was progressing step by step. Just one final step and he would be able to become the ruler of the divine world. He couldn't cultivate to the Empyrean realm or even the heavenly king realm, but his elder sister could. She could help him conquer this boundless world and become the most obedient woman in his hands. In this soul-seizing heaven's formation, after she recovers, her soul would also be under his control. At that time, wouldn't everything be under his control? Don't blame my elder sister. I love you too much and I want you too much. I want us to be together forever at this moment. Monarch Xianxia caressed the crystal coffin as his eyes blazed with indescribable passion. The passion in his eyes wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. It's her? How is this possible? It's actually her. The Saint-grade pill was incomparably shocked. She drew in a breath of cold air as she stared at the woman in the crystal coffin. She never imagined that Monarch Xianxia's ultimate scheme was actually her, one of the most terrifying women in the supreme ancient immortal realms. You are a madman, you have no idea what you are doing. Emperor Xianxia, you'll die a horrible death. Hong Xiu roared angrily, and even she trembled a little. You know her? Imperial Lord Xianxia frowned as he spoke in a low voice. I don't know her. Then what do you mean? Imperial Lord Xianxia rolled his eyes. This was the most exasperated he had ever felt. Because no matter how he threatened it, the Saint-tier pill wouldn't give in. He was already about to refine it, so what could be more terrifying than that? Boring. Monarch Xianxia's face turned ashen. But at this moment, he didn't need to waste his breath on this Saint-grade pill. Everything he had been waiting for was about to come true. He was about to become the strongest man in this world. The divine world would definitely be under his control. In the primordial war, all the gods had fallen, and the current immortal world was already riddled with holes. No one could change their fate anymore. He wanted to become the ruler of this world, and he wanted to be together with the sister he loved forever. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Monarch Xianxia spoke in an overbearing manner. However, the Saint-tier pill didn't say a single word, and its voice was incomparably low. Monarch Xianxia's eyes were filled with anticipation. This was an opportunity bestowed to him by the heavens. How could he not cherish it? For hundreds of years, wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for? I'll wait for you, sister. I'll wait for you to regain your consciousness and step onto the path of a monarch. Emperor Xianxia spoke in a low voice. The moment she embarked on the path of an invincible great emperor would be the moment he became the ruler of the god realm. He would regain his former glory, and she would definitely become his puppet. No, it would be more accurate to say that she would become his most obedient pet, his most loyal woman. Monarch Xianxia slowly opened the crystal coffin. At this moment, an incomparably cold aura gushed out. At this moment, Xianxia, who was in the stomach of the Saint-tier pill, abruptly raised his head. His soul force spread across the entire Mount Wuai. Little you, is that really you? Little you. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. He could sense that Little Yu's aura was extremely weak. Could the sister that Monarch Xianxia spoke of be Little Yu? Why? Why is Little Yu here? Xianxia's body was trembling. He had never been so agitated before. He knew that this scene wasn't a mistake. That person who was on the verge of death, with no signs of life, was Little Yu. He wouldn't be mistaken. Even if he was mistaken about the way home, he wouldn't be mistaken. Even if he couldn't see, he knew that this person was Little Yu. Xianxia was incomparably frenzied, desperately trying to rush out of the Saint-tier pill's stomach. Xianxia roared in rage, ramming his body madly, hysterically. Little Yu. Wait for me, I'm coming to see you now. Xianxia cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. Tears rolled down from his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. If he continued to wait, it would be 1,000 years. He couldn't endure this inhuman torture any longer. This time, he wanted to make a name for himself with a single battle, but he didn't expect that Little Yu would actually be in the Marshal Dan Hall. This was something he never dreamed of. Xianxia's heart was constantly trembling. He couldn't believe this scene. He didn't expect that the reunion between the two of them would be a reunion where they couldn't even see each other's faces. However, Xianxia firmly believed that this person was the Little Yu that he had been worrying about and thinking about every day. He couldn't be wrong. Countless days and nights, countless dreams. Xianxia had already had countless moments of charging with little Yu. Unfortunately, those were all dreams. Xianxia wanted this moment to be a dream too, but was she really dead? Xianxia didn't believe it. He didn't think that little Yu would die so silently. She was the love of his life, the source of his life. Little Yu, I'm sorry. I came too late. I'm sorry, little Yu. Xianxia constantly blamed himself. He kept charging, trying to rush out of this place with all his might. However, he really couldn't imagine that this Saint Tier pill would be so overbearing. It made it impossible for him to get out. It was as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot and he was in a frenzy. He wanted to see this scene with his own eyes. The love of his life must not be harmed by a villain. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor was shocked by Xianxia's madness. He never thought that Xiaoyu's appearance would have such a terrifying impact on him. Now, he had completely lost his mind. He kept trying to break free from the Saint-grade pill's stomach. However, how could it be that easy to break free from the Saint-grade pill? Xianxia didn't care about anything else. He only had one thought in his heart, and that was to see Xiaoyu as soon as possible. He must not let that Imperial Emperor Xianxia do anything to Xiaoyu. Otherwise, he would definitely shred him into pieces. For countless days and nights, he had been looking forward to the day when he could finally meet Xiaoyu. However, he didn't expect that it would be like they were separated by heaven and earth. Xianxia had to break through this shackle no matter what. This was his only chance. No one knew how much pain Xianxia was suffering in his heart. However, he couldn't say it out loud. He could only bury it in the deepest part of his heart. Longing, love, endless and indefinite. The world only saw his glorious side, becoming famous after a single battle. However, they didn't know that he wanted to be low-key, just to let the person he loved see him. That's why he was so determined to reach the peak. Everyone had their own choice. Xianxia's choice was for Xiaoyu. No matter how many years passed, the only thing that never changed was his stubborn heart. If he couldn't find Xiaoyu, he wouldn't be able to be at ease for the rest of his life. That was his life's wish. At the very least, he had seen Qingqing and Sister Ning before. But for little Yu, from the start to the end, he had already lost contact with Sister Ning the moment he entered the divine world. A dream of 100 years, the years passed by slowly. The only thing he could remember was the tear-stained face of little Yu before she left. Finally, Xianxia broke free from all the obstacles. Finally, he was going to see the woman he loved the most. However, heavens will made a fool out of him. Impermanence. Xianxia kept attacking, trying to break out of the encirclement, but to no avail. Only now did he realize that his strength was too weak, and he couldn't do anything at all. No, impossible. I can't accept this. The merciless sword rain broke through the barrier, but it was still unable to break free from the Saint-grade pill. Ancestral Dragon Emperor Senior, what should I do? How can I get out of here? Xianxia roared angrily. His voice was hoarse, and no one could understand the pain in his heart. The feeling of being so close but unable to see was the most miserable. The ancestral Dragon Emperor remained silent for a while and said solemnly, "There's only one way, and that's to devour the ocean heart lotus in your hand and completely absorb its energy. However, I'm afraid, your body won't be able to withstand the power of the ocean heart lotus and the energy essence of hundreds of frost dragons. You won't be able to completely devour it unless you reach the martial emperor realm. That terrifying energy and supreme Tao connotation is something you can't control right now." The ancestral Dragon Emperor didn't want to tell Xianxia, but he knew that if he didn't tell him, Xianxia would hate him for the rest of his life. If he told him, Xianxia might do something stupid. Nobody knew his feelings for Xiaoyu better than himself. They had been helping each other for so many years, and they even wanted to repay each other's kindness with their lives. If he couldn't see Xiaoyu, he might suffer too. However, the ocean heart lotus was so terrifying that even Li Feng didn't want to let it go. One could imagine how terrifying its energy was. Ocean heart lotus. Are you sure that the ocean heart lotus can help me break free from this Saint-grade pill? Xianxia said in a deep voice. He was extremely nervous and confused. However, since the ancestral Dragon Emperor said it, he shouldn't be lying. However, as he said, the most important thing was whether he could withstand the terrifying energy of the ocean heart lotus or not. If he failed, he would die instantly. Although the sea heart lotus is terrifying and bursting with energy, even an emperor master would probably be quite cautious about it. Therefore, the chances of you completely refining the sea heart lotus are very slim. Once you fail, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Because the ocean heart lotus is the essence of heaven and earth and hundreds of frost dragons Tao connotation. If you succeed, you might be able to break free from the barrier of the saint grade pill. Only when you reach the emperor realm can you break free from the barrier of the saint grade pill. Otherwise, it's impossible to break free from the barrier of the saint grade pill. This is just an assumption. Even if you succeed in absorbing the energy of the ocean heart lotus, you might not be able to break free from the barrier. The ancestral dragon emperor said meaningfully. Everything was just an illusion. However, to Xianxia, this was the only chance for him to escape. If he didn't, then Xiaoyu would be trapped alone. In the face of danger, Imperial Emperor Xianxia was a cunning and despicable man. What wouldn't he do? Xianxia would never allow his woman to be used as a puppet. Even if there's only a slight chance, Xianxia would fight till the end. He was never a person who would resign himself to fate, especially at a time like this. Although he had no regrets, he couldn't watch his beloved woman become a tool for others to conquer the world. He had to grasp this chance of survival. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that it was useless to say anything. He could imagine that Xianxia was already prepared for a battle of life and death. As long as there's a chance, even if there's only a slight chance, he would do it. How confident am I in fusing with the ocean heart lotus? Xianxia asked. At most 10%. The ancestral dragon emperor smiled bitterly. His words were filled with hesitation. Xianxia understood that in this battle of life and death, Xianxia had to defeat himself first, not Emperor Qianqi. If he couldn't even defeat himself, then he would be in despair. Even if there was only 0.1% of hope, Xianxia decided to give himself an answer. He must not give up on Xiaoyu, give up on his dream. Xiaoyu, wait for me. I won't let anyone touch you. Xianxia clenched his teeth and said. This was the greatest pain in the world. In order to see Xiaoyu, Xianxia had no other choice. Regardless of success or failure, he had to fight till the very last moment. This was his biggest determination, life and death, nothing was more important than Xiaoyu. Although the ocean heart lotus was as terrifying as a demon, he never backed off. The sea heart lotus was held tightly in Xianxia's hand. He had no other choice but to do so without any hesitation. This was a path that he had to take, but he had to face more dangers now. Xianxia had seen the terrifying energy of the sea heart lotus before. Now that his strength had increased, he was even more sensitive to it. The sea heart lotus was the essence of the heavens and earth for billions of years. It contained the Tao essence of hundreds of Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, it was chased by Phoenix Li and the other peerless experts. It showed how terrifying it was. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed silently. He knew Xianxia's character very well. No one could change him. He thought that the sea heart lotus would become a stepping stone for Xianxia's strength after he broke through to the emperor realm. But now, it seemed that he couldn't wait for that moment anymore. Xianxia moved his palm and swallowed the ocean heart lotus. At this moment, he could feel an incomparably terrifying energy spreading throughout his body. Every muscle in his body became extremely tight. The dense ocean heart lotus spread out from his dantian. Waves of deafening airwaves were rolling in his body. Xianxia used the myriad qi to neutralize the energy of the ocean heart lotus. But even so, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The dreadful energy was still wreaking havoc in Xianxia's body. It seemed like his body was going to explode from the overflowing energy. I can't give up. Xianxia clenched his teeth and endured it silently. He quickly activated the dragon transformation skill and started to stabilize the surging energy of the heavens and earth and Tao essence in his body. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. Streams of myriad qi and layers of energy flowed around Xianxia's body. Xianxia's qi couldn't find a perfect balance. He was like an old and weak woman who was carrying a heavy burden of hundreds and thousands of kilograms. he couldn't even stand straight. The energy of heaven and earth and the Tao essence that was beyond his body's limit was not only beneficial to him, but also harmful to him. It could even cause his qi to be completely dispersed and his body to be torn apart. This was the feeling, the pain of having one's flesh and bones torn apart. It was indescribable. No matter how painful it was, Xianxia could bear it. However, everyone had their own limit. Although the ocean heart lotus was a rare treasure, there would be side effects if one ate too much of it. It was because the energy in the ocean heart lotus was too huge that it made it difficult for Xianxia. Although the Taoist strength was extremely terrifying, it was also very heterogeneous. It was extremely difficult for Xianxia to absorb all the Taoist strength. He had to combine all the Taoist strength, and how much Taoist strength he could absorb would depend on his own luck. Even venerable emperors were afraid of the ocean heart lotus. The ancestral dragon emperor's words were not fake at all. Xianxia was enduring the pain of life and death all the time. He was in a dilemma between life and death with a single thought. If he made the slightest mistake, he would die and suffer a crushing defeat. He had to struggle tenaciously and race against time. Although the heaven and earth energy in his body was getting more and more terrifying, Xianxia still relied on his strong will to constantly devour the energy in his body and change the qi of Tao accumulation. If it wasn't for the myriad qi, Xianxia knew that his body would have exploded and he would have died. The myriad qi made the heaven and earth energy and the qi of Tao accumulation flow in a roundabout way, giving him more time to absorb and change the side effect of the ocean heart lotus. Xianxia's head was sweating profusely. He was extremely nervous and anxious. The dragon transformation skill had already been activated to the extreme. Dragon marks appeared all over his body. Xianxia's strength had reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. He had completely surpassed the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. The next step would be the half-step Emperor realm. It was impossible to become a god in one step. Absorbing all the energy in the world and becoming an Emperor realm expert would put Xianxia in a desperate situation. It was better to take it one step at a time. However, the divine origin qi in the ocean heart lotus was terrifying. It was beyond Xianxia's imagination. Xianxia knew that he would definitely die this time. The divine origin qi in his body had reached an irreversible level. Too many. There are simply too many of them. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he had no distractions at this moment. He just wanted to break through as soon as possible. He just wanted to suppress all the energy in the ocean heart lotus. Only then would he have a chance to escape unscathed. However, the Tao essence and divine origin qi were intertwined together. Xianxia's biggest enemy was the energy of the ocean heart lotus. Even if he used all of his means, even if he had the myriad qi in his body and absorbed the energy of the heavens and earth like a whale, there was still 70 to 80% of the energy of the heavens and earth wreaking havoc in his body. The veins on Xianxia's arms were bulging and his body was covered with a thick layer of blood. The ocean heart lotus was too overbearing, it was impossible to resist it. Xianxia's breath became weaker and weaker. The amount of energy absorbed by the dragon transformation skill was less than 1/5 of the ocean heart lotus. This step was too difficult for Xianxia. He could only continue to suppress the energy of the world to make himself more tenacious. As long as his willpower was not extinguished, he would not fall. I can't fall like this, I definitely can't. Xianxia's body was in pain from the energy again and again. However, he managed to pull himself out of the pain with his unyielding willpower. For Xiaoyu, I definitely can't fall, I definitely can't. Countless energy of the world flowed in Xianxia's body. He kept suppressing and compressing it, but the effect was minimal. The ancestral dragon emperor did not expect Xianxia to be able to hold on until this step. However, the pain he was facing was getting more and more intense. If this continued, the energy that had nowhere to go would completely devour Xianxia's body and turn him into ashes. This was not a joke, this was a crisis of death. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body had broken through 8 million and it was still increasing at a terrifying speed. Half-step Emperor realm, I'm going to break through to the half-step Emperor realm soon. Xianxia took a deep breath and shook his head. He was already in a daze. The endless energy of the world was the divine origin qi that countless people desired. However, to Xianxia, it was like an invisible sword that could kill people. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. I want to see who can do anything to me. At this moment, he was already numb to death. Coming back from the dead was his only hope. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. His dragon marks had reached more than 8 million and his aura had also reached the peak. Half-step Emperor realm, success or failure depended on this. To Xianxia, the chi of Dao accumulation was extremely rich. Plus, he had already comprehended the great Dao of the heavens and earth. Therefore, breaking through to the Emperor realm was just a matter of time. As long as I'm still alive, I, Xianxia, will never bow down. Xianxia's roar came from the depths of his heart. He kept reminding himself that he must not fall asleep, he must not fall. Even if the road ahead was full of thorns, even if the pain was unbearable at this moment, even if his body, mind, and soul had long lost their senses. The pain penetrated into his bones, pierced through his heart. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body continued to increase and finally stopped at 8.9 million. However, the heaven and earth energy was still incomparably terrifying. Xianxia chose to break through at this moment because it was also full of danger. If he did not break through as soon as possible, he might be drowned by the heaven and earth energy. The terrifying thing was that he had no means to change this. Xianxia stood up in pain and despair. For Xiaoyu, everything was worth it. The dragon transformation skill continued to advance and the number of dragon marks continued to increase. Xianxia finally fixed his strength at the half-step Emperor realm. At that moment, he felt that the heaven and earth energy in his body had become more and more terrifying. Although he had broken through to the half-step Emperor realm, he still could not absorb even a quarter of the divine origin chi. I can only give it a try. Xianxia knew that he had no other choice. The only thing he could do now was to survive. No matter what the result was, there was hope. As long as he survived, he could change everything. At that moment, Xianxia continued to purify the Dao Qi. The terrifying Dao Qi and the boundless heaven and earth energy had become the culprit that killed Xianxia. As long as Xianxia did not find a way to stop it, the outcome would be unimaginable. The dragon transformation skill is obviously not enough to support such a huge amount of heaven and earth energy in Xianxia's body. If this continues, Xianxia will definitely die. The ancestral dragon emperor was extremely worried. This was because Xianxia's decision to devour the sea heart lotus was a mistake. However, this decision was the only choice. Xianxia continued to gather the energy of the heavens and earth within his body. Although it was still painful and his life force was extremely weak, the violent energy of the heavens and earth and the impure Dao Qi brought him a sense of danger that even the ancestral dragon emperor could not imagine. The moment Xianxia devoured the Qi of Dao essence, it became extremely simple because his heavenly Dao essence was extremely powerful and all-encompassing. No other Dao essence could be compared to his heaven-dominating Dao. It was an Qi that was above everything in the world. It was a fearless Dao. I didn't expect my heaven and earth Dao Qi to be so powerful. Even Xianxia did not expect his heaven and earth Dao Qi to be able to absorb all the impure Dao Qi effortlessly. The terrifying pressure was something that Xianxia could never imagine. In other words, the heaven and earth Dao Qi had given him great confidence. The heaven and earth Dao Qi was constantly being absorbed by Xianxia. It was different from the heaven and earth energy. It was an illusory existence and it was an extremely complicated and difficult Dao Qi. Those who had truly comprehended the heaven and earth Dao Qi would be able to accept it. However, those who had not comprehended the heaven and earth Dao Qi would undoubtedly become a killing sword when facing the impure Dao Qi. The heaven and earth Dao Qi was continuously being purified and absorbed by Xianxia. His heaven and earth Dao Qi seemed to have reached a bottleneck. It's the 9th heaven of Dao Qi. He broke through the first heaven in such a short time. The ancestral dragon emperor widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Dao Qi was divided into 9 levels. Every level was a superposition of Dao Qi. The moment one reached the 9th heaven, he would have completely comprehended the great Dao. However, the number of people who had truly reached the 9th heaven of Dao Qi was less than the number of fingers in this world. Back then, his Dao Qi was already considered as one of the 3 realms and 6 Dao. He had only reached the 5th heaven of Dao Qi. However, his strength was much stronger than Xianxia's. The scariest thing was that his Dao Qi was still increasing. It seemed like it had no intention of stopping. This? Is he going to break through the second heaven of Dao Qi? The ancestral dragon emperor said in shock. His face looked extremely solemn. However, his shock did not stop. Xianxia had already broken through the second heaven of Dao Qi easily. He even reached the third heaven of Dao Qi. This is too terrifying. The ancestral dragon emperor had never seen such a terrifying guy. When he reached the late emperor realm, he only managed to comprehend a bit of Dao Qi. When he reached the third heaven of Dao Qi, he was already a grade 7 emperor realm expert. However, Xianxia was obviously more terrifying than him, the ancestor of the dragon clan. Although the Dao Qi could not be turned into real strength, its terrifying Dao Qi could suppress the opponent. Just like the heaven-spreading seal that Xianxia casted, it was a rare existence. It was a seal that required the Dao Qi to be casted. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Moreover, not everyone could comprehend the heavenly Dao. Some people might not be able to comprehend the heavenly Dao even if they reached the emperor realm. This was also the advantage of the Dao Qi. Xianxia broke through the third heaven of Dao Qi directly. That was why the ancestral dragon emperor was shocked. He was a lunatic. When Xianxia came back to his senses, all the Dao Qi had been absorbed by him. However, it was impossible for him to break through the peak in one go since he did not comprehend the Dao Qi himself. However, it was unprecedented for him to reach the third heaven of Dao Qi directly. Xianxia's face was solemn, but his heart was filled with excitement. The impure Dao essence had been completely absorbed by him, but the heaven and earth energy was still the most troublesome part. Can I try to use the Dao Qi to guide the heaven and earth energy? Xianxia had an idea in his mind. The power of Dao accumulation was extremely terrifying and overbearing, and the heaven-reaching Dao accumulation was an unparalleled existence. Xianxia circulated the power of Dao accumulation in his body. He had never thought that his idea would actually work. The power of Dao accumulation guided the natural energy and made it become more and more docile. It was no longer as violent as before. The most surprising thing was that under the operation of the power of Dao accumulation, the natural energy had turned into balls of energy and were wrapped by the power of Dao accumulation. Finally, they formed into 9 balls of energy and settled in Xianxia's dantian. Is that even possible? The ancestral dragon emperor was dumbfounded. Although he had some confidence in Xianxia, he never thought that things would end up like this. This was too unbelievable. The energy of heaven and earth was enveloped by the Dao energy. The pain in Xianxia's body had completely disappeared. However, the sweat on his face had not dried up yet. Although the transformation was not completed, the 9 energy balls would definitely help Xianxia reach the next level in the future. 70 to 80% of the energy of heaven and earth was enough for Xianxia to be able to rest easy in front of Di Jing. He thought that it was going to be a battle of life and death. However, the ending was perfect. Even the ancestral dragon emperor could not help but give Xianxia a thumbs up. This fella is indeed a genius. Xianxia took a deep breath. The strength of the third level of Dao accumulation had made him feel that his Dao accumulation was extremely stable. He could even use the heaven-breaking seal, the heaven-opening seal, and even the heaven-envying seal with ease. Half-step Emperor Realm. Third level of Dao energy, Xianxia reached out his hand and clenched his fist. It was as if he possessed the strongest power in the world. The power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants was unstoppable. I never thought that you would really do it. The ancestral dragon emperor took a deep breath. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. If Xianxia died, he would not be able to survive either. Xianxia, the Zulong Tower and the ancestral dragon emperor were bound together. Unless Xianxia could reach the emperor realm and reconstruct his golden body, he would not be able to escape from this suffering. This time, Xianxia had a narrow escape, but the ending was still good. Xiaoyu, I will not let anyone hurt you. Xianxia nodded and formed a seal with his hand. The energy of Taoist connotation surged out like a huge wave. Heaven-crushing seal. Xianxia activated the heavenly howling seal once again. This time, it was as if he was a completely different person. Not only did his Dao accumulation increase, the strength of the heavenly howling seal also increased along with it, completely surpassing its previous strength. Half-step Emperor realm, a single strike of the seal caused the heavens and earth to change color. Break! Xianxia turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. The surrounding light caused his pupils to shrink and his expression to turn grave. At this moment, Imperial Lord Xianxia had already opened the crystal coffin and was refining the saint-grade pill in his hand. He was rather shocked when Xianxia emerged from the saint-grade pill. "It's you." Imperial Lord Xianxia's face was gloomy as his killing intent surged. This was a critical moment, but he actually wasn't absorbed by the saint-grade pill. Instead, he broke through the barrier of the saint-grade pill and charged out. To Imperial Lord Xianxia, Xianxia was nothing more than a new problem. "No, how is this possible?" Han Xiu's face was pale. She suffered a great injury when Xianxia broke through the barrier. She lost at least 30% of her energy. This was also the reason why Imperial Lord Xianxia was furious. Xianxia's gaze fell upon the crystal coffin. At this moment, his heart was completely melted. That beautiful face, that calm expression, it was the scene that Xianxia had dreamt of countless times. Thousands of times, he recalled this moment. "Xiaoyu, my Xiaoyu. I'm sorry that I'm late," Xianxia murmured. When he saw Xiaoyu lying quietly in the coffin, Xianxia's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Has Xiaoyu been like this for the past hundreds of years? When he was dominating the northern cold divine region, Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen. When he fought the mountain and sea sect, Xiaoyu was also nowhere to be seen. Little did he know that she was lying there peacefully. Xianxia was filled with guilt. Why did he only reach this level after so many years? If he worked a little harder, he might have been able to see Xiaoyu long ago. "From today onwards, I won't let anyone hurt you. Xiaoyu, we will never be separated again," Xianxia said in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. All of this was because of this Imperial Lord Xianxia. He imprisoned his Xiaoyu in this crystal coffin and even wanted to use Xiaoyu as his puppet to help him conquer the world. What wishful thinking! Who are you? My sister will never allow you to taint her. Get over here. Imperial Emperor Xianxia roared furiously as he stared at Xianxia. Imperial Lord Xianxia, what a schemer. Xianxia said coldly. She's my Xiaoyu, not your sister. No matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Xianxia knew very well that this person was Xiaoyu. Even her clothes were the same clothes she wore when they parted for the last time. Imperial Lord Xianxia glared at Xianxia. He knew that this bastard was here to fight with him for his sister. You don't have the qualifications. A mere half-step emperor wants to fight with me for my sister? You don't know what's good for you. I thought that the saint-grade pill had already devoured you. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. But now that you're in my hands, it's impossible for you to leave. Imperial Lord Xianxia said confidently. One was a peerless great emperor while the other was only a half-step emperor. He didn't even have the strength of Dan Xiaoxing. Just him alone wanted to fight with him for his sister? Imperial Lord Xianxia would never show mercy to someone who doesn't know what's good for him. However, he'd forgotten how Xianxia had broken through the barrier of the saint-rank pill's body. What a good fella. But your opponent is an Emperor realm expert. You're no match for him. How sad, how sad. Han Xiu smiled bitterly. How she wished that Xianxia would also transform into an emperor and kill Imperial Lord Xianxia. This scheming fella was the one who caused her to fall into this abyss. This time, she had nowhere to run. No matter if Xianxia or Imperial Lord Xianxia won, she wouldn't be able to escape the torment of fate. Who asked her to be too domineering? A saint-grade pill that transformed into a spirit was a terrifying existence. How many people under the heavens would have the chance to obtain a saint-grade pill? Only a master at the venerable emperor level would be able to do so. It would be best if both of them were injured and died here. Then, her chance would come. However, the difference in strength between Xianxia and Imperial Lord Xianxia was too great. Xianxia wouldn't be able to withstand Imperial Lord Xianxia's might. Let's see whose fist is harder. Even if it's an Emperor realm expert, I, Xianxia, won't give you any chance today. How dare you have designs on little you? I'll make sure you'll never be able to reincarnate. The sanctimonious Imperial Emperor Xianxia was full of schemes and plots. He said it was for his sister, but in fact, it was because of his ambition and lust. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he was just a grandson. This kind of person only knows how to use evil and schemes, petty and narrow-minded. He will never be able to achieve great things. He wanted to reach the peak and control the universe, but he wanted to rely on a woman. Jiang Chen didn't care what kind of relationship he had with Xiaoyu. But now, if Imperial Emperor Xianxia dared to touch Xiaoyu again, Jiang Chen would kill him at all costs. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate. Jiang Chen had no other choice. He could only choose to fight till the end. This battle was related to Xiaoyu's life. An Emperor Realm expert was an Emperor Realm expert after all. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. His current strength was only at the half-step Emperor Realm. This battle was filled with unknown possibilities. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His battle intent surged. He was fearless. He looked at the silhouette in the crystal coffin. He couldn't wait any longer. Lovers will meet again. This day, there will be no parting. For Xiaoyu, for his belief, Jiang Chen would fight till the end even if he had to face an Emperor Realm expert. He wanted to fight to the death with Imperial Emperor Xianxia. You're really good at boasting. He, do you really think you're that capable? You don't even have the strength of an Emperor Realm, yet you want to fight against me? What a fool's dream. Don't forget whose territory this is. Imperial Lord Xianxia stood still, as if he didn't see Jiang Chen's threat. In his eyes, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was still just a half-step sovereign realm expert. The gap between him and a true sovereign realm expert was insurmountable. One step to the heavens, one step to the earth, this was something that no one could change. Whose territory is this? I'm going to fight you with my life. Jiang Chen sneered. He turned around and pointed the human king sword at Imperial Emperor Xianxia. The battle was about to begin. You want to lay your hands on my sister? Go to hell. Imperial Emperor Xianxia struck out with his palm, enveloping Jiang Chen's figure. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. The attack of an Emperor Realm expert was nothing to scoff at. With a single strike, Jiang Chen's attack was instantly extinguished. Sword 22. Boundless sword shadows filled the sky. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. That seemingly calm palm strike contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen was forced to take a few hundred steps back, looking extremely miserable. That palm strike was merely a casual strike from Imperial Emperor Xianxia. But the terrifying momentum of it was unstoppable. As a half-step emperor, Jiang Chen managed to withstand it. But in the eyes of Imperial Emperor Xianxia, he was already quite surprised. Not bad, little fella. To think that you can withstand a strike of mine. You're the first half-step emperor that I've ever struck twice. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself. A wisp of blue light appeared in Emperor Xianxia's palm, and it continued to converge like a storm. Meteors flickered as light filled the air, and the comet shot out explosively from his hand once more. Go to hell. Jiang Chen acted as though he was facing a great enemy. His face was grim as he executed the ancient soaring dragon technique, raising his combat strength once more. Slashing down with his saber, he struck out with the Heavenly Roar Seal, causing the Tao of the Nine Heavens to change. Heavenly Roar Seal. Facing the Tao Roar Seal in Jiang Chen's hands, Imperial Emperor Xianxia frowned. To think that this fella could execute the power of Tao Roar. Indeed, no one dared to underestimate him. I really can't look down on you. Imperial Emperor Xianxia and Jiang Chen's palms intertwined. Thunderbolts surged and a storm raged in the void. The attack of an Emperor Realm expert was completely neutralized by Jiang Chen's Heavenly Roar Seal. That formless yet powerful Tao Roar Seal made Imperial Emperor Xianxia jealous. Because up until now, he had yet to comprehend his own Tao. But this little fella, Jiang Chen, actually possessed his own Tao Roar. Imperial Emperor Xianxia felt that it was unfair in his heart. This was something that he couldn't accept. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. The power of Tao Roar was something that even an Emperor Realm expert might not necessarily be able to execute. This had completely exceeded Imperial Emperor Xianxia's expectations. Xianxia managed to block his second attack. In other words, their strength was actually comparable? As a Supreme Emperor realm expert, Imperial Emperor Xianxi's hatred towards Xianxia wasn't just limited to his sister. Everything that Xianxia possessed wasn't something that he deserved. He wanted to deprive him of everything. He wanted to make sure that Xianxia would never be able to reincarnate. If he existed, he would definitely cause confusion to his sister. Therefore, this person must die. Since he was related to sister, he shouldn't exist in this world. The power of Tao Roar isn't something that you can control. Imperial Emperor Xianxi's expression was cold. As he raised his hand, a storm arose once again. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the heart of the enemy, heading straight for Xianxia. As Xianxia extended his hand seal changed again. A gust of wind was generated from his palm. Open Heaven Seal. The current Tao accumulation seal was completely different from before. Xianxia's power of Tao Roar had reached the third stage. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor was shocked by such a terrifying technique. The increase of his power of Tao Roar was the most gratifying thing to him. The seal in his hand was also extremely powerful. It was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than before. It was a qualitative change. From the first stage of Tao Roar to the third stage of Tao Roar, such a change almost made Xianxia suffocate. Too powerful. He wasn't weaker than Imperial Emperor Xianxia at all. The impact of the power of Tao Roar even made Imperial Emperor Xianxia feel a little sluggish. One should know that the gap between a half-step Emperor realm and an Emperor realm expert had shrunk infinitely, but the power of an Emperor realm expert wasn't something that Xianxia could compete with. Even so, the power of Tao Roar made up for Xianxia's disadvantage. Xianxia continued to fight with Imperial Emperor Xianxia. The more Imperial Emperor Xianxia fought, the angrier he got. Because Xianxia's power of Tao Roar was too terrifying. It was able to completely block his power. That kind of formless power of Tao Roar was more terrifying than any other technique. His heaven and earth force couldn't do anything to Xianxia at all. It was getting harder and harder to kill Xianxia. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Devouring. In that instant, Imperial Emperor Xianxi's expression changed drastically. The terrifying pressure on his soul made it hard for him to resist, and he was forced to retreat in a pathetic manner. Xianxia's divine soul was invincible. An Emperor Realm divine soul could sweep across the world. Imperial Emperor Xianxia didn't expect Xianxia to have such a trump card. His divine soul was like a god of war. Facing Xianxia, Imperial Emperor Realm divine soul could only resist. At this moment, Xianxia had the upper hand. In addition to the Tao energy, Imperial Emperor Xianxia no longer looked down on Xianxia. Xianxia was on par with him now. This fellow wasn't an Emperor Realm expert, but he was stronger than an Emperor Realm expert. Imperial Emperor Xianxia was initially confident, but now, he became cautious. Damn it. How can his divine soul be so strong? Imperial Emperor Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia's divine soul was much stronger than his, and it was even more terrifying. The might of the soul-seizing divine art was unparalleled when unleashed by Xianxia's divine soul. A mere half-step great emperor was able to cause his expression to change. At this moment, Xianxia was standing on the high ground. Even Imperial Emperor Xianxi's heart palpitated a few times, his heart was in awe. Brat, you've forced me to do this. Today, I'll show you how terrifying an Emperor Realm expert is. Imperial Emperor Xianxia wasn't panicking. After all, there was still a gap between him and Xianxia's strength. Although Xianxia had forced him back with his divine soul, it wasn't fatal. Not even an expert of the same level could kill an Emperor Realm expert. I'll accompany you to the end. Xianxia's hand seals changed again. The third seal, Envy the Heavens Seal. Xianxia was already forming seals with his hands, and the energy of Tao was once again mobilized by Xianxia. That was the supreme Tao in his heart, his unparalleled seal. Facing this seal, Imperial Emperor Xianxia dared not be careless. His pupils shrunk as he swore to fight Xianxia to the death. Phoenix Perching Palm. Imperial Emperor Xianxi's expression was solemn as he unleashed his strongest attack. Facing Xianxia's third seal, Imperial Emperor Xianxia was extremely confident. The two of them clashed in an instant. The wind and clouds changed color, the mountains trembled and thunder rumbled. Accompanied by the roar of the apocalypse, the heaven's envy seal and the phoenix perching palm finally collided. Imperial Emperor Xianxia was confident. That palm was invincible in the world. Xianxia was also full of confidence. No one knew better than him that not even an Emperor realm expert could withstand the heaven's envy seal. This seal also contained 50% of Xianxia's strength. Imperial Emperor Xianxia didn't expect this. Envy the heaven's seal. The seal descended from the heavens. Xianxia's expression was solemn, as though he was facing a formidable foe. He knew how terrifying this seal was, but he wasn't sure if it could defeat Imperial Emperor Xianxia. Die. Imperial Emperor Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was determined to kill Xianxia. Far away from the mountain, Qing Luo was staring at this scene. She was extremely excited, and her heart was in her throat. Xianxia, can you really win? Qing Luo wasn't sure if Xianxia could turn the tide and defeat the emperor. But in her heart, she didn't have much hope. Emperors were called emperors because they were as strong as the heavens. Emperors were the strongest existences in the world. Qing Luo didn't dare to believe that this was the young master Chen Jiang whom she admired so much. If she lost this battle again, would young master Chen Jiang die? Young noble Chen Jiang, you have to hold on. Qing Luo murmured. There was no need for words to describe the love of a lifetime. Who could understand the love of a beautiful woman? Xianxia went against the current and rushed to the peak of the 9 heavens to fight against an emperor. Whether he won or lost, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. Whether he lived or died, Xianxia was the hero in Qing Luo's heart. When she saw the woman in the crystal coffin, she was also shocked. Her eyes were slightly closed, yet her beauty could topple a city. Her jade-like hands hung down, graceful and elegant. Her charm was unparalleled. If she was in Miao Yi's shoes, she would never give up either. No wonder young master Chen Jiang was willing to go to the ends of the earth to find her, no matter what. Qing Luo sighed in her heart. But that wasn't important anymore. Young noble Chen Jiang had already found the woman he loved. He would definitely become a peerless expert who could defeat an emperor and become famous in the Middle Province. Xianxia didn't look away. The enchanting heaven seal was like a divine stroke, crushing down. The phoenix perching palm was completely defeated by Xianxia. The domineering aura of the enchanting heaven seal pushed Imperial Emperor Xianxia back like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Imperial Emperor Xianxia coughed out blood as his body trembled. Xianxia and Imperial Emperor Xianxia didn't expect that Xianxia's seal would be so domineering. No one could resist it. Powerful, too powerful, Imperial Emperor Xianxia's lips curled up with a trace of bitterness. That seal had greatly shaken his meridians and bones, making it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize the situation at the last moment. The might of the phoenix perching palm was completely negated by Xianxia. Furthermore, the power of Xianxia's Tao had made him taste defeat and danger. Qing Luo took a deep breath. Young noble Chen Jiang won? That seal was too shocking. Even an emperor expert was defeated by it. One could imagine how powerful young noble Chen Jiang was. Now, is there anything else you want to say? So what if you're an emperor expert? I'll kill anyone who obstructs me. Xianxia said with a cold face. Although he only used 50 to 60% of his Tao accumulation, the divine origin qi in his body had already been used up. At this moment, Xianxia was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Everything he did was to hold on with all his might. Imperial Emperor Xianxia didn't say a word. His body was trembling. He didn't expect such an ending. Xianxia's means were too terrifying. He couldn't resist it. Xianxia was shocked. If he hadn't relied on the power of Tao, he would have lost his life in an instant. Xianxia seemed to have the upper hand, but the two of them were evenly matched. Both of them were injured, but Xianxia was calmer. Xianxia walked forward step by step, while Imperial Emperor Xianxia retreated step by step. Imperial Emperor Xianxia's heart was beating like a drum. Xianxia was the first half-step Emperor realm expert to defeat him and also the only one who could instill fear in his heart. Xianxia stood in front of the crystal coffin and grabbed it. He lifted the coffin and walked out step by step. Imperial Emperor Xianxia gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to make another move. Jiang Chen's method had stunned him and left a shadow in his heart. At this moment, any action of Jiang Chen could affect his heart. The words that he had boasted in the past had turned into bullshit. Imperial Emperor Xianxi's face was drenched in cold sweat and his body was trembling. He was a dignified emperor expert, but he was defeated by a half-step emperor realm fella just like that. Wasn't this too inexcusable? Moreover, he had schemed and schemed for so long, yet he ended up like this in the end. All of his efforts were in vain. Instead, all of his hard work had gone to Jiang Chen. Who could accept this? Imperial Emperor Xianxia struggled as he watched Jiang Chen leave. He took a deep breath. He had waited for this moment for far too long. If Jiang Chen were to take away the saint-grade medicinal pill and his sister, then Jiang Chen's shadow would be left in his heart for the rest of his life. Why was it that he had done so much, but it was taken away by someone else? Imperial Emperor Xianxia questioned himself countless times, but he couldn't calm the anger in his heart. This was simply like a tortoise trying to dig his own grave. Jiang Chen's face was also drenched in sweat. He was actually an arrow at the end of its flight. He wanted to force Imperial Emperor Xianxia to retreat and subdue the enemy without a fight. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't know what the final outcome would be if he fought to the death. Moreover, Xiaoyu was by his side now. If he had to fight to the death, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, this was the Martial Dan Hall. Even if he was extremely capable, could he overturn the entire Martial Dan Hall? Although Jiang Chen was confident, he didn't have such thoughts. Moreover, the Martial Dan Hall was as famous as the Buddhist pagoda. It was impossible for Imperial Emperor Xianxia to be the only emperor expert in the Martial Dan Hall. Compared to the mountain and sea sect, Jiang Chen knew when to stop. He had to settle Xiaoyu down first. If the Martial Dan Hall's people arrived, then he would be in a predicament. Jiang Chen wasn't stupid. Now that he had completely crushed Imperial Emperor Xianxi's confidence, if he didn't take this opportunity to escape, then he might very well die here. The moment the two of them walked away in the opposite direction, Jiang Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, when the two of them were 10 steps apart, Imperial Emperor Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen furiously. Because he was unwilling to let Jiang Chen leave just like that. If he let him go this time, then it would be extremely difficult to catch him again. He would never be able to make any progress because Jiang Chen had already become a nightmare in his heart. Imperial Emperor Xianxia had to fight with Jiang Chen. Even if he knew that he would die, he still had to fight with Jiang Chen. He couldn't let go of his sister, he couldn't let go of the saint-grade pill, and his confidence couldn't be destroyed by Jiang Chen. Stop right there. Imperial Emperor Xianxia growled. He had finally made up his mind to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. Although he was afraid of death, he had worked hard for so long and had used so many tricks in order to reach this point. He wasn't willing to give up just like that. Jiang Chen's body shook. Was this fellow really not afraid of death? Since you insist on dying, then I'll send you on your way. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and stared coldly at Imperial Emperor Xianxia, his killing intent surging. Imperial Emperor Xianxia felt his throat go dry. Did this fellow really have the ability to kill him? Although his heart was filled with fear, he had nowhere else to retreat. He had no choice but to brace himself and fight. Eat my palm. Jiang Chen roared angrily. Imperial Emperor Xianxia acted as if he was facing a powerful foe. He defended himself and his soul as he fought against Jiang Chen with all his might. But after waiting for an instant, he discovered that Jiang Chen had already flown out of Mount Wuwei with the crystal coffin on his shoulders. Bastard! I'm going to tear you to pieces. Don't run if you've got the balls. Imperial Emperor Xianxia never would have imagined that Jiang Chen would just faint and run. Motherfucker, so it was all an act. Imperial Emperor Xianxia couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. He had been played for a fool. Although Jiang Chen was very strong, he had heavily injured him with that attack. Did he really have the strength to fight again? After all, his strength was there for all to see. He was still a cut below a great emperor. From the looks of it now, after Jiang Chen had heavily injured him, he must have been severely injured. There was no way Jiang Chen could fight him to the end. Otherwise, why would he run? This fellow was just pretending to have the guts to trick him. Wasn't Xianxia treating him like a fool? Imperial Emperor Qianqi's confidence soared. At this moment, he chased after Xianxia relentlessly. Since Xianxia's calmness was all an act, he was just a half-step great emperor. If he hadn't underestimated him, he wouldn't have been so heavily injured. Now, he was almost fooled like a monkey. How could Imperial Emperor Qianqi remain calm? The three Marshal Dan Hall elders who were waiting for an opportunity were also dumbfounded. How could they still dare to show themselves after that scene? Even Imperial Emperor Qianqi was scared out of his wits. If the three half-step great emperors had acted, the outcome would have been even more miserable. A wise man submits to circumstances. It was reasonable for them to choose to remain silent. But when they saw Xianxia run away with a feint, they realized that Xianxia was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Wasn't he treating them like fools? The three of them acted immediately and chased after Imperial Emperor Qianqi. They were determined to capture Xianxia. This fella dared to play with great emperor experts. Qing Luo, who was standing at the side, also followed. She was extremely worried. Could young Master Qin Jiang really turn the situation around? Even she couldn't help but sneer. Young Master Qin Jiang was simply too evil. Imperial Emperor Qianqi was fooled by him. But the one who had to face the danger now was young Master Qin Jiang. Capture this man. I'll grind his bones to ashes and suppress his soul in purgatory, never to be reincarnated. Imperial Emperor Qianqi's roar was like thunder, spreading 1,000 li away. The entire Marshal Dan Hall seemed to be shaking at this moment. However, it wasn't easy for Xianxia to leave Mount Wuwei. The Marshal Dan Hall was heavily guarded and protected by an unparalleled formation. Even a fly wouldn't be able to escape. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Xianxia. Xianxia didn't hesitate. The most important thing was to run away as soon as possible. Xiaoyu was still unconscious and he didn't dare to continue fighting. This time, the Marshal Dan Palace was going to be turned upside down because of him. Xianxia knew that it was too late to leave now. Imperial Emperor Qianqi still followed him. Xianxia knew that Imperial Emperor Qianqi wouldn't let him go if he let him go. Since that's the case, I'll have some fun with you guys, Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. The only thing he could do now was to get out of Wuwei Mountain as soon as possible and leave the territory of the Marshal Dan Palace. Only by doing so could he leave the Marshal Dan Palace. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to leave this place once he was trapped in the enemy's territory. Xianxia was ready to go at any time with the crystal coffin on his shoulder. Because the crystal coffin couldn't be placed in the Zulong Tower, Xianxia was very curious. There must be a reason behind this. However, Xianxia had no idea what the reason was. Xiaoyu, who was in the coffin, had her eyes closed. She seemed to have lost all signs of life. However, Xianxia wouldn't give up so easily. From today onwards, we'll never be separated, no matter where we go, Xianxia said in a low voice. He executed the Great Void technique and quickly left the Marshal Dan Hall. It would be best if he could escape, but if he couldn't, he could only fight with his life on the line. Xianxia's strength was damaged, so he could only choose to avoid the attack. It's Xianxia. He's coming out. Yan Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes, looking at Xianxia flying out of St. Martial City from the Marshal Dan Palace. He became excited, as this was their last chance. Chase. Liao Tianxing nodded his head solemnly. The three of them quickly left the city and chased after Xianxia. That guy seems to be heavily injured. His speed isn't fast. Looks like our chances here. I guess the negotiation with the Marshal Dan Hall has failed. Haha, although they've obtained the title of Divine Tier Alchemist, the Marshal Dan Hall isn't that easy to deal with. That guy wants to go against the Marshal Dan Hall. He won't have a good ending, Silver Fox sneered. Silver Fox sneered. Not long after, several half-step Emperor stage experts flashed past the heads of the three of them, and even Monarch Tianqi was amongst them. Could it be that there's some sort of enmity between Imperial Lord Tianqi and that fellow, Xianxia? Liao Tianxing was also quite curious. However, the Marshal Dan Hall had sent out 3 experts and an Emperor Realm expert to pursue Xianxia. It was conceivable that this guy must have caused some trouble in the Marshal Dan Hall. It was highly possible, Yan Zhao Wuji had the same thought. If Xianxia was killed by the people of the Martial Dan Hall, then they wouldn't have to do anything. However, if an Emperor Realm expert were to join the fray, they would be able to influence the outcome of the battle. Xianxia would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. Let's wait and see, Liao Tianxing said. The three of them followed closely behind the experts of the Martial Dan Hall. They didn't dare to act rashly. After all, if an Emperor Realm expert was enraged, they wouldn't have a good ending. How dare you? Give me back my coffin and give me your life. Monarch Tianqi's voice was like a great bell, rumbling like thunder, shaking the ice and snow of the surrounding mountains. Avalanches were everywhere, mountains were collapsing, rivers were flowing backwards, ancient trees were falling, flames were spewing out from the mountains, magma was tearing the mountain rocks apart. The might of an Emperor Realm was still unstoppable. Even if Monarch Tianqi was injured, an ordinary half-step Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to resist him. Now that Monarch Tianqi knew that Xianxia was just a feint and was already at the end of his tether, his aura was raised once again. This bastard, he even dared to trick him. This truly made him furious. Ever since he became an emperor, Monarch Tianqi had never been looked down upon like this. Now that he was defeated by a half-step Emperor Realm expert like Xianxia, it was too shameful. Therefore, he would never let Xianxia escape. He must regain his reputation. Xianxia's speed wasn't fast. After all, he was carrying the crystal coffin, and it was getting heavier and heavier. The feeling of being weighed down by 1,000 kilograms made Xianxia complain endlessly. Also, this crystal coffin was extremely strange, it couldn't be stored in a spatial treasure, and that was the most unbelievable part. Xianxia ran madly for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he escaped from the Martial Dan Hall's territory and heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Monarch Tianqi had already caught up to him. A huge palm that blotted out the sun and sky appeared from the clouds. Get lost. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and wielded the wind and clouds. With a slash of his sword, it was shocking. The limitless sword, the great Tao unification. At this moment, Monarch Tianqi's giant palm was split into 2 by Xianxia. But as the giant palm exploded, Monarch Tianqi's silhouette followed, piercing through the clouds and descended from the sky. The palm was like a thunderclap that shook the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia retreated with a solemn expression. He raised his blade and fought against an Emperor Realm expert. At this moment, he had no way to retreat. Monarch Tianqi was calm and composed as he descended. He looked at Xianxia and sighed in his heart. It was this bastard who almost ruined his reputation and made him lose all confidence. Come and die. Imperial Lord Tianqi stared at Xianxia. This fella had already unleashed his full strength. No one knew how strong he was, but he was still able to force Imperial Lord Tianqi to such a state. If Xianxia was allowed to grow to the great Emperor Realm in the future, how powerful would he be? Under the heavens, who could be his opponent? Imperial Monarch Tianqi didn't dare imagine it. Because at this moment, he had to eliminate the weeds by the roots and nip them in the bud. This was what he loved to do the most. He wanted to nip all dangers in the bud, and he had to eliminate the slightest sign of trouble. This is what I wanted to say to you. Why? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because I let you go? He. Xianxia said with a smile. Following his chuckle, the 3 half-step Emperor Realm experts of the Martial Dan Hall also arrived. Facing Xianxia, they were even more secretive. Although Xianxia's situation was not looking good, they might not dare to act recklessly. Monarch Tianqi was doubtful. He was not sure that Xianxia did not have the strength to fight anymore. Now that the 3 half-step Emperor Realm experts had arrived, he sent the 3 of them to test it out. If Xianxia really did not have the strength to fight anymore, then it's fine. If Xianxia still had the strength to fight, then the 3 of them would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Capture this bastard for me, there's no need to make any mistakes. Monarch Tianqi shouted. The 3 of them looked at each other and took a deep breath. They were also very fearful of Xianxia's domineering aura. They braced themselves and felt as if they were being forced to do something beyond their abilities. After all, they knew Xianxia's prowess better than anyone else. A single seal was enough to destroy everything. Right now, their hearts were filled with nervousness. They had no idea how strong Xianxia was. Monarch Tianqi was obviously frightened by Xianxia. That's why he wanted them to test it out. What? Xianxia actually forced Imperial Emperor Tianqi to retreat? Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi was extremely careful when facing him now. How did this guy do it? Weren't martial emperors invincible? How could he be defeated by a half-step martial emperor like Xianxia? This battle wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. However, Xianxia was already exhausted from running for his life. His situation was worrisome, and it was no longer an easy task for him to turn the tide. Yan Zhao Wuji and Liao Tianqing's faces were solemn. If they could help the Marshal Dan Hall kill Xianxia now, it would be killing two birds with one stone. There's always a way out. I thought that I wouldn't have a chance to kill Xianxia anymore. But now, it seems like this guy is really asking for it. He had a great future and a good hand, but he played it too badly. Yan Zhao Wuji's lips curled into a sinister smile. The three of them were facing Xianxia from afar, stepping forward cautiously. Those who block me shall be killed without mercy. Xianxia carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder and the heavenly dragon treasure sword in his hand. He was domineering, like a war god that had fought hundreds of battles on the battlefield. He stood proudly between the heavens and earth, fearless and invincible. The three of them were frightened by Xianxia's prowess, but they had no way to retreat. They had to deal with Xianxia. This was Imperial Emperor Tianqi's order and also their responsibility. Little rascal, don't try to be brave. Everyone, let's join hands and kill this guy. Good. You dared to go against my Marshal Dan Hall. I'm afraid you've lived for too long, humph. There's no need to speak anymore. Let's kill him first. The three of them held their divine weapons in their hands and rushed towards Xianxia with a trace of fear and dread. Xianxia shouted and the three of them instantly became dispirited. After witnessing Xianxia's prowess, the three of them naturally couldn't remain calm anymore. Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi was defeated by Xianxia. How awe-inspiring was that? How domineering was that? However, the three of them had no other choice but to fight Xianxia to the end. Fighting for their dignity, fighting for the glory of the Marshal Dan Hall, Xianxia's heroic spirit soared to the clouds as he charged forward with his sword in hand. Even though he was surrounded by three half-step great emperor experts, Xianxia was still calm and composed as he carried the coffin on his shoulder. Although he was injured, there was no emperor realm expert who could hurt him now. Xianxia roared in anger. The sword intent of the 22 sword revolved like a magnificent army. The sword intent swept across the sky and was invincible. The might of the 22 sword had raised Xianxia's swordsmanship to the pinnacle. Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi didn't dare to be careless, let alone them. The limitless sword had a beginning but no end. Its destination was the pinnacle of the sword. The 22 sword was just one move of the limitless sword. As for how far it could reach, it all depended on Xianxia's own fortune. Xianxia's expression was stern. His momentum swept across the heavens and earth. The 22 swords sealed the sky, forcing the three half-step sovereign realm experts to retreat. However, the three of them weren't easy to deal with. Even Dan Qiusheng wasn't their opponent. At this moment, the three of them joined forces to resist Xianxia. Although the situation was difficult, it wasn't as if they couldn't retaliate at all. Countless blade lights and sword shadows, layers of clouds and lightning. Above the void, Xianxia was standing on a green cloud, sweeping across everything in his way. The azure dragon's 5 steps was ascending to the heavens. The three of them were getting more and more disorganized as they chased after Xianxia. Xianxia's steady attacks had caused the three of them to lose the strength to move forward. They had also lost their will to fight. Their hearts were filled with fear. Naturally, they couldn't fight against Xianxia. 5 Thunderbolts Edict. Xianxia waved the imperial edict in his hand. The power of lightning surged out and rained down. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were defeated. In the distance, Imperial Emperor Tianqi clenched his fists. This fellow was obviously holding on. If he didn't make a move now, when would he? This was his best chance. If he let Xianxia leave, it would be like letting the tiger return to the mountain. Brat, hand over your life. Imperial Emperor Xianxia traversed through the void and closed in on Xianxia at the speed of light. An incomparably huge palm descended from the sky like a guest from the void. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He wielded his sword and pierced through the sky, merging with the huge palm. Light and shadows interweaved. However, Imperial Emperor Xianxia's strength was still very strong. Although he was heavily injured, he was still stronger than Xianxia. Xianxia fought a few more people and fought with Imperial Emperor Xianxia. At this moment, his every step was a mess. Imperial Emperor Xianxia's huge palm also pushed Xianxia down from the sky. In the end, a mountain range was torn apart and Xianxia was pressed into the rocks of the canyon. Only then did the palm gradually dissipate. Dust flew everywhere and the wind howled. Countless beasts in the mountains and forests died here. They panicked and fled. Imperial Emperor Xianxia looked arrogantly at the peak of the sky. His eyes were cold as he looked at the mountain valley that had been turned into dust. In just a short moment, a rainbow light burst out from the ruins with a shocking aura. Xianxia stood up once more. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and stared at Imperial Emperor Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was filled with battle intent. He was like an undying god of war. As long as he was alive, as long as he had a breath left, he would not compromise. He would not hesitate. Because he wanted to stay alive and bring little you away from here. Not bad, you can still stand up. Then, give me another palm. Imperial Emperor Xianxia roared in rage. His thunderous strength was like a tidal wave that swept through the world. This kind of unstoppable ferocious might sent chills down one's spine. Xianxia took a deep breath and immediately slashed down with his saber. The Dao accumulation seal was executed once more. This time, Xianxia gave it his all and fought to the death with Imperial Emperor Xianxia. He had no other choice but to fight to the death. Heaven's Envy Seal. Imperial Emperor Xianxia had witnessed the terror of the Heaven's Envy Seal in the past. This time, when Xianxia executed it once more, Imperial Emperor Xianxia looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Heaven Imprisoning Palm. Two rays of light intertwined with each other once again. Xianxia was sent flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. 10 miles below, he was unable to land on the ground. The collision between the two was like a comet brushing past each other. That kind of violent tremor even shook the entire world. At least within a radius of 10,000 miles, there seemed to be an earth-shattering earthquake. Volcanoes erupted, tsunamis raged, the surrounding mountains were shattered, and thousands of beasts roared. The scene was spectacular. Xianxia was in a sorry state. The terrifying aura spread out once more. Imperial Emperor Xianxia was worthy of being a martial emperor expert. Even when he was forced back by Xianxia's Heaven's Envy Seal, he could still stand proudly in the sky. Of course, the Dao accumulation seal was even stronger than his Heaven Imprisoning Palm. If it wasn't for his powerful foundation, ordinary martial emperors would have been annihilated by now. Imperial Emperor Xianxia took a deep breath and swallowed the blood that surged up his throat. Imperial Emperor Xianxia was also shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to have such a powerful combat strength. His strength had already been reduced to 70 to 80%. He wasn't in his peak condition right now. He didn't know if Xianxia could match his strength. Both of them stared at each other. Imperial Emperor Xianxia stopped his attack. Without absolute suppression and the competence to kill Xianxia in one strike, he didn't dare to continue fighting Xianxia. If he failed, he might die on the spot, his reputation would go down the drain, and his name would go down the drain. His name would be tarnished for thousands of years. Ha ha ha, I just happened to pass by this place. Emperor Xianxia, it's my honor to meet you. Yan Zhaowuji said with a smile. At this moment, it was finally time for him to attack. Imperial Emperor Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Zhaowuji indifferently. Imperial Emperor Xianxia might not know, but I'm the supreme elder of the 8 Extremes sect. That brat Xianxia injured my clansmen. Today, I've gathered with the elders of the Mountain and Sea sect in the Saint Martial City to capture Xianxia and kill him to vent my anger. I didn't expect to meet you here. Imperial Emperor, we're willing to work together with you to kill this brat to appease your anger. Yan Zhaowuji, Liao Tianxing and the others appeared. Imperial Emperor Tianxi nodded his head slightly. He already knew that there were people hiding in the depths, but they were all half-step emperors. At this moment, Yan Zhao Wuji appeared. But facing Imperial Emperor Tianqi, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was an emperor expert and an expert of the martial Dan Hall. They didn't dare to touch the tiger's whiskers. Not to mention, they were planning to join forces with the Marshal Dan Hall to kill Jiang Chen. That's fine. This brat is too ferocious. I've tried several times but failed to kill him. This time I'll join forces with the elders of my clan. Imperial Lord Tianqi said indifferently. Yan Zhao Wuji and the others looked at the three elders of the Marshal Dan Palace. 6 half-step Emperor realm experts once again took action against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was already at the end of his rope. Yan Zhao Wuji and the others were full of confidence in this battle. Thank you, Lord Emperor, for fulfilling our wish. We will definitely not disappoint you. Liao Tianxing smiled. Now that Jiang Chen's strength had been depleted, it was time for them to beat him up. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? What a bunch of disgusting flies. Jiang Chen frowned. Yan Zhao Wuji and the rest had been waiting for an opportunity. Their appearance was within Jiang Chen's expectations. However, he could no longer fight anymore. The battle with Imperial Emperor Tianqi had exhausted all his evil qi and divine origin energy. Even his third Dao accumulation was almost depleted. A half-step martial emperor had become a sick cat. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was afraid that Jiang Chen would unleash a devastating attack and perish together with him. That's why he held back against Jiang Chen and didn't dare to push Jiang Chen into a desperate situation. But now, he could sit on the mountain and reap the spoils later. It saved him a lot of trouble. Wouldn't it be better if someone took the lead? These people seemed to have an irreconcilable enmity with Jiang Chen. Imperial Emperor Tianqi had heard about the matter between Mountain and Sea Sect and Baji Sect. It wasn't impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen with a borrowed knife. Moreover, these people were destined to rely on the Marshal Dan Hall, so Imperial Emperor Tianqi was naturally high and mighty. Now, you should be thinking about how to die a more dignified death, Silver Fox sneered. Silver Fox sneered and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 6 great half-step sovereign realm experts were gathered here, cooperating with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would have been fearless if he wasn't injured. But now, he was struggling at death's door. He could be ambushed by these fellows at any moment and die without mercy. Cut the crap. If you have the ability, then kill me first. Wishy-washy like a woman. Jiang Chen sneered. Even at this moment, he was still determined to die. As long as he had a breath left, he would protect his beloved from any harm. You're still so stubborn when you're at death's door. Looks like you're really stubborn. Fine, we'll send you on your last journey. Yan Zhao Wuji clenched his fist and punched out. Thunder rumbled through the 9 heavens. 6 rays of light soared into the sky, displaying the might of a half-step martial emperor. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be negligent. This battle concerned his life and death. There was no way out. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Imperial Emperor Tianqi squinted his eyes and murmured. Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to fight anymore. But no one knew if this mad dog would choose to perish together with others. Young Master Qin Jiang, Qing Luo was struggling in her heart. At this moment, she didn't know if she should act or not. Facing 6 half-step martial emperors, her strength alone was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood. It was impossible for her to resist. However, if she left like this, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Young Master Qin Jiang was the only person she admired in her life. Ever since she was young, she had always been a monstrous genius, the pearl in the hands of the elders of her clan. As a woman, she was not inferior to any man, no one could make her submit to him. However, the appearance of young Master Qin Jiang had made her feel extremely complicated and anxious. Everyone had feelings, even she wasn't a cold-blooded person. Young Master Qin Jiang was the best person she'd met after leaving her family. Handsome, skinny, dying for his beloved, young Master Qin Jiang was unparalleled in the world. To Qing Luo, any one of them was extremely attractive. To her, young Master Xianxia was the best person in the world. A man should be like this, with a clear conscience to the heavens and a clear conscience to his heart. If I leave today, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Everyone needs to be crazy once in their life. I'm sorry, please forgive my stubbornness. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat under the combined attack of Yan Zhao Wuji and the others. Every step he took was difficult. The 22-sword technique was on the verge of collapse. Without enough energy to support it, Jiang Chen couldn't unleash his sword intent to the fullest. He could only rely on the strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants to forcefully hold on. Facing 6 half-step great emperors, Jiang Chen was in a dire situation. Just as Jiang Chen was finding it difficult to move forward and was facing Yan Zhao Wuji's relentless pursuit, a green beam of light shot down from the sky. It was a long spear in his hand. The green blade was 9 feet long, and it was extremely soul-stirring. After forcing Yan Zhao Wuji back with a single strike, he stood with his head held high. Qing Luo. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He was already in a dangerous situation, and he didn't want anyone else to die with him. Hurry up and leave, this is not a place you should be in. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. However, Qing Luo was holding the purple golden spear with red embellishment in her hand. She stood still like a mountain, completely blocking their attacks. It was not easy for a peak divine emperor to have such combat strength as she was facing 6 half-step sovereign realm experts. The water of the Luo River comes from the heavens and flows to the sea, never to return. Qing Luo's divine spear shone brightly. Purple golden holy light rained down from the sky. The 6 of them did not stop their attacks. They might be afraid of Jiang Chen, but Qing Luo's strength was not even at the half-step emperor realm. They were fearless and used their full strength to block the spear's shadows. The 6 of them continued to attack. Qing Luo had nowhere to hide and was forced to retreat. Puff, Yan Zhao Wuji took the lead and finally landed a palm strike on Qing Luo's shoulder. Blood gushed out, and Qing Luo's face gradually turned pale as she staggered backwards. Jiang Chen extended his hand and pulled Qing Luo into his embrace. Why are you so silly? To save a nobody like me, you're willing to risk your life. Jiang Chen frowned, he was worried. This last was so silly that it made his heart ache. Shouldn't a person be crazy for once in their life, young Master Jiang Chen? Qing Luo said with a bitter expression on her face, but she still could not hide the smile in her eyes. Jiang Chen, Chen Jiang, I should have known. Qing Luo's smile made Jiang Chen speechless. He sighed. How could he not know Qing Luo's identity? Born from a great clan, powerful and invincible. She came here for the painting. Who else could it be other than the senior sister of the god Luo clan? Even if Jiang Chen did not open it, he knew that it was the god Luo's scripture. However, a person must be trustworthy. He would not rob it. This was also why Qing Luo admired Jiang Chen. Even if he did not know what he was robbing, he knew that it must be a rare treasure. Otherwise, why would a heroine like her risk her life to steal it? It was just that both of them were well aware that they didn't poke through that layer of window paper. We're even now, am I right? The eldest senior sister of the Luo god clan? Jiang Chen said. Back then, he had heard from De Huang that the big sister of the Luo god clan was someone that even he had to avoid and search for the Luo god scripture. At this moment, the 2 of them never imagined that they would meet in such a manner. Qing Luo was taken aback, then nodded. That's right, I'm the great senior sister of the Luo god clan, Luo Qing. Although the 2 of them were facing each other with sincerity, they didn't feel close to each other. They even felt a little awkward and hesitant. However, since she had already made her choice, Qing Luo wouldn't regret it. She already knew that Jiang Chen and Chen Jiang were the same person. She just didn't want herself to be destroyed in the fairy tale. In her heart, there was only that unruly young man, young Master Chen Jiang, Luo god clan. An ancient and mysterious clan. Compared to the great achievements of the Shan clan in the ancient times, the Luo god clan was filled with a mysterious feeling. The Dragon River and Luo River carried the river diagram on their backs. The Luo god clan was the origin of the 8 trigrams Tao. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. They had already guessed it, but neither of them poked through that layer of window paper. Now, Luo Qing was fearless and risked her life to save Jiang Chen. This made Jiang Chen's heart filled with gratitude. I never thought that even the Luo God clan would interfere. However, you alone are not enough. If it was the old man from the Luo God clan, it would be interesting. Yan Zhao Wuji sneered. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. If no one could save Jiang Chen, he would definitely die. Today, with Monarch Tianqi here, who could save him? Then try. If you want to kill young Master Chen Jiang, you'll have to get past me first. Luo Qing's aura was like a rainbow. Her beautiful eyes were cold and fearless. You're courting death. Silver Fox coldly snorted. The six of them no longer spoke and charged forth. A mere lass from the Luo God clan would not be able to shake their determination to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pulled Luo Qing behind him. Even if it was extremely dangerous, Jiang Chen was not willing to stay behind a woman. Jiang Chen and Luo Qing were forced to retreat. It was already difficult for them to move forward. There was still a huge gap between Luo Qing's strength and the 6 quasi-emperor realm experts. A smile rose on the corner of Monarch Tianqi's lips. As long as he could kill Jiang Chen, his sister would be able to return to his side. Even the Saint-grade pellet was snatched away by Jiang Chen, he would not allow him to leave. At this moment, it was Jiang Chen's time of death. Jiang Chen was constantly recovering his strength, but it was still difficult for him to continue. Although he was standing in front of Luo Qing, the other party's momentum was too ferocious. Their injuries were getting heavier and heavier, and their lives were hanging by a thread. Get lost. Jiang Chen and Luo Qing were already on the brink of death. Under the hands of 6 quasi-emperor realm experts, they were on the brink of death. A cry was heard as a blood-red divine weapon appeared in front of Yan Zhao Wuji and the others. If you want to kill Jiang Chen, you'll have to ask the blood Qifeng Tian halberd in my hand first. Wu Yunfeng said indifferently with a cold expression. Wu Yunfeng. You bastard, why don't you open your dog eyes and see who's here? You dare to defy the monarch's order? You're simply courting death. Wu Yunfeng, get lost. You're just a city lord, what qualifications do you have to strut around here? How could my Marshal Dan Hall raise such a treacherous thing like you? Kneel down and accept your death, and the monarch might leave you with a complete corpse. The 3 elders of Marshal Dan Hall were infuriated. They were also forced back by the terrifying might of the blood Qifeng Tian halberd. They did not expect Wu Yunfeng's strength to be so powerful. However, what was truly frightening was the blood Qifeng Tian halberd in his hand. Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi's eyes narrowed slightly. This divine weapon was truly extraordinary. Wu Yunfeng's expression was cold and unmoving. He completely ignored the 3 elders of Marshal Dan Hall and looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, "Today, I'll escort you out of here. Brother Jiang, it can be considered as my Wu Yunfeng repaying the debt of gratitude." Wu Yunfeng's smile was mellow. The camaraderie between men was needless to say. Wu Yunfeng had always regarded Jiang Chen as his greatest benefactor. The blood Qifeng Tian halberd was the fruit of his life's work. Even after thousands of years, he was unable to complete it. However, Jiang Chen had helped him fulfill his wish. Therefore, Wu Yunfeng had always been grateful to Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen was in trouble, he naturally would not shirk his responsibility. With the blood Qifeng Tian halberd in his hand, he had to protect Jiang Chen. Brother Wu, you're exaggerating. Jiang Chen knew that Wu Yun was doing this to repay a debt of gratitude. However, the price he had to pay was too great for him. Once he started a war with Imperial Emperor Tianqi, there would be no place for Wu Yunfeng in the Martial Pellet Hall. Regardless of success or failure, he would bear the infamy of being a traitor. He was destined to never become a member of the Martial Pellet Hall. Wu Yunfeng gave up a lifetime of glory to fight for Jiang Chen, fighting against the people of the Martial Pellet Hall. This made Jiang Chen sigh. Wu Yunfeng was worthy of being a hero. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Wu Yunfeng displayed this to the fullest. Others might not understand, but Wu Yunfeng knew that the most important thing in his life was to refine the Qi blood pole arm. Even in the eyes of Jiang Chen, it was just a divine weapon. But in Wu Yunfeng's heart, it was akin to giving him a new lease of life. That was his life's pursuit. Jiang Chen had fulfilled his dream. To Wu Yunfeng, the prosperity and wealth of the secular world were just fleeting clouds. so what if he didn't want it? The Martial Pellet Hall was full of talents. He didn't think that the St. Martial City wouldn't be able to survive without him. But if he didn't make a move, Xianxia might die here. Wu Yunfeng held the Qi blood polearm in his hand, his battle intent soaring. Imperial Emperor Xianxia, I'm sorry. If you want to kill Xianxia today, you have to go through me first. Looks like you're determined to betray my Martial Pellet Hall. Monarch Xianxia stared at Wu Yunfeng. To him, Wu Yunfeng's strength wasn't enough to pose a threat. However, the divine weapon in his hands was something that even he felt trepidation towards. Seems like this fellow wasn't someone easy to deal with. If the Imperial Emperor is willing to let Xianxia live, I, Wu Yunfeng, am willing to accept my punishment. Wu Yunfeng held the Qi blood polearm tightly as he spoke with his head held high. Are you threatening me? Imperial Emperor Xianxia said with a faint smile. He had already enveloped Wu Yunfeng and the others with his Emperor realm soul. Wu Yunfeng's expression was solemn and he did not dare to be careless. The outcome of this battle depended on himself and the Qi blood polearm in his hand. Wu Yunfeng doesn't dare. Your Majesty is mighty and powerful, and I am no match for you. But today, I must accompany Brother Xianxia to the death. Wu Yunfeng's persistence made Xianxia and Luo Qing admire him very much, because they were both such people. If it wasn't for the purity and sincerity in their hearts, Luo Qing wouldn't be standing here. Alright, then kill them without mercy. Imperial Lord Xianxia spoke slowly. His voice was calm, but it was filled with boundless killing intent. You refuse to take the path to heaven. Wu Yunfeng, I didn't expect that we would have the chance to fight again. Back then, outside the St. Martial City, you tried everything you could to stop me. I couldn't refuse you because you are, after all, the St. Martial City's city lord. But today, you even dared to disobey the words of Imperial Lord Xianxia. You're simply courting death. Yan Zhao Wuji said with a smile. With Imperial Lord Xianxia supporting them, they had nothing to fear. You didn't want to be the city lord, but you chose to get involved with a traitor like Xianxia. Today will be the day of your death. The elders of Martial Dan Hall looked stern as they glared at Wu Yunfeng. The 6 of them were already prepared to fight Wu Yunfeng again. But at this moment, Wu Yunfeng's strength was obviously stronger. With the Qi blood polearm in his hand, the 6 of them did not dare to be careless. Brother Wu, be careful. Xianxia warned in a deep voice. I was also worried about not having an opponent. Let's see how strong this Qi blood polearm is. Wu Yunfeng was not afraid of the 6 of them at all. As an emptiness emperor, he was one step closer to the emperor realm. He was stronger than a half-step emperor realm expert. That was his strength. With the Qi blood polearm in his hand, as long as Imperial Lord Xianxia didn't take action, he was absolutely confident that he could deal with these people. Wu Yunfeng's expression was cold as he gripped the Qi blood polearm tightly. Fighting against the 6 of them by himself, he was domineering. The Qi blood polearm's might was like a dragon, slaughtering the heavens. Rays of blood-red light filled the air. Wind, thunder, and rain whistled past. Wu Yunfeng's cultivation was profound. With the addition of the Qi blood polearm, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even when facing the encirclement of Yan Zhao Wuji and the others, he was still very confident. He fought steadily, advancing by retreating. At this moment, the Qi blood polearm revealed its true ferocious might. Wu Yunfeng let out a long roar. He was in the middle of a fierce battle. This was the most satisfying battle he had ever fought since he had obtained the Qi Feng Tian halberd. The terrifying might that erupted from the Qi Feng Tian halberd caused even Yan Zhao Wuji and the others to retreat, not daring to face it head-on. Come on! Wu Yunfeng bellowed. Gradually, he gained complete control of the Qi Feng Tian halberd. Although he had refined the Qi Feng Tian halberd, he had fused with it during the battle. His battle prowess didn't increase at all. In fact, he was starting to gain the upper hand. Wu Yunfeng's domineering aura was overflowing. His might was unparalleled. Rays of polearm shadows soared into the sky, sweeping across the area. The Qi blood polearm transformed into blood-red dragons that swept across the land. Mountains and peaks crumbled continuously. Its might was like that of a tiger. With a peerless divine weapon, Wu Yunfeng caused Yan Zhao Wuji and the others to complain incessantly. Even with the 6 of them working together, Wu Yunfeng still had the absolute upper hand. This was a great humiliation. Although Wu Yunfeng was strong, he was not that terrifying. However, with the powerful combination of the Qi blood pole arm, his means were already unparalleled. The 6 of them found it hard to resist. Without a divine weapon that surpassed Wu Yunfeng's, they could only passively take the beating. If this continued, they would very likely be defeated by Wu Yunfeng one by one. Wu Yunfeng, you ungrateful bastard. How has my Marshal Dan Hall treated you? How dare you collude with outsiders? Now, even Monarch Tianqi can't order you around. You are too arrogant. The Marshal Dan Hall's elder was furious. However, he was not a match for Wu Yunfeng. The traitor who wielded the Qi blood pole arm was too terrifying. They advanced cautiously at every step and found it hard to continue. If this continued, they would most likely be killed by Wu Yunfeng's pole arm. Wu Yunfeng sneered disapprovingly. The Marshal Dan Hall is indeed a good place. However, it is also a place that is filled with filth. With my means, how can I be on equal footing with Dan Qiusheng? The Saint Marshal city was originally controlled by me alone. However, your Marshal Dan Hall added a city lord to be on equal footing with me. You even called him the city lord of 2 cities. Ha ha ha. This must be your scheme. You are afraid that I will be the only one in power. Who knows how many benefits Dan Qiusheng has given you? Now you want to talk to me about the benefits of the Marshal Dan Hall? You know very well how the Marshal Dan Hall has treated me. Wu Yunfeng reprimanded. His face was filled with unswerving determination. At this moment, he was no longer the puppet city lord that was guarding the city. Instead, he was like a peerless king that wielded a pole arm. You are a wolf with wild ambitions, an untamed wolf cub. My Marshal Dan Palace will not rest until you are dead. The 3 elders gritted their teeth in hatred. However, their strength was far from Wu Yunfeng's. The 6 of them became a one-sided battle. Wu Yunfeng swept across the universe, unparalleled in the world. His peerless heroism caused countless people to look up to him in awe. As expected of the city lord of Saint Marshal City, Wu Yunfeng's strength is too strong, especially the blood Qi Feng Tian halberd in his hand. I don't think Wu Yunfeng will be able to withstand 10 moves from him. Luo Qing said solemnly. He glanced at Jiang Chen. Wu Yunfeng was like an indomitable god of death. No one could stop his footsteps. If it's only the few of them, there's no harm. However, Imperial Emperor Tianqi is eyeing them covetously. I think he's going to take action soon. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Previously, Imperial Emperor Tianqi was afraid of Jiang Chen. Now that Imperial Emperor Tianqi no longer had the strength to fight, there was no way Jiang Chen would let Wu Yunfeng go. Although Wu Yunfeng was heavily injured, an Emperor Realm expert naturally couldn't be ignored. Without the 3 world-shocking seals, it would be impossible for Jiang Chen to defeat an Emperor Realm expert. After all, the difference between their realms was like heaven and earth. Jiang Chen finally understood one thing. Why was the blood Qi Feng Tian halberd in Wu Yunfeng's hand so unparalleled and domineering? Why were the divine weapons in his hands unable to display their peerless might? What Jiang Chen lacked was an opportunity. An opportunity to break through the Emperor Realm. Once he reached the Emperor Realm, all the divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands would be able to display unimaginable power. Whether it was the Zulong Tower, the Cold River Stone, the Heavenly Dragon Sword or the Myriad Qi Cauldron, all of these divine weapons were Emperor Realm divine weapons. In the past, when they were in the hands of the Emperor Realm experts, they could shake the world. However, when they were in the hands of Jiang Chen, they could not display their brilliance. Without the strength of a sovereign realm expert, one wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. Once Jiang Chen breaks through to the sovereign realm, he would be like a fish in the sea, a bird in the sky, a fish in the sea, a fish in the sea, a bird in the sky. However, no matter how powerful his means were, no matter how overbearing his ability was, he did not have the might of an Emperor Realm expert. Only an Emperor Realm expert was qualified to possess a peerless divine weapon. At that time, Jiang Chen's strength would instantly skyrocket to a whole new level. Wu Yunfeng was valiant and valiant. His aura shook the heavens and earth. With a sweep of his halberd, the ground was covered in smoke and a storm was swept up. Yan Zhao Wuji, Liao Tianxing and the others were all defeated by him and staggered. A tiny speck of light dares to compete with the radiance of the moon. Today, I will let you experience the might of an Emperor realm expert. Monarch Xianxia said coldly. He slowly clenched his fists and took a step forward. The void of 10,000 li shattered and the earth trembled. His might was unstoppable. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though Emperor Lord Xianxia was injured, he wasn't someone the Martial Cloud Alliance could compare to. At this moment, Emperor Lord Xianxia came crashing down. He struck out with his palm, looking mighty and awe-inspiring. The pupils of Martial Cloud's side narrowed. They retreated as though they were facing a great enemy, wanting to avoid this palm strike. However, Imperial Lord Xianxia was already prepared for this. The terrifying palm strike had practically sealed off all paths of retreat for the Martial Cloud's side. Cloud startling halberd. Wu Yunfeng gave it his all, and together with the blood Qifeng Tian halberd, he struck out a powerful strike. The void was filled with blood, making one feel extremely pressured. You are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Monarch Xianxia's expression was cold. Under his palm, Wu Yunfeng was directly suppressed, flying hundreds of feet away. He was in a sorry state, and the divine might from before was nowhere to be seen. Monarch Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. He was unstoppable in the void. Amidst the dust and rubble, Wu Yunfeng slowly stood up. He held onto the blood Qifeng Tian halberd and struggled to lean against it. His face was ferocious and his arrogance did not diminish. Again. Wu Yunfeng took a step forward. An Emperor realm expert was just SOSO. Since he couldn't kill him in one strike, he would be able to last until the end. You don't know what's good for you. You deserve to die. Pooey. That's right. My Martial Dan Hall has such a scum. We have lost face. Let's see how Lord Monarch Xianxia deals with us today. Facing Wu Yunfeng, all of them put up a strong front. Their methods were not as tyrannical as Wu Yunfeng's, and they could only rely on Monarch Xianxia's existence. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. His gaze was like an arrow as he slowly stood out. Leave these scums to me first. After I kill them, I will help you fight against Xianxia. Jiang Chen carried the coffin and looked at Wu Yunfeng. He held his saber horizontally and stood between the heavens and earth. He was like the backbone of a mountain, fearless and fearless. Wind and rain would eventually pass, but he, Jiang Chen, would never lower his head. Young Master Qin Jiang, you, Luo Qing looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. Wu Yunfeng was the same. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Jiang Chen doubtfully. Brother Jiang, do you still have the strength to fight? Wu Yunfeng asked worriedly. Xianxia, after I take care of these scums under you, I will fight with you. Jiang Chen took a step forward. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at Yan Zhao Wuji and the rest. What a big tone. Have you forgotten who was beaten to the point where he couldn't even fight back? Ha ha ha. Just an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you need to put up a desperate struggle? I will grant you death and leave your corpse intact. Isn't that good? There are always some people who think they are smart. Do you think we are weak? Yan Zhao Wuji and the three elders of the Martial Dan Hall were furious. They had been fighting intensely with Wu Yunfeng for a long time. They were forced to retreat with every move and couldn't display their half-step martial monarch prowess. Now that Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight, what else did they have to be afraid of? The six of them would definitely tear him apart. Jiang Chen, I, Yan Zhao Wuji, have to admit that you are indeed strong and majestic. You are even a peerless genius. However, you are too arrogant and conceited. You don't put anyone in your eyes. If you stayed in the Martial Dan Hall, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you. However, you went against Imperial Emperor Xianxia. You are simply courting death. How can I let you live? You asked for it. No one can take it for you. Die. From now on, there will be no more Jiang Chen in this world. Yan Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly. His aura was still strong, as if he had already killed Jiang Chen. That's right. Today, my mountain and sea sect swears to send you into reincarnation. Liao Tianqing's palm was extremely powerful and domineering. 6 half-step sovereign realm experts were about to kill Jiang Chen. Let's do it. Yin shouted coldly and took the lead to attack. After Silver Fox, Yan Zhao Wuji and the others also acted quickly, surrounding Jiang Chen in the center. However, Jiang Chen was not flustered at all. Even Imperial Emperor Xianxia had to face Sword 22 head-on, not to mention them. Assura Sword Formation, activate. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. In an instant, the sky was in chaos, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths were sealed. Yan Zhao Wuji and the others' expressions changed, and they looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Another sword formation? Do you have any other abilities? Jiang Chen, looks like you're really at your wit's end. Silver Fox said with a sneer. He knew about Jiang Chen's sword formation, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would use it again at this critical moment. Who would give a half-step sovereign realm expert the chance to do so? Who would be afraid of his mere sword formation? Is that so? Then let's have a trial. Help me see how good this sword formation is. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. In an instant, the formation was formed. Above the heavens, 108 mid-grade primal origin divine swords swept across the void. The Assura sword formation swept across the 8 desolate lands, trapping the 6 people within it. At that moment, Wu Yunfeng was completely dumbfounded. Fuck. 108 mid-grade primal origin divine swords. What kind of mother-f*** cur was this? Not to mention those who had never seen the world, even he, a master refiner, couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. 108 mid-grade primal origin divine swords gathered to form a sword formation. Even he didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it was. Domineering. Wu Yunfeng was speechless. He couldn't even find any words to describe how domineering Jiang Chen was. This Assura sword formation made him feel a chill down his spine. The 6 people's expressions changed. What did primal origin divine swords mean? Although the 6 of them had primal origin divine swords, they were only low-grade. Jiang Chen had 108 mid-grade primal origin divine swords. They were completely invincible. This was simply a hellish killing formation. Didn't you say that his formation couldn't withstand a single blow? Liao Tianxin glared at Silver Fox, his heart trembling. The 6 people held their breath. The Assura sword formation had already activated. Their lives finally felt threatened. Silver Fox didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Back then, Jiang Chen's strength was indeed rather weak. He was only at the mid-divine emperor realm. His sword formation's power couldn't do anything to a half-step emperor realm expert. Who knew that he would have grown so fast in just a few years? Moreover, it had changed from a low-grade primordial essence treasure to a middle-grade primordial essence treasure. This wasn't just 10 plus 10, but 10 times 10. Silver Fox knew that Jiang Chen was now able to fight against an Emperor Realm expert. Now that the formation was activated, he was like a completely different person. I don't believe that he can sustain this formation. It won't be so easy to kill me, Yan Zhao Wuji. Wu Chen and Wu Yan, Feng, and said. Wuji Feng said. Yan. Whether you believe it or not, it's right there, neither increasing nor decreasing. Jiang Chen's lips curled up. His eyes were like torches. He moved his palm and waved the heavenly dragon sword. With the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation, the 108 mid-grade origin divine swords finally burst out. What a terrifying sword formation. Emperor Xianxia wanted to stop them, but he was blocked by Wu Yunfeng and Luo Qing. At this moment, Emperor Xianxia was already severely injured. Otherwise, how could they possibly be a match for a great emperor? The word terrifying came out from Emperor Xianxia's mouth. It had already proved something. However, the people facing the Assura sword formation were Yan Zhao Wuji and the others. One could imagine their situation. Save me, Emperor Xianxia, save me. The 3 elders of the Martial Dan Hall had a drastic change in their expressions. Their bodies trembled. They couldn't resist the domineering Assura sword formation. In just a few breaths, they were already heavily injured. Sword after sword rain shot across the sky with unstoppable momentum. The terrifying sword aura made their hearts palpitate. That kind of speed and power had completely suppressed them to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. Yan Zhao Wuji and the others were also beaten to the point that they didn't know which way was north. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Although Emperor Xianxia wanted to help them, he might not be able to break the Ashura sword formation with his current strength. Not to mention that Wu Yunfeng and Luo Qing were entangling with each other. It was impossible for him to help them resolve their crisis. Get excited. My Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's eyes were dazzling as he unleashed all his means. The divine origin energy in his body was also unleashed. The domineering Ashura sword formation continued to rise. In the end, Yan Zhao Wuji and the others were all pierced through by thousands of swords. The might of the Ashura sword formation was unparalleled. In the end, when the great Yu soul-forming light was unleashed, the 6 people's soul intent was absorbed by the great Yu soul-forming light. They died without a complete corpse and their souls were extinguished forever. Jiang Chen's face changed. The divine origin energy in his body was almost completely sucked out. At this moment, Yan Zhao Wuji and the others were all killed by Jiang Chen. Even Emperor Xianxia took a deep breath. He didn't expect Jiang Chen's means to be so domineering. That Ashura sword formation was something that even he had to avoid. However, Wu Yunfeng and Luo Qing still couldn't contend against Emperor Xianxia. The two of them didn't have the slightest initiative and were heavily injured by Emperor Xianxia. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The soul energy in his body surged crazily. Great soul derivation technique, soul destruction. Jiang Chen unleashed all his means. The Emperor Realm's soul energy swept across the horizon. Emperor Xianxi's face changed drastically. Although he was prepared, Jiang Chen's soul attack was too terrifying. He didn't expect that his soul energy would be weaker than Jiang Chen's. Puff, Emperor Xianxia was blown away, spurting out blood. This was the second time that Jiang Chen injured him. Emperor Xianxi's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he didn't know what other tricks Jiang Chen had up his sleeves. The mountains will never change. Let's wait and see, Jiang Chen. Imperial Lord Xianxia roared furiously with boundless unwillingness and resentment as he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky and vanished at the ends of space. Jiang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He slumped to the ground and his face turned ugly. He put down the crystal coffin in his hand and collapsed. Currently, he was already at the end of his rope. Young Master Chen Jiang. Are you all right? Luo Qing hugged Jiang Chen. She was still used to calling him young Master Chen Jiang. I won't die for now. Wu Yunfeng could not help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, Brother Jiang, your methods are simply too domineering. I can't compare to you. Wu Yunfeng admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This guy was simply an unparalleled all-around warrior. Whether it was alchemy or refining weapons, he was able to do it easily and even suffocate others. Such a person was too terrifying. Even an Emperor Realm expert was ruthlessly killed by him. How much ability did he need to do that? Wu Yunfeng admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. You're still not dead but not alive. I almost died here. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. If it wasn't for Brother Wu's help, I would probably be on the road to hell. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Wu Yunfeng waved his hand and said with a smile. He felt at ease as long as Jiang Chen was fine. As for you, you will definitely be pursued by them after leaving the Marshal Dan Hall. Jiang Chen was a little worried about Wu Yunfeng. Wu Yunfeng shook his head and said, this matter is a huge scandal. Even if they want to chase after me, they will definitely do it in secret. After leaving the Marshal Dan Hall, the world is so big that I can go anywhere I want. Even if I'm not in the Central Region Divine Land, my Marshal Cloud's side might not necessarily be caught by them. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He was very grateful and did not say anything else. The more he said, the more it would make people feel like he was being sentimental. Since that's the case, I won't stay any longer. Brother Jiang, we are fated to meet again. Ha ha ha. Wu Yunfeng turned around and left, laughing loudly. He was extremely delighted. This made Jiang Chen feel that Wu Yunfeng's loyalty was something that he admired greatly. Jiang Chen glanced at Luo Qing and smiled. Luo Qing also nodded his head and did not say anything else. Words of thanks would make people feel like they were strangers. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the crystal coffin in front of him. Xiaoyu's elegant and refined face was so beautiful that it caused Jiang Chen's heart to wrench in pain. After so many years, he was finally able to hold the love of his heart in his hands. However, she was already unconscious. Jiang Chen had never forgotten his mission. The meaning of his existence was to find Xiaoyu. His heart was constantly thinking about her, but he had no way of knowing where she was. Even when he stood at the peak of the Central Plains, he was still unable to obtain any news of Xiaoyu. If it wasn't for a freak combination of factors that allowed him to help Monarch Tianqi repair the Saint-grade pill, he might never know where Xiaoyu was. This time, he had finally rescued Xiaoyu, and she had survived by a hair's breadth. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with both sorrow and joy. He had finally fulfilled his heart's desire, and he had finally fulfilled his heart's desire. Once upon a time, he was fearless and only sought the truth, only to find the love of his heart. Sister Ning, Qingqing, all of them were here, but Xiaoyu was nowhere to be found. As time passed, Jiang Chen's hard work had finally paid off. At this moment, Jiang Chen tightly hugged the crystal coffin as tears of joy flowed down his face. He was no longer a strong man, but a husband who missed his wife. Luo Qing's eyes turned moist at this moment. She could clearly feel the love and longing that Chen Jiang had for the woman in the coffin. It was something that no one else could compare to. Although she was quietly lying in the crystal coffin, Luo Qing was envious of her. She wished that she was the one lying in the crystal coffin. If the two of them had been in love for a long time, they wouldn't be together day and night. However, they must have been separated for so many years for Chen Jiang to be so heartbroken. Back then, when De Huang entered the God Luo clan, it was the day they separated. Luo Qing knew that no one knew how dangerous it was for Jiang Chen to enter the divine world from the 9 prefectures' immortal world. Although the God Luo clan had coveted Jiang Chen's inheritance of the craftsman god, it wasn't important to Luo Qing anymore. At this moment, Chen Jiang's value far exceeded that of the craftsman god. Only Luo Qing could understand his existence. He was an all-round warrior, deep feelings couldn't last forever. Being able to stay by the side of the one she loved was a great joy. However, Jiang Chen and the one she loved didn't have much time left. It would be better if she could stay by young Master Chen Jiang's side like she did. Even if she couldn't be with him, she could at least be with him. Everyone had their own stubbornness, and it was the same for love. Luo Qing didn't know if she had truly fallen in love with Chen Jiang, but at the very least, she would never forget the unrestrained and brilliant Chen Jiang for the rest of her life. Otherwise, why would she risk her life to go crazy for once and fight together with young Master Chen Jiang? Now that she had survived the calamity, it was a good thing for her. However, the feeling she had for Chen Jiang gradually faded away at this moment. That was because she knew that no matter what, it was impossible for her to make young Master Chen Jiang miss her more than the woman in the crystal coffin. It should be a good thing that I found my big sister. Luo Qing smiled, but she was filled with jealousy in her heart. It was the same for every woman. She was once all-powerful, and no one in the God Luo clan could compare to her. She had a genius disciple that dominated the world, and was one of the top of the ancient clans. She was a heroine, but before her enemy, she couldn't muster up that kind of coldness and disdain. Yeah, it's a good thing. I should be happy. Jiang Chen said with a big laugh. The joy in his heart was beyond words. With a wave of her hand, a Saint-grade pellet appeared in her hand. Xiaoyu, you should wake up after eating this pellet, right? Jiang Chen said. You can't. This Saint-grade pellet might be powerful, but its energy isn't balanced right now. You should know that better than me. You're just worrying too much. A Saint-grade pellet might be good, but it should be an incomplete Saint-grade pellet, right? Luo Qing's words made Jiang Chen realize that he had been too anxious. He never thought that the Saint-grade pellet wouldn't be able to recover completely. If she ate it now, it might have the opposite effect. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly as he looked at Luo Qing with gratitude. Thank you very much. I was too worried. Jiang Chen calmed his heart. He knew that he couldn't be impatient if he wanted Xiaoyu to wake up. It won't be easy to recover the Saint-grade pellet. I'm afraid that I won't be able to gather all the treasures in a short period of time. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. The bitterness on the corner of his lips was unbearable. The Nantung Divine Region, the peak of the Southern Sea, the violet bamboo forest. I should be able to help you find the method to recover the Saint Grade pellet. The peak of the Southern Sea, the purple bamboo forest, Xianxia murmured with a hint of longing in his eyes. He wondered if Tyrant was still in the Nantung Divine Region. It's the place where Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara passed away in the past. It's filled with boundless Tao and has an extraordinary charm, especially the peak of the Southern Sea. Countless experts have said that for hundreds of millions of years, many people have lost their way there. When they came out, they could sense how terrifying the purple bamboo forest was. However, they couldn't find their way in. It's the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire divine world. Countless people are looking forward to it. Luo Qing said in a low voice as he spoke. The peak of the Southern Sea is known as the last pure land in the divine world. It's also the only place that no one dares to step into. I don't know why, but the peak of the Southern Sea is filled with secrets. However, it's also filled with endless possibilities. Thank you. Jiangchen cupped his fists and thanked Luo Qing from the bottom of his heart. You don't have to thank me. I'm more than happy to be able to help young Master Chen Jiang. Luo Qing said with a smile. Jiangchen was startled. He smiled bitterly and nodded his head. Luo Qing, Qing Luo, she still likes to call me young Master Chen Jiang. Since that's the case, I'll call you that. Then I'll take my leave. See you later. Jiangchen said with a stern expression. He couldn't wait to go to the peak of the Southern Sea, the place that was known as the last pure land in the divine world. Wait. Luo Qing suddenly stopped Jiangchen. Jiangchen turned around and looked at him silently. After a while, Luo Qing calmed down and said in a low voice, Young Master Chen Jiang, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return after today. From today onwards, there will be no more Qing Luo. Once I've gathered the 7 directions God Luo scripture, I'll definitely come back to look for you. You must wait for me, Jiangchen. Finished speaking, Luo Qing turned around and left. She didn't want to see Jiangchen's back as he left. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. This time, she only had one mission, and that was to search for the God Luo scripture. Now that the God Luo scripture had slipped from her hands, she didn't know how to face her clansmen. However, she knew that it was impossible for her to fight with Jiangchen now. When she found the 7 directions God Luo scripture, she would definitely look for Jiangchen. She hoped that that moment would never come. Jiangchen left. The summit of the Southern Sea was his final destination. It was the last pure land of the immortal world, the place with the densest spiritual energy, and the place where Maitreya Zazai had passed away in meditation. All of these caused Jiangchen to be filled with curiosity and yearning for the summit of the Southern Sea. He hoped that he would be able to find Tyrant there. Jiangchen sighed. What he disdained the most was lovesickness. How could he not understand Luo Qing's worries? However, when the two of them meet again, things will definitely be different. Chen Jiang was no longer Jiangchen, and Qing Luo was no longer Luo Qing. Everyone had their own destinies. However, they were 2 parallel lines that shouldn't have intersected. The moment they intertwined, there would always be an unresolvable and chaotic sorrow of separation. Jiangchen carried the crystal coffin. At that moment, the battle intent in his chest soared to the heavens. He headed straight for the summit of the Southern Sea. No one could stop him, not even the heavens. Jiangchen's name had spread throughout the entire divine continent within a year. At the summit of the Holy Land, Jiangchen had shaken the Baji sect, flattened the Mountain Sea sect, and fought the Martial Pellet Hall. It had already become a story that had been spread far and wide. It had even been written into a book that was enthusiastically discussed in the central continent. The Mountain Sea sect's momentum had collapsed. Everyone in the Baji sect was depressed. The Martial Pellet Hall had also become Jiangchen's greatest pursuer. Countless experts of the Martial Pellet Hall had come out at this time and began to search for traces of Jiangchen. They dug 3 feet into the ground in the central continent, as if they weren't willing to let go of the fellow that had disgraced them. After Monarch Tianqi returned to the Martial Pellet Hall, he had gathered his forces and began a carpet search. The world was vast, and he would definitely not let Jiangchen go. Although the Mountain Sea sect and the Baji sect were furious at Jiangchen, They no longer had the will to resist after knowing that all the grand elders of their sects had been annihilated. Jiang Chen's name had resounded throughout the central continent, but not many people knew what he had done. His true secrets were not something that outsiders could know. Currently, only the Martial Pellet Hall had begun to make a big move against Jiang Chen. They wanted to make it difficult for him to move in the divine world. The Martial Pellet Hall did indeed have the strength to do so. St. Martial City, in the main hall, Monarch Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the majestic and domineering painting of a galloping horse. His face was incomparably solemn as he closed his eyes. Behind him, there were actually two Emperor Realm auras. One of them was extremely short and skinny. He looked weak, as though a gust of wind could blow him over. The other was an old woman with a walking stick. Her eyes were slightly squinted and she had a smile on her face. She looked extremely benevolent and kind. However, it was these two unassuming people who were peerless experts who were on the same level as Emperor Xianxia. Their emperor auras were unstoppable. The two of you, I was forced to ask the two of you for help this time. Consider it as me owing the two of you a favor. Monarch Xianxia said in a low voice. His voice was extremely suppressed. After all, as an Emperor Realm expert, it would be an extremely shameful matter for him to ask for help. A favor from an Emperor Realm expert wasn't something that could be easily returned. Ao, I never thought that there would be someone that our Monarch Xianxia couldn't take down. How rare, how rare. Ao. The short man said with a weird smile as he rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Monarch Xianxia frowned his brows and said faintly. If Brother Chu is here to ridicule me, then I, Xianxia, have misjudged you. He, it's not like you don't know that that fella is just being straightforward. The Supreme Elders of the mighty Martial Pill Hall are definitely on the same side. Brother Xianxia, since the two of us are here, we will definitely help you capture that bastard. Cough cough. The sickly old woman said with a smile. As the antique figures of the Martial Pill Hall, the three of them were influential figures even in the central region Divine Land. The three of them only had one goal, to kill Jiang Chen and reclaim the glory of the Martial Pill Hall. That's right. Xianxia, you can't be so petty, right? Ao, you can't even take this kind of joke. Can't you just have fun? Chu Junqing said with a smirk. He patted Monarch Xianxia's shoulder and looked into the distance, as if he didn't put a brat like Jiang Chen in his eyes. That's for the best. 3 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen slept in the wilderness and ate in the wind without stopping for even a moment. Finally, he arrived at the Nantung Divine Region. Thousands of miles of green bamboos were everywhere, thousands of miles of mountains were everywhere. The Nantung Divine Region was covered in smoke. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that he would enter such a land. He thought that this place was peaceful and full of spiritual energy. It must be a place full of treasures. However, he did not expect that it would be a place filled with war for 3 months. Wherever Jiang Chen went, there were cries of disaster everywhere. Whether it was powerful cultivators or weak ordinary people, they all suffered heavy casualties and lost their homes. That tragic scene, why did it look like the last piece of pure land in the legends? Could it be that the last pure land was like this? Jiang Chen sighed and felt pity in his heart. Not everyone knew about the sufferings of the human world. The Nantung Divine Region was in an abyss of suffering. The flames of war were everywhere, the gods of death were everywhere. Countless lives were lost and countless souls were lost. There was no place for them to stay. Brat, this is not a place you should come to. Get lost. What a big crystal coffin. The person inside is so beautiful. I was just worried about not having a place to relieve my boredom. Brat, hurry up and hand over that crystal coffin to me. You don't even let the dead go. You're too abnormal. Everyone roared with laughter, shaking their heads. Their faces were filled with satisfaction, their hearts were filled with joy, and their bellies were filled with anger. There were more than a few hundred of them. The weakest among them was a heavenly god while the strongest among them was a hierarch. Before this, they had just slaughtered a small city by the border. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed, not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Jiang Chen frowned. He was not a self-righteous person, but he was extremely angry when he saw these people wantonly slaughtering. Those 100,000 people, regardless of their age, status, all became souls under the butcher's knife. There was no mercy or kindness in their eyes. They killed them as easily as slaughtering chickens and sheep. However, they did not know that those were 100,000 lives. However, the one that Xianxia hated the most was Fa Tiancheng. He dared to make fun of his lover. This fellow will definitely suffer for eternity. How dare you speak such filthy words? Today, all of you must die. As for you, you will suffer for eternity. I will not let you fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Xianxia's eyes were as cold as a torch. He had concealed his aura, but he did not expect these people to look down on him like this. They were simply a bunch of arrogant people. Ha 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 ha, he said that he will kill all of us? This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. Fa Tiancheng and the others laughed hysterically. Their faces became extremely ferocious and terrifying. Within a few million li radius, no one dares to go against me. Who do you think you are? I am a late hierarch realm expert. I can even fight against a divine emperor realm expert. The number of people I have killed is probably more than the number of grains you have eaten and the number of bridges you have crossed. If it wasn't for the fact that you are holding a crystal coffin and the woman in it is so adorable, I would have killed you long ago. Fa Tiancheng laughed ferociously. His killing intent was like a rainbow as he pointed at Xianxia. He really wanted to cut Xianxia into 1,000 pieces. That's right. Where did this bastard come from? You don't know what's good for you. Hurry up and kneel down in front of Grandpa Fa and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. You don't know what's good for you. Grandpa Fa is the 9th son of our school of legalism. His identity is respected. Even some divine emperor realm experts have to respect Grandpa Fa. Brat, hurry up and kneel down in front of Grandpa Fa. Maybe I can leave you with a whole corpse. Ha ha ha. This brat is so stupid. He looks like an idiot. Grandpa Fa, let's just end him. That lady, he. The group of people around Fa Tiancheng smiled apologetically and flattered him. Fa Tiancheng looked like he was enjoying it. He said coldly, since you don't know right from wrong, don't blame me for being merciless. As the successor of legalism, I have to teach you a lesson. Xianxia's expression was cold. He did not expect these people to be so confident. However, he did not want to waste time with them. No matter who they were, he would just kill them. Such a cruel and heartless person would definitely not be a good person. It was just a matter of convenience to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Shut up. Xianxia said coldly. Fa Tiancheng waved his hand and said, Go. Go. Let's show them who's the real overlord. With Fa Tiancheng's shout, everyone swarmed forward. As they charged forward, a murderous aura filled the sky. Xianxia's expression was cold. He struck out a seal. The true dragon palm roared crazily. The shadow of the dragon flickered and killed hundreds of experts in an instant. Of course, those so-called experts were just useless chickens and dogs in Xianxia's eyes. They were not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Fa Tiancheng was surrounded by blood. All of them were dead. In an instant, a chilling aura filled Fa Tiancheng's body. Fa Tiancheng's face turned pale and he couldn't help but shiver. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stared at Xianxia. Who are you? I'm warning you. Don't come over. I'm the successor of the school of legalism. If you dare to touch me, the school of legalism will chase you to the ends of the earth. Fa Tiancheng said fiercely. His brothers and subordinates were all killed by Xianxia's palm. Wasn't this too real? You don't deserve to know who I am. Xianxia shook his head and said coldly while looking at Fa Tiancheng. Tell me your name if you have the guts. What kind of hero are you to hide in the battle of our school of legalism? Fa Tiancheng said while clenching his teeth. Trying to provoke Xianxia at this moment was like taking him for a fool. However, even so, Xianxia did not care at all. It was a piece of cake for him to slaughter a sect now. To be able to raise such a stubborn and deranged person like you, your clan shouldn't be anything good either. Xianxia said coldly. How dare you humiliate my school of legalism? I will not rest until you die. Fa Tianqing took a step forward, wanting to compete with Jiang Chen. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen's heart moved. His aura was like a rainbow in the sky, completely crushing Fa Tianqing's knees, causing him to kneel down. No, Fa Tianqing screamed in pain. His face was pale and bloodless. Everything below his knees had been crippled. 5 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, suppressing Fa Tianqing. The destructive aura made Fa Tianqing feel despair. Why you? You're Jiang Chen. Don't worry about not having a confidant on the road ahead. Who doesn't know you? At this moment, Jiang Chen was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Not to mention the entire Central State Divine Land, even the Nantung Divine Land, the Northern Cold Divine Land, the West Pole Divine Land, and the Dongxing Divine Land knew Jiang Chen's name. He defeated the Mountain and Sea sect and kicked the Baji sect. He didn't even put the Martial Dan Hall in his eyes. Who could stop him? Even Fa Tianqing was warned not to provoke Jiang Chen when he went out in the future. Only God knew where he was. Who else could it be other than Jiang Chen who held the 5 heavenly lightning? It was his symbol and his invincibility. Fa Tianqing knelt on the ground with a pale face and trembling body. He didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen, how did I provoke this guy? Fa Tianqing regretted it so much. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Before leaving, he was warned by his father that Jiang Chen didn't even care about the Martial Dan Hall. Who in the Nantung Divine Land dared to be his enemy? Although they all swore, no one was willing to provoke the god of plague, Jiang Chen. Once Jiang Chen got involved, it would be a fight to the death. Fa Tianqing, as the 9th son of the legalism school, was considered a strong candidate for the inheritance. However, an existence like Jiang Chen was beyond his reach. Jiang Chen's strength was similar to the head of the legalism school. He was in the half-step emperor realm. Fa Tianqing knew that he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. Even if his father was here, he might not be able to protect him. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Right now, Jiang Chen was like an unparalleled divine lord. Fa Tianqing didn't dare to provoke him at all. His legs were completely suppressed by Jiang Chen's power. Everything below his knees was crushed and blood was dripping. Senior Jiang Chen, I know I was wrong. I beg you to spare my worthless life. I'll kowtow to you. Bang, 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 Fa Tian kowtowed to Jiang Chen with all his might. His forehead was bleeding profusely and his eyes were filled with despair and pain. How sorrowful it was to have both of his legs crippled. Even as he gasped for breath, he could feel the intense pain all over his body. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he trembled. After learning of Jiang Chen's identity, he didn't even have to do anything. Just the divine might of Jiang Chen alone was enough to suppress him to the point where he didn't even have the slightest strength to retaliate. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He had no concept of Fa Tianqing at all. He was just like an ant. However, Fa Tianqing had insulted his wife, Xiaoyu. Therefore, he couldn't continue to live in this world. When you killed those innocent people, did you ever think about it? Who will spare their lives? You crushed them to pieces, and when not even their bones remained, who would pity them? What did they do wrong? An entire city of people were slaughtered by you? Why? Jiang Chen's voice was extremely loud. Fa Tianqing said with a trembling voice, because they were from the Taoist faction. They believed in the Taoist faction, which meant that they were enemies with the legalism faction. So, I slaughtered them all. Fa Tianqing knew that he had no chance of escaping. He could only hope that Jiang Chen would spare his worthless life. It seems like it's a battle between the legalism faction and the Taoist faction. In that case, you're fighting for the righteousness of your faction. Isn't that understandable? Jiang Chen said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. I'm fighting for the righteousness of my faction. Even if I had to kill them, why not? If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me sooner or later. If I went around them, who would go around me? Facing the enemy, I had no other choice. So, I could only kill them. The Taoist faction is not good. The legalism faction is the orthodox faction of the world. Fa Tiancheng seemed like he had been injected with chicken blood, as if he had grasped the reason why Jiang Chen killed them. He was full of confidence. If Jiang Chen was in Fa Tiancheng's shoes, he wouldn't find anything wrong with killing them. There was no right or wrong when it came to the righteousness of the clan. Whoever was stronger would be able to survive. It sounds like it's true. Who are the sages of the Taoist faction? It seems to be Laozi and Zhuangzhouzi, right? Jiang Chen said. Yes. It's Zhuangzhouzi, that bastard. He calls himself Nan Hua the Enlightened. It is said that he is the most deceptive person in the Taoist faction. He is a real bastard. Even though he has been dead for thousands of years, his descendants are still like a centipede. They are always disgusting you like flies. Fa Tiancheng said excitedly. He was full of contempt for the people of the Taoist faction. He was also full of disdain for Nan Hua the Enlightened. Jiang Chen sneered and looked at Fa Tiancheng. Nan Hua the Enlightened had given him a new lease of life. Nan Hua the Enlightened had given him the Tao accumulation fruit. Jiang Chen admired and respected Nan Hua the Enlightened. It seems that the legalism faction has a lot of enemies. Jiang Chen said Leng. Exactly. The Nantong Divine Region is the holy land of the 100 schools of thought. However, the legalism faction is the orthodox faction. The rest of the Taoist faction, Mahists, and Confucians are all bullshit. We should abolish the 100 schools of thought and respect the spiritual skills alone. That is what the world should do. Ha ha ha. In the world, only the legalism faction is invincible. Senior Jiang Chen, as long as you join the legalism faction, I will definitely make you the supreme elder. At that time, if we work together with Senior Jiang Chen, not to mention the Nantong Divine Region, we might even be able to go to the Central Continent Divine Land. Although the Martial Pellet Hall is very strong, our legalism faction is not easy to deal with. It's just that we are in the Nantong Divine Region. If the Martial Pellet Hall wants to go against us, it won't be that easy. Fa Tiancheng patted his chest and said. Now that the 100 schools of thought are at war, our legalism faction will naturally stand firm and fight against the other major clans. Our biggest enemies are the Taoist faction, Confucians, military faction, Mahists, and school of vertical and horizontal. As long as we destroy these clans, our legalism faction will definitely be the #1 clan in the Nantong Divine Region. Fa Tiancheng swore and said solemnly. Looks like the Nantong Divine Region is at war with the 100 schools of thought. This should be the real reason why the people are in misery. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. However, the Nantong Divine Region's factions were very complicated. Now that the 100 schools of thought were at war, it was truly a tragedy. In order to prevent this calamity, Senior Jiang Chen, as long as you join our legalism faction, you will have great achievements in the vast world. Fa Tiancheng's words seemed to make him feel that Jiang Chen had already sunk into deep thought. After saying so much, you still have to die. In order to prevent this calamity, I'll kill all the arrogant and conceited members of your school of legalism. As for you, you can wait for them on the road to the Yellow Springs. You. Why do you still want to kill me? Puff. Fa Tiancheng's face turned pale and blood gushed out from his mouth. He looked terrible and had lost his fighting strength. At this moment, he did not expect that everything he said would be in vain. Jiang Chen still wanted to kill him. Don't worry. You won't die. I will make sure that your soul will never be reincarnated. I will let you suffer for 10,000 years and free those innocent people that you killed. However, I could have spared your life. It's a pity that you insulted my wife. Therefore, a beast like you doesn't even have the right to reincarnate. Jiang Chen said calmly and stared at Fa Tiancheng. No. No, please don't. Senior Jiang Chen, as long as you let me go, I, the legalism school, will promise you anything. Please let me go, Jiang Chen frowned. As soon as the great soul-forming light appeared, Fa Tiancheng's soul was forcefully removed from his body. That kind of pain was even more terrifying than being torn apart by 5 horses. It was terrifying. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy to Fa Tiancheng, who didn't know what was good for him. Letting him suffer for 10,000 years was already a great mercy to him. No one knew how many innocent people had died in his hands. This executioner should have died a graveless death a long time ago. Taking care of Fa Tianqing was just something that Xianxia did in passing. Fa Tianqing's death was his own fault. However, Xianxia did not expect the Nantung divine region to be in such a mess. Hundreds of sects contending against each other was the cause of this bloody storm. The Nantung divine region was originally known as the last pure land in the divine world. However, it seemed that it was not true. Hearsay was not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. If one did not see it with his own eyes, he would not understand how ironic it was. Xianxia was filled with doubts as to whether the purple bamboo forest at the peak of the South Sea was the last pure land. However, that was the territory of the Buddhist sect. Although the Buddhist sect was not considered powerful in the Nantung divine region, Bodhisattva had incomparable majesty. He was in existence second only to the Gautama Buddha. Whether it was in the Buddhist sect or the Nantung divine region, he should be extremely terrifying. Now that he had just entered the Nantung divine region, he had already encountered such an incident. For Xianxia, this trip to the Nantung divine region might not be smooth sailing. Along the way, Xianxia flew for tens of thousands of miles and finally saw a big city. However, the most powerful expert in this ancient city was only at the divine emperor realm. As Xianxia carried the crystal coffin, the people around him kept their distance and whispered among themselves. What bad luck. Let's go, let's go. Sigh, it's probably another pitiful infatuated man. Xianxia rested in the inn and asked about the South Sea summit, but the waiter's expression changed when he heard it. In addition, Xianxia was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder. Many guests shook their heads, sighed, and turned to leave. Here are 100 high-grade divine origin stones. Xianxia's expression was calm as he placed the divine origin stones on the table. The waiter trembled, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had never seen so many high-grade divine origin stones in his life. Money makes the world go round. The waiter's expression became extremely solemn when he saw the divine origin stone in Xianxia's hand. He lowered his voice and said, Sir, to tell you the truth, the South Sea summit is no longer the South Sea summit of the past. Countless years ago, the South Sea summit was the holy land of the Buddhist sect. Countless people worshipped and admired Avalokitesvara. In the Nantung divine region, it even surpassed the admiration and reverence for Buddha. But for some reason, Avalokitesvara disappeared. No one knew where he went, and no one knew if Avalokitesvara would come back. Some people said that Avalokitesvara was dead, but many people firmly believed that Avalokitesvara was just meditating and not really dead. But that was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. The current summit of the Southern Sea could be considered the last pure land of the Nantung divine region. Because no one could enter it, the 100 schools of thought contended, causing the entire Nantung divine region to be in a precarious situation. So, the South Sea summit is no longer as glorious as before. The waiter's expression was cautious as if he was unwilling to say more. But after all, Xianxia gave him 100 high-grade divine origin stones. That was his salary for 100 years. According to reliable sources, in the past 10,000 years, no one who entered the South Sea summit could leave there alive. So, the South Sea summit became the Sea of Death. Countless people kept it a secret, and no one dared to go there to worship. The so-called Avalokitesvara was no longer the same as before. This kind of thing has become a taboo in the entire Nantung divine region. So no one is willing to say more, fearing that they might get into trouble. Facing the waiter's cautious words, Xianxia nodded slightly. But he was even more doubtful in his heart. Back then, it was said that it was the last pure land of the divine realm, and then it was said that those who entered the South Sea summit could not enter it anymore. Now, it was said that the South Sea summit had become the Sea of Death, and no one dared to go there anymore. The original divine realm had become a place where everyone kept quiet out of fear. How could people not be doubtful and sigh? Tell me, how far is the South Sea summit from here? Xianxia said. He knew that it was impossible to get too much useful information from this waiter. After all, the waiter's strength was undeniable. Xianxia only needed to find the location of the summit of the Southern Ocean, because the person he was looking for was Tyrant, a man from the purple bamboo forest. In order to save little Yu, Xianxia had to make this trip. Even if he knew that he had to face a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, he would never back down. Continue to the south. About 2 million miles southwest is the South Sea summit. As the name suggests, it is at the southernmost part of the South Sea. It is in existence like a celestial island, and the incomparably huge purple bamboo forest is the symbol of that place. According to the legends, the South Sea summit is the place with the densest spiritual chi in the entire divine realm. Countless people want to go there to seek a breakthrough. But in the past 10,000 years, no one dared to go there. If young master really wants to go there, remember to be careful. The waiter warned again and again. Xianxia waved his hand, and the waiter happily took the high-grade divine origin stone in his hand. 100 years' worth of wages was obtained in an instant. Even Xianxia was envious of this kind of joy. A waiter like that was also the peak of his life. Everyone had their own happiness, but the current Xianxia could not bring himself to be happy at all. The crystal coffin beside him had scared off many people. Even the waiter from before was filled with fear and respect for him. Could it be that the Pure Land no longer exists? Xianxia was incomparably anxious, but he knew that this wasn't something that could be done overnight. Putting aside the current situation of the summit of the Southern Ocean, he had to go and have a look at it first no matter what. Thousands of miles away, the wind and clouds surged. Xianxia was extremely anxious. Looking at Xiaoyu in the crystal coffin every day was his greatest motivation. On the peak of a low mountain range, Xianxia looked towards the south. 2 million miles away was already one step closer to the peak of the Southern Sea. Every time he passed by a region, Xianxia could see those people who had been fighting for years. The flames of war were undying, hundreds of schools of thought contended, and the battles were endless. It was not an exaggeration to say that the flames of war had spread throughout the entire Nantung divine region. 2 million miles away, Xianxia had encountered more than 10 battles. However, he wasn't a savior, nor was he a teacher of justice. He had no obligation to save the people of the world. Therefore, Xianxia didn't meddle in other people's business. Even if there were people wailing everywhere, he didn't care about it. There was nothing in the world, and people were just worrying about it. If he insisted on taking action, it would only break the balance and cause the entire Nantung divine region to fall into an even more chaotic situation. Death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Some rose while others fell. It was the cycle of nature. Xianxia couldn't change everyone's fate. At this moment, he was just like a bystander, flying across the sky of the Nantung divine region. However, when Xianxia was passing by a green bamboo forest, an earth-shattering battle attracted his attention. It was not a battle between divine kings and hierarchs. There were more than a dozen divine emperors fighting against each other. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Most importantly, the 100,000 miles ahead was completely sealed off by the flames of war. Even if Xianxia wanted to go there, he would have to take a detour. You want to step into my territory with just the likes of you? You're overestimating yourselves. Get out of here right now, and I can pretend that you've never been here. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you here. A woman holding a pair of green serpent scissors said with a cold smile. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her golden hair fluttered in the wind. His cold, gem-like purple eyes were like a sharp sword that could pierce through a person's heart. The 7-meter-long azure dragon's scissors in his hand shone with a cold light. Behind the woman, there were 300 divine generals, mighty and domineering, standing upright. The weakest among them were middle hierarch realm experts, and there were even divine emperor realm experts. There were no less than 50 of them. Such a force was considered quite strong in the entire Nantung divine region. We are from the Mo family. If you insist on stopping us, don't blame us for being impolite. An old man with a gloomy aura said in a deep voice. As the head of a branch of the Mo family, he had been expelled back then. Now, he wanted to bring his clansmen back to their homeland. Mo family? Ha ha ha, does the Mo family have someone like you? Do you recognize Mo Xian and Mo Yunfu from the Mo clan? This is the first time I've seen an old fart like you. If you're really from the Mo family, how could you not recognize me? The woman sneered, completely looking down on the people in front of her. 18 divine emperor realm experts were not a weak force, but they did not have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of her. Because this was a place that the military school had to fight for. The pass was narrow and dangerous, and no one could pass through here. Otherwise, it would be the greatest humiliation for the military school. For millions of years, no one had dared to behave atrociously in front of the militarists, let alone these impostors. As a genius of the militarists, Yang Yunlang was a one-in-a-million heroine. She was famous in the Nantung Divine region, and no one had ever been able to oppose her. They wanted to pass through here, but they did not know her name? How could this be possible? Therefore, there was only one reason. These people were impostors. Not to mention that they were impostors, even if they were real, it was impossible for them to pass through the military school's place. Military school. Military school. The leading old man murmured. His heart was filled with bitterness as he recalled the past. The Mo family and the military school had always been enemies. The battle between the Mo family and the military school had never stopped. He never thought that he would come to the military school's place this time. This old man is Thousand City of Black Jade. I'm indeed from the Mo family, but I haven't been back to the Nantung Divine region for many years, so I don't know the experts of the military school. Please forgive me. Otherwise, if you guys really want to fight to the death and become the enemy of the Mo family, you might not be able to make the decision. Thousand City of Black Jade said in a deep voice, neither servile nor overbearing. His expression was stern. Facing the people of the military school, Thousand City of Black Jade knew that it was almost impossible for him to force his way through. Therefore, he could only use his emotions to persuade her. He hoped that this little girl could consider the overall situation. Although the Mo family and the military school had always been at loggerheads with each other, it would not be easy for them to fight against each other as they were the true overlords of the 100 schools. At most, it would be a battle between clansmen below the Divine Emperor realm. I remember now. You're the one who was expelled from the Mo family 100,000 years ago? Thousand City of Black Jade. You used to be a genius disciple. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, you humiliated your sister-in-law and were expelled by the Mo family. What a pity. Men, hee hee. Yang Yunlang laughed coldly. He looked at Thousand City of Black Jade with disdain. When he said those words, all the people of the military school roared with laughter. They were full of mockery and ridicule towards the people of the Mo family. As for the people behind Thousand City of Black Jade, their faces were filled with astonishment and anger. Thousand City of Black Jade's face was dark to the extreme. After all these years, he had always carried this kind of reputation with him. That was why he had been expelled by the Mo family. If it weren't for his sister-in-law trying to help her husband ascend to the position of genius in the Mo family, he wouldn't have been framed. Carrying such a deep hatred, Thousand City of Black Jade had to leave his home. He had agreed to return to the Black Lands in 100,000 years, to prove his name, to show the Mo family who was truly an exceptional genius. Thousand City of Black Jade's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. For 100,000 years, he had endured the pain in his heart. Now that he had brought his descendants back to the Black Lands, he was filled with absolute confidence. However, he had never imagined that good things would never go out the door, while bad things would travel 1,000 li. Even after 100,000 years, Yang Yunlang still knew the reason why Thousand City of Black Jade had left the Mo family. How could Thousand City of Black Jade feel good about being accused of such a shameful matter? Don't slander me, said Yang Yunlang coldly. I, Thousand City of Black Jade, have always been righteous. I've returned to the Mo family to prove my name. I, Thousand City of Black Jade, am definitely not the type to be a thief. However, in the eyes of Yang Yunlang and the other military experts, Thousand Black Jade City was just trying to flatter himself. Back then, when you were expelled from the clan, you were quite awe-inspiring. Haha, sinister, cunning, licentious and tyrannical. How could the Mo clan tolerate you? Although we are enemies, it's definitely a good thing to kick a black sheep like you out of the Mo family. Now that you dare to return to the Mo family, it seems like you really don't see yourself as an outsider anymore. Haha. Even if I let you go, do you think you can enter the Mo family's gate? How dare you bully your sister-in-law? You're a scum, you deserve to be infamous for thousands of years. Infamous for thousands of years, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Yang Yunlang had almost completely entered the heart of the Thousand Black Jade City, causing the people of the Thousand Black Jade City and the Mo clan to be completely enraged. Even after 100,000 years, the Thousand Black Jade City still couldn't let go of the hatred in his heart. He was wrongly accused, he had to seek justice for himself. Originally, Thousand Black Jade City did not intend to have a conflict with the people of the military family. After all, he had not returned to the non-Tum divine region for 100,000 years. He didn't know what the current situation was like. On one hand, he did not want to make enemies for the Mo family. However, this little girl from the military family was so aggressive, which made Thousand Black Jade City furious. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. "Grandpa, let's fight with them. We can't let these people from the military family look down on us. Since they dare to humiliate you, we'll make them pay with their blood." Moling Dongchen took a step forward with a dignified appearance. He looked at Yang Yunlang. Her black hair was fluttering in the wind. Her gray robe was like a splashing landscape painting. She had a different charm and elegance. Although she was a woman, Moling Dongchen was the most powerful expert in the entire Mo family. She wanted to bring her grandfather back to the Mo family and let the Mo family know who was the one who made the mistake that year. "Interesting. Since you want to fight, I, Yang Yunlang, will accompany you to the end." Behaving atrociously in the territory of my military school, the exiled members of your Mo family are truly becoming more and more despicable. There's nothing you can do. Ha ha ha. Yang Yunlang's tone was filled with ridicule. He was filled with contempt towards the entire Mo family. At this moment, both parties were already at each other's throats. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, it had to be released. Moling Dongchen was not the kind of person who was willing to be led by the nose by others. Now that he had become more powerful, it was not impossible for him to go against the military school. Moreover, they were the elites of the family. Even if they were to fight, they might not be at a disadvantage. Having endured the humiliation of the previous generation's ancestors, every member of the Mahists had the attitude of facing death with equanimity. Facing the militarists, their battle intent surged and their arrogance soared. "Bitch. Today, I, Moling Dongchen, will make you pay for your words and actions." Moling Dongchen was holding a long sword in her hand. Her silhouette shone brightly as she jumped up from the ground. Her slender figure was like a fairy. In a blink of an eye, she slashed towards Yang Yunlang. "Come on!" Yang Yunlang shouted. With the green serpent scissors, she had dominated the world for countless years. As a genius of the military school, she was definitely not weaker than Moling Dongchen. Both of them were at the late Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, both of them were geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years. The battle between Moling Dongchen and Yang Yunlang had attracted everyone's attention. "Why are you still standing there? Kill them!" The people of the military school roared and rushed towards the remaining people of the Mo family. This battle was not only a battle between them. Thousand Black Jade City roared in anger. As the ancestor of the Mo family, he was duty-bound. This time, he returned to the non-Tum divine region because he wanted to clear his name. Now, before he even reached the Mo family, he had already been humiliated by the people of the military school. How could the people of the Mo family remain calm? The green serpent scissors swept across the universe. As a rare genius disciple of the military school, Yang Yunlang was also extremely talented. When she fought with Moling Dongchen, both of them had exerted their full strength. They fought from the sky to the ground. On the mountain peak, among the green water, it was all their battlefields. The mightiness of the two women was incomparable. That kind of decisive and murderous aura was not inferior to the men. "Dongchen, be careful." Thousand Black Jade City reminded Moling Dongchen. His granddaughter was even more outstanding than him. These years, as a genius of the Mo family, she had continuously risen and surpassed everyone. She had become the most powerful person in the Mo family. Moling Dongchen nodded slightly. She advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. Her battle with Yang Yunlang showed her unique domineering aura. Yang Yunlang was also not an easy opponent. She rose from the ranks and was one of the most powerful experts in the military school. She guarded the land that the military school had to fight for. She led countless disciples of the military school. Her demeanor as a female general made people sigh in admiration. The battle between Moling Dongchen and Yang Yunlang was like a needle against an awl. Neither of them dared to slack off for even a moment. If they were careless, the other party might take advantage of them. Although there were not many disciples of the Mo family, they were all elites. There were 5 late divine emperor experts in the minor connecting heavens realm. The rest of them were also the elite disciples of the Mo family. They were not afraid of the battle at all. The military school won because they had more people. In addition to Yang Yunlang's domineering aura, the situation was irreversible when they fought with the Mo family. Rays of light filled the sky. Sword shadows and saber lights. The clanging sound lasted for a long time. Battle cries pierced through the sky. Dozens of divine emperor experts fought with each other in this battle. It was imaginable how tragic it was. The flames of war were continuous. The mountains were covered and the dark clouds were shrouded. Ink attack technique, profound heaven's 9 rotations. Moling Dongchen's sword shadow trembled. It was invisible and fell down. Yang Yunlang twisted the green serpent scissors and his aura did not decrease. Serpent move. Rays of cold light approached each other. The two of them got closer to each other again. Divine weapons intertwined with each other continuously. Both of them were repulsed. Moling Dongchen and Yang Yunlang did not slow down at all. The impact of the two of them had become a beautiful scenery. At this moment, it seems like the Mo family has really mobilized a lot of people. Jiangchen looked at the horrifying battle. No one was spared from the disaster. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Ancient trees were burnt. The sky collapsed and the earth sunk. It was a tragic scene. A battle between divine monarchs was unavoidable. It was a battle between divine monarchs. Moling Dongchen's current strength was quite powerful. He was a late divine emperor expert in the great connecting heavens realm. He was as powerful as the Mo family's branch master, Black Jade Thousand City. It seemed like Moling Dongchen had suffered a lot these years. However, Moling Dongchen was too powerful. Yang Yunlang gradually felt that it was strenuous. Although they had the absolute advantage in numbers, it could not make up for the weakness of their low strength. Under the leadership of Thousand Black Jade City, the experts of Mo family had taken the initiative. They had already beaten the people of the military school to the point that they were scared witless. Yang Yunlang's complexion was ashen. Right now, she was the only one who could stabilize the situation. The rest of the people were already being beaten passively. It wouldn't be long before all the people from the military school were annihilated. Then, it would be difficult for Yang Yunlang to escape death. When the Thousand City of Black Jade was free, her situation would be even more dangerous. Yang Yunlang did not expect that the people of Mo clan would be this decisive and powerful. In less than half an hour, they were already in a mess. Yang Tianfeng, change the formation. Yang Yunlang roared angrily. Military school was famous for the dangers of the military gate. Their formations were even more uncanny workmanship. Therefore, they were quite powerful. Their advantage was that they had a lot of people and their formations were strange and ever-changing. After Yang Yunlang informed them, Yang Tianfeng led everyone and began to change the formation. One had to admit that the formation of the military school was terrifying. After the formation was changed, it became very difficult for the Thousand Black Jade City and the others to deal with the people of the military school. At least, they had stabilized the situation after the formation was completed. They were not powerless in front of the experts of the Mo clan. The military school's formation was divided into 8 directions and covered the people of the Mo clan. At this moment, even the hierarch realm experts could make full use of their strength in the formation. 5-direction Heavenly Gates formation. Yang Tianfeng was in charge of the 5-direction Heavenly Gates formation as the formation I while Ao Zhan was in charge of the Thousand Black Jade City. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Moreover, the military school had taken the absolute initiative. They swept away the previous gloominess and disappointment and instantly became the master. The change of the formation was out of the Mo family's expectation. Even Moling Dongchen was very nervous. If this continued, the Mo family would definitely be defeated soon. Humph. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. How dare you behave atrociously in front of the military school? This is a place where you can't come and go as you please. Yang Yinlang was full of vigor as she sneered. Her green serpent scissors kept on cutting. Cold light wreaked havoc in the surroundings. She was invincible. The morale of the Bai family was high. This allowed her to regain her confidence. She was not completely inferior to Moling Dongchen. What a strange formation. If he was here, he might be able to break this formation with a single hand. Moling Dongchen murmured and gritted her teeth. Now, she could only hope that her grandfather could lead the people of the Mo family to break the formation as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they were suppressed by the Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation, they would be exhausted to death. The consumption of energy in the formation was not proportional to that of the Mo family. The Thousand City of Ink Jade moved closer and closer with an ugly expression on its face. It kept losing ground to Yang Tianfeng, and its anxiety was evident on its face. It seems like the Mo family is really tenacious. Jiang Chen's eyes moved as he looked indifferently. Currently, he was shrouded in a cloud of mist. It was not easy for others to see him. After all, he was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to hide his strength and cover himself. But now, he wanted to pass through this narrow and dangerous place. He could only go through this place. Since he met Jiang Chen on the road, he had no choice but to lend a helping hand. Moling Dongchen had left without saying goodbye to Jiang Chen, and he seemed to have some resentment towards Jiang Chen. This time, the reason why Jiang Chen did not reveal his real body was also because of Moling Dongchen. He did not want her to be filled with resentment towards him. However, at this moment, if Jiang Chen did not help them, the Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation would force the Thousand City of Ink Jade and the others into a desperate situation. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. When he took action, he pointed his finger lightly. In an instant, the Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken. Yang Tianfeng and the others were dumbfounded. No one had expected that the Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation would be so fragile, especially Yang Yinlang. The Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation that she was so proud of was broken by someone. Moreover, she did not even know who it was. What a terrifying fingerprint. The Thousand City of Ink Jade took a deep breath and looked extremely solemn. If it wasn't for this finger, the Mo family would probably be in deep trouble. This fingerprint seemed ordinary, but it had saved the entire Mo family. Moling Dongchen looked up and squinted her eyes. Her heart could not help but beat faster. Is it him? Is it really him? Moling Dongchen's heart was full of doubts. However, she knew that Jiang Chen had already become famous in the land of 9 regions. He was unparalleled in the world. Even in the central region, no one could do anything to him. How could he appear here? The non-Tung divine region was in chaos. Hundreds of sects were contending against each other. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to go deep into this chaotic land. Everything was just her guess. As the Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken, the people of the Mo family were excited. They started to fight back crazily as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The people of the military family could not continue to fight back. They could not resist the domineering aura. The defeat was like a landslide. The people of the military school could not resist the counterattack of the Mo family. It was like an unstoppable torrent. Yang Yunlong's heart sank to the bottom. Yang Tianfeng was defeated by the 1,000 Black Jade City one after another. Yang Yinlang was also struggling to move forward. Under the suppression of Moling Dongchen, the people of the military school were completely defeated. They almost died. Bastard! You barbarians, I won't stop until I kill you. Yang Yinlang roared angrily. Seeing that the people of the military school were starting to lose and the situation was getting worse, she had become crazy. The war was imminent and the wind was blowing everywhere. She could no longer sweep across the land like a general. She was being pushed back by Moling Dongchen. She couldn't escape and she couldn't even protect herself. No one had expected that this would be the result. Yang Yinlang shouted and roared again and again. However, there was nothing he could do. Facing the strong attack of the Mo family, more than 10 people were like a hot knife cutting through butter. The momentum of the military family was already gone. As the Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation was broken, they had completely lost the initiative. I want the military family to die without a burial place. Moling Dongchen was very angry. After all, the Thousand City of Ink Jade was his grandfather. Yang Yunling had humiliated him like this. How could the people of the Mo family keep their face? If they did not teach Yang Yunling a lesson, how could they keep their foothold? The dignity of the Mo family was inviolable. We can't hold on any longer, Sister Yunling. Yang Tianfeng had a bitter smile on his face. Hundreds of Hierarch Realm and dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts retreated under the huge pressure. The scene was very chaotic. The people from the military school knew that they had lost the upper hand. They were beaten to the point of dizziness. More than 100 Hierarch Realm experts were killed, and more than 10 Divine Emperor Realm experts were killed. The battle had entered a white-hot stage, causing the people from the military school to hang their heads in despair and fear. Retreat. Yang Yunling clenched her teeth. Blue veins popped out on her face. Yang Yunling, the female general of the military school, finally admitted her inadequacy at this moment. If they continued to fight, she might not be able to accept the result. 1/3 of the Divine Emperor Realm experts were killed. It was a great loss even for the military school. The Hierarch Realm experts, who were the backbone of the military school, were also in a miserable state. They had lost almost half of their forces. Yang Yunling could not accept such a situation. However, there was nothing she could do. The situation was very bad. All she could do was sound the gongs to retreat and try to fight again. Right now, in this natural stronghold of the military school, her formation was still broken. The Five Directions Heavenly Gates formation was extremely powerful. Originally, she thought that the natural stronghold would be enough to deal with it, but now it seemed that it was completely one-sided. Although Yang Yunling was very conceited, she still knew what was more important. If they continued to fight, they might be completely annihilated. After the order to retreat, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and began to flee with all their might. If Yang Yunling did not give the order, they would have fled on their own. However, with Yang Yunling's order, they began to flee on their own. The people of the Mo clan were all elites. Once the Five Direction Sky Gate formation was broken, they no longer had any fear. The people of the military school could forget about holding them back. The 1,000 Black Jade City was invincible. Other than Yang Yunling, there should be no one who could be his opponent. He killed his way in and out of the enemy's formation. It could be said that he was fighting to his heart's content. The people of the military school were defeated like a landslide. Finally, they completely fled. Yang Yunling had suffered a few setbacks in Moling Dongchen's hands. She was complaining in her heart. She had never expected that these traitors of the Mo family would be so overbearing. It seemed that she could only accept her bad luck. The female general of the military no longer had the awe-inspiring aura she once had. She led her defeated army and fled 1,000 miles away. This scene was already unknown to anyone. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Thousand City of Black Jade shouted with a deep voice. Joy appeared on his face. Their Mo family finally felt proud and elated, forcing back all of the military school's people. Not a single person was injured, and instead, they made the other party suffer heavy losses. This was just too delightful. Whether it was the Thousand City of Black Jade or the people of the Mo clan behind him, all of them were full of vigor, without the slightest bit of cowardice. Everyone guarded behind the Thousand City of Black Jade, including Moling Dongchen. It was rare for his grandfather to be in high spirits. After defeating the military school and entering the Mo family, he would definitely be full of confidence. Thank you for your help, Great Master. The Thousand City of Black Jade slightly bowed to Jiang Chen, who was shrouded in the clouds above the void. Although he did not know who was Jiang Chen, if the Great Master did not break the formation with one finger, they would not have won so easily. They might even have been suppressed by the Five Direction Heavenly Gates formation. Now that they had turned the situation around and defeated the powerful enemies of the military school, killing countless enemies, the Thousand City of Black Jade was very pleased with this battle. It could be considered as returning to the Mo family. Who wouldn't be happy with this victory? Thank you for your help, great master. Moling Dongchen and the others bowed slightly and said loudly. However, Xianxia did not say a word. He stepped on the clouds and disappeared from this place without leaving a trace. This great master is really eccentric. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, we have the protection of the heavens. Otherwise, our Mo family would be in danger. The Thousand City of Black Jade slightly nodded his head. He was full of respect for the great master who did not want to reveal his identity. No matter what, it's worth celebrating to be able to defeat the military school today. Congratulations, Grandpa. Moling Dongchen said. In the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist had already disappeared. Moling Dongchen was very puzzled. He was full of expectations for the mysterious great master. Jiangchen? Could it be you? Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly in his heart. How could it be? If it was him, this guy would definitely show up. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go quickly. This place is deep in the military school's territory. Once the military school brings reinforcements and comes back, we will be in danger. If there wasn't a great master helping us, we might not be able to win this battle so easily. The Thousand City of Black Jade said in a deep voice. He was extremely worried. On the other hand, he was eager to return home. The Mo family was just 400,000 miles away from them. His heart was already burning with anxiety. The closer he was to his hometown, the more timid he was. He did not dare to ask the great master. At this moment, the Thousand City of Black Jade had not returned for 100,000 years. His heart was filled with expectation. He missed the Mo family and his homeland very much. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Although he had not reached the day where he would die of old age, the longer the Thousand Black Jade City wandered outside, the more he longed for his homeland. Others might not be able to feel it, but his heart was filled with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Grandpa. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. She held her grandpa's hand tightly. At that moment, she felt very bitter in her heart. Her grandpa had been wronged for 100,000 years. He was forced to confess and was expelled from the Mo family. It was a great destruction to her grandpa's body and mind. Now that he had returned to the Mo family again, one could imagine the bitterness and nervousness in his heart. A group of 18 people. All of them were the descendants of the Thousand City of Black Jade. They were the elites of the Mo family. Although Moling Dongchen had become the head of the family, he was not the true descendant of the Mo family. This time, he returned to the Mo family to clear the injustice and let his descendants return to the family. Let's go. Our home is in front. The Thousand City of Black Jade suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was in high spirits and stood at the front, treading on the sky. After more than a month, when Xianxia appeared here, he was almost in front of the Thousand City of Black Jade. Although Jiangchen's strength was stronger than them, Jiangchen's speed was slowed down by carrying the crystal coffin. This crystal coffin could not be kept in the storage ring, let alone in the Zulong Tower. Of course, there was something magical about it. If we want to enter the South Sea, we can only walk through the Mo family. If we take a detour, it will be hundreds of thousands of miles or even millions of miles. Jiangchen didn't want to stir up any trouble, and he didn't want to alarm too many people. If he revealed his identity, no one could guarantee that there weren't any people from the Mo family among the people he had offended. He had made countless enemies, and he didn't even know how many he had killed. Although Jiangchen's name was well known in the divine world, he did not want to cause a bloodbath. They came so fast. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. Not long after, Moling Dongchen and the others appeared in front of the Mo family. Eternal City, Myriad Ink Attack. The Mo family stands at the peak of the 100 families. The Thousand City of Black Jade looked at the endless city wall in front of him. He was extremely excited and shocked. How many years had it been, how many things had happened in his dreams? Once upon a time, the Thousand City of Black Jade stood here and looked down upon the thousands of disciples of the Mo family. As the most powerful prodigy, the treasure of the Mo family, he was expelled from the Mo family in the end. Now that he had returned, the Thousand City of Black Jade took a deep breath. He was prepared for any changes. Moling Dongchen did not have such a strong emotion like his grandfather. But as someone who was expelled from the Mo family and suffered 100,000 years of injustice, one could imagine the bitterness of it. Mo family, I, the Thousand City of Black Jade, am finally back. He let out a long sigh. No one knew how much bitterness he had felt. The sinner, the Thousand City of Black Jade, has returned after 100,000 years. The Thousand City of Black Jade's voice reverberated across thousands of miles. His appearance had attracted the attention of the Mo clan. Mo City was famous for its ink attack. The Thousand City of Black Jade and the other 18 Divine Emperor realm experts had arrived. How could the people of the Mo clan not be surprised and puzzled? Thousand City of Black Jade? Who is that? Sigh. Haven't you heard of the peerless prodigy who was expelled from the Mo family 100,000 years ago? It's him. What? The Thousand City of Black Jade is back? Didn't they say that he was expelled from the Mo family? I heard that the Thousand City of Black Jade swore that he will return after 100,000 years. At that time, he will fight Mo Yang Kuei again. Didn't he get expelled because he bullied his sister-in-law? How could he have the face to come back now? Mo Yang Kuei is already an elder of our Mo clan. How can we allow him to fight as he pleases? Isn't that so? Now that 100,000 years have passed, things have long remained the same, but the people have long changed. Who knows what exactly happened back then? Some people say that Thousand Black Jade City was wronged, but in the end, it was still a sinner of a generation. Who still believes that it can be rehabilitated? At this moment, the Mo clan was already in a state of apprehension. Countless people were discussing about the Thousand Black Jade City. Some people were filled with disdain, while others were extremely expectant. However, the Thousand Black Jade City was someone who was expelled from the Mo clan. How could they let him return to the clan so easily? Since he was a sinner of the Mo family, he should know what kind of situation he was in. I heard that when Thousand City of Black Jade left the Mo clan, he was only a peak heavenly god expert. Now, he has returned with a group of Divine Emperor experts. This Thousand Ink Jade City is truly unwilling to die. Since he is already a sinner of the Mo family, he still wants to make a comeback. What's the point? Our Mo clan will never allow a person who disgraces the Mo clan to return and become the shame of our Mo clan. Perhaps he is here for Elder Mo Yang Kuei. The conflict between the two of them was spread throughout the entire Mo clan. Especially Mo Gu of the Mo clan. She is a peerless woman whose name shook the entire Nantung Divine region. No wonder Mo Yang Kuei and Thousand Black Jade City had a falling out. Most of the people of the Mo clan had reservations about the return of Thousand Black Jade City. After all, it had been a long time, and the current Thousand Black Jade City was no longer the same person he was in the past. Wait here, I will go and inform the elders of the Mo clan. A disciple of the Mo clan said loudly on the city wall, then he turned around and left. Thousand Black Jade City took a deep breath. The Mo clan was already in front of him, but his heart was still restless. In the Mo city, in front of a cave with dense spiritual energy, a disciple of the Mo clan knelt down on one knee and reported in a low voice, reporting to the supervisor, the sinner of the Mo clan, Thousand Black Jade City has returned to the Mo clan, requesting an audience. Within the cave, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky. The stone door shattered, and a black-cloaked figure immediately appeared in front of the Mo family disciple. The figure's thin figure, sunken eyes, and long, narrow eyes gave off an extremely cold and gloomy feeling. Who did you say? Mo, the sinner of the Mo clan, Thousand Black Jade City. The disciple said in fear. The supervisor's aura was too powerful, causing him to hold his breath and almost die from fright. Thousand Black Jade City. You damned fella, how dare you come back? You are the one who humiliated my mother in the past. Now, you still want to return to the Mo clan? Dream on. I, Mo Xian, will make you die without a burial place. Mo Xian said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy, and his blood and qi were tumbling unceasingly. This person was the person he hated the most in his life. His mother was innocent all her life, but she was humiliated by the sinner of the Mo clan, Thousand Black Jade City. It became a shameful history that the entire Mo clan could never forget. Now, this fella actually dared to come back. This time, he must tear that bastard into pieces to vent his hatred. Although his father and mother did not say it, he knew that it was a pain in their lives. Since then, no one in the Mo clan had mentioned it again. However, that bastard, Thousand Black Jade City, had been firmly engraved in his heart. Even if you didn't come to the Mo clan, I have already wanted to find you. Thousand Black Jade City, I hope you won't disappoint me. Mo Xian sneered. As a genius disciple of the Mo clan, Mo Xian was already standing above the divine emperor realm. Compared to his father, his strength was not inferior. Mo Xian's talent was peerless, 1 in 10,000. He was entrusted with a heavy responsibility and no one could surpass him. His reputation in the Mo clan was extremely high. He was famous among the younger generation and he was in charge of the 3 armies. The current Mo clan was in a turbulent situation. Thousand Black Jade City actually dared to return to the Mo clan at this time. Then, he must be killed here as a warning to others. The sinner of the Mo clan would never be able to return to the Mo clan. Moreover, he couldn't even get past Mo Xian. Mo Xian's heart was filled with anger. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. It had been 100,000 years. The return of the Thousand Black Jade City would be the day of his death. As the supervisor of the Mo clan city defense, Mo Xian had the authority to command the army. This time, the Thousand Black Jade City would not be able to get past him. Although Mo Xian was the most outstanding person in the Mo family, he wasn't the only one. As the son of Mo Yang Kuei, he had to bear a lot of responsibilities. Although he couldn't be blamed for what happened to his parents in the past, there were still people who spoke ill of him behind his back. This kind of thing was unavoidable. And the main culprit of all this was the Thousand City of Black Jade, an expert who was as talented as his father. He might have to call him uncle. It was because of the Thousand City of Black Jade that his path to becoming a genius became incomplete. He was even criticized by others. This was his only pain. Many people were discussing behind his back. Only Mo Xian's heart was filled with hatred for the Thousand City of Black Jade. He swore in his early years that he would definitely tear the Thousand City of Black Jade into pieces when he reached the pinnacle. The Mo clan would never allow such a person to exist. Back then, the Mo clan only expelled him from the clan. It was too easy for him. According to Mo Xian's character, he should have torn him into pieces so that he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. Only by doing so could he vent his hatred. The matter of his parents and the humiliation of the Thousand City of Black Jade had always been a scar in Mo Xian's heart. Although he wouldn't mention it, there would always be people talking about it behind his back. This was also the reason why he had such a deep grudge against the Thousand City of Black Jade. Originally, he shouldn't care about the matters of the previous generation. However, it had already threatened his existence and caused him to lose his face. It became a stain in his life. He couldn't blame his parents, so he could only blame the Thousand City of Black Jade. Mo Xian didn't expect that this reckless Thousand City of Black Jade would take the initiative to send itself to him. This was too exciting. He had to teach him a lesson. It was impossible for him to return to the Mo clan. On the city wall, countless people of the Mo clan were looking forward to it. They were discussing among themselves. All of them were looking at the genius disciple who had left the Mo clan 100,000 years ago. Now, he had already become a supreme divine emperor expert. Moreover, he brought along his powerful juniors to return to the Mo clan. To him, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Looks like the Thousand City of Black Jade is really going to return to the Mo clan this time. I'm afraid that even our Mo clan won't look down on such a powerful force. It's not easy to gather such a powerful force in 100,000 years. Our Mo family's talent is indeed not bad. Even if that's the case, back then, the Thousand Black Jade City was expelled from the Mo clan. Do you think that everyone can stroll around so leisurely? Is our Mo family a place where others can come and go as they please? That's true. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed since then. Who can say for sure who was in the right and who was in the wrong? It all depends on how the higher-ups of our Mo family deal with it. Ha ha ha, I don't look favorably upon this Thousand City of Ink Jade. Back then, he was expelled from the Mo clan. If it was because of some petty act, then it could still be forgiven. But, he defiled his sister-in-law. If this matter were to spread out, how would outsiders view our Mo clan? Wouldn't they say that we didn't discipline them well and that we allowed our disciples to do as they pleased? In any case, I can't stand this kind of person. Scum, there's no need for him to return to the Mo family and acknowledge his ancestors. Dream on. Don't be so harsh with your words. How much do we know about what happened back then? Don't make things worse. This Thousand City of Ink Jade brought more than 20 Divine Emperor Realm experts with him just to show off his strength. Now is the time for manpower. Can the Mo clan give up on such a big piece of meat? The people of the Mo clan couldn't help but sigh. Everyone had different opinions. The return of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City would undoubtedly set off a wave in the Mo clan. Xianxia stood on the void. It might not be easy for him to go to the Ink City. At least, he would have to wait until Moling Dongchen and the others entered the Mo clan. Xianxia did not want to talk to Moling Dongchen too much. After all, he was carrying a heavy burden. There was not much that he could give to her now. When he had finished everything, he would definitely give her an explanation. In the past, his words had angered Moling Dongchen. He did not know if this guy would continue to be angry with him. Xianxia sighed, a myriad of emotions welling up in his heart. The most unforgettable thing was lovesickness. The most difficult thing to comprehend was the human heart. The most difficult thing to return was the feelings. Xianxia knew that he owed a lot of people. However, the only person he could not let go was Xiaoyu. Even if he had to betray everyone in the world, he would never betray Xiaoyu. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City's heart was heavy. He was extremely nervous. Who would the Mo clan send to meet him? Would they let him return to the Mo clan and acknowledge his ancestors? Or would they still expel him from the Mo city and never let him return? All these were a mystery in the heart of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City. It was something that he could not let go of. Everything that happened in the past was because of the bewitching potion that Yanning had poured on him. If it was not because his heart was not calm, he would not have ended up like this. However, everything was a trap set by Mo Yang Kuei. How could he know that she was his sister-in-law? Everything that happened in the past was just a fight for that genius position. However, it had caused him to fall into an irrecoverable situation. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City had no regrets. To put it bluntly, he had fallen into a honey trap. However, he really did not know that Yanning was his sister-in-law. When he found out about it, it was already too late. Everything had turned into a scam. Yanning's tearful complaint made him completely disheartened. From the beginning to the end, it was a well-designed trap. The Thousand City of Ink Jade City sighed in his heart. He did not want to talk about the past anymore. He just wanted to return to the Mo clan and acknowledge his ancestors. This was his only wish. Thousand City of Ink Jade, you bastard. Come out now. After an explosive shout, a thin man appeared in a flash. It was Mo Xian from before, the genius disciple of the Mo clan and the head guard of the city. Mo Xian's arrival caused another uproar. Because he was the son of the Thousand City of Ink Jade City that had humiliated his parents all those years ago. Such a situation caused the sky above the entire Mo city to be filled with a deep meaning, and it was even to the extent that it was filled with the smell of war. Interesting. Haha, Mo Xian has arrived. Looks like the Thousand City of Ink Jade won't have a good time. Exactly. Alas, I think it is probably impossible for the Thousand City of Ink Jade to return this time. His mother was humiliated all those years ago, and it is an extremely deep hatred. Most importantly, Mo Xian has heard many people discussing this matter behind his back. It is obvious that he will definitely vent his anger on the Thousand City of Ink Jade. That is understandable. The show is about to begin. He. Let's see who will be the final winner. Similar. They're too similar. Thousand City of Black Jade murmured. Whether it was her brows or the expression in her eyes, they were too similar to Yanning back then. It even caused Thousand City of Black Jade to feel a little disappointed. But after all, so many years had passed and he had already gotten over it. Today, he had returned only to return to the Mo clan, he had no other thoughts. Even if others didn't say it, Thousand City of Black Jade could also recognize that this person before him was definitely Yan Ying's close relative. Old fart, you still dare to return? My Mo clan doesn't welcome you. You shameless thing, you still dare to brazenly say that you want to return to the Mo clan? He, that's impossible. Dream on. Do you know who I am? I am the son of Mo Yang Kuei and Yan Ying. Back then, my parents didn't kill you, so you should have scrammed far away. But now, you actually don't know what's good for you and want to return to your clan? What a fool's dream. I, Mo Xian, will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes to take revenge for what happened back then. My parents are benevolent, but it doesn't mean that I'm benevolent too. Since you're all descendants of the Mo clan, then you're all descendants of this shameless old fart. I'll take care of all of you at the same time, lest you, old fart, leave behind a despicable son of a bitch. Mo Xian shouted. His expression was cold and the smile on his face was extremely sinister. Every single word he said pierced through people's hearts. At that moment, Thousand City of Black Jade's body was even trembling non-stop. Good. What a good old fart. You're truly Mo Yang Kuei's son. There's nothing you wouldn't do. In the end, I'm still your uncle. Thousand City of Black Jade frowned. His hands were trembling slightly, and his heart was filled with anger. After all, he was the son of Yan Ying and his elder brother. But at this moment, he actually said such despicable words to provoke him. This caused Thousand City of Black Jade's heart to be incomparably hurt. However, gossip was a fearful thing. Mo Xian had probably heard about what happened back then, so it was understandable for him to oppose him. Furthermore, this time, Thousand City of Black Jade wanted to return to his clan. He knew that there would definitely be a vicious speech. But he didn't expect that the person who would teach him a lesson would be their son. Even if my grandfather did something wrong, it's not up to you to lecture him. Furthermore, how much do you know about what happened back then? How dare you spout nonsense here without any respect for your elders? Is this how your parents raised you? In my opinion, your father isn't a good person either. Moling Dongchen's beautiful eyes flickered and her anger rose. She stared at Mo Xian with high fighting spirit. TSK. What a beauty. It's a pity that her mouth is not forgiving. You have no right to lecture my parents. Little kid, if you want to fight with me, I will accompany you to the end. At that time, I'm afraid that you'll become the person by my bedside, waiting on me to wash my feet, eat and drink every day, ha ha ha. Mo Xian laughed and said. Moling Dongchen clenched her fists tightly. She really wanted to cut this arrogant and conceited Mo Xian into 1,000 pieces. Mo Xian was so arrogant and conceited. You're courting death. Moling Dongchen was furious. But she was stopped by Thousand City of Black Jade because he didn't come back to fight today. At least, he couldn't do anything now. He came back to acknowledge his ancestors so that the people of the Mo family would have someone to rely on. Thousand City of Black Jade was angrier than anyone else. However, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. Since you've been expelled from the Mo family, you have nothing to do with the Mo family. Do you still want to stand on the dignity of your ancestors and challenge me? Now, you're just a passerby in front of me. No. You should be an enemy. An enemy that I must kill. Mo Xian's eyes were extremely cold and murderous. Facing Thousand City of Black Jade, he showed no mercy. So what if Mo Xian was his uncle? This sanctimonious and shameless person. It was already very kind of him not to execute him on the spot. Today, I'm here to look for the master of the Mo family. Please let him know that I don't want to have any conflict with you. Even if we want to solve the grudges of the previous generation, it's not up to you to say anything. Thousand City of Black Jade said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He looked calm, but the anger that he was suppressing in his heart could only be seen by Jiang Chen. His eyes were also filled with anger. However, the situation was worse than him. If he wanted to return to the Mo family, he could only swallow his anger. Facing Mo Xian's accusation, he could only deal with it calmly. Otherwise, the situation would be even more unsightly. The people behind Thousand City of Black Jade were also eager to try. They were very annoyed by Mo Xian's rude words and wanted to have a life-and-death battle with him. However, at this moment, even the master of the Mo family had calmed down. So, they could only choose to remain silent. Being in someone else's house, one had to lower one's head. Thousand City of Black Jade's forbearance was right. Even Xianxia had to admit that Thousand City of Black Jade was really forbearing. After all, he didn't come to the Mo family to create trouble. He just wanted to return to his homeland and gain the recognition of his family. Ha ha ha, you want to see the master? What a joke. You're simply dreaming. Who are you? Who do you think you are? What identity do you use to come and see my Mo family's master? Do you think that your strength is extraordinary and you can challenge my Mo family? Do you think that you can continue to be the accomplice of the evildoer and be arrogant? Why would my Mo family's master want to see an irrelevant person like you? You are no longer a member of the Mo family. If you dare to take half a step forward, it will be a provocation to the Mo family. I can completely activate the Mo attack and kill you here. Mo Xian said in a deep voice. His gaze was burning as it met with Thousand City of Black Jade. Both of their gazes were complicated and it was hard to understand. Master, why are you still wasting words with him? We can just directly kill this bastard. I don't believe that the Mo family's master won't come out. That's right. He's really too arrogant. Why do we have to suffer such humiliation? Kill our way to the Mo family and we will support you as the master. This fellow doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach this bastard a lesson, master. The people behind Thousand City of Black Jade were all eager to give it a try. They wanted to compete with Mo Xian. All of you, shut up. Thousand City of Black Jade took a deep breath. He stared fixedly at Mo Xian and said in a deep voice, just what will it take for you to make me go and see the master? Thousand City of Black Jade knew that Mo Xian was purposely making things difficult for him. It was nothing more than seeking a battle with him. However, he came to acknowledge his ancestors and not to fight. Hence, Thousand City of Black Jade had been silently enduring Mo Xian's overbearing manner. However, he realized that it was impossible for him to continue enduring. This person would only endlessly force him. Thousand City of Black Jade was already prepared to fight. If you defeat me, you can walk over and see the master. But if you lose, then I will personally kill you. It seems like I guessed it right. Mo Xian will not let go of the Thousand Black Jade City so easily. It seems like a big battle is unavoidable. You're right. The Thousand Black Jade City is going against Mo Xian. This battle must be very exciting. One of them is an old man and one of them is a young man. Hee hee. Mo Xian's attitude towards the Thousand Black Jade City has explained everything. Today, one of them will definitely die here. As for who it will be, I'm afraid no one knows. Since the Thousand Black Jade City has chosen to take action, he will definitely not show any mercy. Mo Xian has provoked him several times before. Even I can't stand it anymore. This battle must be a life-and-death battle between the two of them. The people of the Mo family were looking forward to this battle. Mo Xian was the new genius of the Mo family. Compared to the Thousand Black Jade City, no one knew who was stronger. Both of them were in the middle or late stage of empty god realm. No one would be convinced. This battle was destined to be extremely tragic and exciting. Alright, I will fulfill your wish. The Thousand Black Jade City nodded slightly. Their eyes met and a life-and-death battle instantly broke out. Grandpa, be careful. Moling Dongchen looked at this scene worriedly. Although his grandfather was very powerful, the other party was not easy to deal with. Moreover, he would never allow him to intervene in this matter. This was his own business. His grandfather had said that he would take back what he had lost with his own hands. Now that he had returned to the Mo family, the first person he would have to face was the son of Mo Yang Kuei and Yanning. For the Thousand Black Jade City, it was full of crisis. He had to fight a beautiful battle and let everyone in the Mo family see whether the person who was expelled from the Mo family was qualified to return. Old man, today I will kill you on behalf of my mother. You will never be able to reincarnate. Mo Xian was very angry. The anger in his heart had already spread all over his body. No one could stop him. No one could defeat him. As a genius disciple of the Mo family, he wanted to make the Thousand Black Jade City feel hopeless in this battle. The new generation excels the old. You will definitely die today. Mo Xian and the Thousand City of Black Jade exchanged blows in an instant. Terrifying aura pervaded the entire Mo city. Shadows filled the vast sky and divine lights covered the sky. Both of them had already disregarded everything and rushed forward. Each of their moves was ruthless and each of their punches hit the target's flesh. The Thousand City of Black Jade was once the most dazzling genius of the Mo clan. Even Mo Xian's father couldn't compare to him. Although Mo Xian was strong, he was still showing off his abilities too much. He didn't know how to fight while moving forward. However, if he couldn't take down the Thousand City of Black Jade in one go, his situation would be worrying. Xianxia silently watched this battle. Could he join the battle? He could. But the Thousand Black Jade City had suffered for 100,000 years. It was meaningless. Xianxia could only wait. He could leave the battle. He would. That he wanted to go. After. Xian. After. Mo. He. However, Xianxia did not want to be involved in this matter. This was the Mo family's matter. Moling Dongchen and the others were very cautious. After all, they were in someone else's territory. It was understandable for them to be worried about their patriarch. However, the Thousand Black Jade City was advancing by retreating. Compared to Mo Xian's ferociousness, his advance and retreat were very orderly. He was as steady as Mount Tai. This was the formless aura that he was proud of. 3,000 sword rain. Mo Xian clenched his fist and made a hand seal. The Mo family's attacking technique was unleashed. The sword rain was sharp and domineering. As the strongest genius of the Mo family, it was impossible for him to be a nobody. If he did not have any real ability, how could he dare to challenge the Thousand Black Jade City? The Thousand Black Jade City was also very solemn. However, he had already seen through Mo Xian's every move. The Thousand Black Jade City knew about the Mo family's abilities. Moreover, he was more meticulous than anyone else. Gradually, Mo Xian's attacks were hindered. It was quite difficult for him. The Thousand Black Jade City wanted to win in a stable manner. He had pulled Mo Xian into his formation. Mo Xian was enraged. He fought with all his might. However, the Thousand Black Jade City did not give him any chance. The Thousand Black Jade City's attacks were powerful. No matter how Mo Xian resisted, there was no effect at all. Mo Xian felt hopeless for the first time in his life. This Thousand Black Jade City was too cunning. Mo Xian seemed to have foreseen all of Mo Xian's moves. Mo Xian had learned all the abilities of the Mo family. Mo Xian seemed to be more skillful in dealing with Mo Xian. Bastard! Old man! Get lost! Mo Xian roared. His voice was hoarse. His footsteps were getting more and more chaotic. At this moment, Mo Xian had already lost his mind. He was a peerless genius. He was the core of the Mo family. He was also one of the few experts in the Nantung Divine region. How could he be defeated by the Thousand Black Jade City? Moreover, it was such a pity. He was not willing to see this scene. He was invincible. He was a late Divine Emperor realm expert. Even in the Mo family, there were not many who could defeat him. As a genius, he was defeated by a sinner of the Mo family. How could he have any face left? Mo Xian tried to break through the suppression of the Thousand Black Jade City. However, it was to no avail. Instead, it was as if he was stuck on a big net. It was difficult for him to advance or retreat. If this continued, Mo Xian knew that he would definitely lose. Not good. I'm afraid that Mo Xian is not a match for the Thousand Black Jade City. The older, the wiser. This Thousand Black Jade City is really not easy to deal with. Yeah. Looks like Mo Xian's life is not going to be easy. If this continues, Mo Xian has no chance of winning. He's being hindered everywhere. All of Mo Xian's abilities were seen through by the Thousand Black Jade City. This is bad. Everyone was paying attention to this scene. Whether it was Moling Dongchen or the people on the Mo city, they were all looking forward to this battle. If the Thousand Black Jade City could not defeat Mo Xian, it would be impossible for them to return to the Mo family. Therefore, the Thousand Black Jade City was very confident in this battle. They did not intend to leave any chance for Mo Xian. 9 Dragons Ascension of Ink Attack. Mo Xian's fist and palm collided. The ink attack soared into the sky. 9 dragons wreaked havoc in the sky and surrounded the Thousand Black Jade City. Its momentum was great and its power was boundless. Ink Attack Heavenly Movement Technique. The Thousand City of Black Jade stirred the wind and clouds as it tore through space, causing the countless dragon images in the sky to disappear in an instant. They were completely scattered by the wind and clouds that filled the sky. Mo Xian vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated. He was in a sorry state and his heart was filled with sorrow. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Mo Xian roared in rage. His attacks changed once more, but they were completely useless against the Thousand Black Jade City. Every single one of his movements was locked down by the Thousand Black Jade City. Mo Xian was in complete despair. The Thousand Black Jade City was seizing the initiative in every aspect. He had no chance to attack at all. Even when he was on the defensive, he couldn't retaliate at all. Your father also lost to me in the past. He couldn't break the same technique. The Thousand Black Jade City said proudly. The father and son lost to the same person. Mo Xian was so angry that he spurted out blood and staggered away. Bastard! Bastard, you old man, I won't rest until you're dead. I will kill you to avenge my mother and clear my father's name. You shameless bastard. My Mo family will never tolerate such a shameless person like you. Mo Xian roared like a beast. He was like a mad bull and rushed towards the Thousand Black Jade City. However, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was hard for him to turn this situation around. If he continued to fight, he would only humiliate himself. The Thousand Black Jade City did not severely injure him because of his parents. How could he complain about his injustice? However, in his point of view, he even owed them. What kind of logic was this? The Thousand Black Jade City sighed and wanted to force Mo Xian to retreat again. Even though Mo Xian was aggressive, he did not have the intention to kill him. However, it did not mean that Moling Dongchen did not have the intention to kill him. Even the Thousand Black Jade City did not expect that his granddaughter would stab Mo Xian from the back with her sword and kill him directly. She had pierced through his soul. Dongchen. The Thousand Black Jade City's pupil shrunk and sighed. However, it was too late at this moment. Moling Dongchen's attack was too fast. It was completely out of the Thousand Black Jade City's expectation. Even Mo Xian did not expect that Moling Dongchen would kill him at this moment. The people of the Mo family on the city wall were dumbfounded. Wasn't it too fast? There was no hesitation at all. He killed like a shadow and cut through the Gordian knot. Mo Xian, who was already heavily injured, fought with his life on the line. He knew that the Thousand Ink Jade City would definitely not kill him. Even if he lost, he would definitely make the other party pay the price. However, Moling Dongchen wasn't that easy to deal with. Mo Xian had put the Thousand Black Jade City in danger several times before. Moreover, he was rude to Mo Xian. He didn't show any respect to his seniors and had been humiliating and oppressing Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen's anger had already been aroused. At this moment, how could Moling Dongchen care so much? It would be strange if she could remain calm when her grandfather was being scolded and insulted like that. Moling Dongchen's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not intend to give Mo Xian any chance. He even crushed Mo Xian's soul completely. That sword was simply earth-shattering. Everyone in Mo City was dumbfounded. Mo Xian's death was a great humiliation to the Mo family. Even though he was killed by a member of the Mo family, this so-called member of the Mo family was an old man who had been expelled from the family. What should we do? Mo Xian is dead. What are we going to do? If he blames us, we won't be able to absolve ourselves from the blame. Everyone will have to bear the consequences. I never expected that the little girl of the Mo family to be so ruthless. Steward Mo Xian is dead. This time, all of us will be in trouble. Sigh, why is there a need for that? General Manager Mo Xian is really too eager to excel. Now, he has actually been plotted against by those traitors of the Mo family. If that's the case, it really does make one sigh in regret. Hurry up. Go and report to the elders. Tell them that someone trespassed into Mo City and Steward Mo Xian is dead. For a moment, the Mo City was in a mess. However, Moling Dongchen still looked calm. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. This girl is still so stubborn and she still abhors evil. Especially when it happened to her grandfather. If she could be indifferent to Mo Xian's scolding, it would not be her character. Jiang Chen knew that today's matter would not be solved easily. Although the Thousand Black Jade City wanted to return to the Mo family, Moling Dongchen was not the kind of person who would be willing to be bullied by others. You are too reckless. The Thousand Black Jade City poked Moling Dongchen's head fiercely, but he was reluctant to slap her. Grandpa, this kind of reckless guy. What's there to feel pity about killing him? I don't believe that the Mo family can't distinguish right from wrong. Then, why should we return to the family? Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Ridiculous. Shut up. Thousand Ink Jade City was finally furious. Moling Dongchen did not dare to say anything more. Because they had to bear all the responsibility for Mo Xian's death. Moreover, it was almost impossible for Mo Xian to return to the Mo family. The Mo family would definitely not allow him to leave. Moreover, Mo Xian was his junior. Dongchen really can't stand it anymore. Father, he has provoked us time and time again. He even wants to trample us into the ground. How can we bow down to him like this? We are here to return to the family, not to acknowledge him as our ancestor. Dongchen can't stand this bastard's provocation and humiliation. We, the Mo family, must not sit still and wait for death. Yes, master. We must not sit still and wait for death. That bastard has humiliated us like this. I will never agree to it. I won't agree. Although Moling Dongchen didn't say anything, her third uncle spoke up for her. Even Thousand Ink Jade City let out a sigh. Needless to say, even he felt elated and satisfied after killing Mo Xian. However, killing Mo Xian couldn't solve the problem. Instead, it would only intensify the conflict. It had become impossible for them to acknowledge their ancestors and return to their ancestral land. Who doesn't know the truth? However, if we don't swallow this humiliation, how can we return to the Mo family? A branch is a branch after all. We are the people of the Mo family when we are alive, and we will be the ghosts of the Mo family when we die. The Thousand Black Jade City said firmly. Everyone stopped talking. However, they all knew that they must advance and retreat together with the master of the Mo family, regardless of life or death. Now that Moling Dongchen had killed Mo Xian, the situation was hopeless. He knew that no matter what he did, he would not be able to save the situation. From the looks of it, their trip to the Mo family this time around would ultimately end in failure. Moling Dongchen was decisive in killing Mo Xian. This would definitely arouse the anger of the entire Mo family. Ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. The Thousand Black Jade City was struggling in his heart. However, if the Mo family held him accountable, he would definitely exchange his life for Moling Dongchen's. As the master of the Mo family's branch, he would not be able to escape the blame. Bastard! Give me back my son! An earth-shattering roar resounded through the heavens. Anger and sorrow enveloped the ancient city of Moazim within a radius of 10,000 miles. Dark clouds gathered in the surroundings, the wind howled, and the rain continued to fall. It's Elder Mo Yang Kuei Mo. Oh no. I'm afraid that Thousand Black Jade City won't be so lucky this time. Yeah. They were at loggerheads in the past. I'm afraid that a life and death battle is unavoidable now. Mo Xian's death is like a bolt from the blue to Elder Mo Yang Kuei Mo. The people of Mo clan kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say a word. At this moment, Mo Yang Kuei was standing on top of the ancient city of Mo Yang Kuei Mo. He was wearing a green robe and his figure was like a hook. Thousand Black Jade City. Thousand Black Jade City. It's really you. You killed my son? Mo Yang Kuei's hair stood up in anger. He took a deep breath as his body trembled uncontrollably. The greatest sorrow in the world was the death of an old man. Mo Xian's death caused Mo Yangkui's expression to become extremely desolate. He even aged a few decades in an instant. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Moreover, the pain of losing his son was indescribable. Mo Yangkui and Thousand Black Jade City were sworn enemies. Even after 100,000 years, they still could not forget each other. Especially Thousand Black Jade City, he always remembered how his big brother framed him. Moreover, he did not hesitate to use his wife as the price to tempt him. In the end, he obtained the so-called genius reward. Otherwise, how could he be the strongest genius back then? The moment Thousand Black Jade City looked at Mo Yangkui, there was no longer any trace of guilt in his heart. Mo Yangkui glared at Thousand Black Jade City in anger. These two geniuses of the Mo clan who had once fought against each other were now facing each other in a life-and-death situation. I'm the one who killed him. Thousand Black Jade City said coldly and looked at Mo Yangkui without any fear. Grandpa, Moling Dongchen wanted to say something but he was stopped by Thousand Black Jade City who stood behind him and said in a deep voice, I merely wanted to return to the Mo clan and acknowledge my ancestors. However, Mo Xian obstructed me in every possible way. Even when I wanted to see the patriarch, he refused to report it and even wanted to fight me to the death. In the end, it was only natural for him to die in my hands. He only has himself to blame. Bastard! You shameless bastard! Everyone knows how shameless you were back then. Now, you're actually shameless to the point that you won't even let my son off. Could it be that you want to drag the grudges of our previous generation onto the next generation? Mo Yangkui roared furiously. As a father, the pain he felt was indescribable. In the past, the Mo clan had spared his life. But who would have thought that after 100,000 years, the grudges between them would once again be formed? It could be said that Mo Yangkui had already gone completely crazy. That was his only son. The Thousand Black Jade City was clearly doing this on purpose. You despicable and shameless person, how can my Mo family tolerate you? You still want to return to the Mo family and acknowledge your ancestors? You're a shameless bastard. Today, you actually dare to recklessly kill people in my Mo family. I will definitely kill you here and dismember your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Mo Yangkui said while trembling. No matter what the Thousand Black Jade City said, it was unable to make up for the death of his son. Right now, he and the Thousand Black Jade City had already reached a point where either one of them would die. If it wasn't for him, why would he return to the Mo clan? Now, you've finally obtained your wish and taken your revenge. However, since you've killed my son, I won't let you have it easy either. Mo Yangkui and the Thousand Black Jade City were already in a state of mutual hostility. You still want to quibble even now? Thousand Black Jade City, my Mo clan definitely doesn't welcome you. Since you dare to kill in my Mo clan, then there's no need for us to be polite anymore. That's right. The death of my nephew, Mo Xian, was clearly done on purpose. Yet, you still want to shirk your responsibility? The more you kill, the more you rape, the more you plunder. You're just a lowly thief who doesn't stop at anything. Now, you still want to renege on your debt. You're simply a disgrace to my Mo clan. Driving you out of the Mo clan back then was the best decision. The two elders beside Mo Yangkui were extremely separated. Regarding the matter of the Thousand Black Jade City killing Mo Xian, they firmly believed that the Thousand Black Jade City did it on purpose to take revenge for what happened back then. No, this is impossible. My son, a purple figure flew over and directly landed beside Mo Xian. The middle-aged beautiful woman was wearing a mink fur coat. Her figure was elegant and graceful. However, her vision was already blurred. Her face was full of tears as she knelt in front of Mo Xian. She felt as if her precious baby had been cut off. She almost fainted from crying. Thousand Black Jade City. You're an executioner. What crime did my son commit? Why are you so ruthless? Could it be that the Mo clan spared your life back then and you still don't know how to repent? You killed our son. Back then, you did something that angered even the gods. I, Yanning, could only swallow my anger. However, you didn't even let my son off. Thousand Black Jade City, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you rest in peace. The person who came was naturally Emo Xian's mother, Yanning. The Thousand Black Jade City silently looked at Yanning. She was no longer the young girl who flew together with him. Perhaps, it could be said that she never was. That was just a trap that they had set up. I've said it before. I didn't want to kill him. However, he was overbearing and wanted to fight to the death with me. I had no choice. The Thousand Black Jade City coldly said. However, in the eyes of Mo Yang Kuei and Yanning, it was because of their own selfish desires that they killed their son. This Thousand Black Jade City definitely came prepared. Moreover, their target was very clear. It was only Emo Xian. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to quibble? No matter how glib your tongue is, how can you evade it? Isn't my son's death you're doing? You're really ruthless. Thousand Black Jade City. Yan Ying's words were like pearls piercing the heart. However, the Thousand Black Jade City was no longer the young man who could be manipulated by others. If you want to frame someone, you can always find a way to frame them. Since they had decided on him, what else could he quibble about? So be it. There's nothing to feel pity about. This kind of person deserves to die without a burial place. He spouted filthy words and overestimated himself. Death was his final destination. I'm the one who killed Emo Xian. If you want to take revenge, just come at me. My grandpa will never associate himself with despicable people like you. Moling Dongchen did not want to be outdone. He stared at Yanning and Emo Yang Kuei coldly. Well. What a sharp-tongued little boy. Since you're the one who killed my son, then you shall be buried with him. It's you, bitch. Yanning looked at them coldly and stared at Moling Dongchen. At that moment, she and Emo Yang Kuei looked at each other and both of them released their powerful aura. All of you must die. All of you shall be buried with my son. Yan Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with cold light. She was as beautiful as a jade, but her heart was as vicious as a snake. At that moment, even Jiang Chen, who was above the 9 heavens, frowned. This bitch was really reckless. It seemed that it was impossible for him to stay out of this matter. Bitch, it should be you. The one who framed my grandpa in the past is you too. Now, you want to help the evildoer? It's impossible. Today, we came here to seek justice. None of you can run away from what happened in the past. Moling Dongchen was quite arrogant. Since they had already fallen out with each other, what was there to be afraid of? At most, they would start a massacre and turn the Emo family upside down. Thousand Ink Jade Mayer sighed in his heart. However, he loved his unyielding granddaughter very much. Wasn't her every move for his sake? She had suppressed the discomfort in her heart, and in her rage, she had drawn her sword and killed Emo Xian. In the eyes of the Emo family's branch, Emo Xian, who had spoken rudely, had only himself to blame. Bitch, liar. There's no place for you to speak. Kneel down now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Emo Yang Kuei pointed at Moling Dongchen and said arrogantly. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask me to kneel down? Since I'm not a member of your Emo family, it's reasonable for me to call you a son of a bitch. Emo Xian is a good example. You two adulterous couple are already not far from death. Moling Dongchen's eyes were charming and he sneered. Emo Yang Kuei and Yanning were so angry that their faces turned pale and their shoulders were trembling. You. Just you wait, little bastard. I'm going to skin you alive. Yan Ying's face was full of tears. The pain of losing her son had almost made her faint. Now, Moling Dongchen had made her so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Is this the junior you've taught? Thousand Ink Jade Mayer, you've really disappointed me. What a disgrace to the Emo family. Emo Yang Kuei and Thousand Black Jade City were also facing each other with equal harshness. Both of them clenched their fists tightly as their battle intent blazed like fire. Didn't you say that I'm no longer a member of the Emo family? Is there a need for a sanctimonious hypocrite like you to criticize the people I teach? Today, it's time for us to settle our grudge. Thousand City Black Jade said in a deep voice. At this moment, he had already decided that today, he would uphold the name of his granddaughter. No one would be able to harm her. Since this Mo Yang Kuei was pestering him endlessly, overbearing, and as unreasonable as his dead son, then he had nothing to be embarrassed about towards this adulterous couple. Thousand City of Black Jade, hand over your life. Mo Yang Kuei didn't want to say another word to Thousand Ink Jade Qing. His son's death was witnessed by everyone. It was understandable. Thousand Ink Jade Qing still wanted to return to the Mo clan. It's been 100,000 years. I don't know if you've made any progress. If you can only rely on your tricks to win, then I advise you to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Thousand City of Black Jade sneered. In the past, Mo Yang Kuei was inferior by a single move and always lost to him. For the sake of obtaining the genius reward from the Mo clan, Mo Yang Kuei and Yanning schemed against him, causing him to be consigned to eternal damnation and be criticized by others. This kind of pain was like a knife, cutting into his heart again and again. This was something that could not be changed in his entire lifetime. Thousand City of Black Jade and Mo Yang Kuei exchanged blows. The two elders were waiting for an opportunity, because Mo Yang Kuei did not allow them to make a move. At this time, the two of them had personal grudges, new and old enmity, so they had to distinguish right from wrong, who was strong and who was weak. Therefore, Mo Yang Kuei was very confident in this battle. He wanted to cut down Thousand City of Black Jade. The death of their son, Mo Xian, was a fatal blow to Mo Yang Kuei and Yanning. When they fought against Thousand City of Black Jade again, Mo Yang Kuei did not slack off at all. He used all his killing moves to kill Thousand City of Black Jade. The battle between the two of them was in full swing. The people who were watching the battle from the top of the Mo city were enjoying it. At this moment, they would like to see who would have the last laugh. However, Thousand City of Black Jade and Yanning were still outnumbered. Compared to the entire Mo clan, their strength was just a drop in the bucket. On the other side, the battle between Yanning and Moling Dongchen was quite exciting. Jiangchen did not participate in it. As an observer, he also wanted to see how powerful Moling Dongchen was. Sure enough, Moling Dongchen did not disappoint Jiangchen. In less than 10 moves, Moling Dongchen had gained the upper hand and Yanning could not move an inch. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Yanning shouted angrily. The elders of the Mo clan also rushed forward to face Moling Dongchen. There were many people behind Moling Dongchen as well. This chaotic battle was inevitable. How dare you touch Dongchen? Charge! Moling Dongchen's third uncle shouted in a deep voice. His aura was imposing. Plus, Moling Dongchen and Thousand City of Black Jade had gained the upper hand. Of course, they were fearless. The remaining 16 people of the Mo clan all rushed up to the sky to support Moling Dongchen. At this moment, even the two elders of the Mo clan had a gloomy expression. How could the Mo clan be bullied by others? Moreover, it was at their own doorstep. Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if they knew about this? All the ruling elders and elite disciples of the Mo clan, gather here. Mo Yang Kuei retreated step by step. However, under the suppression of the Thousand City of Black Jade, his face became gloomy. It was very dangerous. At this moment, if he did not think of a way out, he would be completely defeated by the Thousand City of Black Jade. Moreover, all the descendants of the Thousand City of Black Jade had started to take action. Even Yanning, who had the help of the two elders, could not escape from Moling Dongchen's suppression. After several palm strikes, Yan Ying's ribs were almost broken. The pain was even more heart-wrenching. Yanning gritted her teeth and retreated step by step. However, how could the Mo clan allow her to retreat? Under the leadership of Moling Dongchen, Yanning was suffering unspeakably. She had killed an old master with a random punch. In addition to the past disputes between her and the Thousand City of Black Jade, the people of the Mo clan hated her to the core. How could they give her any chance to escape at this moment? Yanning wanted to cry but had no tears. She was rolling and crawling. She had completely lost her beauty. At this moment, not only her, even Mo Yang Kuei had fallen into a predicament. They were in a dire situation and their lives were at stake. Brother Kuei, save me! Yanning screamed. Her face was pale and she staggered. She was already overwhelmed and her body was trembling. Under Moling Dongshan's attack, her long hair was in a mess. She didn't look like a peerless beauty anymore. Mo Yankue was also very worried when he saw Yanning in danger. However, the Thousand Black Jade City had already trapped him here. There was no room for him to escape. Not to mention saving Yanning, even he himself would find it extremely difficult to escape. Danger lurked in every direction. The Thousand Black Jade City looked at Yanning calmly. He didn't care about what that guy had done. Who could he talk to for the sorrow in his heart for the past 100,000 years? No one knew how sorrowful he was. His heart was as still as water, not because of how deep his love for Yanning was, but because the current him no longer cared about the past. Now that the Thousand Black Jade City had returned, he had already let go of Yanning. What he wanted to do was to acknowledge his ancestors and return to his clan. That was his only thought, and also his lifelong pursuit. Fallen leaves always return to their roots. Even if he had established a branch of the Mo family outside, he was still a member of the Mo family. The mark of the Mo family couldn't be changed no matter what. Moling Dongshan would never show mercy to the fairer sex. Moreover, his attacks were extremely ruthless and lethal. Mo Yankue couldn't get away at the moment. Even with the help of the two elders of the Mo family, it was still difficult for him to resist the attacks of Moling Dongshan and the other Divine Emperor realm experts. It was a one-sided battle. Moling Dongshan's attacks were as fast as lightning. Every slap that landed on Yanying's face was like a thunderclap. It was frightening. Mo Yankue was furious and his body was stiff. However, he was forced to retreat by the Thousand Black Jade City. His situation was even more worrying than Yanying's. Yanning screamed continuously. Hot palm prints kept appearing on her face. At that moment, Moling Dongshan went all out. He didn't kill Yanning directly. Instead, he kept slapping her face. "You bitch. I'm going to kill you. You're a promiscuous hussy. I'm going to kill you today. Don't cry. Pa. Pa. Pa." Moling Dongshan didn't care. He directly went berserk, punched, kicked and slapped Jiangchen's face. Even Jiangchen was a little speechless. When Moling Dongshan was angry, he was really powerful. Yanning almost fainted after being slapped by Moling Dongshan. 2 of her front teeth were knocked out. She looked like a madwoman. Her face was full of blood and her hair was messy. She was no different from a beggar. Yanying's eyes were blurred, and she was even a little frightened. She had lived a glorious life, but when had she ever suffered such humiliation? But now, she had been beaten so badly that she did not even have the slightest bit of anger. Her own son was also killed by her. Now, she was completely confused. Mo Yankue screamed at the top of his lungs and roared furiously. He wanted to struggle free from the Thousand Black Jade City, but he was powerless in the face of the attack of the Thousand Black Jade City. He was beaten into an extremely battered and exhausted state. Not to mention protecting his woman, he couldn't even protect himself. "Thousand Black Jade City, you bastard. I will never let you go." Mo Yankue knew that the situation was hopeless. He had to go back to the Mo family to ask for reinforcements. At this moment, if he continued to fight with the Thousand Black Jade City, he would definitely be killed. This guy did not intend to be merciful. Yanying's cry for help had been completely drowned by the wind. In order to protect himself, Mo Yankue could only keep retreating. As for Yanning, he could not care about her at all. It was a matter of life and death. Both of them were already in such a situation. If one of them could escape, it would be better. If they stayed here, they would only be waiting for death. Mo Yankue escaped very fast. At that moment, Yanning was extremely desperate. Under the attack of Moling Dongshan and the other 8 Divine Emperor realm experts, she had completely lost all hope. However, the man who said that he loved her deeply actually ran away at this moment. This made Yanying's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. She finally saw the true face of Mo Yankue. She was in danger, but he didn't care about her at all. He only knew how to run for his life. What was the point of having such a man? "Bastard! You will definitely die a horrible death, Mo Yankue." Yanning roared in anger. However, Mo Yangkue had already escaped. The other two elders of the Mo family were completely suppressed. However, Moling Dongchen and the others did not attack them. On the contrary, Yanning had been beaten by Moling Dongchen continuously. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and brace herself. However, how could Moling Dongchen be so easy to deal with? Their arrogance from before had long vanished without a trace. When Yanning looked at the thousand city of black jade once again, her heart was incomparably complicated. This man, who had once loved her deeply, had been played by her in the palm of her hand. Now, it was time for him to properly reflect on himself. She had fallen in love with a man that she should not have loved, but in a desperate situation of life and death, he had given up on her. Meanwhile, this man, who had once been hurt by her, had an incomparably complicated expression in his eyes. Even though they had not met for 100,000 years, and things remained the same, but people had long changed. However, he still might not be able to abandon her, and not care about her. Husband and wife were birds in the same forest. Now, they would fly separately in the face of disaster. Mo Yangkue. I will hate you for the rest of my life. She could not protect her son. In the end, even the only man she had left her. This kind of pain had made Yanning feel hopeless. After being beaten by Moling Dongchen, her heart had already turned into ashes. Aren't you very happy? Very happy? He he he. Thousand Black Jade City, we have finally lost in your hands. For 100,000 years, you must have been scheming for today's matter every moment, right? You must have hated both of us to the bone. Now that Mo Yangkue has been chased away by you and I've been taught a lesson by your junior, most importantly, my son has been killed by you. Aren't you happy? Ha ha ha, you've finally taken your revenge. Ha ha ha, you've finally taken your revenge. Do you feel that your heart is filled with excitement that can be expressed in your words? Yanning sneered, but she felt extremely bitter in her heart. She mocked herself, but most of it was self-mockery. She had been mercilessly abandoned in a life-and-death situation. She had lost all faith, and the pain of losing her son had caused her to lose faith in life. From now on, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. It was you who killed me. It was Mo Yangkue who killed me. It was everyone here. Yanning knelt on the ground and shouted herself hoarse. Her shoulders were trembling and there was not a trace of brilliance in her eyes. Puff. Why do you have to do this? Thousand Black Jade City sighed and shook his head. Yan Ying's death did not affect him at all. He was just a little shocked and surprised. He did not want to kill Yanning. However, since he had returned to the Mo family, he had to show his attitude. Even if it was Mo Xian, it was not his intention. However, Mo Ling Dongchen had killed Mo Xian, so he had nothing to say. Now, Mo Yangkue had escaped back to Mo City and Yan Ying had self-destructed her Dantian and Meridian. She had completely lost her life. I hate you. I hate you. Yan Ying's eyes almost popped out of her eye sockets. Eventually, she fell into a pool of blood. Everyone's expression changed. The two elders of the Mo family kept quiet out of fear. If Thousand City of Black Jade wanted to kill them, he could do it with just a wave of his hand. It was that simple. Since the ancient times, one's emotions have only resulted in hatred. This hatred will never end. Sigh. Thousand City of Black Jade sighed with emotion. He had long since jumped out of this natural fortune, yet they were still clinging on to it, causing him to be unable to help but sigh endlessly with emotion. Yanning is dead? She is Elder Mo Yangkue's wife. Seems like there will be a bloody storm in the Mo family this time. And Yanning is dead, but Mo Xian is also dead. The Mo family will definitely not let this matter rest. Looks like this Thousand City of Black Jade is too arrogant. He dares to kill people in front of our Mo family. Our Mo family will never tolerate him. The affairs of the world are hard to predict. Who would have thought that this matter would actually develop to such a stage? Who is right and who is wrong is no longer important. However, the deaths of Mo Xian and Aunt Yanning will definitely cause an upheaval in the Mo family. Although the people on the Mo city had seen it, Mo Xian and Yanning were the direct descendants of the Mo family. Thousand City of Black Jade had already been expelled from the Mo family. 2 Divine Emperor realm experts had died in this battle. The Mo family would definitely not sit still and wait for death. A beautiful woman has a short life. The more she is happy, the more she is sad. She only had herself to blame for everything. Grandfather, you don't have to sigh too much. It's not your fault. Death might be her only way out. Living would be the greatest harm to her. The pain of losing my son was caused by me. As for that disappointing man, how could he be worthy of being the genius of the Mo family? How could this kind of trash be worthy of competing with his grandfather? You're simply overestimating yourself. Moling Dongchen said coldly. She didn't blame herself at all for Yan Ying's death. She didn't care if Yan Ying was dead. Those who were not related to her couldn't affect her at all. So what if she killed a few people from the Mo family for her grandfather? Although they were all members of the Mo family, when had they ever had any feelings for their grandfather? Moling Dongchen had always been a person who could distinguish kindness and hatred clearly. There was nothing that she couldn't do for her family. Moreover, if the Mo family couldn't accept her grandfather, they would establish their own family. It wasn't that they didn't want to acknowledge their ancestors and return to the family. If even their ancestors didn't want to give them any chance, then what was the point of acknowledging their ancestors and return to the family? If her grandfather didn't want to do it, then she would do it. The people from the Mo family could never stand on her grandfather's head and act like a tyrant. Moreover, they were here to seek justice for themselves. They didn't come here to suffer. She must wash away her grandfather's sins with her own hands. Humans only have one life, plants only have one autumn. For tens of thousands of years, she had seen the pain in her grandfather's heart. However, that pain originated from the sorrow of the Mo family. That year, he was expelled from the Mo family. That was the pain in his heart for his whole life. Today, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and it had to be released. Even if she was besieged by the Mo family, Moling Dongchen wouldn't hesitate. A man should stand for the world and a daughter should be self-reliant. In the sky above the Mo family, a group of experts rushed to the peak of the void. Their anger was soaring to the sky. They're finally here. Xianxia took a deep breath. He knew that the death of Mo Xian and Yan Ying must have touched the nerves of the entire Mo family. The death of 2 Divine Emperor realm experts was something that they couldn't sit still anymore. Moreover, it happened in front of the entire Mo family. One could imagine how humiliating it was. As the mainstay of the non-Tung divine region and one of the most powerful sects, the Mo family couldn't bear such humiliation. More than 40 Divine Emperor realm experts stepped into the void and sealed the entire area of the Mo family. They surrounded Xianxia and the others in the middle. The 9 leaders were all late Divine Emperor realm experts. The entire Mo family was in a state of panic. All the elders and inner sect experts swarmed towards the Mo family. How dare they kill people in front of the Mo family? Moreover, they were Divine Emperor realm experts of the Mo family. Wasn't this the same as provoking the Tai Sui? Third elder, it's him. This shameless bastard who was chased out of the Mo family by us has returned. He even wants to provoke the Mo family. He killed Mo Xian. Yan Ying. Mo Yangkui was incomparably furious. He pointed at Xianxia and the others and said. He found out that his wife was already dead. You bastard. Bastard. You killed Yan Ying when you couldn't get her. It's like this in the past, and it's still the same today. My Mo family and you are irreconcilable. Tears streamed down Mo Yangkui's face. He was grief-stricken. Losing his son and his wife made him feel as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Everyone in the Mo family felt sympathy for him. At this moment, Mo Yangkui was an elder of the Mo family. Not only his son, but his wife was also killed by Xianxia of Black Jade. They naturally couldn't empathize with him. Most importantly, the murderer was someone who was expelled from the Mo family in the past. The faces of the third elder and the others were dark and cold as they sighed in their hearts. They did not expect that this traitor, who had already been expelled from the Mo clan, would actually be so vicious and merciless. The decision they had made back then was truly correct. Otherwise, who knew what kind of storm this disappointing thing would have stirred up in the Mo clan? He would have definitely caused their Mo clan to be in a state of chaos, jumping up and down, and even losing all their face. They naturally couldn't let such a person go. Since he was expelled from the Mo family, he was no longer a member of the Mo family. Yet, he still dared to stir up trouble in the Mo family. They wouldn't let him go easily. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Everyone was filled with hot blood. They were determined to bring the Xianxia of Black Jade to justice. He even killed someone from the Mo family. Furthermore, he was so arrogant. When had the Mo family ever suffered such humiliation? This thousand-ink jade city is simply too unscrupulous. It is fortunate that we expelled this kind of thief from the Mo clan back then. Otherwise, who knows how big of a storm he would have stirred up in our Mo clan. Isn't that right? If it wasn't for him, why would Mo Xian die? He didn't even let his sister-in-law go. He's a bastard. I'm not surprised that he would do such a thing. Sigh. Lust is like a knife. Thousand City of Black Jade has already become a demon. He wants to make Mo Yang Kuei suffer inconsolable grief, only then will he be satisfied. Everyone in the Mo family was shocked, especially those Divine Emperor realm experts. All of them were glaring at Thousand Black Jade City, Moling Dongchen, and the others. At this moment, they had already prepared themselves and were waiting for the third elder's order to capture this bastard. Then, the Mo family's matter would be settled. However, the death of Mo Xian and Yan Ying depended on how they were going to deal with this Thousand Black Jade City. Even if they were to cut him into pieces, it would not be too much. Thousand Black Jade City, do you know your crime? As a member of the Mo family, how dare you kill in front of the Mo family and disturb our peaceful cultivation? Kneel down and accept your death. The third elder Mo Shoying shouted. His voice was like the rumbling of thunder. He looked at the Thousand Black Jade City furiously. The death of two Divine Emperor realm experts was a great humiliation to the Mo family. Moreover, Mo Xian was the most talented disciple of the Mo family. This was intolerable. They must give Mo Yang Kuei and the entire Mo family an explanation. Otherwise, how could the Mo family maintain their foothold in the Nantung Divine region? Third Elder, our Thousand Black Jade City is not at fault for today's matter. I have come here today to return to my homeland and acknowledge my ancestors and my clan. I have no other intention. The Thousand City of Black Jade looked at Third Elder Mo Shoying, bowed slightly, and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. No other intention? You killed two Divine Emperor realm experts of our Mo family and you still say that you have no other intention? Come down and accept your death, kneel down and beg for mercy. That's right. Thousand Black Jade City, you're the scum of the Mo family. How can you be punished? Our Mo family was merciful to let you go and expel you from the Mo family. That was already the greatest mercy we could show. How can we forgive you? The elders beside the third elder were also glaring at Thousand Ink Jade City. Thousand Ink Jade City frowned. These people simply don't know what's right and what's wrong. Bastard, it's already come to this. Why aren't you coming over to accept your death? You actually dare to talk back? Mo Yang Kuei gnashed his teeth. The Thousand City of Black Jade would surely die. However, he was already unable to restrain the rage in his heart since a long time ago, and he was determined to scatter the bones of the Thousand City of Black Jade to vent the hatred in his heart. Gossiping all at once, a bunch of shameless fools. You keep saying that you don't recognize my grandfather as a member of the Mo family and expelled him from the Mo family. Yet, you still want my grandfather to come forward and die. You bunch of bastards, old bastards, do you really think that we are easy to bully? My grandfather wasn't willing to say more. He came here to acknowledge his ancestors. Mo Xian and Yan Ying were overbearing, so they deserved to die. You don't know right from wrong, but you want my grandfather to kneel down and accept death. Who do you think you are? Son of a bitch. Today, I, Moling Dongchen, will fight to the death with you. Even if I am spurned by the world, I will not tolerate it. You want my grandfather to lower his head? No way. All of you are arrogant and self-righteous. You think that your Mo family is the strongest in the world. No matter what you say, you don't know the truth at all. You just judge randomly. My grandfather has been wronged for 100,000 years, but who knows? He didn't mean to cause trouble, but he was forced to a dead end. Have you seen it? Have you given him a chance? You directly expelled my grandfather from the Mo family. Do you know what kind of blow it is to a person who regards his family as his life? You guys don't know, a person who came back with a pure heart, carrying hope and faith towards the clan. That kind of pure heart was obstructed by Mo Xian, Mo Yang Kuei, and Yan Ying, to the point of shitting on our heads. This kind of smashing, it's the end of everything if we die. What harm is there in that? They only had themselves to blame for everything. Even death would not be enough to wipe out their crimes. My grandfather was innocent, but you all believed in slanderous words and expelled him from the family. Although he was disheartened, he didn't forget the kindness of the family and came back just for a trace of belief. But your actions have caused my grandfather to be heartbroken. We didn't come here to cause trouble, but you have forced us to retreat again and again, to the point where we are approaching the bottomless abyss. We have no other choice. If you have the ability, come at me. I, Moling Dongchen, will fight with you till the end. Moling Dongchen was so angry that her face turned pale. Her delicate body kept trembling. She was fighting for her grandfather. Her grandfather was upright and plain-spoken. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, he was powerless in front of the family. What's the use of saying so much? The traitor of the family has lost our face. We, the Mo family, will never allow such a bastard to exist. That's right. You have to pay with blood for killing my people. The elders of the Mo family were agitated. They did not listen to Moling Dongchen at all. At this moment, both parties were at daggers drawn and the atmosphere was extremely cold. You bunch of old things. I will fight with you all. Moling Dongchen knew that no matter how much she said, it would only be ignored. It was impossible to change their minds. A bunch of shameless people. How can you be brave? How can you be loyal? Our Mo family does not have such a descendant. Today, all of you must die. Our Mo family will definitely clean up the family. Mo Yang Kuei was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. Relying on a group of Mo clansmen, he became very high-profile and domineering at this moment. Thousand City of Black Jade, I only have one question for you. Do you know your mistake? Kneel down and accept the punishment from the family. Perhaps, I can let you go and spare your descendant. The third elder said in a deep voice. His eyes turned cold as he pointed his sword at the Thousand City of Black Jade. Thousand City of Black Jade, what's wrong with you? Please enlighten me, third elder. The Thousand City of Black Jade stood with his head held high. What did he do wrong? He did not do anything wrong. He did not do anything wrong. Why did he have to bear everything? Even his granddaughter stood up for him at this moment. Why couldn't he let it go? Good. 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 The third elder Mo Showing nodded his head. His voice was calm without any trace of emotion. At this moment, everyone knew that the third elder was completely infuriated by the Thousand City of Black Jade. When the third elder was really angry, he was extremely calm, but he was more terrifying than anyone else. In that case, since you don't think that you are a member of the Mo family, I can only teach you a lesson. You so-called unruly people, as the younger generation, you must have the determination to sacrifice your life for the family. From now on, there is no meaning for you to live in this world anymore. Mo Showing looked calm and said coldly. Do it. Kill without mercy. Moling Dongchen and his grandfather looked at each other. They knew that today's matter would not end well. The people of the Mo family did not listen to them at all. They were determined to kill them here. The reason was hard to guess. However, they believed Mo Yang Kuei's words. They believed that the Thousand Black Jade City was here to pick a quarrel and take revenge for what they had done to them in the past. You don't know what's good for you. Today, the Mo family will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Mo Yang Kuei shouted in a deep voice. He stood at the edge of the battlefield. They would definitely be killed in this battle. The people of the Mo family, these arrogant juniors, must pay the price for what they have done. The people of the Thousand Black Jade City should all die. If you want me to die, I will drag you down with me. The Thousand Black Jade City looked at Mo Yang Kuei viciously. Mo Yang Kuei felt a chill down his spine. This guy really dared to do that. Especially now, he had no idea how to deal with the Thousand Black Jade City. He was definitely not a match for him. He could only wait for an opportunity to give the Thousand Black Jade City a fatal blow. At this moment, he could only choose to retreat. His eyes were like a venomous snake that made people shiver. Once they were targeted by him, they would definitely not have a good life. The third elder waved his hand. Everyone took a step forward. Their imposing aura surged. More than 40 Divine Emperor realm experts instantly surrounded the Thousand Black Jade City and the others. 18 Divine Emperor realm experts were like a cup of water to a burning cart of firewood. Most importantly, the third elder took the lead and confronted the Thousand Black Jade City directly. The battle was about to begin. Third elder, I'm sorry. The Thousand Black Jade City said coldly. Facing the third elder, he exerted all of his strength. Terrifying airwaves swept across the sky as he fought against the third elder alone. However, there were too many of them. Each of them was a Divine Emperor realm expert. They were the elites of the Mo family. It was difficult for the Thousand Black Jade City to fight against 10 of them alone. The third elder charged forward step by step with unstoppable force. In addition, the Thousand City of Ink Jade had exhausted quite a bit of his physical strength from the previous battles. It was completely impossible for him to deal with so many Divine Emperor realm experts. Apart from being in a difficult situation, his techniques were also completely suppressed. It was impossible for him to turn the situation around. On the other side, even the clansmen led by Moling Dongchen were shocked. At this moment, the people of the Mo family's side branch were suffering. The third elder took a step forward and forced the Thousand City of Black Jade to retreat. His hand seals were linked together and thunder roared. It was extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with black clouds. The surrounding disciples of the Mo clan were all incomparably agitated. Going against them would only mean death. If they wanted to die, they would accompany them to the end. The Thousand Black Jade City was already showing signs of fatigue. It was completely difficult for him to deal with the third elder. Although Moling Dongchen was resisting with all his might, the situation was not good either. As time went by, Moling Dongchen and the others became more and more restrained. Their injuries were quite severe. After all, they were facing more than 40 Divine Emperor realm experts and it was difficult for them to change the situation. I'll hold them off. You guys leave quickly. Thousand Black Jade City said in a deep voice. At this moment, they no longer had any path of retreat. They were in a life and death situation. He absolutely couldn't let his juniors die here with him. Since the Mo clan had already decided to kill them, they wouldn't show any mercy. After all, this matter was because of him. That's why they started a war with the Mo clan. Even though he didn't mean for it to happen, the situation had already developed to this stage. Who would feel good in their hearts when they were forced to do so? The Thousand City of Black Jade City did not kill anyone. However, he killed Moling Dongchen. Yan Ying's death was his own fault. He committed suicide and it had nothing to do with him. However, the Mo family had regarded him as the culprit. Who could endure such humiliation? The moment he returned to the Mo family, the Thousand City of Black Jade City knew that it would not be easy for him to return to the Mo family and acknowledge his ancestors. He would not have any complaints even if he was despised and ridiculed by others. However, Mo Xian and Yan Ying's aggressiveness had forced him into a situation where he had no choice but to fight. I've always been loyal to the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. The Thousand City of Black Jade City was extremely sad. However, he could not do anything. At this moment, he could only fight with his life on the line so that his juniors could have a chance to escape. I won't leave. Grandpa, I want to live and die with you. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He swore that he would not leave. He would fight with his grandpa until the end. The Mo family was a bunch of people who could not distinguish right from wrong. She had fought to her heart's content in this battle. Even if she lost, she would not have any complaints. Grandpa had suffered a lot of humiliation. Today, he would not be bullied by them again. We swear to follow the family head till death. We swear to follow the family head till death. None of the Mo clansmen chose to leave. Even if they were to die, they wanted to die behind the Thousand Black Jade City. They were fearless, they were all elites picked out from 10,000 people. For the sake of following their clan master, they would not waver even in death. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. Even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. He. Mo Yang Kuei did not plan to let any of them go. His son and wife were both dead. Who could he reason with? He could only vent his anger on Moling Dongchen and the others. So, he wanted all of them to die together with him. Mo Yang Kuei was behind the third elder, chasing after the Thousand City of Black Jade City. Each of his moves was ruthless and full of killing intent. The Thousand City of Black Jade City was constantly injured and flew backwards. At this moment, Moling Dongchen was finally defeated. The situation had become one-sided. Moling Dongchen and the others did not have any strength to fight back at all. Get out of here. The third elder's hand seal moved, causing the wind to howl and cranes to cry out. He controlled the peak of 10,000 miles and directly pressed down on the Ink Jade Millennium City, making it difficult for him to move. With a wave of his hand, even Moling Dongchen couldn't escape from the calamity. He was directly suppressed by the third elder. In an instant, more than 40 Divine Emperor Realm experts were like a hot knife cutting through butter, trapping everyone in the cage, making it hard for them to move forward. Their battle intent was completely extinguished and their vitality was completely exhausted. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. The Thousand City of Black Jade City covered his face and cried. His heart was filled with regret. If it wasn't for him, they would never be in such a predicament. He stubbornly wanted to return to the Mo family. However, he was ridiculed by the Mo family. In the end, Mo Xian and Yanning forced him into a hopeless situation. Only then did he start the war with the Mo family. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Third elder, please make it clear. It's all my fault. Please let them go. They are all the people of the Mo family. Let me bear my fault alone. The Thousand City of Black Jade said with a painful expression. He felt bitter and embarrassed. Since the moment you decided to go against the Mo family, all of you deserve to die. We are born from the same root, why are we in such a hurry to destroy each other? Thousand City of Black Jade felt an incomparable pain in his heart. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Facing the center of the entire Mo clan, he knew that he was weak and had no one to rely on. Now that he had been defeated, all of them were going to die here. Thousand City of Black Jade was filled with regret. Third elder, they are also members of the Mo clan. They did nothing wrong. The Thousand City of Black Jade said with a pleading look in its eyes. You've made a mistake. You've given birth to unfilial children. That's why they don't need to live in this world. They all deserve to die. The cold and emotionless side of Mo Showing made the Thousand City Black Jade finally see the side of the impartial ghost judge. His own mistakes were all blamed on the younger generation. What kind of logic was this? From the very beginning, it was a mistake. This sentence made Thousand City of Black Jade speechless. Who told them to be inferior? Their lives were already in the hands of the Mo family. Grandpa, we don't need to beg them. Life and death are up to fate. Success and failure are up to the heavens. Since we've lost, we have no complaints. As a member of the Mo family, I even feel ashamed. This group of old fogies who don't do anything really makes my heart cold. They make me speechless. They only know how to live in their own world. They don't care about the life and death of others. Old people who don't die are regarded as thieves. They are simply a den of thieves. Moling Dongchen shouted angrily. She was incomparably indignant. For the first time, she felt that her family name was a humiliation. Since he had no other choice, he would rather die standing than kneel to live. Moling Dongchen and the others had already disregarded life and death. Mo Xianxia could not help but cover his face and cry. His action had harmed everyone. He wanted to return to the Mo family. Although his heart was burning, he was not welcomed by the Mo family at all. Mo Xianxia's heart was on fire. Damned girl, you're spouting nonsense. You don't know how to respect your elders. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson. Mo Yang Kuei was incomparably furious in his heart. Mo Xian was killed by her, so how could he not be furious? He was determined to kill Moling Dongchen to relieve the hatred in his heart and avenge his son. He could not wait any longer. The horrifying palm fell from the sky and was about to hit Moling Dongchen's face. Moling Dongchen was not afraid of death and his expression was cold. Even though he was facing such a horrifying battle strength, Moling Dongchen did not even frown. She was not inferior to men. Dressed in black, she had a valiant and formidable-looking bearing. Her peerless elegance caused others to gasp in amazement. She was as beautiful as a fairy and as cold as ice. She vowed to defend her last dignity with her life. The sound of a finger being flicked resounded in the sky as Mo Yankue was blown back. A cold light flickered from the might of that finger and struck Mo Yankue's chest, causing him to be heavily injured as blood spurted from his mouth. Who was it? Get out here. Mo Yankue was bewildered. He moved closer to the third elder. His complexion was pale and unsightly. Even the third elder's expression was gloomy. He did not expect that there was such a powerful figure hiding in front of the Mo family and they did not know about it at all. May I know your name? I'm afraid it's a bit too much to injure someone in front of the Mo family. The third elder said faintly to the sky. At that moment, Xianxia stepped out from the clouds. He carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder and his face was cold. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only Moling Dongchen stared at that figure. His body trembled and even his lips were trembling. If you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me first. Xianxia said calmly and glanced at Moling Dongchen. The latter's eyes were filled with complicated emotions, especially when he saw the crystal coffin on Xianxia's shoulder. He did not know what to say. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Could it be that the woman in the crystal coffin was the one that he had been looking for? I'm sorry. Xianxia looked at Moling Dongchen. He did not even look at the third elder, Mo Shouying and the others. He only had Moling Dongchen in his eyes because he felt that he had to give her an explanation. He felt sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. Moling Dongchen shook his head. You don't owe me anything. She's the one you've been looking for, right? Moling Dongchen asked. Xianxia nodded his head. I'm not as good as her. Moling Dongchen sighed. There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It was a great gift from the heavens for Xianxia to come. May I know who you are? You should give me an explanation since you dare to behave atrociously in front of the Mo family. Mo Shouying said in a deep voice. He looked at Xianxia again. His eyes were filled with coldness. This guy is strong, very strong. However, it was unreasonable to look down on the Mo family in front of the Mo family. Mo Shouying was very angry. Wasn't he looking down on the Mo family? Who's this guy? He's so powerful. Elder Mo Yankue was severely injured by just one finger. This is a miracle. Even the third elder did not dare to face him head-on. I can see that this guy's strength is not ordinary. He dares to be so arrogant in front of the Mo family. No matter who he is, he must pay the price. That's right. This is the Mo family's internal matter. How can an outsider interfere in it? Everyone in the Mo family was angry. The appearance of Xianxia had made the Mo family nervous again. Thousand Black Jade City seemed to know Xianxia's identity. His granddaughter was trapped in love because of him. I, Xianxia, have always done things like this. If you're unhappy, you can come at me. I, Xianxia, will accompany you to the end. Xianxia's words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. Xianxia's name had already spread across the realm of the gods. Moreover, the Mo family was such a powerful force. They must have heard of him. Xianxia. It's him. How is this possible? Isn't Xianxia in the Middle Region Divine Land? Why would he appear here? What? Is it really Xianxia? He's my idol. No one can compete with him in the Middle Region. This guy is too overbearing. Damn it. If it's really Xianxia, our Mo family will be in trouble. It's hard to say. The third elder is not someone to be trifled with. This Xianxia dares to act like a tyrant in our Mo family. We will not allow it. Xianxia. This name was originally a legend, a name that caused people to fear like a tiger. Ever since the battle in the Central Region Divine Land, he had truly become known as who in the world doesn't know of him. As long as it was a truly powerful force, there wasn't anyone who didn't know of the existence of Xianxia. He defeated the Mountain and Sea sect and the 8 Extreme sect, and even the Martial Dan Hall suffered a great loss. One could imagine how powerful such a figure was. From the Divine Emperor to the merchants, there wasn't anyone who didn't admire Xianxia. Because he had done something that many people didn't dare to do. He dared to challenge the true authority, experts, and powerful forces. Regardless of the outcome, being able to survive was the embodiment of an expert. Many people were guessing where Xianxia was, where he was, and whether this great Buddha would appear in some corner of the world. The Mo clan had never imagined that Xianxia would appear in their Mo city, and even become enemies with the Mo clan. This made countless people of the Mo clan feel suffocated, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xianxia's appearance had brought great pressure to everyone. Because he was too powerful, too terrifying. No one was willing to be his enemy. A half-step emperor, ruling over the 9 heavens. Even the Mo clan, an elite force of the 100 clans contend, had to avoid mentioning Xianxia. When the third elder, Mo Shoying, heard Xianxia's name, his heart skipped a beat. It was undeniable that the Mo clan wasn't a true colossus to Xianxia. Even an existence like the Martial Dan Hall had to be ruthless in the hands of Xianxia. What did their Mo clan have to do? How could they be enemies with Xianxia? But then again, the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. Now that the Thousand City of Black Jade and the Mo family were irreconcilable enemies, 2 Divine Emperor experts had died in the hands of the Thousand City of Black Jade and their descendants. How could they settle the score? Now that Xianxia had appeared out of nowhere, they felt that this matter was tricky. Xianxia stood there like an unstoppable god of war. The people of the Mo clan's branch were extremely shocked. Xianxia's appearance had given them a chance to live. It wouldn't be that easy for the Mo clan to kill them. Moling Dongchen looked at Xianxia. That figure seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Many times, she had an illusion that she would be reunited with Xianxia at this moment. Would they forget about the past and marry each other? However, when she saw the lady in the crystal coffin, she knew that her position in Xianxia's heart would never be comparable to hers. Moreover, Xianxia's only concern had been her all the way from the 9 regions immortal world. Her position in Xianxia's heart was irreplaceable. It was the same for everyone. However, Moling Dongchen did not regret falling in love with Xianxia. Living alone, one should not stick to the old rules. There should be some changes and different feelings. At least, there would be no regrets. Moling Dongchen was a little surprised by the appearance of Xianxia, but she was also happy about it. However, women would always compare themselves with others. Compared to Xianxia, she knew that she was not as good as Xianxia. Thousand Black Jade City's expression was solemn. Xianxia's appearance was undoubtedly the biggest change. The people of the Mo clan did not dare to attack them anymore. At this moment, they had fallen into a deadlock. Xianxia's strength alone had put the entire Mo clan in a passive position. His courage and strength were really shocking. Thousand Black Jade City had never admired anyone, but Xianxia was the first. Because he knew that Xianxia came from the 9 regions immortal world. How many years had it been? In less than 1,000 years, he had already reached the half-step emperor realm. Such talent was unheard of in the entire divine world. Xianxia, I admit that you're very strong. However, our Mo clan is not a pushover. Third Elder Mo Shoying said in a deep voice. Xianxia was strong, but it did not mean that he could cover the sky with one hand. The Mo clan's strength was undeniable. It was not easy to make them lower their heads and submit to Xianxia. Although Xianxia was strong and had a great reputation in the middle region, the Mo clan would not back down without a fight. Xianxia was strong, but the Mo clan was not a coward. Why don't you try? Although I, Xianxia, do not like to stir up trouble, I'm not afraid of trouble. Xianxia smiled and said calmly. Mo Yangkue had already spurted out blood and his face was pale. This guy was not a match for Xianxia at all. He was heavily injured in just a short fight. If it was not for the Mo clan's protection, He would have died if Xianxia used a little more strength. Mo Yangkui's face turned pale. He did not dare to challenge Xianxia at all. Third elder, please seek justice for me. My wife and children are all dead. I, Yangkui, have no face to continue living in this world. Mo Yangkui said with tears and snot running down his face. His hands were trembling. He could only beg the Mo clan to seek justice for him. Mo Shoing's expression was solemn. The death of Mo Yangkui's wife and children was a matter of the Mo clan's reputation. If they were to let this matter go, the Mo clan's reputation would be completely ruined. So what if it was Xianxia? Their Mo clan was a true great clan. What was there to be afraid of? Don't worry. My Mo clan will not be controlled by others. Not even the Heavenly Emperor. Mo Shoing said in a deep voice. He then turned to Xianxia with a cold expression. Xianxia, on account that you're a peerless expert with an illustrious reputation, and that my Mo family is a great family of our generation, my Mo family will not pursue this matter any further as long as you leave quickly. Otherwise, if you really want to fight with us to the death, don't blame us for being impolite. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to do anything alone. Mo Shoing said with a trace of dignity. The Mo clan had never been afraid of anyone. If it was not because of Xianxia's great reputation in the Middle Continent, they would not have surrendered so easily. It's useless to say more. As long as I am here, no one will be able to hurt them. Xianxia said righteously. Xianxia was duty-bound to protect the Mo clan's dignity. Moreover, the 1,000 Black Jade City had endured humiliation for 100,000 years. Even if the relationship between Xianxia and Moling Dongchen was not that good, he would not just stand by and watch. You're courting death. The elder behind Mo Shoing was furious. Although Xianxia was famous, the Mo clan was nothing to be trifled with. At this moment, the Mo clan had already spoken to him humbly. However, Xianxia still did not know what was good for him and insisted on fighting with them to the death. There was no doubt that both parties would be at each other's throats. I would like to see how powerful your Mo clan is. How is it compared to the Mountain and Sea sect? How is it compared to the Baji sect? Since that's the case, it seems like there's no need for us to talk anymore. We, the Mo family, will never compromise. This is our Mo family's matter. If you want to interfere in it, you're being ungrateful. Whoever dares to stop me today will be the enemy of the Mo family. Get into formation and prepare for battle. Mo Shoing shouted in a deep voice. Facing Xianxia, the Mo family was facing an unprecedented enemy. This battle was not going to be easy for the Mo family. Little brother Xianxia, you, don't hurt yourself. 1,000 City of Black Jade said guiltily. Now that Xianxia was involved, he was helpless. The gap between the Mo family and the Mo family was imaginable. Moreover, it was impossible for him to go against the Mo family. The Mo family was unkind to him and he could not be unjust to the Mo family. After all, this was the place where he was born and raised. 1,000 City of Black Jade knew that if Xianxia joined the battle, the Mo family would definitely be in a difficult situation. However, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he was alone. It was not easy for him to be the enemy of the entire Mo family. Although the 8 Extreme School and the Mountain and Sea sect were the top sects in the Central Plains, they were not necessarily much stronger than the Mo clan. After all, the Mo clan was one of the 100 schools of thought that had been passed down since ancient times. Their strength could not be underestimated, and their foundation was so deep that even the 1,000 Black Jade City did not know about it. Xianxia nodded slightly. Although the Mo family was strong, he did not put them in his eyes. The current Xianxia was not someone who could be easily bullied. Be careful. Moling Dongchen said worriedly. Xianxia was carrying the crystal coffin on his shoulder after all. If he were to fight against these people, he might not be able to tell who would be the stronger one. That's why Moling Dongchen was worried. After all, this was the territory of the Mo family. The people of the Mo family were good at using the ink attack technique, which was comparable to the yin-yang 5 elemental formation and the qi-men denjia. Xianxia smiled. At least, Xianxia did not put the Mo family, Mo Shoing, and the others in his eyes. The fight is finally going to start. Whether this Xianxia is a pushover or not will be revealed soon. Behaving atrociously in front of our Mo family, no matter how powerful he is, he will not be able to turn the tide. Although he is famous, our Mo family is not to be trifled with. This battle will definitely be extremely dangerous and shocking. I can't wait anymore. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, I really want to see how strong this legendary person is. The people of the Mo clan were very curious about Xianxia. Mo Shouying brought dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts of the Mo clan and surrounded Xianxia. This battle was related to the dignity of the Mo clan. They could only win. Xianxia held his blade horizontally and stood with his sword. That kind of indomitable might caused the Mo family to hold their breath and not dare to be negligent. After all, Xianxia's prestige was there. At the very least, they had to give Xianxia some respect. Kill. Along with Mo Shouying's shout, dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts of the Mo clan swarmed towards Xianxia. Mo Shouying was the one leading the charge. That kind of horrifying pressure made the sky and earth change color. 1,000 black jade cities and Moling Dongshan could feel the extreme pressure and their bodies were trembling. I don't know if this guy can survive. 1,000 black jade cities was a little worried about Xianxia. Don't worry, Grandpa. He won't fall easily. Compared to the 1,000 city of black jade, Moling Dongshan's worry for Xianxia was unchangeable. In her heart, Xianxia would never be defeated. Facing the dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts and Mo Shouying, Xianxia's expression did not change. His figure moved like lightning and kept dodging. No one could get close to him. Even when Mo Shouying dashed towards Xianxia and blocked all his escape routes, Xianxia was not afraid at all. He clashed with Mo Shouying's palm and instantly sent Mo Shouying flying backwards. The third elder, Mo Shouying, was so weak in front of Xianxia, he was a half-step Emperor realm expert. He was the true pillar of the Mo clan. Although Mo Shouying had stabilized herself, the people of the Mo clan were still frightened. Was Xianxia really that strong? Mo Shouying was the third elder of the Mo clan. Who would have thought that she would be defeated by Xianxia? It was unimaginable. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. This Xianxia is not a human. Even the third elder is not his match? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The people of the Mo clan were deeply frightened. Xianxia had forced Mo Shouying to retreat with just one palm. At that moment, the people of the Mo clan were in an uproar. They were shocked by Xianxia's strength. The one who was the most shocked was Mo Shouying. Because the power of Xianxia's palm was like the change of heaven and man. Mo Shouying was actually forced to retreat with just one palm. Even he felt ashamed of himself. However, Xianxia was like an Emperor realm expert. He stood there unmoving like a mountain. It was impossible for him to defeat Xianxia. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Xianxia waved his hand. His hand seals changed again. A fire dragon soared into the sky and soared into the heavens. Dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts turned pale. They had used all their strength to attack, but they were still forced to retreat by Xianxia. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had instantly injured dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts. Xianxia stood at the peak of all existences, majestic and imposing. His divine might was unparalleled as he stood in the sky. Xianxia's might was unparalleled, and Mo Shouying had never thought that the battle would end like this. He thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. How could he not give Xianxia a show of strength with the help of dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts? Although the injury wasn't too serious, this palm strike had already explained everything. Although the injury wasn't too serious, this palm strike had already explained everything. It was not without reason that Xianxia could turn the entire central region divine land upside down. A half-step Emperor realm expert had taught Mo Shouying a good lesson. Mo Shouying was also a half-step Emperor realm expert, but their strength and aura were completely different. Mo Shouying sighed in his heart. He was extremely shocked. However, the truth spoke louder than words. Xianxia was too strong. Even he did not dare to face him head-on. Their Mo clan had fallen into a passive position in this battle. Xianxia, you're so cruel. Mo Shouying shouted. Although half of the Divine Emperor realm experts did not die, their tendons and meridians were broken and their dantian was crushed. They would definitely become a cripple. Xianxia sneered and shook his head. Jiangchen and Mo Shouying looked into each other's eyes. Jiangchen was telling the truth. If he was the one who failed today, all of them would die without a burial place. However, the result was the opposite. The one who lost was not him but Mo Shouying. Therefore, almost half of those Divine Emperor realm experts were crippled by Jiangchen. Even so, Jiangchen was already being merciful. After all, he did not kill all of them. The people from the Mo family's branch, Thousand Black Jade City, came here to pledge allegiance to the Mo family. They hoped that they could return to the Mo family. They were not here to stir up trouble. Even if they joined in, it was still the Mo family's matter. If Jiangchen really killed those Divine Emperor realm experts of the Mo family, the ones who would suffer in the end would be Moling Dongchen and the others. The Mo family would definitely not rest until they were dead. Thank you, little brother Jiangchen. Thousand Black Jade City sighed with emotion. Jiangchen was powerful enough to kill those Divine Emperor realm experts. However, they were either crippled or heavily injured in the end. He did not make the situation irreversible. This was the last dignity that Jiangchen left for him. It was his last chance. Thousand Black Jade City's admiration and gratitude towards Jiangchen was indescribable. Jiangchen didn't say much but continued to face Mo Shouying. The gap between the two of them was obvious. Mo Shouying knew very well that he wasn't a match for Jiangchen. This incomparably ferocious fellow was like a human-shaped killing machine. He didn't have any chance to defeat him. The Mo family had fallen into a precarious situation. However, the dignity of the Mo family couldn't be tarnished, and the reputation of the Mo family couldn't be tarnished. Jiangchen, you're digging your own grave. Do you know that? Mo Shouying shouted in a deep voice. The members of the Mo family behind him had already disappeared. Not many of them were still standing here. Under Jiangchen's power, the entire Mo family was forced back. Many of them were injured, and almost all of them had lost their ability to fight. Mo Shouying was exasperated that Jiangchen didn't meet his expectations, but even he himself wasn't Jiangchen's opponent. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiangchen. Jiangchen had forced him back with a single palm. All I know is that you guys don't distinguish between right and wrong. You won't even let your own clansmen go. Do you know the whole story? Do you know the humiliation that Thousand Black Jade City has suffered all these years? You don't know at all. You only know that you are high up in the mountains, and everyone else is like dog shit in your eyes. Right? Jiangchen sneered. This Mo Shouying was an extremely pedantic fellow. He didn't have any reason at all, and he didn't even know what was going on. He just made things difficult for Thousand Black Jade City and the others, and even his own people were no exception. There's no need for an outsider like you to interfere in the matters of my Mo family. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Mo Shouying said furiously, glaring at Jiangchen. I've never planned to leave this place. Not only will I not leave, I will also pass through your Mo family and head to the peak of the Southern Sea. Jiangchen said. With just you? Ha ha ha, you want to go to the peak of the Southern Sea? You're overestimating yourself. Today, you'll have to pass through us first. My Mo family is not that easy to bully. Mo Shouying was full of confidence. Even though the Divine Emperor experts around him were defeated, Mo Shouying was still fearless towards Jiangchen. It's not up to you whether I can go to the peak of the Southern Sea or not. You're not qualified to stop me. Jiangchen shook his head. In his eyes, even though Mo Shouying was a half-step Emperor realm expert, he was just a clown in his eyes. Mo Shouying's strength was incomparable to his. Jiangchen carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward, causing the heavens to tremble. Back off. Mo Shouying rushed forward once again. The two peak Divine Emperor experts beside him also lent him a helping hand. They clashed with Jiangchen again. Terrifying fist auras bombarded the void. Jiangchen's unstoppable momentum made Mo Shouying unable to defend himself. Within 10 moves, the two peak Divine Emperors were defeated, spurting out blood from their mouths. On the other hand, Mo Shouying wasn't any better. His face was deathly pale, and he was moving cautiously. His arms were completely numb, and his eyes were dull. Xianxia was just too strong, so strong that it made his hair stand on end, so strong that he couldn't even muster the strength to resist. They were both at the half-step emperor realm, but the gap between them was terrifying. Get lost. Xianxia's thunderous fist shattered the mountains and rivers. Mo Shoying's blood and qi were boiling, his body was on the verge of collapsing. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mo Shoying stood up once again. Undeniably, he was quite persistent to be able to stand up under Xianxia's invincible might. Ink attack star technique. Mo Shoying's voice was loud and clear. With a wave of his palm, the surrounding void within 1,000 li of Mo City was stirred up. The sky above Mo City changed color. Be careful, this is the Mo family's strongest ink attack star technique. It can light up the heavens and break through the stars. Thousand City of Ink Jade's expression changed drastically. The ink attack that was set up around the Ink City was even more powerful than a formation. The Mo family had relied on the ink attack to gain a foothold in the entire divine world. Other than the core members of the Mo family, no one knew how powerful the ink attack was. The sky was filled with stars, and the surrounding space was collapsing continuously. The stars were like rays of light shooting out from the horizon. They were incomparably bright and resplendent. However, every ray of starlight was like an unparalleled sharp blade that could pierce through the heavens and earth, leaving no room for escape. Divine Golden Bell. God-sealing prohibition. Xianxia's expression was cold as he shouted in a deep voice. The Eastern Emperor Bell was fully unleashed at this moment, blocking off the starlight technique. Xianxia had to admit that he was shocked. The starlight technique was like a storm, it was rapid and fierce, it was extremely concentrated. Wherever the starlight technique passed through, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Everything was turned into ashes. No one can break through my star technique. Transform. Mo Shoying shouted angrily. He turned his palm once again, using the star lighting technique to light up the stars in all directions. Rays of starlight came from the heavens, crushing the void and tearing the Eastern Emperor Bell apart. Even Xianxia had to face it head-on. Although Mo Shoying was not a top-notch expert, the Mo family's ink attack star technique was quite abnormal. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Xianxia had already comprehended the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell could not reach its peak under the constant restoration of the myriad qi cauldron, it was getting stronger day by day. Its aura was like a dragon. The divine bell descended from the heavens and the earth, and the golden light illuminated the sky. The so-called ink attack star pointing technique did not have any power to fight back under the terrifying suppression of the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. The ink attack star pointing technique was magnificent and powerful. However, under the strong suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bell, it became their last hope. Everyone in the Mo family, including Mo Shoying, held their breath as they were in imminent danger. This Xianxia is too strong. Could it be that our Mo family is finished? If this goes on, no one will be able to defeat him, right? It's hard to say. Even the third elder was at his wit's end and was defeated. This situation. Sigh, it's hard to explain in a few words. Xianxia's reputation is really well-deserved. Everyone in the Mo family felt insecure. Up until now, Xianxia had already destroyed the Mo family's ink attack star pointing technique. Mo Shoying was completely at her wit's end. The third elder was the mainstay of the Mo family, a half-step Emperor realm expert. Even he was defeated. What else could they be proud of? Was the ink attack star pointing technique so weak in front of Xianxia? Moling Dongchen was extremely excited. He had never expected that Xianxia would be so powerful. The Mo family had become a pushover in front of him. Even the half-step Emperor realm experts were not as powerful as him. He had truly stood at the peak of the divine world. Who could reject such a man? Moling Dongchen knew that she already had someone in her heart. However, she could not restrain Xianxia. He would eventually soar above the 9 heavens. Moling Dongchen did not know whether it was because of their mutual understanding or ill-fated relationship. No matter what, she knew that she could not continue to change. If she missed this opportunity, it would be the same for the rest of her life. The members of the Mo clan's branch were constantly cheering for Xianxia. Xianxia did not disappoint them and rose to power, completely destroying the Mo clan's ink attack. To the Thousand Black Jade City, this was a kind of gratification, but also a kind of self-mockery, because the Mo clan's ink attack was completely useless in front of Xianxia. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Under the suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bel, Mo Shouying had nowhere to hide. A half-step martial emperor had been utterly defeated. The people of the Mo clan were also at a loss. Xianxia, don't you dare make a mistake. It's not too late to surrender now. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, my Mo family will definitely not let you off. Mo Shouying was still as confident as ever. It was as if he had no idea that he was the one who had been defeated. He was still acting as if he was high and mighty. Now that your life is in my hands, you want me to surrender? Ha ha ha, is everyone in the Mo family so shameless? You're used to being high and mighty. Do you think everyone has to worship you? Do you really think that you're an ancestor? In my eyes, Xianxia, you're nothing but dog fart. Xianxia laughed and reprimanded Mo Shouying. Mo Shouying was so angry that his face turned ashen. The dignity of the Mo clan was completely trampled by Xianxia. Mo Shouying wanted to reprimand him, but he was suppressed by Xianxia's Eastern Emperor Bel. At this moment, he had already become a fish in Xianxia's hands. Do you still want to reverse the situation? The people of the Mo clan were used to being high and mighty. Even in the face of Xianxia's crazy attack, they still had their own pride and snorted disdainfully at Xianxia. Pa, a ruthless slap rang out. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Mo Shouying. He never thought that Xianxia would not kill him, but slap him instead. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. You dare to slap me? As an elder of the Mo clan, Mo Shouying was above tens of thousands of people. No one dared to be disrespectful to him. Even though he lost to Xianxia, he still thought of himself as a high and mighty elder, ordering people around. Until Xianxia's slap completely woke Mo Shouying up. He fell into a state of confusion. He had already become Xianxia's prisoner, yet he was still so arrogant. Although this slap made him dizzy, what truly made him feel despair was the endless humiliation. As the third elder of the Mo clan, he had a high status. When had he ever been mistreated like this? Even if they killed him, it would be more satisfying than giving him a slap. How would the people of the Mo clan view their own elder? I'm hitting you, you old bastard who flaunts your seniority and pretends to be profound. Xianxia said coldly. The people of the Mo clan kept quiet out of fear. Only Mo Shouying was silently trembling. Pow! Another slap. Mo Shouying felt that he had no dignity to continue living. Xianxia had not only defeated him, he had also made him lose all face. He had no face to continue living in this world. For thousands of years, Mo Shouying had a high status and commanded others. When had anyone ever scolded him like this? His face had already been damaged. This was something that could not be reversed. Mo Shouying's face was red and his body was trembling. He was truly trembling because of anger. Losing was not scary. What was scary was having his dignity trampled. That was what Mo Shouying cared about the most. Xianxia was very clear about this. Mo Shouying had lost his will to live. This was much more painful than falling into the Avicii hell. His heart was tormented. Mo Shouying had lost his will to live. This was much more painful than falling into the Avicii hell. It seems that your Mo clan is only SOSO. You can't even withstand a single blow, yet you still want to establish a foothold in the Nantung Divine Prefecture. Today, I, Xianxia, have finally seen how trash you are. PFFF. Mo Shouying spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was almost angered to death by Xianxia. This was challenging his bottom line. Although he knew that Xianxia was doing this on purpose, Mo Shouying still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. You will die a horrible death. Xianxia, Mo Shouying, will not rest until one of us is dead. Mo Shouying continued to roar, but he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He had no more strength to fight. Who dares to behave atrociously in front of my Mo clan? A deafening roar resounded in the sky. Two figures arrived one after another. Their strength had reached the half-step emperor realm. They were incomparably terrifying. Standing in the sky, they were like gods of war. Big brother, second brother? Emo Shoying's breathing stagnated. Big brother and second brother had finally come out. This Xianxia was dead for sure. It's the first elder and second elder. This time, Xianxia won't be able to escape. That's right. The first elder and second elder are even more terrifying than the third elder. Both of them are half-step emperors. If the two of them were to attack together, it seems that the inner court of the Mo clan has been alerted. Yes, it seems that Xianxia won't be able to escape. Do you know what you're doing? The great elder of the Mo family said coldly and arrogantly. He pointed at Xianxia with a hint of coldness in his eyes. As the great elder of the Mo family, he had the power to decide the life and death of countless people in the Mo family. Even in the Nantung divine region, he was a well-known figure. Now that the disciples of the Mo family were killed by an outsider, how could he tolerate that the third elder had been defeated? So, he must get back what he had lost. Since Xianxia had disgraced the Mo family, then he would not be able to leave this place. Your Mo family blocked my way. Of course, I have to teach them a lesson. Moreover, it's not that easy to kill my friend. As for your third elder, he is just a motley crew. He doesn't care about right and wrong. The 1,000 Black Jade City belongs to the Mo family, but you want to kill all the people of the Mo family. Is this the style of the Mo family? Xianxia sneered. The matter of the Mo family will be handled by our own people. Why do you need to ask? As for whether the third elder is wrong or not, it's not up to you to teach him. This is the matter of the Mo family. What's the matter with you getting involved? The great elder of the Mo family also pointed at Xianxia and said without any hesitation. What you said is reasonable. But you don't know right and wrong. How dare you question me? Ha ha ha, 1,000 Black Jade City is a genius of your Mo clan, yet he has fallen to such a state. The Mo clan is truly awe-inspiring. All of you are just a bunch of bastards who don't know what's good for them. Since these people wanted to compete with him, there was no need for him to be polite to them. Plus, he wouldn't stop until Xianxia turned the Mo family upside down. Otherwise, the matter of the 1,000 Black Jade City would never be solved. That's right. Xianxia's strength is too great. Brother Xianxia, sigh, 1,000 Black Jade City was very nervous. Xianxia had treated their matter as his own. He had challenged the Mo family at all costs, which made him very touched. Of course, it was all thanks to Moling Dongchen. If it wasn't for Moling Dongchen, perhaps Xianxia would not have meddled in their business. Moling Dongchen was also very solemn. Xianxia's feelings were deep and sincere. He was even willing to go against the Mo family for his sake. This made Moling Dongchen feel very warm inside. Although Xianxia was already famous and powerful, Moling Dongchen was still worried about the Mo family, who was such a powerful family. You must be careful. Xianxia. Moling Dongchen kept praying. You dare to be so arrogant and despotic in my Mo family? Looks like you really don't want to live anymore. This old man has roamed the divine world for millions of years, but I have never met such an arrogant and shameless person like you. You dare to strut around my Mo family. Do you really think that there is no one in my Mo family? Since Shoying has been defeated, let me have a taste of your strength. The leading second elder of the Mo family said in a deep voice. Shoqing, be careful. The great elder of the Mo family looked at second elder Mo Shoqing and said in a deep voice. The Mo family would definitely not let this matter go. Even if this person was Xianxia, so what? The Mo family would not allow anyone to trample on them. They must get their revenge. Mo Shui was the eldest brother. At this moment, Mo Shoqing was guarding the south. Mo Shoqing was eager to have a try. Since the third brother had been defeated, he, as the second brother, would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Xianxia's name was well known. He also wanted to know how powerful this guy was. Please enlighten me. Mo Shoqing held his folding fan and smiled. He was confident and calm. They were both half-step emperors and he was definitely not afraid of Xianxia. This guy had come from the Central State Divine Land and was praised by many. As to whether he was truly capable, it would depend on whether he could convince him. I hope you are not as useless as your brother, third brother Mo. Xianxia smiled. As he attacked, his long sword moved horizontally and vertically. The sky dragon sword exploded in the air, creating wind and water. The shadow of the sword was like a torch, piercing through the sky. Accompanying Xianxia's boundless sword, Mo Shoqing felt as though he was facing a great enemy. Ink wind walking art. Mo Shoqing shouted angrily. Thunder roared and the wind howled. Blades of wind flew out from the folding fan in his hand and clashed with Xianxia's shadow of the sword. Blades of wind, roars. Mo Shoqing's aura was like a dragon as he charged forward. Compared to Mo Shoqing, his strength was obviously a level higher. Although they were both half-step emperors, there was still a gap between the two. Mo Shoqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he clashed with Xianxia. That kind of power was unparalleled and even felt as though it could reach the heavens. Second Elder, do your best. Kill Xianxia and show the might of the Mo family. Second Elder is mighty. Mo family is mighty. Ha ha ha, Xianxia does not look like much? Why would the experts of the Mo family be afraid of him? That's right. Let's let them experience what a true expert is. Even if they are extremely famous people in the Central Plains, they will have to obediently surrender in front of our Mo clan's elders. A dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down. The Mo family is not an enemy that just anyone can go against. The eyes of the Mo family members lit up when they saw that Mo Shoqing had forced Xianxia back again and again. Xianxia, who had risen to fame in the Central Plains Divine Land, was only SOSO. He was completely useless in the hands of Elder Mo Shoqing. Second brother, you must take revenge for me. Mo Shoqing said through gritted teeth. Previously, she had been viciously taught a lesson by Xianxia. If she did not get back at him, she would lose all face in the Mo family. Xianxia was strong, but in the hands of her second brother, he had fallen into a stalemate. There was no way to reverse the situation. Does he really think he is invincible in the world? Xianxia shook his head. He only wanted to see if the ink attack of this expert of the Mo family was as powerful as the rumors said. Streaks of wind blades and dragon shadows filled the air and completely crushed down on Xianxia. In the eyes of outsiders, Xianxia did not have the slightest ability to fight back. However, only Mo Shoqing knew that it would be very difficult for him to kill Xianxia. While he had the initiative in terms of presence, Xianxia defended the perimeter and his unparalleled sword presence made it impossible for Mo Shoqing's attacks to escape. Sword 22. Number 2, careful. Mo Shuyi's pupils shrank. He originally thought that his number 2's strength was enough to deal with Xianxia, but he did not expect the other to attack in an instant. The terror of the limitless sword was not something that Mo Shoqing could withstand. The domineering presence was unparalleled. The limitless sword was the highest realm of swordplay. The domineering presence that could break through everything displayed the ultimate realm of the sword to its fullest. Mo Shoqing's wind-walking art was strong, but the other's methods were even more terrifying. The wind-walking art was broken, and the 20-second sword came from all directions, causing Mo Shoqing to lose the ability to fight. His face was pale as he retreated. The celestial dragon sword's dragon shadow swallowed the sky. Mo Shoqing did not have the ability to fight anymore, and was stabbed to the ground. There were more than 10 wounds, and he fled in a sorry state like a rat on the street. Second brother, Mo Shoqing murmured. Xianxia's power was not something they could imagine. They were both half-step emperors, but the limitless sword almost suffocated Mo Shoqing. That was the majesty of an expert. Irreplaceable. Unparalleled, the shadow of the sword followed him like a shadow. Mo Shoqing fled in a sorry state, but he was still heavily wounded by Xianxia. His face was covered in dirt, his body trembled, and he was covered in wounds. It was extremely embarrassing. The Mo family members were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that Mo Shoqing, the second elder of the Mo family, who had the upper hand just now, would become so miserable. This is too terrifying? A person's name is like a tree's shadow. We really cannot underestimate him. Xianxia is still Xianxia. The Mo family members had lingering fear. they finally felt the terror from Xianxia. Xianxia. What a Xianxia! Thousand City of Black Jade was incomparably excited. It was a resonance that came from the depths of his soul. Xianxia was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He was invincible. If he returned to the Mo family, perhaps there would be hope. After all, Xianxia's strength made the Mo family feel fear. Only in front of absolute strength could he have the right to speak, otherwise, others wouldn't listen to him at all. The strong always occupied the absolute initiative, the weak might not even have the capital to talk to the strong. Therefore, there were many weak people who were clearly reasonable, clearly right, but the winner was the king, and the loser was the villain, making them forever shut their mouths. At this moment, Xianxia was like an absolute god, and he was above the Mo family. Only then could he have the right to speak. Thousand City of Black Jade also did not expect that Xianxia would be so terrifying. Before this, he still hoped that he could obtain the Mo family's understanding, and be able to talk to them directly. At least he was wronged, at least he only wanted to return to the Mo family, and acknowledge his ancestors. But in front of others, he had no right to speak. He would only be treated as an invader, and he would only be ruthlessly slapped in the face. The real history was written by the victors. At this moment, Thousand City of Black Jade finally knew the meaning of this sentence. "Big brother, save me!" Mo Shoqing exclaimed. Mo Shui could not bear to watch any more. If he did not act, then Mo Shoqing would really be killed by Xianxia. "Boy, you dare!" Mo Shui stood in the sky with the mountain and river sword in his hand. He slashed downwards and clashed with Xianxia's sword. It was extremely sharp and fiery light soared up to the sky. The remaining power of the 22 swords was still there, but Mo Shui was not an easy opponent. At this moment, the two of them finally clashed and both of them retreated. Mo Shoqing panted continuously. After surviving a disaster, Sword 22 would definitely be the nightmare of his life. At that moment, he even felt that he could not be saved, but the appearance of his big brother finally eased his embarrassment. A loss was a loss, but he did not expect to lose so badly. There was definitely a reason why Xianxia could be famous in the Central State Divine Land. While Mo Shoqing was unwilling, he knew that the gap between him and Xianxia was not just a little. "Big brother, you also have to be careful." Mo Shoqing warned his big brother. A single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. If his big brother also died in his hands, then the reputation of the three brothers would be completely destroyed here. "Watch my sword." Mo Shui squinted his eyes. He already had some understanding of Xianxia's limitless sword when he was watching the battle. However, he dared not underestimate Xianxia's limitless sword. Whether the sword technique that he comprehended from the ink attack could be compared to Xianxia's would depend on who would have the last laugh. Hidden sword art of ink attack. Mo Shui stood proudly in the air, and the shadow of his sword flashed across the vast sky. It seemed to be hidden everywhere in the sky, and every shadow was the birth of the sword of no beginning. Passing through the crowds of people and thousands of years, the sword of concealment could be considered one of the most powerful techniques in the Devil Palace. Mo Shui was also full of confidence. With this sword, even if he could not win, he could definitely fight evenly with Xianxia. Sword 22. Xianxia performed it again. His body was as light as a swallow, and the shadow of the sword was like light. The infinite shadow of the sword spread across thousands of miles and collided with each other. Xianxia's sword 22 was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and the supreme swordsmanship. It completely crushed Mo Shui. Although Mo Shui was prepared for the same technique, he still could not break through the power of sword 22. Too terrifying. Mo Shui kept retreating. His hidden sword art of ink attack completely became the background. Under Xianxia's sword 22, the seemingly illusory swordsmanship was performed like a sword experiencing a reincarnation. Sword 22, from the beginning to the end, from simplicity to complexity. The domineering aura that could be seen clearly but could not be resisted was what made Xianxia most proud. Even if he knew the routine of the sword 22, its changes were endless. Every time he performed it, it would be different even if he didn't perform it 100,000 times. The sword 22 was the sword Dao's path that led to the same destination. It was the starting point of the sword Dao, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things, but at that moment, Xianxia once again comprehended the limitless sword. Sword 22 was still not the end. Perhaps the end was also the starting point. Xianxia had no distractions. The shadow of the sword was like the wind, turning into a flying sword. The sword left a sound as it passed. The limitless sword was the primordial state of swordsmanship. At this moment, Xianxia had already comprehended a clue about Sword 23. Sword 23, where was Sword 23? Xianxia had no distractions, but his mind was in turmoil. Where was the ultimate realm of swordsmanship? Go, Xianxia pointed with his fingertip. At this moment, his limitless sword was already between Sword 22 and Sword 23. It could not break through the final state of change. But now, the 3 elders of the Mo family had all been defeated by Xianxia. Mo Shouying was unwilling, Mo Shouqing was unwilling, and Mo Shui was even more unwilling. The 3 great elders of the Mo family were defeated by Xianxia. The entire Mo family's Missouri City Square was in dead silence. No one had expected that the Mo family would be in such a miserable state. Even they themselves did not believe that they would be utterly defeated. Mo Shouying roared in anger. Mo Shouqing followed closely behind and Mo Shui charged forward again. The 3 of them attacked Xianxia like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain. The situation was critical and unpredictable. Above the void, a gust of wind and cloud surged. The Mo family did not expect that the 3 great elders would fight with their lives on the line. This was too shameful for them. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. 3 half-step Emperor realm experts were defeated by the same person in such a miserable state. As the mainstay of the Mo family, how could they accept this? Be careful, Xianxia. Moling Dongchen reminded Xianxia anxiously. Xianxia had already noticed the 3 of them. He sneered and raised his sword. Instantly, the 3 of them were pushed back by Xianxia. Their bodies were covered with blood. Everyone became extremely nervous and took a deep breath. Xianxia's attack was extremely powerful. Xianxia had already noticed the 3 of them. Xianxia's sword pierced through the clouds with an imposing manner. They could not withstand the sharpness of his sword at all. Mo Shouqing's face turned pale. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Xianxia's sword. Ungrateful bastard. Xianxia said coldly. At this moment, a white-clothed man descended from the sky. He was wearing a white robe, which was incompatible with the Mo family. He wore a dark green flag and black robe. In the Mo family, one's appearance was their only choice. However, this white-clothed man was calm and composed. The moment he appeared, the entire Mo family knelt down on the ground. Even Mo Shui and the other 2 elders bowed slightly, showing their respect. The man's robes were spotless. He stared at the middle-aged man coldly. His eyebrows were like stars, and his eyes were like swords. He looked extremely domineering. The middle-aged man's face was full of scars, as if he had been through many hardships. Patriarch. At that moment, the Thousand City of Ink Jade trembled in fear and almost fell to his knees. His eyes were filled with desire. Patriarch? Xianxia furrowed his brows, but the smile on his face grew even brighter. Since the person in charge had come out, everything would be fine. That's right. I am the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Yundi. Young friend Duo Wen possesses astonishing strength. Seeing you today, I am truly astonished. Even the 3 great elders of my Mo family were no match for you. They lost so miserably. He, what a pity. Mo Yundi smiled faintly, unruffled and not angry. Mo Shouqing and the others were also very calm. Their strength had reached the empty Emperor realm, between the half-step Emperor realm and the Emperor realm. Although they were not as strong as Emperor Tianqi, they were not ordinary people. However, in the eyes of Xianxia, they were not much of a threat. It's this bastard. Patriarch, kill him and show the might of our Mo family. How can we allow him to act so rashly in this sacred land? When has our Mo family ever suffered such injustice? Mo Shouqing said with righteous indignation, panting heavily. He was still brooding over Xianxia's suppression. At this time, the backbone of the Mo family had finally appeared. He must get the patriarch to seek justice for him. At this moment, no matter how strong Xianxia was, he could not be a match for the patriarch. The empty emperor realm was only half a step away from the true emperor realm. He seemed to have seen the exciting scene of Xianxia being beaten up by the patriarch and finally killed. But what Emo Shocheng did not expect was that he would be scolded by the patriarch. What are you waiting for? If Xianxia did not show mercy, the three of you would be crippled even if you don't die. Emo Yundi said coldly. Only he could see that Xianxia did not kill them just now. Otherwise, the three of them would not be able to bear the consequences. The three of them took a deep breath and looked at Emo Yundi in disbelief. Xianxia did not have the intention to kill the three of them. Although they were ruthless, he had the attitude of negotiating with the Emo family. He could kill them and leave, but what about the 1,000 Black Jade City? What about Moling Dongshan? They wanted to return to the Emo family, and not fight to the death with the Emo family. He was also giving them a way out. Obviously, Emo Yundi was grateful. Otherwise, the three great elders of the Emo family would be crippled. The Nantung Divine region was in a precarious situation. At this moment, if there was such a big earthquake in the Emo family, it would definitely attract attacks from all directions. It would not be easy to have a foothold in the Nantung Divine region. The 1,000 Black Jade City was also grateful. Xianxia's action was undoubtedly for their consideration. Otherwise, he could have just killed them. Why did he need to show mercy? The three of them blushed and looked at each other. They did not know what to do at this moment. Xianxia's previous reprimand was a great humiliation to the three of them. Now that the patriarch had appeared, he didn't kill Xianxia. Instead, he asked them to reflect on their actions. When Emo Shui and the others recalled that Xianxia hadn't crippled the three of them, they felt as if they had just survived a calamity. If Xianxia attacked with all his strength, Emo Shui did not dare to imagine whether he would still be standing here unscathed. Xianxia, no matter what, you are the enemy of the Emo family. Although I know that you came with good intentions, you have hurt the people of the Emo family and tarnished the reputation of the Emo family. I, Emo Yundi, as the patriarch of the Emo family, am duty-bound. However, since you have your reasons, I, Emo Yundi, will challenge you today. If you defeat me, then forget it. Moreover, I will re-examine the issue of the 1,000 Black Jade City. However, if you lose, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You must bow and apologize to the people of the Emo family. Emo Yundi pointed at Xianxia and said coldly. To Xianxia, this wasn't something that he couldn't accept. The condition was very simple because he was sure to win. You are an expert, a man who dominates the world. Aren't you worried? Emo Yundi looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia shook his head. There is nothing to worry about. The benevolent are invincible. The righteous will not lose to you. Xianxia's confidence made Emo Yundi full of fighting spirit towards Xianxia. The two of them would not fight to the death. This was a gentleman's agreement between the two of them. I like your confidence. However, it is still too early to make a conclusion. The dignity of the Emo family cannot be violated. Grandpa, do you think Xianxia will win against the family head? Moling Dongshan looked at her grandpa. In fact, she had no confidence in herself. That was why she asked her grandpa. After all, Emo Yundi was the family head of the Emo family and he was very powerful. Now that he had appeared out of nowhere, Xianxia was in a worrying situation. Even though he had defeated 3 people in a row, the one in front of him was the legendary family head of the Emo family. For thousands of years, he was the one who had dominated the Nantung Divine region. Using her grandpa's words, Emo Yundi was the most talented genius in the world. His martial prowess was matchless, and he had dominated the current generation for 800 years. It's difficult, it's difficult. 1,000 City of Black Jade sighed. Every generation had its own talents. Whether Xianxia could laugh till the end, it all depended on Emo Yundi. Now, Xianxia and Emo Yundi were fighting in an instant. The sword and the spear intertwined, the light and the shadow intertwined. Both of them had high morale and the momentum of thunder rumbled through the sky. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword was sharp and the limitless sword was displayed again. The sword 22 had already surpassed the realm of the extreme way of swordsmanship. It was full of supreme power. Wherever the sword's shadow passed, it seemed as if it had a life of its own. The sword essence was full of spiritual aura and it was incomparably murderous. Xianxia had no distractions. There was no joy or sorrow in his heart. There was no joy of victory or defeat. There was no other feelings in his heart. In his eyes and heart, there was only a sword. A sword that could travel thousands of miles to the east and gallop through time. Xianxia carried the crystal coffin on his shoulder. For him, this battle was full of pressure. Facing Imoyundi, Xianxia's mind was as sharp as a sword. The sword 22 had transcended the restraints of time, sword shadow, and sword light. It turned into a sword essence that had a life of its own. As the sword essence collided with each other, the entire sky above Mo City seemed to become tense. Everyone looked at the scene in awe. It seemed that a new and unprecedented battle was about to begin. Ink attack, ink shadow art. Imoyundi shouted in a low voice, and the black spear radiance in his hand appeared everywhere. The spear shadow turned into a black light blade. It was unparalleled and pierced through the endless sky, bringing Xianxia unprecedented pressure. The Mo family's ink attack technique is indeed terrifying. Have a taste of my sword 23. Xianxia shouted angrily. The sword and the shadow overlapped, intersected, and separated. They turned into sword wills and rushed to the top of the 9 heavens. Sword 23, soul vanishing shadow. Xianxia's sword intent was like many living creatures with souls, filling the sky. The 23 swords had completely transcended the extreme realm of swordsmanship. It was a sword momentum in the state of the soul, like a rainbow, and the trend of the general trend, tens of thousands of souls were like shadows, oppressing the sky. Imoyundi retreated in defeat with every move. Countless sword wills made it impossible for him to fight back. His ink shadow art and spear radiance flew everywhere, but in the face of Xianxia's sword wills, they had already turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. I admit defeat. Imoyundi said in a low voice. He even felt a chill running down his spine. Xianxia put away his sword and stood still. The 23 swords still had momentum. If Imoyundi had not bowed his head and admitted defeat, the 23 swords might have directly injured Imoyundi or even killed him. Imoyundi deeply felt the invincibility of this sword, so he did not want to fight to the death with Xianxia at all. Because the result was nothing more than Xianxia winning. Why should he pay such a high price? Face was indeed very important. That was why the 3 elders of the Mo family had lost so badly and almost died here. As the head of the family, Imoyundi was deeply aware of this. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Moreover, Xianxia was not a strong enemy. He just wanted the people of the branch of the Mo family to return to the family and seek justice. Imoyundi was defeated. He deeply felt the invincibility of this peerless expert from the central region Divine Land. He did not lose unjustly, but it was a little unbearable. The people of the Mo family could not believe it. In their eyes, the head of the family should be invincible and invincible. However, he took the initiative to admit defeat in front of Xianxia. It was imaginable how dreadful the 23 swords was. Only the 3 elders of the half-step emperor realm knew that Xianxia's sword was simply terrifying and invincible. Xianxia withdrew his hand and stood still. He was a gentleman. Thousand Black Jade City and Moling Dongshan looked at each other. Both of them were quite shocked. Xianxia was able to defeat Imoyundi. It was indeed something worth celebrating. In other words, at least he had the capital to return to the Mo family. Brother Xianxia's strength is really terrifying. I, Imoyundi, am sincerely convinced. Imoyundi said bitterly. It was really difficult to admit that he was not as good as Xianxia in front of the people of the Mo family. However, a loss was a loss. If he did not even dare to admit it, then he would really lose. Brother Mo is a dragon among men. If I am careless, the one who will lose today will probably be me. Xianxia said faintly. Ha ha ha. Brother Xianxia is flattering me. I know what I'm doing, ha ha. Imoyundi was very pleased. Xianxia's evaluation of him was quite high. It could be said that Xianxia had acknowledged him. Although he had lost this battle, he had made friends with an expert like Xianxia. It was a blessing in disguise. I think Patriarch Mo should know about the matter regarding the Thousand Black Jade City. He didn't have any complaints in his heart. Even though he had been through 100,000 years of hardships, he only came here today with the hope of returning to the Mo family. He had no intention to fight with anyone, but he was framed time and time again. This should be considered as the Mo family's negligence. As for the outcome, I only hope that Brother Mo can give the Mo family branch an answer and clear his name. Mo Yundi knew what Xianxia meant. He sighed. Revenge breeds revenge, when will it end? Let alone his own family. No matter who was right or wrong in the past, it was not important now. Mo Yankui was the main culprit. It seemed that there was no need to say anything more. I announce that the Mo family's branch, the Thousand Black Jade City, can return to the ancestral temple from today onwards. There is only one Mo family in the whole world and the divine world. Mo Yundi spoke in a solemn voice, exuding a peerless majesty. At this moment, when Thousand Black Jade City heard this, he couldn't help but cry tears of joy. His entire body trembled. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. At this moment, he finally stepped into his homeland and returned to the embrace of the Mo family. The Thousand Black Jade City turned to Xianxia and bowed deeply to Xianxia. He wanted to kneel down but was stopped by Xianxia. After all, he and Moling Dongchen were of the same generation. Although there was nothing between him and Mo Yundi, he would not let the Thousand Black Jade City kneel down to Moling Dongchen's close relative. Thank you. Everything in the Mo clan had finally come to an end. The Thousand Black Jade City had also taken root in the Mo clan. Mo Yundi was not a person who couldn't tell right from wrong. Moreover, Xianxia's strength was not something that Mo Yundi could compete with. Having such a powerful friend was better than having an enemy. Moreover, it was Mo Yankui's fault. He was punished to guard the Black Wind prison of the Mo clan for 100,000 years to bear the sorrow of the Thousand Black Jade City. Mo Yankui's heart was like dead ashes. His son and wife had died completely. Facing the Thousand Black Jade City, Xianxia and the others, he had no power to turn the situation around. He could only accept such an ending indifferently. Moling Dongchen and his grandfather, the Thousand Black Jade City, could finally return to the Mo clan with peace of mind. This matter was not complicated. It was just that the Thousand Black Jade City wanted to return to the Mo clan but he didn't have enough power to do so. Brother Xianxia, what do you plan to do next? Mo Yundi looked at Xianxia and asked meaningfully. I want to go to the purple bamboo forest at the top of the South Sea. Xianxia said bluntly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect us to have such a tacit understanding. I won't stop you if you want to go to the top of the South Sea. However, you can't enter the purple bamboo forest. Mo Yundi said with a smile. Why? Xianxia frowned and asked in a low voice. The current purple bamboo forest is no longer the same as before. Countless people have entered, but not a single one of them has been able to leave alive, and in these past few years, the purple bamboo forest has been filled with exclusivity. Many people can't even find the way to enter the purple bamboo forest. Even the experts of the 100 schools of thought have fallen into the purple bamboo forest and haven't come out for more than 1,000,000 years. So, this time, the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers have come to an agreement. In 10 days, we will select 10 great experts to enter the purple bamboo forest to investigate. Many of the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers are in deep trouble, including my younger brother. The purple bamboo forest is no longer the dojo of Bodhisattva. Mo Yundi stopped smiling and his expression became serious. What do you mean? Xianxia continued to look at Mo Yundi. 1,000,000 years ago, Avalokitesvara was no longer at the peak of the southern sea. In these 1,000,000 years, no matter what happened, the figure of Avalokitesvara never appeared at the peak of the southern sea again. Some people said that Avalokitesvara had already fallen, and the purple bamboo forest had also become a whirlpool that swallowed the world. No matter how many experts entered it, they never returned. In the past, Bodhisattva was the most powerful existence in the non-tung divine region. He was extremely benevolent toward our 100 schools of philosophers. But now, things are different. It's easy to reach the peak of the southern sea now, but the purple bamboo forest is full of mysteries. Countless people view it as a land of death. They don't dare to venture too deep, so the experts of the 100 schools of thought have surrounded the outer perimeter of the purple bamboo forest. This time, the 10 experts of the 100 schools of thought have entered the purple bamboo forest to find the real reason why so many people have died. Since Bodhisattva is no longer there, the purple bamboo forest is the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Nantung divine region. Therefore, there are people from the 100 schools of thought who are eager to take it for themselves. It's just that the purple bamboo forest is too mysterious and strange, so they've been put on hold. Now that millions of years have passed, the people from the 100 schools of thought have finally lost their patience. As Mo Yundi explained, Xianxia finally understood the reason behind it. This time, I'll definitely bring the Mo clan into the purple bamboo forest to find the reason why so many experts have perished. I hope that Brother Xianxia can lend me a hand. My Mo clan will be eternally grateful. Mo Yundi cupped his fists and said. He was filled with reverence toward Xianxia. If he could obtain such a great help from Xianxia, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. At that time, he would have an additional layer of insurance when he fought against the experts of the 100 schools of thought. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "That's not a problem. I'm just looking for someone, Avalokiteshvara, to save my wife in the coffin. Even if I can't find Avalokiteshvara, the purple bamboo forest is the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire world. I believe that I'll definitely be able to find what I need in Avalokiteshvara's dojo." Mo Yundi glanced at Xianxia and the crystal coffin on his shoulder. The woman in the coffin was a stunning beauty that resembled a celestial fairy. It was no wonder that Xianxia was unwilling to let go of her. Xianxia's objective this time was extremely clear. He didn't want anything else other than to save his wife. "Brother Jiang, don't worry. I'll definitely search with you. As long as I can save sister-in-law, I won't hesitate to do so," Mo Yundi said in a gratified manner. Mo Yundi said with relief. With Xianxia's help, he was full of confidence in the war against the 100 schools of philosophers. "Brother Xianxia, rest for 10 days. After 10 days, I'll definitely bring you to the purple bamboo forest. However, there's no need for you to take action in the 100 schools contend tournament this time. My Mo clan will be enough." "Haha." Mo Yundi laughed and said. "Alright." Xianxia nodded his head and turned to leave. On the peak of the Zhuoyun Peak of the Mo clan, the scenery was beautiful. Green water and green mountains were flowing. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Insects were chirping and beasts were roaring. In an instant, it was drizzling. Xianxia sat on the peak of the mountain and gently stroked the crystal coffin. His heart was extremely solemn. If Avalokiteshvara was really gone, where would he go? However, even if he had to go to the ends of the earth, he would definitely find a way to cure Xiaoyu. Even though the divine origin qi in her body was almost exhausted, he absolutely wouldn't let her leave him just like that. Xianxia was full of confidence for the trip to the purple bamboo forest. There was no room for failure. He could only succeed. "I want to go with you," Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. Moling Dongchen had already known about the trip to the purple bamboo forest. Therefore, she was very worried about her gains and losses. This time, Xianxia had reappeared, but she was afraid that this opportunity would disappear. What if Xianxia would never come back after entering the purple bamboo forest? Then, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. "It's too dangerous there." Xianxia shook his head and said. "Dangerous? Then why do you want to go?" Moling Dongchen said. Xianxia looked at Xiaoyu and said firmly. "For Xiaoyu, even if I have to die, I want to die in the purple bamboo forest. Even if it's the Avicii hell, I want to go there. What's the harm in dying? For you, even if I have to die, I want to die in the purple bamboo forest. Even if it's the Avicii hell, I want to go there. What's the harm in dying? Why do you have to do this? I'm not afraid of death for you. Do you really have to reject me?" Moling Dongchen bit her red lips. It was already a great courage for her to take such a step. However, Xianxia's determination made Moling Dongchen anxious. She was not disheartened. Xianxia was doing it for her own good. However, she would rather die with Xianxia than to stay in the Mo family and bear the pain of parting. Moling Dongchen knew that she could not leave Xianxia anymore after they met again. There was a sense of longing that lingered in his dreams. If Xianxia had left, then he wouldn't have chosen to remain silent here. You're not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I owe you too much. If I can come back alive, I won't let you down, Xianxia said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu was unconscious and he did not have the mood to talk about other things. If Moling Dongchen insisted on following him into the purple bamboo forest, he would be the only one who knew if there was any danger. I'd rather go through life and death with you. Moling Dongchen's eyes were full of love as she said while gritting her teeth. Activate. Xianxia moved his palm and a formation was formed, trapping Moling Dongchen in this place. If Xianxia insisted on not giving in, she would definitely not let it go with her temperament. Xianxia, what are you doing? Moling Dongchen said angrily. This formation can bind you for a year. After a year, regardless of whether I can come out or not, this formation will be broken. This place is rich in spiritual aura. It's the place with the most spiritual aura in the entire Mo family. It's beneficial for you to cultivate here. After a year, I'll come and see you again. Xianxia said. You're a bastard. Xianxia, I hate you. I hate you. Moling Dongchen shouted with all her might. Her heart was filled with anger. The formation that Xianxia set up had completely enveloped her. There was no chance for her to escape. Even Mo Yundi, the head of the Mo family, might not be able to break the formation that Xianxia set up. Moling Dongchen looked at Xianxia's back in despair and cried loudly. Xianxia closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The most difficult thing to repay in this world was the debt of love. Therefore, Xianxia would rather not involve Moling Dongchen in it. He would rather be selfish and stubborn for once. 10 days later, Xianxia received a summon from Mo Yundi. The 10 major families of the 100 schools of thought had finally been decided. The Confucian school, Taoist school, Maoist school, military school, legalism school, miscellany school, physician school, famous scholar school, school of vertical and horizontal, and school of yin-yang. The 10 major families were the leaders of the 100 schools of thought. This time, the 10 major families were the strongest competitors in the purple bamboo forest. The Confucian school, Taoist school, Maoist school, military school, and law school. Brother Xianxia, in this trip to the South Sea, you, me and the 3 elders are all in it. I hope that you can forgive us. Ha ha ha. There are also 5 peak divine emperor experts. Each family has 10 of them. This time, the top 10 families seem to be working together. But in fact, they are doing their own thing. Everyone wants to gain some benefits from it. If we can find out the reason why the purple bamboo forest has declined, there will be a great war. I hope that Brother Xianxia can help us. If we work together, we will succeed. Ha ha ha. Mo Yundi said with a smile. All right. Xianxia did not say much. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. That was to rush into the purple bamboo forest and find out the truth. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the peak of the South Sea. Mo Yundi said confidently. His expression was solemn and excited. After all, he had been brooding over the matter of the purple bamboo forest for many years. Even his younger brother was trapped in it. Countless years had passed, but no one who had entered the purple bamboo forest was able to come out. This made the people of the 100 schools of thought very curious about the purple bamboo forest. Today, the 10 great families had joined hands to enter the forest. It was obvious that it would be a fierce battle. The 10 great families had come prepared. Everyone knew that the purple bamboo forest was a big piece of cake, and everyone wanted it for themselves. However, before that, they had to find out the reason why the purple bamboo forest was so mysterious and had devoured the experts of the past. To the south of the Mo clan was the South Sea. It was a boundless ocean. Once upon a time, the South Sea was the true holy land of the Nantung divine region. Because of the existence of Avalokitesvara, countless people worshipped it. However, after thousands of years, Avalokitesvara had disappeared, causing the purple bamboo forest to become an ownerless land. By the way, Patriarch Mo, I have something to ask you. Xianxia said. Do you know that a monk has entered the South Sea? His Buddhist name is Tyrant. Xianxia looked at Mo Yundi curiously, hoping to get an answer. However, Mo Yundi shook his head. I have never heard of the monk Tyrant you mentioned. But not long ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the purple bamboo forest at the South Sea. I don't know if it has anything to do with the monk Tyrant you mentioned. Although it caused a great commotion, it disappeared very quickly. Therefore, it didn't cause too much of a commotion. It was said that the purple bamboo forest was filled with a myriad of lights, but nothing happened in the end. Mo Yundi said. I see. Xianxia nodded. He didn't know if it was the monk Tyrant. He said that he would come to the Nantung divine region. Someone summoned him. No matter who it was, Xianxia had to find him. If he was dead, he had to see his corpse. However, the monk Tyrant wouldn't die so easily. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. This guy was a devil incarnate. Being a monk was just his side job. Not long after, numerous experts appeared at the edge of the South Sea. Mo Yundi's expression also turned solemn. 9 beams of red light soared into the sky and finally landed in this place. Every one of them was strong. There were dozens of half-step Emperor realm experts. Jiangchen's eyes were calm. Half-step Emperor realm experts weren't a threat to him. However, he had to admit that the Nantung divine region was a land of outstanding people. He didn't expect so many experts to appear. The 10 strongest clans of the 100 schools of philosophers aside, just these half-step Emperor realm experts were enough to make people's scalps go numb. Finally, everyone is here. Mo Yundi said in a deep voice. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. His younger brother had been missing for so many years. Today, they finally had the chance to enter the purple bamboo forest. Moreover, the one who had the last laugh would be the ruler of the purple bamboo forest. Everyone, it's an exciting event for us to head to the South Sea together in front of Mo City. I, Mo Yundi, am honored to be one of the 10 great clans. Over the years, many experts from the 100 schools of philosophers have entered the South Sea, but I'm sure everyone is well aware of the outcome. None of our people have ever returned alive. I'm sure everyone has their own plans, even if you don't say it out loud. Today, we must ascend to the peak of the purple bamboo forest and see what exactly is causing trouble in the South Sea. After Venerable Avalokitesvara disappeared, the Nantung divine region has become more and more chaotic. I'm sure everyone already has a premonition of how many questions you have in your hearts. Since we've already made the final decision for this trip to the purple bamboo forest, I believe everyone here is well aware of it. The 100 schools of philosophers have been at war for millions of years, and this is an indisputable fact. Therefore, everyone is well aware of this trip to the purple bamboo forest. We must turn that place upside down and see what kind of existence it is that no good man from the Nantung divine region has dared to step into it for millions of years. Mo Yundi's words echoed everyone's thoughts. They were all eager to give it a try. Although it seemed like they were searching for their lost disciples, their real target was the purple bamboo forest. Since Venerable Avalokitesvara was no longer around, they had to fight for the ownership of the purple bamboo forest. With so many experts entering the purple bamboo forest at the same time, their efforts would definitely not be in vain. Every one of them had their own ulterior motives, but they understood very well that although they seemed to be united, they were actually doing things their own way. Among the 10 great clans, only the Confucian, Taoist, and Mo clans were the most powerful. These 3 clans were also the most secretive. Unless it was a crucial moment, no one would easily make a move. Patriarch Mo is right. We must prepare well for today's trip. After all, we've turned out in full force this time. Haha. The Confucian family head, Kong Zhongyun, said with a smile. Since they had already gathered here, they must have already made their preparations. No one would be willing to serve as a foil for someone else. After all, once the ownership of the purple bamboo forest was decided, it would be possible for the person to become the #1 clan of the 100 schools of philosophers and rule the world. It was not impossible. Brother Kong is right. There is no time to lose. We should also go and take a good look at the so-called purple bamboo forest and see if it has already become the 18 levels of purgatory that devours people's hearts. The head of the school of Taoism, Xianxia, said with an indifferent expression. These people were all in the emptiness emperor realm and were only a step away from the emperor realm. These influential figures were all full of confidence. The 100 schools of thought had gathered in Nantung. They were the true leaders. This time, they would definitely fight to the end before they were willing to give up. They had fought for countless years, but it had been difficult to determine the victor. However, whoever conquered the purple bamboo forest would be able to become the leader of the 100 schools of thought. Very well, then let's go. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. My younger brother disappeared in the purple bamboo forest 2 million years ago. However, I don't know if he's alive or dead, or where he is now. Mo Yundi had a grim expression on his face. He had already made all the necessary preparations. The 100-man team was finally going to set off for the purple bamboo forest. Wait. As everyone was about to set off for the peak of the Southern Ocean, a cold voice interrupted them. Mo Yundi was slightly startled. Who would still want to cause trouble at this time? Head of the Mo clan, may I know who this brother is? A figure in a yellow robe appeared in a flash. It was the head of the school of legalism, Fa Yingyuan. Fa Yingyuan had a head full of yellow hair, yellow eyebrows, and a long beard. He wore a cold grin on his face, as if he was being sarcastic. Mo Yundi squinted his eyes. How could he not know that Fa Yingyuan was obviously here to cause trouble? Head of the school of legalism, is there anything else you want to ask? Mo Yundi said. Is this person a member of your Mo clan? Why don't I have any impression of him? Fa Yingyuan pointed at Jiang Chen and asked in a deep voice. Do I need you to tell me if he's a member of my Mo clan or not? Don't tell me he's a spy from your school of legalism in my Mo clan's team? Mo Yundi was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. His words instantly made Fa Yingyuan speechless. A short-haired man took a step forward and stood behind Fa Yingyuan, saying in a low voice, Head, it's him. I can sense the aura of Tiancheng from him. He must be the one who killed Fa Tiancheng. I suspect that he's the one who killed Fa Tiancheng, a disciple of the school of legalism. Fa Yingyuan pointed at Jiang Chen and snapped. Mo Yundi frowned. Did Jiang Chen really kill Fa Tiancheng of the school of legalism? The matter seemed to be a little tricky. However, before Mo Yundi could say anything, Jiang Chen said straightforwardly, there's no need to doubt it. I killed him, which means he deserved to die. Since I killed him, it means he deserved to die. Jiang Chen's imperious attitude caused everyone to hold their breaths. Wasn't this guy a little too full of himself? Even the Mo clan would not dare to be so arrogant. Although the school of legalism was not as powerful as the Confucian, Taoist, and Mo clans, they were still quite terrifying. Although Fa Tiancheng of the school of legalism was not a top genius, he was Fa Yingyuan's grandson. It would not be easy to settle the matter. Say that again? Fa Yingyuan's eyes were as cold as frost, and his body trembled. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be so arrogant and say that he was the one who killed Fa Tiancheng. This was simply looking down on the school of legalism. Are you deaf, or are all of you from the school of legalism deaf? Jiang Chen said coldly. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone at the edge of the South China Sea was watching this scene silently. Jiang Chen was not only looking down on the school of legalism, he was looking down on the entire world. Everyone present felt a little suffocated. However, it was undeniable that this man was too arrogant. Some people could not help but think that this guy was only so arrogant because he had the support of the school of legalism. You're simply a bastard. Where do you think the school of legalism is? Fa Yingyuan pointed at Jiang Chen. His hands were trembling, and his face was green with anger. If it were not for the fact that so many people were watching the show, he would have made a move long ago to kill this guy and avenge his grandson. However, he had to endure it now. He had to make the school of legalism give him an explanation. Mo Yundi, tell me, what do you want to do? A life for a life, a debt for a debt. It's only right and proper. Do you still need me to teach you more? Fa Yingyuan said in an aggressive manner. Facing Jiang Chen and Mo Yundi alone, he was not afraid at all. First of all, he is not a member of the school of legalism, so I can't control him. Furthermore, if you dare to touch him, the school of legalism will definitely come out and fight you to the death. Mo Yundi, is this the style of the Mo clan? Since you're so lax in your discipline, it seems that I need to restrain your subordinates for you. Fa Yingyuan didn't believe that Mo Yundi would completely fall out with him for Jiangchen. If they were to really fight, the legalists would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, this was the Mo clan's territory. Even the Confucians and Taoists might not choose to start a war with the Mo clan here. Obviously, this was not a wise choice. You're not worthy, Mo Yundi said in a deep voice. He was at loggerheads with Fa Yingyuan. Everyone around them was silently watching this scene. It seems that the Mo clan and the legalists have a grudge. It's hard to say. The Mo clan is not to be trifled with. Although the legalists aren't weak, fighting with the Mo clan in the Mo clan's territory is tantamount to courting death. That's right. However, Fa Tiancheng is the legitimate grandson of the legalist clan's leader. The legalists will definitely not let this matter go. Now, let's see who is more unyielding. Haha. I'm very curious. Who is this person? Why is he making the Mo clan so nervous that they are willing to use all the power of the clan for him? Many people had the attitude that it was none of their business. If the Mo clan and the Mo clan were to really fight, they would definitely be happy to see it. Before leaving the South Sea, they could first divide the world into 3 parts. For the Confucians and Taoists, this was a good thing. If he's killed, then he's killed. What's there to be surprised about? Since ancient times, the legalists have always followed the true law. Since Fa Tiancheng killed and robbed people, there's nothing he wouldn't do. So what if I killed him? Isn't it right to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? I, Jiangchen, have never killed innocent people. I only kill those who deserve to be killed, including the old, the weak, women, and children. Jiangchen immediately raised his blade. In an instant, everyone focused their attention on Jiangchen, except for Mo Yundi. The Mo clan members all had a proud look on their faces. Only they knew Jiangchen's identity. What the F***CK? Is this for real? Is this guy really Jiangchen? How is that possible? Jiangchen is the strongest genius in the Central Plains Divine Land. His reputation has already soared and no one in the entire Central Plains can do anything to him. If this guy is really Jiangchen, I'm afraid there will be a good show today. Ha ha ha. Jiangchen's name was well known. Fa Yingyuan's face was gloomy. If he was the same Jiangchen from the Central Region Divine Land, then today's matter would become much more complicated. You mean, you're Jiangchen? The Jiangchen of the Central Plains. Fa Yingyuan took a deep breath. The legalists also kept quiet out of fear. Jiangchen was someone who made the Mountain and Sea sect and the Baji sect submit to him. He was someone that even the Martial Dan Hall and the Slaughter Pagoda did not dare to offend. Jiangchen's strength had already been rumored to be miraculous. He had even escaped from an Emperor Realm expert and defeated an Emperor Realm expert. But since there were such rumors, it meant that Jiangchen's name had indeed shaken the Central Plains. However, whether it was true or not, it was hard to guess. So what if I am, so what if I'm not? Today, you should have seen the relationship between me and the Mo clan. Without the Mo clan, you're just a pile of dog shit in my eyes. If you're not convinced, then come at me. When have I, Jiangchen, ever been afraid of anyone? As soon as Jiangchen's words fell, the legalists became hesitant. Fa Yingyuan was the same. They did not expect the person who killed Fa Tiancheng to be so united. Jiangchen of the Central Plains. No wonder the Mo clan wanted to protect Jiangchen at all costs. It was obvious how terrifying this person's strength was. Kong Zhongyun and Zhuang Qixing looked at each other. Everyone present was shocked. The appearance of Jiangchen would definitely make the Mo clan even more powerful. It seemed that today's matter would not end peacefully. Good. Since that's the case, I'll give face to the Mo clan head and the other clan heads. If you can take 3 of my palm strikes, then I'll forget about today's matter. How about it? If you can't take 3 of my punches, I won't pursue the matter any further. Life or death is up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. Do you dare to take the gamble? Fa Yingyuan said coldly. If you lose, get out of my sight. Jiangchen said. A gentleman keeps his word. We of the legalists have always been true to our words, and the experts here are our witnesses. Kid, take this. Fa Yingyuan yelled in a deep voice. He charged forward and lashed out with a palm strike that was accompanied by wind and thunder. Shantian seal. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he lashed out a seal, colliding with Fa Yingyuan's attack. In the next second, Fa Yingyuan was knocked 10 steps back with a pale face, while Jiang Chen did not move at all. Clan head, the members of the legalists were terrified. Seeing Fa Yingyuan being knocked back, they all went forward to help him up. Humph. Fa Yingyuan harumphed coldly and waved his sleeves. His heart was in turmoil, which was more complicated than the waves on the surface of the sea. This fellow was simply a freak. Their strength was almost the same, but he managed to heavily injure Fa Yingyuan with a single palm strike. This was unbelievable. In fact, Fa Yingyuan could not even unleash a second palm strike because he was already severely injured. If he forcefully used the divine power in his body, he would definitely suffer a great loss. 2 more palm strikes. Clan head Fa, continue, Mo Yundi said with a smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Fa Yingyuan had lost terribly. Although Jiangchen seemed to be at ease, the earth-shattering seal that the two exchanged just now had given everyone a warning. Jiangchen was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Let's forget about today's matter. The legalists admit defeat and will never mention it again. Fa Yingyuan swallowed the humiliation in front of the 10 clans. Although he was unwilling to admit it, if even he was not a match for Jiangchen, then it was even more impossible for the clansmen behind him to defeat him. This bastard was able to establish such a great reputation in the Central Plains. It seemed like he was not just for show. He was a peerless, ruthless person. The legalists must be careful of him in the future. Fa Yingyuan did not even have the courage to unleash a second palm strike, which made these people even more respectful of Jiangchen. The Mo clan was lucky, and Mo Yundi was also very smart. Jiangchen's name had shaken the Central Plains, and now he had arranged the entire Nantong Divine Prefecture clearly. The Mo clan was the biggest winner. Good. Since the head of the legalists is so straightforward, then we are not the kind of people who will not forgive others. Let's forget about today's matter. Brother Jiangchen will definitely not hold a grudge against us. He will not take the matters of the legalists to heart. Mo Yundi's praise made Jiangchen's status rise. If it was not for his face, he would have already said that even he was not a match for Jiangchen. Even so, the legalists had completely behaved themselves and did not dare to complain. The azure sea and blue sky stretched as far as the eye could see. White gulls fell like rain, and the sky was dotted with stars. The surrounding sky was filled with clouds. At the summit of the southern sea, wild waves rolled, and the wind blew. Jiangchen walked on the waves, standing at the front. Even the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Yundi, was extremely respectful towards Jiangchen. Kong Zhongyun and Zhuang Qixing did not dare to be negligent. The other 7 families also followed behind him. After all, the situation was worse than the person. Jiangchen's name was well known throughout the divine world. Fa Yingyuan was defeated by a single palm strike, which showed how fierce he was. No one dared to continue challenging him. On the surface of the sea, the waves surged, just like the hearts of these people. Jiangchen was like a mountain in their hearts. Jiangchen, who was carrying the crystal coffin, was even more evil, so they could not help but be on guard against Jiangchen. However, as a member of the Mo family, it was not good for others to say anything. Jiangchen's existence had undoubtedly shrouded everyone's hearts with a thick layer of haze. Of course, the Mo family was an exception. With Jiangchen's help, Mo Yundi was like a tiger that had grown wings. He was full of confidence. When the crescent moon formed, an island appeared on the southern sea. On the island, purple light flickered, reflecting the light of the sun. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The island was bottle-shaped, thousands of miles long. However, on the vast and boundless sea, it was just a drop in the ocean. Purple bamboos could be seen all over the island. The bamboos were all over the island. Some were even hundreds of meters tall. Such purple bamboos were really amazing. At the summit of the southern sea, stars surrounded it. The purple bamboo forest was the place where the spiritual energy was the densest. We're here. We're finally at the summit of the southern sea. Haha. Yeah, we can finally go and take a look at Avalokitesvara's place. Avalokitesvara no longer exists. The purple bamboo forest is now an ownerless place. We naturally cannot waste it. I would like to see if this mysterious place is truly as evil as the legends say. More and more people started to step into the purple bamboo forest. However, Xianxia discovered that this purple bamboo forest was filled with spiritual aura. Divine origin surged, as if it was overflowing. However, this purple bamboo forest was filled with peace. It wasn't as unbearable as those people said. They said that as long as one entered the 9 levels of purgatory, it would be impossible to return. Looks like this place is different from the rumors. Xianxia murmured. However, this peaceful purple bamboo forest made him feel that this place was not as simple as it seemed. No matter what, I must find Avalokitesvara. Even if I can't find him, I must cultivate here and wake little you up. Xianxia's mind was solemn and firm. This is not a good place. I can feel an unusual aura. Xianxia, you must be careful. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice rang in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia nodded silently. If the ancestral dragon emperor could feel something unusual, it meant that this was not a good place. Even if it looked peaceful, there might be something behind it. This purple bamboo forest does not appear to be anything special. I wonder what kind of existences are inside. Kong Zhongyun said in a low voice. He was extremely cautious. As the patriarch of the Kong clan, he would not be so reckless. There seems to be a layer of light covering this place. It looks like a formation, but there's something strange about it. Mo Yundi frowned and said. This purple bamboo forest made them all extremely cautious. They were afraid that there might be a trap. After all, no one had managed to walk out of this place for thousands of years. Let's go and have a look. There seems to be a group of palaces there. Someone suggested. At this moment, in the outer region of the purple bamboo forest, there was indeed a group of ancient palaces. The ancient palaces were filled with an ancient fragrance. There were countless incense burners and divine statues everywhere. However, those ancient palaces had already been completely destroyed. The walls were peeling, the ancient palaces had collapsed, and the incense burners were scattered all over the place. All of these made people's imagination run wild. Seems like this place has changed. It's no longer the purple bamboo forest that was full of incense. Even the dojo of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva has become a mess and is in a very dilapidated state. You're right. Seems like this place has been abandoned for more than 1,000 years. I can't help but sigh. Avalokitesvara is no longer here. That's why the purple bamboo forest is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. However, I wonder what happened to the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. I heard that the dojo in the outer area was used to worship Avalokitesvara. The real dojo is in the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. Let's go and have a look. The group of people didn't stay too long in the outer area of the purple bamboo forest because there was nothing useful in the dojo. Moreover, it was already ruined. It was useless to stay here. Therefore, they started to move deeper into the forest. Xianxia, on the other hand, chose to stop at this moment. Standing on the dilapidated dojo, he felt an unexpected sense of peace and shock in his heart. It was as if his mind had been calmed by someone after going through a great storm. Brother Xianxia, what's wrong? Mo Yundi looked at Xianxia, who had a wooden expression on his face, in surprise. It's nothing. You go first. I'll be there soon. I want to have a look at this ruined dojo. Xianxia said. Mo Yundi didn't try to persuade him to stay. He believed that Xianxia would catch up. He also had to follow the group. Otherwise, God knows if he would disappear from the purple bamboo forest forever like his brother. Or if there was a great treasure ahead, he would miss it perfectly. Then I'll go first. Brother Xianxia, be careful. Mo Yundi followed closely behind him. Xianxia was the only one left in the dilapidated training hall. Xianxia stood on the ancient palace. At that moment, countless deafening sounds were transmitted into his mind. Xianxia felt an extremely terrifying deterrent force, as if it was going to devour him. Xianxia frowned and closed his eyes in concentration. He sensed the peace around him. However, there were too many terrifying and deafening sounds of thunder in this peace. They seemed to want to devour Xianxia's heart. He felt a piercing pain in his ears. Even his Emperor Venerable Realm soul couldn't resist this external impact. The thunderous roar shook Xianxia's heart and mind. No matter how hard he covered his ears or tried to resist it with his soul, it was all to no avail. The excruciating pain tore at the depths of Xianxia's soul. Damn it! What is this? 9 heavens echoing thunder sovereign! Xianxia roared. The god of thunder finally appeared and activated the 5 lightning decree, finally suppressing the terrifying sound of thunder and lightning. Xianxia's face was pale. The sound was too terrifying. Where did it come from? Xianxia had no idea. It's him, it's really him. The god of thunder said in a deep voice, his face pale. The young god of thunder looked nervous and frightened. Who is it? Xianxia said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who it is. Leave this place quickly. No one can leave this place alive. Before you enter the purple bamboo forest, leave quickly. The god of thunder said in fear. He was extremely nervous. However, no matter how Xianxia asked, the god of thunder did not answer him. If that's the case, then I want to see who is causing trouble in the purple bamboo forest. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He did not believe that there was someone who could cover the sky with one hand. Sigh. The god of thunder sighed. He could not dissuade Xianxia, but his heart was extremely depressed. Even if you don't tell me who it is, I will find it myself. Xianxia vowed and sat down cross-legged again. The wind blew and the sound of thunder disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Xianxia looked up and saw the statue of Avalokitesvara. On the statue, brilliance was flowing, and it seemed to make Xianxia feel enlightened. Xianxia only felt that his mind was clear and his soul was enlightened. His soul realm rose again at this moment. Feeling the unparalleled spirit of the Avalokitesvara, Xianxia's soul strength broke through to the Emperor realm. At that moment, Xianxia felt that the entire purple bamboo forest was under his control. It was simply too wonderful. 9th Great Emperor Realm Heavenly King Bestowment, Divine Transformation with a Thought. Right now, Xianxia's soul had already reached the Heavenly King Realm. He could even completely control Emperor Realm experts. The terror of such a soul was simply too tyrannical. It was even more unstoppable compared to Emperor Realm experts. Congratulations! Thunder God and Ancestral Dragon Emperor were extremely shocked. They didn't expect Xianxia to actually break through to the Heavenly King Realm under such great pressure. It was simply shocking. An expert who had yet to reach the Emperor Realm actually had such a high soul realm. What kind of talent was this? What kind of fortune was this? Rumble. At this moment, Xianxia saw the statue of Avalokitesvara not far from him suddenly collapse and turn into dust. The atmosphere in the bamboo forest seemed to become more austere and gloomier. The god of thunder didn't tell Xianxia what kind of existence was in the purple bamboo forest. He wanted him to retreat, but with Xianxia's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to do that. Asking him to retreat was tantamount to killing him. Knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still went ahead. This was Xianxia's indomitable character. No one could stop him from moving forward. Avalokitesvara. Are you still in this world? Perhaps only you can save Xiaoyu's situation. Xianxia murmured. At this moment, his soul realm had broken through to the Heavenly King realm. Xianxia felt unprecedentedly carefree, but he was also filled with disappointment. The fall of Avalokitesvara's statue wasn't a good thing for Xianxia. If it wasn't for the statue, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Xianxia calmed himself down and continued to head deeper into the purple bamboo forest. He followed the group because he felt that the purple bamboo forest wasn't that simple. The god of thunder's words had explained everything. There must be something wrong in the purple bamboo forest. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid. The sun was shining brightly, and the spring scenery was perfect. Bamboo shoots were constantly gushing out from the purple bamboo forest. Flowers bloomed all year round, each blooming beautifully. In the depths of the purple bamboo forest, a jade stream was flowing. The stream water was incomparably clear, so clear that there wasn't even a single fish swimming in it. In the surrounding bamboo forest, there was a podium. On the podium, there was a lotus platform. On top of the platform, there was a snow-white lotus that seemed to carry an endless Buddhist charm. It seemed to take the world as its responsibility, and it gave off an aura of sacrifice that made people feel deeply comfortable. However, in front of the lotus platform, there were hundreds of people. They sat in front of the lotus platform and silently gazed at the blooming white lotus. It was pure and untainted, pure and clean, yet not demonic. It was a graceful and pure plant. The white lotus contained an endless Buddhist charm that caused one's heart to feel relaxed and happy. It even contained an indescribable holy aura, causing those who sat before the white lotus to be unable to resist. It was as if they were listening to teachings, and they sat there in deep contemplation without any change in their expressions. In the distance, Mo Yundi, Kong Changyun and the others slowly walked over. There was a look of surprise in their eyes. Among these hundreds of people, there were disciples that they were proud of, there were also people that were close to them, and there were even some super strong cultivators that were once famous. Isn't that Zhuge Jin who dominated the divine land of Nantong 3 million years ago? Yeah, back then, Zhuge Jin could be said to be the most outstanding genius of the school of martial arts. But in the end, after entering the purple bamboo forest, he disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that he was still alive. This is truly inconceivable. Yeah, it's really shocking. Isn't that Mo Yunchi from the Mo clan? Mo Yundi's younger brother, he's still alive. Xianxia from the Great Path of Heaven 8 million years ago. Back then, he comprehended the strongest mental cultivation method of the Taoist school, the Great Path of Heaven. Now it seems that he's also here. It's really something to be excited about. Ha ha ha, it's really a great fortune. These peerless experts are still alive. Looks like our Nantong divine land is really a gathering of heroes. Countless people were extremely excited because these insufferably arrogant geniuses all had the same dream, and that was to enter the purple bamboo forest to investigate. However, no one was able to leave this place alive, so this place became the death zone in their mouths. From the looks of it, not only were these people not dead, they were also quite strong. Just in terms of monarch realm experts, there were as many as 5 of them. Mo Yundi was very excited. His younger brother Mo Yunchi was really still alive. It was like a dream. Yunchi! Mo Yundi exclaimed, instantly igniting the whole crowd. The whole square of the bamboo forest was filled with great echoes. Big brother! Mo Yunchi frowned, his eyes were extremely complicated. He seemed to be hesitating, but he was also full of joy. Second brother! Mo Yundi was very excited. He never thought that he would be able to reunite with his own younger brother in his lifetime. Even though he was the head of a clan, he couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. If there weren't so many people here, he would have hugged his brother and cried tears of joy. How many years has it been? Why didn't you go home? Mo Yundi said in a low voice, blaming his brother. However, when he saw his brother, he couldn't help but want to reminisce with him. The feeling of blood being thicker than water made him excited. School of Vertical and Horizontal's Zhuge Langia pays his respect to old ancestor Zhuge Jin. The people of the School of Vertical and Horizontal knelt on the ground and looked at Zhuge Jin with reverence. Zhuge Jin's expression was cold as he looked at Zhuge Langia and the other juniors of the Zhuge clan. His voice was extremely solemn. All of you, step back. Following Zhuge Jin's shout, everyone felt as if they were sitting on a bed of needles. They never thought that Zhuge Jin's temper would be so bad and unreasonable. Big brother, it's not good to stay here. You guys should leave first. If you can feel Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings, you can stay here and listen. If you can't feel it, you should leave quickly. We are listening to Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. I can't chat with you for too long. Mo Yunchi said in a low voice, which made Mo Yundi very surprised. There were hundreds of experts sitting here and most of them were half-step Emperor realm experts. There were even a few Emperor Realm experts. Mo Yundi was an Emperor Realm expert at this moment. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings? Why can't I hear it? Mo Yundi was slightly shocked. Kong Zhongyun, Zhuang Qixing, and the others who were not far from him were also puzzled. They also couldn't feel Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. Second brother, you have reached the Emperor Realm? Mo Yundi took a deep breath and said sternly. When he first entered the purple bamboo forest, he was only at the peak Divine Emperor Realm. Mo Yundi didn't expect that he had already broken through to the Emperor Realm at this moment. That's right. It's because of Avalokitesvara's teachings that I was able to break through to the Emperor Realm. Big brother, you guys should leave quickly. If you can't understand Avalokitesvara's teachings, it only means that your comprehension isn't good enough. Mo Yunqi's words left Mo Yundi speechless. He forced a smile, but he really didn't sense Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. Silence! Zhuangsu shouted. Countless people held their breaths. As one of the top figures amongst the 100 experts, no one dared to question Zhuangsu's voice. The dignity of an emperor expert could not be violated. Furthermore, as Mo Yunqi had said, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was currently preaching, so he naturally could not be disturbed. All right. Mo Yundi didn't dare to continue speaking. Perhaps it was really because his comprehension was not good enough that they couldn't feel the teachings of Bodhisattva. In the end, Mo Yundi, Zhuang Qixing, and Kong Zhongyun brought their people and slowly retreated. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Nothing else mattered. Zhuangsu, Mo Yunqi, Zhuge Jin, and Kong Yin had all reached the Emperor Realm. They really couldn't be underestimated. In the face of absolute strength, Mo Yundi and the others could only retreat, not daring to act rashly. It seems that I finally know why none of them are willing to leave this place. It's because they can listen to Bodhisattva's teachings. Their strength is improving day by day. Who would be willing to leave and give up the opportunity to become a peerless expert? If it was me, I would also not leave. Kong Zhongfei said with a serious face. His words received the approval of everyone. No matter what, they had already found the reason. However, these hundreds of people paled in comparison to the number of people that had disappeared in the purple bamboo forest. After all, the weak were prey to the strong, and it was natural selection. It was understandable that some people had died in this place. I wonder if we will have the chance to stay here and listen to Bodhisattva's teachings. Zhuge Langyus silently looked at the Lotus Dao platform in the distance. He was very happy. He hated himself for not coming here earlier. Now that there were already several Emperor Realm experts, it could be seen how profound Bodhisattva's teachings were. They were completely immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. It's a great fortune for us to come here today. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Qixing laughed heartily. He felt very comforted in his heart. He had already prepared everything. Although he was a member of the Taoist school, different paths led to the same destination. If he could listen to the teachings of Avalokitesvara, he would very likely become a true Emperor Realm expert, a supreme existence that countless people chased after. However, even Zhuge Jin, Mo Yunqi, and the others didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. Even though they were Emperor Realm experts, they still silently sensed the nature of Tao, the legend of heavenly Tao reincarnation. Avalokitesvara was the most powerful bodhisattva in the Buddha world. Even the Gautama Buddha in the past admired Avalokitesvara, saying that he was unparalleled in the world. We need to guard our hearts with a pious heart. Whether or not we can listen to the teachings of Bodhisattva Amitabha will depend on our own comprehension. Mo Yundi took a deep breath, held his breath, and closed his eyes to rest. He began to feel the changes in heaven and earth. Whether they could listen to the preaching of Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara would depend on their abilities and luck. Everyone focused their attention on the so-called Lotus Dao platform. In the end, they gradually closed their eyes, sensing the changes in the world. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Between dusk and sunset, the sun set in the west, sinking into the other side of the sea. At this moment, the curtain of night quietly descended. At this moment, in the bamboo forest, gusts of cold wind blew, whistling past. Even the Lotus Dao platform gradually withered. The white lotus turned into a withered branch, its leaves fell, and it withered completely. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The sky was clear and the surrounding thunder gradually resounded. The entire sky above the void became incomparably quiet. Xianxia. Mo Yunqi suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with dense killing intent. He was like a completely different person compared to him in the daytime. Not only Mo Yunqi, Zhuangsu, Zhuge Jin, Kong Yun and the others, the many Emperor Realm experts, as well as the hundreds of half-step Emperor Realm experts behind them, all opened their eyes in an instant. An endless haze that shrouded the void gradually began to wreak havoc. How could this be? Why did the weather suddenly change? It's so gloomy, why is it like this? Isn't this place supposed to be peaceful? Why did it become so gloomy all of a sudden? Rumbling thunder and gusts of cold wind. It seems like the purple bamboo forest is not a good place. Holy shit. Look, those people are all standing up and charging towards us. No one knew who shouted, but Mo Yunqi and the others immediately became serious. What's going on? Yunqi. Mo Yunqi immediately thought of his second brother, Mo Yunqi. It was at this moment that Mo Yunqi had already closed in on them. The blood-red color in his eyes made Mo Yunqi feel that something was wrong. Watch out. Following his shout, the entire sky turned scarlet, like a huge net that covered the sky and enveloped them. Hundreds of experts, led by several Emperor Realm experts, charged towards Mo Yunqi and the others. Their killing intent soared to the sky, although Mo Yunqi was already prepared, because he had already sensed that the bloodshot light in his brother's eyes was not simple. He was still battered by his brother at this moment. After all, the might of an Emperor Realm expert was unparalleled. Kong Yun of the Confucian school, Zhuangsu of the Taoist school, Mo Yunqi of the Mahist school, Zhuge Jin of the school of vertical and horizontal, and He Qi of the military school all soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. The experts of the 10 great clans were also suffocating, because these people were too strong, so strong that they could not fight against them. Retreat! Run! Kong Changyun shouted angrily, his face pale. In the blink of an eye, the 3 peaked divine emperor experts of the Kong clan were torn to pieces, blood dripping from their bodies. It was an extremely tragic scene. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Some of them were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. During the day, everything was peaceful and tranquil. However, at this moment, a black wind started to blow. The experts in the entire purple bamboo forest turned pale. They only knew how to kill. The difference in strength between the experts of the 10 families and the experts of the purple bamboo forest was huge. Although there were half-step Emperor Realm experts among them, under the leadership of Kong Yun and the others, the experts of the purple bamboo forest had no way of dealing with them. They could only flee in panic. Some of them were even killed in the process of fleeing. The scene was so chaotic and tragic that even Mo Yunqi was in a panic. Who would have thought that they, who had been so peaceful in the daytime, would be like wearing the masks of killers at this time, killing innocents indiscriminately and creating a mess? In the purple bamboo forest, it rained continuously and thunder rumbled. The surrounding sky seemed like it was going to collapse completely. The scene was too tragic. In a blink of an eye, a third of the experts were killed by Mo Yunqi and the others. Although the scene was washed with blood, it still formed a river of blood. The scene was so tragic that people could not bear to look at it. However, Mo Yunqi and the others were still in a daze. Old ancestor, don't kill me, don't kill me. Yunqi, what are you doing? How did you become like this? Old ancestor, I don't want to die. More and more people started to cry. Even though they were divine emperor experts, they were not gods. They also had their own senses. Fear, life and death were very important in their eyes. Because, how could it be easy for them to reach their current level of cultivation? It was undeniable that no one could reach their current level without putting in any effort. Their strength was outstanding and they stood at the peak of their family. However, they were so vulnerable in front of a true emperor expert. Kong Zhongfei, Mo Yunqi, and the others retreated one after another. The number of casualties was also increasing. The situation was completely out of their control. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. Apart from the endless purple bamboo forest, they couldn't find any borders. This place was like an unparalleled maze. It was impossible to find the real exit, and it was difficult to find the entrance. Damn it, we've been tricked. Those people might not even be our relatives. Mo Yundi roared angrily. His every move was ruthless and powerful, but he was still suppressed by several Emperor Realm experts to the point where he could not even lift his head. In front of Emperor Realm experts, an empty Emperor Realm expert did not have the slightest ability to fight back. At this moment, Mo Yundi and the others were filled with despair. Xianxia, where was Xianxia? Even if he was here, he might not be able to turn the situation around, right? Those were several Emperor experts. They were invincible and they could not compete with them at all. The storm and thunder roared. Murderous intent in the rainy night, in the dark night, a scarlet curtain of rain rose to the sky. Buddha's radiance. Rays of golden light surged out. A golden figure struck out. Light and shadow filled the air. Divine light shone brightly and Buddha's aura lingered in the air. More than 10 half-step Emperor experts were forced to retreat. Dressed in coarse hemp clothes, his face was as cold as frost. It was none other than the invincible tyrant. His current strength had reached the half-step Emperor realm. He was no different from Xianxia. With a single palm strike, he forced more than 10 half-step Emperor experts back. His strength was shocking. Heavenly Luo divine voice. A loud roar followed closely behind Tyrant. A terrifying shockwave knocked down dozens of half-step Emperor realm experts. Compared to Tyrant, this person's strength had already reached the Emperor realm. Even Avalokitesvara is no match for me. How big of a storm do you two think you can stir up? Ha ha ha. Kong Yin roared. The wind from his palm was like thunder, stirring up turbulent waves. The curtain of rain was cut off and the wind stopped. The green-robed young man acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He formed a seal with both hands and blocked Kong Yin's attack. Both of them were sent flying back with gloomy expressions. As long as I'm alive, the purple bamboo forest will be under my protection. No one will be able to behave atrociously in this pure land. The green-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold as he looked at Kong Yin and the others. So what if you're an Emperor expert? I, your father, want to have a taste of what an Emperor expert can do. Tyrant sneered. He did not put Kong Yin in his eyes at all. The eyes of Mo Yundi and the others lit up. They took a deep breath. They did not expect that they would have reinforcements in the purple bamboo forest. Although they did not know these two people, they were enemies of Kong Yin and the others. It seemed like they could be saved. I should have killed the two of you long ago. But you're so good at running away. If I let you escape today, I might not be able to stay here anymore. Tyrant's expression was solemn. When he first came to the purple bamboo forest, he had already seen this scene. He finally knew the reason why the green-robed man had summoned him here. It was to slay the demons and restore the purple bamboo forest. As the last pure land in Nantung, or even the entire divine world, it was now shrouded by endless demon qi. To them, this was simply a humiliation. Although Avalokitesvara was no longer around, they could not lower their heads. They swore to protect this pure land with their lives. From the moment Tyrant entered this place, he had already disregarded life and death. This was because he knew that this was the last pure land of the divine world, and he absolutely could not allow it to be tarnished. Otherwise, the entire divine world would be plunged into darkness. This wasn't just a place of faith, it was also a belief that existed in one's heart. Let's see how strong you are. This isn't a place that you should have come to. The green-robed man said in a deep voice. He pointed at Mo Yundi and the others, his battle intent surging. Reckless fellas. When Avalokitesvara was still around, I wasn't afraid, let alone you little shrimps. Ha ha ha. Kong Yin laughed heartily. He was extremely arrogant and overbearing. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Tyrant said with a smile. Since he had thrown himself into this place, he had no complaints. Even if he died, he would never regret it. The purple bamboo forest was a place that filled him with memories. However, Tyrant couldn't remember where he had seen it before. However, as a Buddhist, Tyrant admired the might and dignity of Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. Therefore, he vowed to protect this place with his life. This was a kind of faith, one that would never change even in death. Reckless fellas. In that case, I'll let the two of you go to hell. Zhuge Jin sneered, and the 5 great Emperor realm experts attacked in an instant, closing in on Tyrant and Monk. The scene instantly became extremely explosive. Mo Yundi, Kong Zhongyun and the others also felt a lot more relaxed. They started to fight back crazily. They are completely under someone's control. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Although they are still alive, their souls are long dead. Mo Yundi wielded his divine weapon, exuding killing intent, as though he was going to kill his family in the name of righteousness. Because they already had no other choice. If they lost, they would very likely lose everything, and the 100 schools of philosophers would cease to exist. Without the 10 great clans, the entire non-Tung divine prefecture would be like a plate of loose sand, and chaos would erupt everywhere. Zhuge Langjie, Zhuang Yunxing and the others also felt Mo Yundi's words. At this time, no one could stay out of it. If they wanted to leave this place and defeat them, they could only fight back. This was their last hope. At the same time, the 2 top experts joined the fray. The attack of Tyrant and the green-robed man gave Mo Yundi and the others a glimmer of hope. How could they remain indifferent when these 2 people were attacking with their lives on the line? As the 10 great clans fought back, the assassins led by Kong Yun also became hesitant. After all, the strength of the green-robed man and Tyrant had almost completely blocked the 5 Emperor realm experts. Although their situation was worrying, they had bought enough time and opportunities for Mo Yundi and the others. Tyrant was fighting 1 against 2. Moreover, he was only in the half-step Emperor realm. Facing 2 Emperor realm experts, he was obviously exhausted. Under the joint attack of Kong Yun and Zhuge Jin, Tyrant was forced to retreat. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize the situation and didn't die immediately. Facing 2 Emperor realm experts, this battle was the most difficult one for Tyrant. On the other side, the green-robed man couldn't afford to lose either. Although he was already an Emperor realm expert, facing the pursuit of Mo Yunqi and the others, he had no other choice. Heavenly Luo Divine Voice. The green-robed man's hand seals were like rainbows as he struck out. However, the 3 Emperor realm experts weren't weak either. As the geniuses of the 100 schools of philosophers, even if their minds were controlled, their battle prowess was still unstoppable. Brush for the toil. Kong Yin held the autumn hair brush tightly in one hand and swept it across the sky, sealing the void. The green-robed man couldn't move an inch and was forced to retreat with every move. 3,000 Dao techniques. Zhuang Su struck out with his palm. His dharma was boundless and his dharma was like the sky, causing the green-robed man to be in an even more miserable state. His face turned green and his back was drenched in sweat. Eat my halberd. The military ancestor held the divine halberd in his hand and slashed across the sky. The green-robed man's face turned cold and he almost fell from the void. Every attack of an Emperor realm expert was filled with the dharma of the heavens and earth. Their chi was long and their might was unstoppable. The green-robed man's expression turned ugly when the 3 experts attacked together. If this continues, we won't be able to last more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Tyrant gritted his teeth. He had never been in such a dangerous situation before. The 2 Emperor realm experts were suppressing him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Especially in the middle of the night, where the wind and rain intertwined and lightning flashed, they became even more ferocious. Between him and the green-robed man, there was no way for him to block the hot-bloodedness of Kong Yun and the others. During the day, they could still remain calm under the influence of the boundless Buddhist aura in the purple bamboo forest. However, once night fell and the wind and rain intertwined, the terrifying being would completely devour Kong Yun and the others' minds. Their souls would be completely under his control, turning them into the most powerful puppets. Tyrant's anger rose, but his situation was becoming more and more worrying. 10,000 Buddhas paying tribute. Tyrant's hand seals covered the sky. With his full strength, he finally managed to gain a firm foothold. Kong Yun and Zhuge Jin seemed to be advancing by retreating. They weren't in a hurry to achieve success. Instead, they were gradually disintegrating their strength. Only by doing so could they split them up step by step and obtain the final victory. Tyrant's Buddha seal reached the sky and his golden body was unparalleled under the heavens. Even the green-robed man beside him was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Tyrant to have such great power. It was truly shocking. This was definitely the strongest genius of the Buddhist sect he had ever seen. The Tao Reserve Lotus Platform. Go. The azure-robed man held the Tao Reserve Lotus Platform in his hand, and it was extremely terrifying and comparable to a peerless divine weapon. It was a peerless secret treasure that the Bodhisattva had once bestowed upon him, and it was one of the best treasures even in the Buddhist sect. The clear light lotus platform was the treasure of Avalokitesvara, and the Tao accumulation lotus platform was a divine treasure refined by Avalokitesvara, so how could it be ordinary? As soon as the Tao Reserve Lotus platform appeared, it instantly caused the expressions of Xianxia and the others to become extremely serious, and they retreated in order to advance as they seemed to be unwilling to collide with the Tao Reserve Lotus platform. The three of them retreated swiftly. In the end, the lightning in their hands surged and transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that covered the sky and instantly sealed off the lotus platform. Both sides were in a deadlock, and it was instead the azure-robed man who was ceaselessly blasted back. The Tao Reserve Lotus platform that he was so proud of had actually become extremely difficult to maintain at this moment, and it was even to the extent that a trace of a crack had appeared on it. No, this is impossible. This is the Tao Reserve Lotus platform that Bodhisattva gave me, and I absolutely can't allow it to be destroyed in your hands. The azure-robed young man shouted out furiously as he moved forward by himself, and he charged towards the location of the Tao accumulation lotus platform. He wanted to defend the Tao accumulation lotus platform with his own body, as it was bestowed by Bodhisattva, and it absolutely couldn't be destroyed. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die. Xianxia and the other two's mouths were almost exactly the same, and their gazes were exactly the same. Their killing intent was cold, and in the midst of thunder and lightning, they held the Mother of Lightning in their hands and swept away the army of 1,000. Be careful! Tyrant roared in anger. However, the lightning had already pierced through the void and was heading towards the green-robed man. It was a matter of life and death. Even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to avoid it. The terrifying lightning was like a long whip, splitting the heavens and the earth. I must protect Avalokitesvara's Tao Reserve Lotus platform. Even if I die, what's there to fear? The green-robed man said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with determination and he was fearless. At this moment, he slowly closed his eyes because he knew that he was definitely going to die. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Compared to life, everything else is pale and powerless. An ice-cold voice rang out beside the green-robed man. The green-robed man's eyes lit up. It wasn't just him, even Tyrant's body trembled. This was because this voice was simply too familiar. Xianxia. It was Xianxia. He was here. As long as Xianxia was around, there would be hope. To Tyrant, Xianxia was his biggest lucky star and his biggest hope. It's you? The green-robed man looked at Xianxia in surprise, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. It's been a long time, but you're still in such a sorry state. Xianxia calmly smiled. The green-robed man had a bitter expression on his face. This green-robed man was the person Xianxia had saved in the past, the Reverend Wood Spirit. Avalokitesvara's protector. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Be careful. The Reverend Wood Spirit shouted in a deep voice. Xianxia suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm. The heavenly crushing seal was incomparably terrifying, and it directly shattered the 3 lightning chains, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Little Xianxia, why are you always so late? Monk Tyrant joked. If I came early, would there still be room for you to display your strength? Ha ha ha. The two of them looked at each other and laughed, causing the Reverend Wood Spirit to be slightly startled. He didn't expect him to be such good brothers with Xianxia. It was truly unimaginable. When Tyrant saw Xianxia lying in the crystal coffin, he was a little disappointed. However, it seemed that Xianxia wasn't completely dead. Otherwise, Xianxia would have long been disheartened. Is little you all right? Tyrant knew that little you was Xianxia's everything, If anything were to happen to little Yu, Jiangchen would definitely go crazy, but he didn't act like that right now. As long as we can wake her up, nothing else will be a problem, Jiangchen said confidently. He believed that such a day would come. Do your best. Tyrant smiled and nodded heavily. The encouragement from his brother also comforted Jiangchen's heart. Jiangchen's appearance instantly stabilized the situation, and with a single heavenly crushing seal, the three emperor experts had no choice but to take it seriously. Jiangchen, it's Jiangchen's brother. He's here. Mo Yundi was incomparably excited. The entire Mo family was also quite shocked. After all, Jiangchen's appearance was unparalleled, and he had directly forced three Emperor Realm experts back. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Wasn't this too terrifying? A half-step Emperor Realm expert struck out a seal, and it was actually on par with three Emperor Realm experts. The people of the 10 major families were also incomparably shocked. Originally, they already knew that Jiangchen was valiant, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Such abnormal strength was simply outrageous. A half-step Emperor Realm expert facing three Emperor Realm experts head-on, and his face didn't even blush, nor was he out of breath, and his expression didn't change. Who could compete with him? At this moment, the people of legalism felt like they had a new lease of life. If they had fought to the death with Jiangchen, then they might have died without a burial place. Now that they knew that Jiangchen was magnanimous and didn't care about them, Fa Yingyuan and the others couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Kong Zhongyun, Zhuang Qixing, and the others were very envious that Mo Yundi was able to become friends with a top expert like Jiangchen. This time, if they could escape with their lives, all their hopes were gathered on Jiangchen alone. Jiangchen was like a giant that they couldn't resist. Their strength was obviously similar, but in the end, even 10 of them couldn't compare to one Jiangchen. Tyrant was full of confidence in Jiangchen. This guy seemed to be stronger than him, and he wondered if he would be left behind by Jiangchen again. Although Tyrant was unwilling to admit defeat, there was nothing he could do about it. However, he was happy to see Jiangchen's formidable strength. Haha. You dare to be my enemy? It seems that you are really surprising. Little fellow, you've really piqued my curiosity, Kong Yan said as he looked at Jiangchen with a smile. It doesn't matter whether I'm curious or not. If you know what's good for you, then scram. If you don't, then I can only ask you to scram. Jiangchen stood with his arms folded, his chest crossed, and his arrogance soared to the sky. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've met someone who dares to speak like you. Do you know who you're talking to? Didn't the God of Thunder tell you? Kong Yin said with a cold and arrogant smile, as if he was mocking Jiangchen. Who exactly are you? Jiangchen asked in a low voice. God of Thunder, I did not blame you for choosing to leave me, but if you still dare to challenge me now, don't blame me for not reminding you. In this world, there can only be one God, and only one ruler. Kong Yin stared fixedly at Jiangchen. He knew very well that God of Thunder was hidden within Jiangchen's body. They were born from the same root, and blood was thicker than water. Nothing could conceal the closeness between them. Big brother, the sea of bitterness knows no bounds, repent and you will be saved. You told me this many years ago, have you forgotten? The God of Thunder transformed into a youthful silhouette. He stared at Kong Yun with unwavering determination, staring into the eyes that looked exactly the same as Kong Yun. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, repent and you will be saved? Humph, what a joke. Are you proud of the sacrifices you made for the Xingyuan? Where is the Xingyuan now? Didn't they turn to ash a long time ago? Who else is still alive in this world? Only those who truly follow the will of the heavens can live. Falling does not mean eternal life, but destruction. As the only God of Thunder in the Xingyuan, you still refuse to repent. Do you really want me to destroy you with my own hands? My little brother. Kong Yin glared at God of Thunder. The Kong Yin of today was no longer the genius of the Kong family, but the mastermind behind the scenes who controlled the souls of countless people. Big brother, do you really want to continue with your mistakes? God of Thunder asked sorrowfully. Not so long ago, it was his big brother who taught him to remember benevolence, kindness, virtue, patience, and kindness. But now, he had run in the opposite direction. Don't forget who gave you the power of lightning in your hand. Kong Yun bellowed. Big brother! Repent and you will be saved. God of Thunder and Kong Yun stared at each other, their voices shaking the heavens. Both of them were surrounded by boundless lightning bolts, a terrifying sight to behold. Who was this mastermind behind the scenes? Even Xianxia did not know. Even the lightning in God of Thunder's hand was bestowed by him. This meant that this person must have an incomparably powerful background. God of Thunder's big brother must be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Who is he? Xianxia looked at Reverend Wood Spirit. The latter's face was extremely pale. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, he was once the Buddha's strongest bodyguard, one of the Buddhist sect's 20 heavens. Even Bodhisattva can't do anything to him. Indra, Sakra. Venerable Wood Spirit's words made Xianxia frown. He didn't know the existence of Indra Sakra, but it didn't mean that others didn't know how terrifying he was. At least in the eyes of Venerable Wood Spirit, this guy was comparable to Bodhisattva, one of the most terrifying experts of the Buddhist sect. How is it compared to the 8-divisional stupa? Xianxia asked. Some are better than others, but none are better than them. Venerable Wood Spirit said with difficulty. This incomparably powerful fellow was the truly troublesome existence. The current purple bamboo forest had basically fallen into enemy hands. If it wasn't for the support of Mahaspara Bodhisattva's Buddhist charm, it would have already been completely covered. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. It was precisely because of this that he felt the situation was troublesome. Even the God of Thunder, who was above the divine court realm, was restrained by him in such a manner. One could imagine how terrifying he was. Thunder God's big brother, the one who wields the thunder of the world, is actually Sakra. Xianxia couldn't help but have a higher understanding of this Disher Tian. This time, he didn't have any capital to fail. Disher Tian's terror is absolutely not something that you and I can imagine. Little Chinzi, you must not lower your guard. He has the absolute strength of Avalokitesvara. Fortunately, it's not his real body, it's only a remnant soul. Otherwise, even if we go all out, there's only death awaiting us. At his peak, Disher Tian has 50% of the power of a Buddha. He's a true heavenly king expert. We'd better be careful. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Tyrant looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice. They already had no other choice. They could only advance step by step, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent or hesitant. Big brother. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, repent and be saved. Thunder God was still bitterly begging, but at that moment, Kong Yun had clearly lost his patience. Bolts of heavenly lightning surged in the sky, turning into long lightning whips. They rained down, cutting through all obstacles, unstoppable. Today, I'll take back your heavenly lightning. Let's see if you still have the capital to compete with me. Kong Yun roared angrily. With a wave of his palm, bolts of heavenly lightning struck his body. Thunder God was in incomparable pain and difficulty. At that moment, Xianxia also frowned. His eyes were like torches. He had to act now. Don't come over. Thunder God looked at Xianxia, his eyes filled with determination as he transmitted his voice. My life was given to me by my big brother. If he wants it, he can take it. If even I can't awaken my big brother, then kill him for me. Because this is what he told me, the sea of bitterness knows no bounds, repent and be saved. Thunder God smiled slightly. When he looked at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with gratification. However, just as Xianxia had expected, Kong Yun did not stop his palm. Instead, he attacked with all his might, aiming for Thunder God. The origin energy in Thunder God's body was instantly sucked dry. Thunder God's soul was extinguished and dissipated from the world. Rumble, after a loud explosion, it was as if the world was about to explode. Xianxia stared blankly at the scene. Perhaps this was the fate that Thunder God had chosen. He insisted on using himself to influence his big brother, but in the end, he still could not awaken Disher Tian's remnant soul. Instead, he continued to slaughter his way forward, charging towards Xianxia and the others, killing without mercy. Damned bastard, let's see how capable you are. So what if you have the heavenly lightning in your palm? I'll show you my heavenly lightning. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Thunder God's death had moved him. Disher Tian was already a heinous devil. It was impossible to reawaken his benevolence. He was determined to survive. His obsession had seeped into his soul. No one could change his every move. Xianxia controlled 5 bolts of heavenly lightning. Thunder God's death filled his heart with righteous indignation. But since Thunder God was not afraid of death, what was there for him to be afraid of? Thunder God only returned everything he had to Disher Tian. Since everything was bestowed by Disher Tian, he came in a hurry and left in a hurry. What harm was there in not taking a cloud with him? You even killed your own younger brother. Disher Tian, you're really an unpardonable devil. Reckless fools, what's there to regret about dying? You guys are the same. How dare you stand in front of me, Sakura? You will die a horrible death. Kong Yan laughed heartily. They had long since become puppets, and under his absolute control, Sakura guided everyone's soul. Everyone had nowhere to hide, and their minds were all devoured by him. Brother Jiangchen, you must do your best. Mo Yundi said faintly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, it was a matter of life and death. None of them could stay out of it. They were facing those half-step Emperor Realm puppets. After all, Disher Tian was too strong. His soul avatars were spread all over everyone's body. All of them were under his command. With a single thought, all of them would die for him. Mo Yundi, Kong Zhongyun and the others did not dare to slack off. Once their line of defense collapsed, it would affect Jiangchen and the others. Firmly guarding the last line of defense was their only hope. Brother Jiangchen, make your move. These guys have their minds devoured. There's no need to be lenient. As long as we kill them all, Sakura will have nowhere to hide. Reverend Mu Ling also made up his mind. Little Chinzi, it's up to you now. Tyrant laughed heartily. Both of them were quite excited. They could fight side by side again. Killing has always been an exciting thing. Jiangchen stood up with his sword and faced the 3 Emperor Realm experts alone. Kong Yun, Zhuang Su, and He Qi. Under Sakura Tian's control, the strength of these 3 powerful Emperor Realm experts was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, Tyrant and Reverend Wood Spirit were fighting an Emperor Realm expert each. It was easy to imagine that they were in a relatively easy situation. Zhuge Jin and Mo Yunqi, who were fighting Emperor Realm experts alone, were unable to do anything to Tyrant and Reverend Wood Spirit with their strength. Instead, they were forced to retreat by their Yasuo space. In the blink of an eye, Jiangchen wielded his sword like a gust of wind, unstoppable. The morale of the 10 families was greatly boosted as they began their counterattack. Mo Yundi led the others to launch a counterattack, because each of them understood that once Jiangchen and the others were defeated, they would certainly be in a perilous situation. Therefore, what they could do now was to ensure that Jiangchen, Tyrant and Reverend Mu Ling could fight without any worries. Only by doing so could they have the last laugh. Jiangchen's divine sword was as swift as the wind. He had already fully comprehended the 23rd sword and was able to wield it with ease. Even though he was fighting 3 emperors at the same time, they still couldn't suppress him. At this moment, when Jiangchen touched the threshold of the Emperor Realm, his potential and strength were finally unleashed. The dreadfulness of the limitless sword made the emperors tremble. That was not all. Once Jiangchen's strength completely broke through the Emperor Realm, he would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. At that time, he would be able to control the myriad chi cauldron to refine and repair the ancient divine weapons and treasures. That would be the most terrifying thing. Now, with the help of the 23 swords, Kong Yun, Zhuang Su, and He Qi were completely powerless against Jiangchen. In their opinion, that kind of invincible attack was not something that a half-step emperor expert could display. Brush strokes 10 million li, brush and ink transforms into sword chi. Kong Yin held the autumn hair brush in his hand and waved it continuously, as if he was pointing out the mountains and rivers. The Kong clan's strongest secret art was the sword chi of calligraphy. In the blink of an eye, the brush and ink would turn into thousands of swords, unstoppable and sharp. Heaven's opening Tao. Boundless Taiji. Zhuang Su held the universe in his palm, forming hand seals. His aura was incomparably majestic, not inferior to Kong Yun at all. Heavenly halberd. Only I am supreme. Heiqi held a divine weapon in his hand, a divine weapon descended from the heavens, splitting the universe. The three emperor experts unleashed all of their techniques. Even Tyrant and Reverend Wood Spirit were worried for Xianxia. These guys were not easy to deal with. If Xianxia wanted to kill them, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. Facing the rays of light, Xianxia did not have any distractions. With the limitless sword in his hand, the limitless sword swept across the 8 directions. The 23 swords was invincible under the heavens, no one could stop it. 23 swords, 10,000 souls extinction shadow. Xianxia's morale was like a rainbow. He was only a half-step emperor, yet he was able to force the 3 emperors back. This scene made Moyundi and the others realize how terrifying Xianxia was. There was only one such person in the world. If a second one appeared, the world would definitely be in chaos. The limitless sword, 10,000 souls extinction shadow, and Kong Yun were sent flying. They were suppressed by Xianxia and fled in panic. The situation was extremely tense, so much so that it was suffocating. Disher Tian, is this all you've got? It seems like you're only SOSO. Compared to Avalokitesvara, you're simply too lacking, ha ha ha. Tyrant sneered and ridiculed. Mo Yunchi was defeated by him with each of his moves, he couldn't even fight back. He was happy to be at ease, Xianxia didn't need his help at all. This so-called Sakura who could fight against Bodhisattva was just SOSO. The elder brother of the Thunder God was actually this weak? Obviously, Tyrant had underestimated Disher Tian. Even Xianxia did not expect how strong Disher Tian was. Did this guy really only have this much ability? Xianxia swept across the universe, his domineering aura leaking out as he stood proudly in the sky. On the top of the purple bamboo, countless people in the surroundings could not help but have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. This guy was really too strong. A bunch of people who don't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. The night of the full moon will be the time of your death. Kong Yen looked up. The moonlight was high in the sky, and the night had arrived. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, making the scene even more terrifying. At this moment, their strength had all received a huge boost. Using the opportunity of the night, Disher Tian once again increased the strength of Kong Yun and the others. Disher Tian was helpless against the Buddhist charm during the day, but once he entered the night, he would be at his strongest. All of you, go to hell, you bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. Kong Yun shouted coldly. With a wave of his palm, the autumn hair brush once again rushed forward. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and his pupils constricted. How can a loser call himself brave? No matter how strong he is still only a puppet. Xianxia was like the wind, his speed astonishing. Even though Kong Yun and the other 2 were strengthened, they were still constantly suppressed by Xianxia. However, at this time, Xianxia discovered that he simply couldn't escape from the problem. These people's souls had been completely devoured and occupied. It seemed impossible for him to save Zhuangsu. At present, there was only one way, and that was to remove Disher Tian's divine sense from their souls. Only then could they recover. Once they lost Disher Tian's divine sense, perhaps they would recover. This was the only way. However, to remove Disher Tian's divine sense, Xianxia only had one method, a method he wasn't sure if it would work. That was to use soul force and attack instead of defense. However, although he had the soul of a heavenly king, Disher Tian was the same. This put Xianxia in a difficult position. If he failed, it was very likely that these people would all be completely obliterated. Their souls would be extinguished, and they would become corpses. However, Xianxia had no other way. Since there was a chance to save Zhuangsu and everyone else, Xianxia could only do his best. Soul destruction and soul snatching. Xianxia's eyes turned cold, and his soul throbbed. At this moment, a soul storm was set off in the entire purple bamboo forest. Overwhelming soul force came crashing down, causing Tyrant and Reverend Mu Ling's faces to turn ashen as if they were facing a great enemy. This move was too overbearing. If it failed, it would kill everyone with a single thought. However, if it succeeded, it could remove Disher Tian's divine sense from their bodies. The soul storm continued to sweep past. Zhuangsu and Kong Yan's faces were deathly pale, their eyes lifeless, and they clutched their heads in pain. You lunatic, you're digging your own grave. It's impossible for your soul force to contend against me. Kong Yun, Xianxia, He Qi, all of them roared as they stared fixedly at Jiang Chen, as if waiting for his death. But what Disher Tian didn't expect was that Jiang Chen also possessed the soul force of a heavenly king. At that moment, almost all of his divine sense was expelled by Jiang Chen, completely expelled from the bodies of Kong Yun and the others. Disher Tian had been defeated. Although his divine sense was extremely powerful, he was only at the heavenly king realm. Furthermore, he was heavily injured. Now, Jiang Chen's spiritual force had given him a heavy injury. The entire violet bamboo forest had quietened down. The sound of thunder and wind had died down. The curtain of rain had stopped, and the dripping water had become a prophecy. No, impossible. Sakura roared angrily. In the end, hundreds of divine wills converged to form an incomparably huge figure. It was bare-chested and was hundreds of feet tall. It staggered and retreated, its eyes filled with fear and shock. A puny human wants to compete with me? Wishful thinking. Although Disher Tian's divine sense had been completely eliminated, Kong Yun, Xianxia, and Mo Yunqi, and the others' bodies were extremely weak. It was as if 80 to 90% of their divine origin qi had been sucked out. They were as weak as women who had just suffered a serious illness. How could this be? What's wrong with me? Xianxia rubbed his head. His face was pale and his hands were trembling. It was as if his spirit had been taken away. He looked extremely sick. Kong Yun, Mo Yunqi, He Qi, and the others were all in the same state. They were in such a sorry state that it made one's heart ache. As the top experts of the 10 great clans and the non-Tong divine continent, they were like beggars at this moment. Their strength was low and powerless. However, the fortunate thing was that all of them had recovered their divine sense. Their souls had returned to their masters. It was already an extremely good ending that their souls hadn't been completely devoured by Disher Tian. At least, they were still alive. Jiang Chen stood proudly and pointed his sword at Disher Tian without the slightest fear. As an almighty expert of the Buddhist sect, you have no sense of shame. You killed the innocent and didn't even let go of Avalokitesvara's place. Today, I must kill you to clear the name of the world. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Do you really think you can kill me? Do you know why I came to the purple bamboo forest? Since I found it, I might as well let you see what a true expert is. I, Disher Tian, am the supreme expert of the Buddhist sect. Disher Tian stepped into the air and stood in the sky. His palm was the universe, and his power shook the heavens. All of you, accept your death. Disher Tian said in an incomparably domineering manner. In this world, there weren't many people who could surpass him. Moreover, this time, he had found what he wanted. This time, he would become the true supreme expert of the Buddhist sect, the true ancestor of all Buddhas. Venerable Wood Spirit's heart also thumped. He seemed to have sensed something. Did this Disher Tian really find what he wanted? My purple bamboo forest, what is there that you want? Venerable Wood Spirit clenched his teeth and said. What I want to find is naturally the relic of that old thing after he passed away. The real Avalokitesvara is in your purple bamboo forest. Avalokitesvara is no longer here, who can be me? After that old thing passed away, he left behind the incomparably powerful Avalokitesvara. That is something that can truly change the fate of the Buddhist realm. Whoever has the Avalokitesvara will be the true ancestor of all Buddhas. Today, I have already found the location of the Avalokitesvara. I want to see who can be me, ha ha ha. Disher Tian's arrogance and overbearingness made Venerable Wood Spirit tremble. The Avalokitesvara was indeed a relic. It was something that was left behind after the Buddha passed away. However, Venerable Wood Spirit didn't expect that the Avalokitesvara was actually in the purple bamboo forest at the peak of the South Sea. This also revealed the reason why this guy wanted to come to the purple bamboo forest. So for so many years, Disher Tian devoured the entire purple bamboo forest step by step in order to find the Avalokitesvara. It's too late to know now. I originally thought that I could easily kill all of you before coming to a conclusion. However, I didn't expect that all of you would disappoint me so much. You even want to escape from my palm. You bunch of idiots are not worthy at all. You don't even have the qualifications to be my puppets. Disher Tian said indifferently. He held the sun and moon in his hand and stood in the sky. His aura was unstoppable. Even if it was just a divine sense, his combat strength when he was alive was shocking. Even Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. Your idea is not bad. However, you will not succeed. Those who do evil will only bring about their own destruction. The people of the Buddhist sect will not allow an existence like you to exist. Scum of the Buddhist sect, you deserve to be hacked into pieces. A little monk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to go against me? Hee, you really think too highly of yourself. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Since you guys insist on seeking death, then I can only let you see who is the real almighty of the Buddha world. Sakra said in an incomparably tyrannical manner. With a clench of his fist, wind and thunder rose. The surrounding air seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Such might had already made Mo Yundi and the others turn ashen as they retreated with explosive speed. In front of Sakra, half-step immortal emperors didn't even have the strength to retaliate. After so many years, have our souls been controlled by this Sakra? What have we done? Why is it like this? My body is too weak, it's like I've been sucked dry. Disher Tian is one of the most powerful experts in the Buddhist sect. How can we possibly win against him? Then we can't just sit here and wait for death, right? After so many years, we've been completely bewitched by him. It's already a great fortune that we didn't die here. Sakra, what is he looking for? He said that he has found it. Are we really going to be trapped here by him? Kong Yun, Mo Yunchi, and the others had a solemn expression. They didn't dare to be negligent. After all these years, they had already forgotten what they had done and what they had done for Sakra. 10,000 Buddhas Saraira. Did you really find the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira? Reverend Mu Ling said in shock. The 10,000 Buddhas Saraira was a true treasure, something left behind by the Buddha after he passed away. In the end, it was obtained by Avalokitesvara. However, no one had expected that Reverend Mu Ling would want to obtain the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira. For everyone, this was a thorny problem. If he really obtained the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira, would he attack everyone after his strength increased greatly? Before Reverend Mu Ling could react, he knew that the thing that he was most worried about had happened. Originally, I planned to leave after finding the Saraira of Avalokitesvara. But I didn't expect that you bunch of bastards would interfere. Now, it seems like it's not too late to kill you guys first and continue searching for the Saraira of Avalokitesvara. Sakra said with a maniacal laugh. The feminine smile on his face became more and more thought-provoking. Xianxia's expression was cold and arrogant as he pointed at Disher Tian. Since that's the case, let the storm come even fiercer. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Xianxia was bold because of his skills. Everyone kept quiet out of fear in front of Disher Tian. Only Xianxia was fearless. Xianxia, don't underestimate him. Revered Buddha's 10,000 Buddha relic is the source of revered Buddha's life essence. Once it's devoured by Sakra, we might very well be killed here. Reverend Wood Spirit said worriedly. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. I don't believe that this guy can cover the sky with one hand. Shirzun's 10,000 Buddha relic might not be able to allow him to reach the dome. However, Xianxia did not believe in this. He lifted his sword and once again displayed the sword 23. Myriad souls vanishing shadows and myriad swords returning to origin, with the supreme sword power, pressed down on the void. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then, let me show you the power of the 10,000 Buddha relic. Disher Tian clenched his fist and directly swallowed the 10,000 Buddha relic. At that moment, the entire sky was filled with five-colored radiance. The radiance of the 10,000 Buddha relic illuminated the world. Disher Tian directly swallowed the 10,000 Buddha relic. At that moment, Xianxia's eyes were tightly shut. That dazzling radiance almost pierced through his body. When the radiance dispersed, the heavens and earth changed and the five elements reversed. Within Disher Tian's body, in his mind, there was an incomparably dazzling swastika symbol. A terrifying Buddhist aura permeated the peak of the dome of heaven. Disher Tian's body was also constantly changing colors, golden and dazzling. The 10,000 Buddha relic is mine. Ha 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 ha, from today onwards, I am the true Buddha. No one can be my enemy. All of you must die. Disher Tian's roar was deafening. Facing Jiang Chen's sudden sword 23, Disher Tian's palm moved. Buddhist light gushed out like a monster tsunami, unstoppable. In an instant, it destroyed the endless shadows of the sword 23. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat, looking extremely miserable. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, the entire purple bamboo forest became incomparably austere. Jiang Chen's aura continued to skyrocket. Using the ancient soaring dragon technique, his strength at this moment was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. On the other side, Reverend Mu Ling and Tyrant were also ready to make a move. The three of them looked at each other. They already had no choice. The current Disher Tian was incomparably powerful. He was like an eagle in the sky, looking down on the heroes, unparalleled, defeating the enemy in one move. Although Jiang Chen was unwilling, he had to admit that after Disher Tian devoured the 10,000 Buddha relic, he was like a giant, making it difficult for others to be his enemy. Now, we can only join hands and attack. We must not let him completely absorb the 10,000 Buddha relic. Otherwise, we will die without a burial place. Not only us, but the entire divine world will fall into his tyranny. Disher Tian is already incomparably powerful. With the addition of the 10,000 Buddha relic, he could really replace the position of Buddha and become the most dazzling existence in the entire Buddhist sect. Even the 8 sect stupa, the 500 arhats, Avalokitesvara, and the 9 lives Bodhi would not be his opponent. Reverend Wood Spirit was extremely solemn. Now that Avalokitesvara was no longer here, in order to protect this last piece of land, in order to prevent the divine world from falling into a calamity, Reverend Wood Spirit had to suppress Disher Tian here. Jiang Chen wielded his sword and rose up. Under the dragon transformation, his strength broke through. His 100 feet tall figure stood proudly, no different from Disher Tian. Under the confrontation, Jiang Chen's might was like a rainbow, without the slightest trace of fear. You will regret your actions today for the rest of your life. Before Disher Tian's voice faded, Jiang Chen had already made his move. His 100 feet tall figure struck out like lightning, causing the wind to howl and the crane to tremble. The two incomparably gigantic fists collided repeatedly, causing the sky to spin and the earth to spin. Mountains and rocks were reduced to dust, the emerald green bamboos were destroyed for 3,000 miles. Between the palms, the strength of 9 dragons and 10 elephants could devour the heavens and earth. Even though Jiang Chen had yet to reach the Emperor realm, his strength was already comparable to a mid-stage Emperor realm expert. After all, even Kong Yun and the other two couldn't resist Jiang Chen's attacks. The Buddhist light of the swastika was released. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade and struck out the Tao accumulation seal. This was his only chance. Heavenly seal. The terrifying power of the Yan Tian seal and the impact of the Tao accumulation seal made Sakura slightly stunned. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to display the power of the Tao accumulation. This was truly shocking. You're not even an emperor yet and you're already able to display the power of the Tao accumulation. Looks like I've underestimated you. But even so, it's still not enough to save yourself. Sakura was as cold as ice. He raised his hand and struck out another palm strike. The rhythm of the Buddha was melodious and it was like a tiger galloping for thousands of miles. Golden light shone everywhere and the sound of wind was like arrows. Countless purple bamboos were shattered into pieces. 1,000 Buddha greeting. Tyrant also struck out his hand seals. The power of the Buddha greeting was so strong that it could cut through the sky. Under the cooperation of Jiang Chen, Sakura was pushed back. The power of the 1,000 Buddha greeting was nothing compared to Sakura's palm strike. Because at this moment, Sakura was simply too terrifying after devouring the 1,000 Buddha Saraira. No one could compete with him. 9 Revolutions Sanskrit chant. Reverend Mu Ling did not want to be outdone as well. He rushed forward together with Tyrant. However, the two of them were pushed back by Jiang Chen. Facing Jiang Chen's second seal of Tao accumulation, Disher Tian harumphed coldly and felt extremely irritated. Heavenly seal. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Sakura slashed down again. Under the light of the Buddha, the night turned into day. Admiring heaven's seal. Xianxia unleashed all of his techniques and struck out 3 hand seals. Finally, he managed to push Xianxia back. However, at that moment, Xianxia's Tao essence had been consumed quite a bit. Unfortunately, even though the seal managed to push Xianxia back, it was still impossible for him to severely injure him with his current strength. Early Emperor Realm, Mid-Emperor Realm, Late Emperor Realm, Half-Step Emperor Realm, Venerable Mu Ling murmured. He looked at Xianxia and was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the other party's strength had actually reached the Emperor Realm. This was simply unbelievable. Although it was just a phantom, this Emperor Realm phantom had left them with no way out. This was a dead end. You guys go first, I'll hold him back, Xianxia said solemnly. He struck out with his palm and supported the crystal coffin with his shoulder. At that moment, Xianxia felt that Xianxia's strength was rising continuously. He couldn't hold on any longer. With a palm strike, Xianxia's palm cracked open and blood splattered everywhere. No, you can't stop him. Reverend Mu Ling's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xianxia was continuously retreating in defeat. He kept throwing out palm seals, but to Xianxia, it was like pouring a cup of water into a burning cart of firewood. Emperor Realm. After finally swallowing the 1000 Buddha relic, the strength of the phantom directly reached the Emperor Realm. Xianxia and the others felt numb on their scalps. Mo Yundi and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Sakura to be so terrifying. The Emperor Realm was a realm that they couldn't reach in their lifetime. Even their old ancestors might not have such strength, right? Sakura was one of the 20 heavens in charge of the power of thunder and lightning in Buddhism sect. He was the most powerful guardian of revered Buddha, an existence comparable to Avalokitesvara. Now that he had devoured the 10,000 Buddha relic, one could imagine what kind of shocking realm this guy had reached. Are we all going to die here? That's right. Will we be able to survive? If we're going to die, we'll die together. None of us can escape. But I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here. I haven't married yet. Everyone was in incomparable pain and heartache. There were even some experts who had just escaped from the sea of bitterness and escaped from Sakura's evil clutches. If they were killed by Sakura again at this time, it would be no different from being struck by lightning from a clear sky. They might as well have died at that time. Now that they were given hope, they were once again exterminated. This kind of despair and agony was completely different from ordinary people. This time, it's my turn. Tyrant smiled and looked at Xianxia. In the past, you've always been the one to turn the tide and steal all the limelight. This time, let me do it. Tyrant's determination was something that Xianxia had never seen before. Little Chinzi, don't disappoint little you. Don't disappoint me. Tyrant's palm moved towards the sky. Facing Sakura, he didn't care about anything else. He knew that he wasn't Sakura's opponent, but he wanted to buy time for Xianxia and the rest. With Sakura's current strength, no one was his opponent. At this time, if they continued to be stubborn, they might be annihilated. Tyrant. Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he furiously roared. However, it was already too late for him to save Xianxia. Right now, Tyrant was going to use his own body to block Xianxia. This was their only chance. You fool! Xianxia roared like thunder. However, at this moment, he would never give up on his brothers and escape alone. At this moment, Mo Yundi, Kong Changyun and the others had already begun to lead the crowd away. The crowd was surging, and the building was now empty. On Sakura's body, golden light shone resplendently like the sun. It was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. At this moment, Tyrant rushed up to stop Sakura without a care in the world. He was definitely going to die. If I don't enter hell, who will? Tyrant smiled faintly and remained calm. Even though he knew that there was no way out, he was still resolute and did not hesitate in the slightest. He didn't want to be a hero, he just wanted to save more people. Xianxia had found Yan Xinyu, and if he were to die like this, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, Tyrant decided to let himself bear all the responsibility. Since he could save more people, why not? Courting death. Sakura roared. Rays of light pierced through Tyrant's body. At this moment, Xianxia was in a daze. Tyrant, you lunatic. Can you hear me? Xianxia roared hysterically. Mo Yundi and the rest had already retreated and escaped from the purple bamboo forest. However, Xianxia didn't move an inch. Standing beside him was Reverend Wood Spirit. Because this was his home, Avalokitesvara's place. It was also the only place where he could feel his existence. If he left this place, where could he go? Despair, pain, and loss filled Xianxia's heart. Reverend Wood Spirit was the same. Because at this moment, Tyrant's body was completely pierced through by the rays of light. He turned into nothingness. His flesh was badly mangled and there wasn't even a corpse left. You dare to fight with me? You guys are too inexperienced. Ha ha ha. Monk, I'm sorry. Xianxia's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. That was his closest brother, but now he was killed by Socration. One could imagine Xianxia's pain. All of you, go to hell too. Socration said faintly. However, at this moment, the blood in Xianxia's body was boiling. His anger surged and rushed to the sky. I will make you pay with your blood. Xianxia's roar echoed for thousands of miles. Mo Yundi and the others who had escaped far away felt their hearts palpitate. Xianxia's roar was terrifying and full of murderous intent. At this moment, Xianxia was completely enraged. The death of Tyrant completely ignited the anger in his heart. He was determined to kill Socration in the cycle of reincarnation. You don't know what's good for you. Go to hell. Socration's expression was as usual. He shot out a palm that even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't resist. That kind of earth-shattering Buddhist charm shook the heavens. Xianxia was fearless. The power of Tao accumulation filled his body. The terrifying aura and the will to conquer the heavens were invincible. What a terrifying power of Tao accumulation! Socration frowned. Xianxia's power of Tao accumulation continued to rise and condense. His palm's Buddhist charm actually couldn't kill Xianxia in one blow. Let's see how long you can resist. Socration turned his palm again. Thunder shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying palm print spread out, destroying the purple bamboo forest. The mountain rocks fell and the earth shook. However, Xianxia still rushed to Socration like a raging fire. Give me your life. Xianxia was fearless. His will to conquer the heavens was irreversible. In his world of Tao accumulation, he was the most powerful existence. Above the heavens were no exception. With a thought, Xianxia soared up 90,000 miles into the sky. Relying on the undying soaring heaven fighting intent, his Tao accumulation was unparalleled. The 4 layers of Tao accumulation were unleashed with full force, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Black Heaven Seal. The 4th seal of the sky-expanding seal, the mysterious heavenly seal, was already quite terrifying for Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia had already broken through the peak of the 3rd level of Tao connotation. The power of the 4th level of Tao connotation gathered by the mysterious heavenly seal almost made Sakra Heaven, who was at the Emperor realm, pale. Heaven expanding seal, it's the heaven expanding seal again. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. I am the true Supreme Buddha. No one can defeat me. How dare you? Vairocana seal. Sakra Heaven condensed the power of the heavens and launched a blow, colliding with Xianxia's mysterious heavenly seal. At that moment, Xianxia was completely defeated and flew backward. His face was extremely solemn, but his palm was still tightly holding the crystal coffin on his shoulder. In this battle, Xianxia had tried his best. Sakra Heaven retreated 10 steps and his divine soul phantom became a lot dimmer. Obviously, he was seriously injured. However, the 4th seal of Xianxia had also exhausted all of his Tao accumulation. Even with the 4th level of Tao accumulation, he couldn't bear it. After all, Xianxia's cultivation was still too weak. Using the 4th level of Tao accumulation and the mysterious heavenly seal was a great burden for Xianxia, which directly made him run out of oil. To be able to block this blow of mine, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you are still too weak. The power of Tao accumulation can't be used perfectly in your hands. You can only use 40 to 50% of its power. When you reach the Emperor realm, perhaps this blow will be able to make me face it seriously. Sakura Heaven said very coldly. In his opinion, the serious injury he suffered was still nothing. However, the problem was that Xianxia had run out of oil and he no longer had any opponent. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? A chant that sounded like the Sanskrit of the heavens and earth returned to the ground. In the purple bamboo forest, rays of brilliance gathered. That voice was extremely familiar to Xianxia, but it was even more solemn and overbearing. The unquestionable supreme Sanskrit made Deshir Tian's body tremble. Buddha. Buddha? Sakura Heaven's voice had a trace of trembling and his eyes were incomparably complicated. Impossible, this is impossible. Sakura Heaven directly denied his own words. However, at that moment, Reverend Wood Spirit had already knelt down. Above the sky, an illusory figure gradually converged and started to reconstruct his golden body with the help of the Buddha's light. That figure, if it wasn't Tyrant, who else could it be? Buddha, Tyrant, it was actually Buddha. Xianxia was also filled with shock and disbelief. He originally thought that Tyrant was already dead, but he didn't expect that he would actually start to reconstruct his golden body and his strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. At this moment, within the golden light, Tyrant had already gradually gathered all the Buddha's light. The sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved. Indra, this is the karma of your life, stop it. Buddha is merciful, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The current Tyrant was 60 to 70% similar to the previous Tyrant. However, there was a supreme majesty and Buddha's light that lingered around his body. However, Xianxia was sure that this person was definitely Tyrant. His gaze was definitely not wrong. Tyrant was reborn. How is this possible? Tyrant is actually Buddha Tathagata? At this moment, Reverend Wood Spirit put his palms together and silently stared at Tyrant with a pious expression on his face. Starlight overflowed in all directions and overflowed with colors. The golden light shone on Tyrant's body, causing his body to become incomparably holy, incomparably auspicious, and incomparably majestic. One didn't know the true face of Mount Lu, only because they were inside this mountain. At this moment, Reverend Wood Spirit would never have dreamed that the real Buddha was right beside him. Not only him, even Indra and Sakura didn't expect that the Buddha was right in front of them. Tyrant's rebirth was formed by the convergence of Buddha's aura. At this moment, it was like a dream. Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that all of this wasn't the end. Good brother. Xianxia murmured. He didn't expect that his good brother would actually be the controller of the Buddha world, the ancestor of all Buddhas. Even Xianxia was filled with shock. It seemed that the reincarnation of Buddha wasn't a baseless rumor. At this moment, Tyrant also completely fused with the heart of Buddha. Because he had reconstructed his golden body, he was no longer the Tyrant of the past, but the real Buddha. The memories of his previous life returned to his mind. Tyrant gazed at the world of mortals with his palms together. His heart was clear and pure, without any impurities. All evils are born from the heart. The Buddhist sect is in chaos, and this humble monk cannot absolve himself from the blame. I have sinned. When there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey became the king. The fall of the Buddha was a disaster for the people of the divine world. In the end, even the 8-divisional pagoda betrayed the Buddha and became the leader of the divine world, causing a foul atmosphere in the divine world. The reincarnation of the Buddha and the reconstruction of his golden body, the current Tyrant started to crazily devour the last strand of Buddha's charm. The myriad Buddha Sarira was not completely devoured by Sakura. Monk Tyrant, who had reconstructed his golden body with the help of the myriad Buddha Sarira, began to frantically plunder and fuse with the myriad Buddha Sarira. Facing the rebirth of Tyrant, the one who was the most worried was none other than Sakura, because he could already feel a trace of fear and pressure. No matter what, he was only the guardian of the Buddha. The true charm and prestige of the Buddha could not surpass the Buddha. However, the current Sakura was stronger than Tyrant. Although Tyrant's strength had reached the Emperor realm after the reconstruction of his golden body, and he had completely fused with the memories of the Buddha, his ability was still there. Compared to Sakura, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. Most importantly, the gap between the two had always existed. Both of them were constantly devouring the energy of the myriad Buddha relic. Although the myriad Buddha relic had been devoured by Sakura, Tyrant still had the ability to plunder what belonged to him bit by bit. Buddha, you're courting death. Sakura glared at Tyrant. He gritted his teeth and had a feminine look on his face. Ba, you refuse to repent, and karma will come to you. Today, you still refuse to put down the butcher's knife. Your godhead is no longer there. The Buddhist sect cannot tolerate such an evil creature. Today, I will clean up the sect. Tyrant said in a deep voice. The Buddha's charm within the myriad Buddha relic was absorbed by him faster and more perfectly than Sakura. This was because the myriad Buddha relic originally belonged to him. If it was not for the myriad Buddha relic, after being completely erased, Tyrant would not be able to reconstruct his golden body. Everything had its cause and effect. Perhaps this was fate. You can't succeed. I, Sakura, will never lose to a guy like you. The Buddhist sect will definitely respect me. Sakura roared in a deep voice, his voice resounding through the heavens. Xianxia furrowed his brows. At this moment, a storm was brewing in the sky. Even if the tyrant monk had devoured too many myriad Buddha relics, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water when compared to Sakura. Evil will never prevail over good. You traitor of the Buddhist sect, I will definitely get rid of you today. Tyrant said coldly. His divine voice was peerless, and his prestige was peerless. Traitor? The real traitor is you, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Sakura's words made Tyrant's face turn ugly. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he was speechless. What? Don't know how to retort? Was it a tacit agreement? Speaking of traitors, aren't you the one who brought the Buddhist sect to destruction? Sakura's words were like pearls, but it made Tyrant's expression desolate as he shook his head. Even Reverend Wood Spirit was shocked and at a loss. Just as Sakura said, could it be that the destruction of the Buddhist sect was inextricably linked to the Buddhist ancestor? Or was it really because of the Buddhist ancestor? Was he the one who brought the Buddhist sect to destruction? Xianxia frowned. Although he did not understand Buddha, he believed in his brother. Tyrant was definitely not that kind of person. He would rather fight against Sakura Heaven and fight for time for everyone to escape. He was not willing to drag out an ignoble existence. How could such a person lead the Buddha sect to destruction? Xianxia frowned. How could he be a traitor of the Buddhist sect? In Xianxia's eyes, this was just Sakura's one-sided statement. Let's end today's matter today. Since you want to obtain the myriad Buddha relics and dominate the Buddhist sect, then everything should end now. Tyrant said in a deep voice. The Buddhist seal in his hand rose again, pressing towards Sakura. It's good that you've come. Let me see exactly how capable you are now. Humph, Sakura snorted coldly. His killing intent was heavy. He was determined to have a life and death battle with Tyrant. As long as he eliminated this so-called Buddhist ancestor, he would be able to control the entire Buddhist sect. To Sakura, he was not willing to be the protector of the Buddhist ancestor. He wanted to become the true supreme ruler of the Buddhist sect, unparalleled in the world. Great Reincarnation Seal. Tyrant formed a seal with both of his hands. The Great Reincarnation Seal was one of his peerless killing moves. It was incomparably terrifying. The Buddhist ancestors' means could be imagined. The Great Reincarnation Seal contained endless reincarnation power, making it impossible for anyone to resist it. No one below the Venerable Emperor realm could resist it. Hell shackles. Tyrant blood of the ether. Sakura's fist aura was like a rainbow. The two collided. Tyrant's steps were messed up and he was pushed back by Sakura. After all, his opponent had the battle strength of an Venerable Emperor. The difference between the two was too great. Hence, it was impossible for them to be evenly matched. Tyrant staggered back, looking incomparably miserable. However, the unwavering Buddhist charm in his eyes was not to be underestimated. Go to hell. Sakura continued to attack. Every punch landed on Tyrant's body, sealing the space and preventing him from escaping. Merciful Buddha, Ba. 9 transformations golden body. Tyrant's figure changed. The 9 transformations golden body was unstoppable and indestructible. 9 golden bodies descended from the sky, firmly locking Sakura in place. How could I not know your means? A mere Emperor Realm cultivator wants me to bow down to him? Dream on. Sakura charged forward step by step, unparalleled in the world. Even Tyrant's Buddhist charm after reconstructing his golden body couldn't resist his frenzied attacks. Tyrant retreated with every move. Xianxia finally couldn't stand it anymore. Although he knew he was no match for Sakura, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Under the dragon transformation, Xianxia's strength approached the Emperor realm. He clenched his fist and punched out. The brothers were united, and their sharpness could cut through metal. Xianxia and Tyrant joined hands and forced Sakura into a stalemate. Xianxia used the power of his Dao accumulation to attack Sakura. The Sky Spill seal was peerless. Even if it couldn't kill Sakura, it made him very nervous. After all, he had 4 layers of Dao accumulation, which wasn't a joke. The Sky Spill seal was a supreme Dao accumulation technique. Moreover, Tyrant's strength was getting stronger step by step. He had already absorbed a lot of energy from the innumerable Buddha relic. The boundless Buddhist charm made Tyrant look even more majestic and overbearing. The myriad chi body allowed Xianxia's strength to recover continuously. This was their only chance. If they were still killed by Sakura, it would be their final ending. However, Xianxia never believed in fate. He wanted to be stronger than anyone else. He wanted to stand at the peak of this world and wake up little you. No one knew how much burden Xianxia and Tyrant were shouldering at this moment. Xianxia was in a difficult situation, but so was Tyrant. He wanted to revive the Buddhist sect, he wanted to clean up the traitors, he wanted to make the Buddhist sect rise again, and he wanted those traitors to receive the punishment they deserved. The surging energy in their hearts soared into the sky. As brothers, they were invincible. Myriad Buddhas paying tribute. Profound Heaven Seal. Xianxia and Tyrant attacked at the same time. The wind and clouds covered the sky, and they were unparalleled in this world. The strong impact caused the purple bamboo forest to turn into ruins. Huge waves were formed on the surrounding ocean, and they were crashing against the shore, causing piles of snow to be swept up. Gyroscope's eye. Disher Tian's giant hand broke through the sky and his eyes were like swords. Cold light shot up to the sky and the Buddha's charm was full of brilliance. However, this time, Xianxia's profound heaven seal and 1,000 Buddha greeting art had exerted their full strength. Even though Disher Tian was in the Emperor realm, he was still in a difficult situation. The gyroscopic eye turned into 2 beams of heavenly light, piercing through the sea and shaking the sky. Break! Xianxia was burning with anger. The profound heaven seal was unstoppable. With an unstoppable aura, he struck out with supreme Dao connotation, breaking all laws. The gyroscope's eye and Xianxia's profound heaven seal were equally matched. Xianxia's lips curled up coldly. He used all his power to fight against an Emperor realm master, so he did not dare to be careless. Myriad Buddhas paying tribute, Buddha's charm soared into the sky. Tyrant also exerted his supreme divine might to the extreme. The Buddhist charm of the myriad Buddha's relic was almost devoured by him. No matter what, Sakura could not be compared to him. After all, the myriad Buddha's relic was a divine item after his death. Its compatibility with him was far beyond Sakura's. The Buddhist charm soared into the sky. Golden light covered the ground, and a jade plate fell from the sky. Sakura's expression was solemn and extremely nervous. In the battle between the 3, he still had the absolute advantage. However, at this moment, Xianxia was completely pushed back. After all, the dignity of an Emperor realm master could not be violated, both of them were forced to retreat. Although Disher Tian's soul shadow was getting dimmer and dimmer, he was still 1 step behind. The eye of Yuro Luo firmly suppressed both of them. Xianxia and Tyrant were sent flying backwards, looking extremely embarrassed. In this battle, the 2 of them had already done their best. Buddha's mercy? Ha ha ha, that's impossible. After killing you, I'll become the ancestor of all Buddhas. You can reconstruct your golden body, but I can destroy you 1,000 times over. Tathagata, I want to replace you. As the leader of the Buddhist sect, you betrayed the Buddhist sect. You will forever be a sinner of the Buddhist sect and will never be able to reincarnate. Sakura laughed crazily, and his aura reached the heavens. He looked at Xianxia and Tyrant arrogantly. His venerable sovereign's aura was still the last to laugh. Tyrant's face turned ashen, but he was speechless. Countless memories from his previous life flowed into his mind. The Buddhist sect's betrayal and the world's chaos were indeed the cause of the chaos in the divine world. The myriad Buddha ancestor couldn't escape the blame. Xianxia placed his palm on Tyrant's body and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, I will support you. Monk, nothing is impossible in this world. Even as the myriad Buddha ancestor, you are still my brother. Don't be blinded by the world. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Buddha is merciful, but it's not fake. Buddha doesn't kill, but for the sake of the world, he must die for a noble cause. There is a difference between killing one person and killing millions." Xianxia's expression was solemn. Tyrant nodded heavily, understanding Xianxia's words. Xianxia's words made him understand that if he blamed everything on himself, he would never be able to escape from the sea of bitterness in this life. "If I don't go to hell, who will? I'm a Buddha ancestor, but I can't comprehend this principle. If I don't get reborn in hell, I will be annihilated in hell. In my previous life, I was the lord of the Buddha realm. In this life, I must end my inner demon. Buddha isn't a god, but a belief. Buddha isn't a god, but a belief." When the tyrant monk closed his eyes, he finally understood something. In this life, he would make up for all the mistakes he had made in his previous life. Even if he was a Buddha, he wasn't omnipotent. Buddha was also human, and he would make mistakes. However, he couldn't be shackled by his mistakes and regret for the rest of his life. Merciful and compassionate, Amitabha. My Buddha Tathagata has finally been enlightened. An auspicious voice reverberated in the 9 heavens. The withered lotus throne in the distance once again shone brightly, illuminating the earth. Golden light overflowed in all directions, and the Buddha's charm existed for a long time. The entire purple bamboo forest was bathed in the Buddha's charm, and it was tranquil and majestic. Amitabha. It has been millions of years since we last met. You are too kind. Tyrant said in a low voice, but his heart was filled with shock. The lotus throne bloomed continuously, radiating light in all directions. A golden figure filled the air above the lotus throne. He had a mellow smile on his face, and his expression was solemn. Observe the eyes, observe the heart, observe the world, observe the vanity of the world, observe the road ahead, observe the freedom. The golden figure smiled, and he was calm. Great monk. Venerable Wood Spirit put his palms together, and tears fell like rain. He knelt on the ground and silently looked at Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. He held the jade bottle in his hand, and his divine might was solemn, making people want to worship him. Tyrant also put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He exchanged glances with Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara and smiled. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he looked into the distance. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was worthy of being a great monk of the Buddhist sect. His majesty and bearing couldn't be disobeyed. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, you're actually not dead yet? Sakra looked at Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. The current Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was only an illusory figure. Under the illusory figure, the lotus throne was clear, but it was impossible for it to be as majestic as it was in the past. Amitabha. Even Buddha couldn't persuade you to convert and gain enlightenment. It seems like your root of wisdom has been broken, and you're no longer fit to be a member of my Buddhist sect. Today, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara is bold enough to ask Buddha to enlighten my root of wisdom so that I can be reborn. This relic is a bit of good fortune that I obtained after I passed away. I hope Buddha can correct me and help me gain enlightenment. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's words caused Xianxia, Venerable Wood Spirit, and Tyrant to be startled. Their expressions were extremely ugly. No, Bodhisattva, you can't. Venerable Wood Spirit's tears fell like rain. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara wanted Buddha to fuse with his relic. If that happened, she would completely fall and never be able to reincarnate. End of chapter 3778. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.